With the Intellion, she's playing quickly. I feel like she thinks she's got it.
See what can happen on this turn
And the
for
draw for
Reagan.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Riding through another turn, and the Palafin is gonna join it.
Very impressive showing and a really good understanding of how these teams work.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
The Mind Joke wants to go for a sweep of his own. Scrafty has already knocked out 2 Pokemon.
He said this match was too hot. I need to cool things off here with an ice beam.
A Bastion, it rumbles onto the field, and the smackdowns are adding up.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands up.
Welcome in, Pokemon trainers, to the official broadcast of the 6th European Regional Championship this season. 2 weeks ago we were in Liverpool, and now we are heading into the venue here in Dortmund in Germany, where over 100 competitors will be competing for those championship points and, more importantly, the accolades that come with becoming a regional champion. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Martijn Versteeg. You may also know me as Inadequate, and I'm joined here by my lovely co-casters. How about you all give yourself a little short introduction?
I am Abi, also known as Count Xevious. I'm absolutely hyped and excited to see some amazing games.
My name's Adelian. I hail from London, currently based in Manchester. It's an honor to be here at Dortmund. There's so much energy to be had, and I can't wait to see who will be the next Dortmund regional champion.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more, Adelian. I am Amanda, also known as Lundberger. Really excited to see what is going to be going on in Dortmund this weekend.
I am loving the energy, guys, and I am expecting so much energy from the competitors here as well. The tournament is looking very stacked. But for those viewing at home, there will be more regionals this season as well. Let's take a look at the schedule for the remainder of the season, because we are halfway. Adelian, how about you tell us about the remainder of the season here?
Yes, so after, if you can't be here in Dortmund, sad times, the next opportunity for you to compete would be at the special event in Utrecht. So that's going to be on Saturday the 2nd and Sunday the 3rd of March. Straight after that, just in April, is going to be the European International Championships. That's going to be an amazing, amazing event starting on Friday, the 5th of April, all the way up until Sunday the 7th. Don't miss out, double championship points and all the amazing things that you get at an international championship. Going 1 month further, we go to Stockholm, the capital of Sweden. So that will be on Saturday the 11th of May up to Sunday the 12th. And then a relatively new addition, we have a special event in Bologna in Italy, and that's going to be on the Saturday the 1st of June, going up to Sunday the 2nd, and that's just 1 week before the next international championships in New Orleans. So that is NAIC. So that's another big one that you do not want to miss, especially if you're based in North America. But of course, all of these destinations lead up to one place, to Honolulu in Hawaii for the Pokémon World Championships.
Yes, the World Championships. Thank you for leading us in. That is indeed the prestigious event at the end of the season that so many of these competitors are currently working on qualifying for. But to do so, you need to achieve the championship points, which are introduced for the first time now in Pokemon Go in this season. Amanda, can you lead us through the championship points required to qualify?
Yeah, so of course the first place of all the regionals and the special events get automatic qualifications for Worlds, but if you're not going that route, you can go through championship points, and as you can see on board here, we're looking at Europe, so 400 points are needed to qualify. We're a little over halfway through the season, and I think a lot of our players in Europe already, some of them already qualified, some of them are just on the cusp, and they could be getting their points here at Dortmund, so it's a very exciting event to be staying tuned to.
Yeah, and it's not just championship points that you can earn at these events. There are also prizes, cash prizes, booster packs. Abi, can you tell us about the prizes that we can win here?
Yeah, it's not just about championship points. We do have cash prizes and also potential. The first and second place can qualify already for the Worlds. So first place gets prize money of $2,500 and 72 booster packs. The second, $2,000 and 72 booster packs. Third, $1,500 and 36 booster packs, and so on and so forth.
Yeah, exactly. Now that we've taken a look at what we can win here in Dortmund, how about we talk a little bit through about what happened last week across the pond in Knoxville in the United States, where we had a regional championship as well in the same meta. Amanda, can you talk through what happened there?
Yeah, I mean, I think that a lot of times in the NA, it was a little bit, the meta is starting to form a little bit more. We're seeing a lot of really similar teams across the board, but one thing that we can't really not talk about is how good Charjabug has been recently, but also now the recent addition of Annihilate to the meta. It's kind of shaken things up again. And we saw in Liverpool, Ice Punch being like the most common moveset on it. However, I think after Knoxville here, we might see a couple more Night Slashes coming up.
Yep, Night Slashes is an amazing move. We saw Dunebug boost his way to victory as well, but again, we saw the rise of fighters. We saw Medicham being outshined by the Poliwrath, and now it's all for that Annihilate, but the other Pokemon are being there for a reason. We have Gligar with 50% usage, we have Lickitung with 48%, Wishcash with 40%. These are Pokemon that have now become staple picks, and they are there for a reason. They are so good and so amazing into this meta.
Yeah, exactly. And let's take a look at day 2 that we have here. What stands out to you here, Adelian, on the day 2 meta in Knoxville?
Yes, for me, what I really love to see is the Dugong and the Shadow Dragonair making an impact. Notice as well that 75% had Shadow Gligar specifically for day 2. Maybe therefore just an indication that if you are going to bring Gligar into the meta for Dortmund, it's best to go with the Shadow, because clearly all these trainers who made it to day 2, they are that brilliant. They know what they're doing clearly, and Shadow Gligar must be the way to go.
Yeah, if you make the day 2, you probably are playing pretty well and doing something good,
yes.
right? Yeah, and you talked about Dunebug earlier, Amanda. Dunebug was not the only successful player there, right? We definitely recognize him for his double Night Slash boost, and man, that was some sight to see. Probably not for the opponent, but there were more successful players in Knoxville. Let's take a look at the top 3 players who we had there, because I believe we had more players here. Let's take a look here. Who stands out here as well for you, Amanda?
Yeah, as you can see, Dunebug, like we have to bring it up a couple times, because not only did he double Night Slash boost, he did it against both the second and third place opponents in this. So yes, already qualified, already won champion. He did it again. Magic Mason though really climbing up there as well, getting that second place finish. And then we can't forget Rockhaven, a rather newcomer to this scene, just doing absolutely well, crushing the competition in this, and doing some with not even like a spicy pick, but something that seemed to fall off of the meta a little bit. And that is that Umbreon that is on his team.
Yes, Umbreon very much standing out there for Rockhaven as well. And I think a very good point you make, Commander. Rockhaven is a fine example of a trainer that comes in as a relatively new into a regional and makes an immediate impact. And for those watching at home, for those considering a regional championship, that you can come here and dominate right from the get-go, it is definitely the thing to do.
Yeah, good point. Now, speaking of here, let's take a look at the champions who we've had in the previous regional championships in Europe as well. We see here that the first winner was Zwilaus at the special event in Barcelona, followed up by Galax Cabolton, who we know for his Leaf Tornado Superior.
We have Pataman competing and winning Gdansk Regional as well, followed by Colin, who won Stuttgart. Of course, we all know Colin as the previous regional champion from Lille. And last but not the least, we have Nighttime Clasher flying from across the pond and taking EU by the storm.
Yeah, that kind of hurt for us, I must say. And he's here again today, so hopefully he doesn't take 2 titles in a row. But man, if he does, he's definitely making a statement there, right? Now, speaking of more champions, we also have the European leaderboard. Let's take a look there, because we have more players that are already qualified not through winning a tournament, but through championship points.
Yes, so for championship points, right at the top we have Patuman, who he's won a regional already in Gdansk, and of course has been so successful, consistent player. He has managed to get 590 championship points. That's an incredible total. Just below him is a Mind Joke, so there's very little between these two trainers. And then, of course, how much can we talk about how brilliant Tomahawk is?
Yeah, Tomahawk doing incredibly well. I believe he is also here at the tournament today, so we could maybe, we talked about Nighttime Clasher doing so well, we could see a repeat of what happened in Liverpool, possibly seeing them in the finals. He's there, very high on the leaderboard. And then our only 2-time regional champion of Europe, Colin Six in the 4th place. And as you can see, going down, we have a lot of players who are just, again, on the cusp of qualifying for Worlds. 400 points, once again, needed for Europe. However, we have to also remember the top 8 can get also that travel award. So a lot of players, even if they're already qualified, are still coming. They're competing. They are trying to win it all.
Yep, those stipend is always amazing to have. We do see Ixone afterwards. He's here with 410, and I think there are just a few more battlers with just 1 or 2 victories away from getting the qualification.
Yeah, absolutely. So there are a couple players that are definitely going to give it their all. Now, what are we going to expect for Dortmund this tournament? One thing that stood out to myself is Stones Collection's Dragonair. Dragonair has been so impactful lately. We've seen less Guzzlord, and I think that's because it's a little bit better against Azumarill. Abi, what are you expecting for Dortmund?
Oof. For me, I think a Pokemon that I really want to see more is Umbreon. We saw that it finished 3rd in the Knoxville Regionals, and that's in the top of my prediction as well, followed by Venusaur, Altaria, and the staple pick, Sableye. Yeah.
I'm going with kind of a controversial pick here. I picked that Wigglytuff, as you can see. You're talking about Dragonair doing so well. What is something that's going to hard stop that Dragonair? What's something that's going to hard stop the Annihilates? Just that charm damage overall, and now also with the potential charge attack of Icy Wind, making a little bit worse for the opponent as well. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a couple of Wigglytuffs on the scene.
Yeah, well, I picked something also weak to Wigglytuff. It's the Greninja. I actually did really well in a local tournament last weekend with the Greninja against top-tier battlers, and I know that players like Toad Tactical and Zwilaus also have it on the radar. I don't know if they brought it. It's a pretty risky pick, but they may have. And then I also have, obviously, Pelipper, one of my favorite Pokemon, and Talonflame as the Incinerate user. I love Incinerate users.
Yeah, Incinerate is so strong as a fast attack. For myself, I was thinking, so there's 3 Pokemon here. Obviously, we have spoken very heavily about Annihilate, but let's not go into that too much. We know how brilliant it is. Skarmory, I think, has a lot of potential. What I really like about Skarmory is the ability to really pressure and threaten with that Brave Bird, which does a huge amount of damage, and you can then take it out and swap it in for that sort of chip and dip strategy. Likewise, I agree with you, Amanda. Dugong is going to be a very potent, safe swap for many teams, just able to get those Icy Wind debuffs. But this is where I've gone a little bit out of field and decided to opt for Galistopod as a nice spice pick. And my logic is this. Look at a lot of the Pokemon that the other commentators have picked. You see the Umbreons, you see the you can see even the Skeledirges, you can see Talonflame, and Greninja. Galistopod works really well with them. Handles the Dugong, handles a Alolan Sandslash, for example. So I think Galistopod does have some potential to be a core breaker in the meta, depending on what it faces.
I like the way you think. Core breakers can are usually the key to winning a tournament, using the Pokemon that others don't really expect to come out there, right? Now, we not only have the cast predictions, we also have the players to watch who we may expect to succeed very well in this tournament. Look at him, we have Stone Collection, what a magician, who I talked about earlier with his Dragonair. And who is this in the second place, Amanda?
Yeah, I mean, like I think we saw on that leaderboard, he's only 10 points away from qualifying. He is a local player. He's been doing so well. Definitely one to keep an eye on. Another one that we, of course, have to keep an eye on is Statistan, one of our most consistent battlers in Europe. I think he's top cutting across a lot of different things. He's also very high on the leaderboard and definitely one that we think we should be watching this tournament.
Last but not the least, we have Lurgan Rocket. He's been a very consistent battler throughout the championship series, and we have seen him rock his signature pick, Cresselia, and play it to the maximum. I'm looking forward to seeing him battle.
For me, I'm just so excited for all of these three trainers. All three of these trainers are, in my view, good friends of mine. I'm sure they're good friends of for all of you as well. Honestly, it is so challenging to look at these three and also hear about the competition elsewhere in Dortmund and just go, honest, it's so hard to pick one. There's former champions here. They've done it before. They can do it again. It's crazy how good some of the trainers here are.
I 100% agree with you. And one more thing, if you would like to share your thoughts with us, follow us on social media, share your thoughts, share who you think is going to win. Who are you cheering for? We are on many diverse platforms. We are on X, on Instagram, on Facebook, and on YouTube. And if you miss out a little bit on the video, no worries, you can follow our channels and watch some of it back on Twitch and on YouTube. So no worries there. And again, let us know with that hashtag #PlayPokemon to let us know what you think, and perhaps we might feature some of you on the broadcast, right? Now, I hear some rumbling behind me here. I think the stage is getting set. I am super hyped. I can barely contain myself anymore for these exciting battles. So we are going to a Liverpool recap video real quick to let you know what happened in the last episode, and then we will head into these exciting battles. So don't go anywhere. We will be back shortly with you.
This 2024 Regional Championships event will be showcasing exciting Pokemon Go matches all weekend. Trainers from around the globe are here to compete for over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and championship points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu, Hawaii. This tournament is a 2-day event, with our trainers competing in a double elimination bracket using the Great League format in Pokemon Go. Matches are best of 3, except for the winners finals, losers finals, and grand finals, which are each best of 5. All matches are played in a Bring 6, Pick 3 format. This means trainers will create a team of up to 6 Pokemon, but only 3 are brought into each game. Who is taking home the title of Regional Champion this weekend? Who will secure the points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu? Stay tuned this weekend and watch all the action live. If you want to learn more about upcoming Play Pokemon events, visit pokemon.com/play.
Welcome trainers, my name is Caleb Pang, and if you're a new player, I want to help you join in on the action of the Pokemon Go Championship Series. As you start to explore in Pokemon Go, you'll notice that your in-game trainer gains experience while doing most tasks in the game, such as catching Pokemon, spinning Pokestops, and evolving Pokemon. All of the experience you gather will help you eventually level up, allowing you to continue leveling until level 50. Corresponding with your own level are the levels of your Pokemon. You'll need regular candies to power up your Pokemon to level 40, and XL candies to power up your Pokemon past level 40. Regular Pokemon candies are mostly acquired through catching Pokemon, and XL Pokemon candies can be acquired through catching Pokemon once you reach level 31. Pokemon above this level 40 range are called XL Pokemon, and there are a number of them that are very powerful in the tournament circuit, such as Medicham and Lickitung.
Lickitung, so bulky, able to handle this matchup, even though it's a normal type, into a fighting Pokemon.
To quickly level up to level 40 so that you can start making XL Pokemon, increasing friendship levels with in-game friends is the fastest way to gain experience. Oh, and let's not forget, be sure to pop a lucky egg to double the experience gained. Not only is befriending trainers at events a great way to build relationships in person, but it is also a fantastic way to build friendship in the game too. Although XL Pokemon are strong, the majority of meta-relevant Pokemon in the Championship Series don't require XL candies. In addition, some Pokemon such as Phantom cause 0 candies to evolve to Trevenant, their next evolutionary stage, after you receive the Pokemon from a trade from another trainer. This is a great way to build an affordable team very quickly. Trading in general gives you access to a specific Pokemon you're looking for, so be sure to talk to other trainers and see if they have what you're looking for.
Clearly, the trainers have found a way to outmaneuver the regular meta.
There isn't a level requirement for competing at official tournaments, but you want to make sure you have a team of 6 Pokemon that you're comfortable with using. Collecting the Pokemon for your roster and powering them up is the first step to your competitive journey. The Pokemon Go Championship Series takes place in the Great League, which means you can use Pokemon up to 1500 combat power. Even though it isn't required to have a specific combat power for the Pokemon you're using in competition, getting as close to the combat power cap as possible will help maximize your Pokemon for success. For tournaments, there are Pokemon Go challenges hosted in local communities as well as regional and international championships hosted in various cities around the world. Many trainers battle in these tournaments for a chance to qualify for World Championships, which takes place at the end of each season. Whether you're aspiring for a top finish at World Championships or just looking to join in on the fun, trainers of all skill levels are welcomed at these events. To register for a tournament, visit Pokemon.com/compete to create a Pokemon Trainer Club account. From there, use the event locator tool to find local tournaments near you to start your battling journey. For examples of top performing teams, be sure to check out what the latest champions brought in their tournament run. And if you're missing any Pokemon, befriending other trainers and trading with them can often help you fill in the gaps. Many of my best Pokemon were acquired through trades with friends. Even the best trainers in the world walk through these early steps to get to where they are now, so we hope to see you start your Pokemon Go adventure today. And soon, maybe you'll be the next champion crowned at a future event.
Welcome trainers, another month and another new regionals. We are here live from Germany in the beautiful city of Dortmund. I am Count Xevious and joining me is my wonderful co-caster Adelian. Adelian, how are you feeling today?
I'm feeling absolutely delightful. And Dortmund is here, the trainers are here, the tournament, believe it or not, has already started and we are getting into round 1 already for quite a few of the groups. So already the excitement is building.
Yep, we have over 90 trainers signed up for this tournament and I can't wait to see some amazing matches, really, really close battles, and this weekend is going to be where we crown the Dortmund Regional Champion.
Yes, it's been quite a while since Pokemon has come to Dortmund, so it's nice to come back. Bear in mind, folks, that Dortmund was the area for GoFest in 2019, so there is a lot of affinity with Pokemon Go, and now we come back to this great city to see some great trainers do great things.
Yeah, I still remember the GoFest as well, because that was where I traded my first Frenzy Plant Venusaur, because I was not into PvP at that time as well. So it was an amazing opportunity for me to work with other trainers, to talk to other trainers, and also get those trades done with special moves so that I can compete in other regionals.
Yes, so I think, and that's one of the beauties of the Dortmund regionals, or indeed regionals in general, so you meet a lot of your friends, you can get these trades done, you can get to know and discuss tactics and ideas, just like a lot of the trainers so far have actually got their teams submitted, so we do have an idea of what the meta is here in Dortmund, so hopefully we'll be able to share that very soon. And here we are, Lickitung is top dog, it seems.
Yep, Lickitung with 73% usage, so that has always been a staple Pokemon. With its bulk, with the access to Lick and also Body Slam coming in quick and fast, it's a Pokemon to have. It is the most neutral Pokemon in the meta, and that's why it is there. Followed by Lickitung is that Whiscash with 61% usage. With Scald getting that buff for having the 50% chance to debuff you, I think Whiscash got a buff.
Yes, Whiscash is very, very popular, and sometimes it does feel with Scald that the debuff hits so often. It must be closer to 100% than it is to 50, but indeed it is half the time. And then of course you have Gligar, we have Annihilate. You have to see as well how many of those Gligar are Shadow, or how many of the Whiscash are potentially Shadow as well, because that's available. And then of course we get all aboard the Charger Bus.
Yeah, all about the battery Pokemon. What I cannot see here is the Pokemon that I predicted to be the highest to be used, which is the Umbreon. But one of my caster prediction is on here with the Altaria being 16%. It is a very neutral Pokemon into this meta. As you can see, the top usage, it's good against Lickitung, absolutely walls the Whiscash, good against the Gligar, good against the Annihilate, and also amazing against the Charjabug. That's one of the reasons why I think it could have a lot of play into the meta.
Yes, I absolutely agree. Another thing that I noticed is there's not very much Dugong here, although we saw quite a lot of Dugong come in Knoxville. So I wonder, therefore, it's created a meta that isn't too heavy on Ice-type Pokemon, but that does mean that maybe the Altaria will have the room to rule the skies, or will Ice types make more of a prevalence in day 2? That remains to be seen.
Yep, Ice types did make a great entrance in Liverpool as well, because they were in the finals, both the trainers rocking that Dugong. It was amazing to see as well, because it's a Pokemon that gets very, very threatened by Annihilate.
Yes.
But bringing it in, getting that Ice Shot advantage, throwing those Icy Winds can help you flip so many matchups.
Yes, and this is where it comes down to, you have certain moves in Pokemon Go that guarantee a debuff, like Icy Wind, and then you have certain moves like Scald, where there is that probability, or indeed, we saw Dirt Night Slash with Dunebug, aka Boost Bug, was some of the chants that were being said at Knoxville. That trainer is incredible. He's able to get 2 regional championships, one in the same season. That's wild.
Yep, Dunebug is an amazing trainer indeed. I think he didn't need the boost to win, but it's a flex, right? He played for the win condition. He has very consistently been on the top of the game in Pokemon Go PvP.
Yeah, oh yes, he's absolutely brilliant. I've had the pleasure of meeting him in London when he was at the Worlds in 2022, the World Championships there. Brilliant event. If you think the regionals are amazing, the ICs are another level, the International Championships another level, and then the World Championships is like, well, the creme de la creme, I say.
Yeah, I hope to be there one day as well. World Championships is something that I followed only online, unfortunately, but one of these times I will definitely be there to meet the people and also enjoy the atmosphere and try to, learn as I see the battles as well.
Yes, and the destination changes every year. We had London in 2022, we had Yokohama in 2023, and of course now it is all about Honolulu in Hawaii. What a beautiful place to crown the next world champion.
Yeah, it is a beautiful place indeed. Talking about the next world champion, we do have a lot of trainers here who can potentially vie for that title. We already have a bunch of trainers who are already regional champions.
Yep.
We also have some who have qualified. We saw the huge list earlier as well. So I think at this point, so many trainers have the potential to come here and win the regional, also potentially win the World Championship.
Yes, absolutely. And speaking of regional champions that have already made an impact in the past, Zephy Mastix is here on the left. He's a Malmo regional champion from last season, so he knows how to win. Playing up against Mad Max Ullum. Both of these trainers are very local here, both German battlers, and both, I imagine, will give us a brilliant match.
Yep, you see some of the picks that that Amanda mentioned as well. We see that Wigglytuff on Mad Max's side, and also another pick that we don't usually see in the meta, which is that Abomasnow. Abomasnow has such a good matchup against the Shadow Gligar, against the Dragonairs, and also the Whiscash, all of which Zephy Mastix is bringing. So he needs to try and go away from that Abomasnow in this matchup.
Yes, absolutely agree. And so I think Zephy Mastix will want to rely on his Registeel in order to protect against that Wigglytuff, but then has to be quite mindful. Mad Max Ullum does have the he does have the my mind went blank for a second there. But he does have some like the Poliwrath there, which is going to, of course, be quite threatening with counter. And so you just have to make sure you do get that right alignment, get the Registeel in at the right time.
Yep. We see the team sheet here for Zephy Mastix. We see Wishcash with the standard moveset. Registeel also. All of these Pokemon have the standard movesets. One of the things that I would like to point out here is that just wying off what you said is that Shadow Poliwrath looks really good into this team. The only Pokemon that it needs to try and avoid in a way is the Annihilate. Even Gligar it can hit for the super effective, double super effective with the Icy Wind as well. So Poliwrath could be a good endgame Pokemon, but vice versa, Shadow Dragonair looks really, really good for Zephy Mastix. It's a Pokemon that can apply a lot of fast attack pressure, and this thing will add up.
Yes, it absolutely will. Left unchecked, it will dominate over so many Pokemon. But this is the beauty of some of these dominating Pokemon, and you have to be mindful. This is a Show 6, Bring 3 format for those of you new to the regional circuit. So this is where you have your team of 6. Your opponent is aware of your team of 6 and the moveset that is present on those Pokemon. But he or she or they will not necessarily know which 3 you pick out of those 6, and therein lies the mental gymnastics there.
We had this huge debate on which moveset we need to run on the Annihilate, and I think that's already been answered in a way in Liverpool, which Zephy is kind of carrying over by running Night Slash as well. But looking at the team here, we see Shadow Poliwrath, as I said before, is going to be super strong for Max, followed by Skeledirge. Skeledirge is a Pokemon that can apply a lot of fast move pressure with the Incinerate. Incinerate, as you know, is a 5-turn move, but it rewards you with 20 energy every Incinerate you throw. So 5 Incinerates, you are maxed on energy.
Yes, for sure. And Skeledirge is actually Mad Max Olam's favorite Pokemon. So he, of course, will bring what in his eyes is an emotional signature Pokemon as such. And one of his crowning achievements is that he's managed to reach top 50 in the Go Battle League leaderboards as well. So this trainer, no stranger to playing at the highest levels. And I think it will be a real challenge going up against an expert of Show 6 Spring 3 in Zephy Mastix, against some of the Go Battle League's finest with Mad Max Olam. Who will win between the two? It's anybody's guess.
We also see Mad Max trying to take a page from the previous meta, bringing that Lantern with Spark, Surf, and Thunderbolt. This Pokemon was known for its bulk and also a lot of charge attack pressure as well. Surf does a lot of damage, so does Thunderbolt. Looking at Zephy Mastix's team, I think Lantern does have play. Of course, Dragonair is such a big answer for the Lantern, but if you get a few energy lead, I think Lantern can kind of pressure the Dragonair to force shields. Dragonair needs shields. Lantern can bring those shields away from Zephy Mastix. So it's going to be interesting to see how these two trainers dance around their key Pokemon to bring a win and progress into the next round as the winners of the round.
Yes, for sure. And here's a thought as well for many of you who are joining in, who have been like, ooh, I wonder what are these shadow Pokemon? So in Pokemon Go, shadow Pokemon will do to about 20% more damage, but they will have 20% reduced defense, and it allows for a bit of variability in terms of how these Pokemon operate. It's a concept that, while it has been present in the video games in the past, it has not really been used in battle all that much. But with Pokemon Go, shadow Pokemon are very, very popular, and there's certain attack sets from certain Pokemon that are just helped so much, such as that Dragon Breath Dragonair.
Yeah, speaking about Dragon Breath Dragonair, I think Zephy Mastix has brought a Dragonair plushie onto the stage. Unfortunately, we can only see the Dragon Tail of the Dragonair, but it is what it is. Both these trainers are now trying to understand what the other one will pick. At this point, do you have any predictions, Adelian? Do you think, let's say, from your point of view, what do you think Mad Max might want to play?
If I was Mad Max, I would definitely bring in a Bomber Snow. I think it's got so much fantastic coverage, it has to be done. So a Bomber Snow definitely #1. You need to also guard against that Registeel, which on Zephy Mastix's side is really tricky. So this is where I would debate and go either for the Skeledirge or go for the Poliwrath. And this is where you have to now start thinking, if I bring the Skeledirge, am I quite weak to the Dragonair or the Whiscash or whatever?
Just looking at the team sheet now, I kind of forgot to touch up on the Wigglytuff. The only real answer, Wigglytuff with 2 shields on Zephy Mastix's side, is that Registeel. So it is imperative for Zephy Mastix to line that Registeel against that Wigglytuff. Wishcash does have a decent matchup, but then again, as the game progresses, those charms will add on. Charm is such an amazing move in a way that it does a lot of damage. And with Wigglytuff getting access to that Icy Wind, you reduce your opponent's damage. So if in any match, Mad Max has that good alignment with the Wigglytuff, the Pokemon that comes next is always going to be at a disadvantage for Zephymastics.
Yeah, that's very, very true. And so I think this will be very tricky. I think Mad Max Alum does have an advantage here. And oh, you can see how many plushies. I wonder if that Gastrodon has been donated by Lou the Pikachu, I wonder.
For those who do not know, Lou the Pikachu is another caster, and she loves this Pokemon. She's been trying to get this Pokemon to be a meta for a long time now, or somebody to play it for a long time now, but unfortunately with no success.
The savagery of that comment, then, no success. You never know if it suddenly becomes just like Whiscash. I mean, we've seen Swampert be so dominant as a water and ground type. We've seen Whiscash, of course, very dominant at the moment. And you never know, maybe one day it will be Gastrodon's time. But we do go into the first battle as both trainers have now selected their Pokemon. Here we go, Battle 1 of the Dortmund Regional Championships.
Registeel against Poliwrath. This is an amazing lead for Mad Max, and this is not what Zephy wants to see. Immediately going to that Shadow Gligar as a safe swap. This will be a race to the Icy Wind here, but Gligar gets there first.
Yes, Gligar able to get the aerial ace off here, an immediate shield from Mad Max because he knows he wants to soften the attack of Gligar before taking damage, going for the immediate Icy Wind here, which Zephymastic respects and immediately responds with a shield as well, because this would be double super effective.
The shield comes up, Icy Wind debuffs the Gligar, and we will expect this switch into the Abominable Snow, and that's exactly what happens here. Potentially Mad Max, knowing that these aerial aces would add up slowly and steadily, that's why he debuffed the Gligar before switching into the Abominable Snow. Abominable Snow is going to do double super effective damage with just the Powder Snows. It's fast attack, and gets a little bit greedy, and the Shadow Gligar gets to another move. This will have to be Protect Shielded.
Yeah, surely the amount of energy. No, choosing not to Protect Shield and letting Abominable Snow go down, but this Gligar now has got absolutely no health at all. Maybe a little bit of farm, but I reckon you'd only get one fast attack's worth.
Yeah, one fast attack comes through, does damage, and here comes a Wishcash. Wishcash it's a neutral matchup here. The Poliwrath is already at a range where one Mud Bomb would do a lot of work on it. In comes that Icy Wind. Icy Wind will debuff this Wishcash, but let's see if Zephymastic pulls up a shield. No, he does not.
No, I think he recognizes that this is an Icy Wind and he doesn't need to worry about it. But now Whiscash farming up so much more energy here and getting to that Mud Bomb, which at this range would really put a lot of pressure on Shadow Poliwrath. And Mad Max Alum needs to beat Poliwrath safe for the Registeel.
Yeah, unfortunately, Poliwrath is already deep into the red, and Lickitung swaps in, but here comes the Registeel. Registeel has such a dominating matchup into the Lickitung. Let's see both of these trainers racing to their charge attacks. First comes the Body Slam.
Yes, the Body Slam has to be the move, that the charge attack that's used against Registeel here. Both Power Whip and Body Slam are resisted, but at least with Body Slam, you do get that same type attack bonus that Lickitung enjoys from being a normal type, and also because Body Slam is a normal type attack as well. Zap Cannon coming in now, and there is no debuff.
No debuff indeed. Zephymastic's being the amazing trainer he is, he knows that he needs 2 moves to take out the Lickitung, going for that Zap Cannon to give him the extra edge with that potential chance for a debuff, but that unfortunately does not happen. Lickitung throws his Body Slam, and the Registeel is already looking, it's already a half HP.
Yes, it is. Those licks are adding up. But I think Zephymastic making the right tactical decision to go for that Zap Cannon, because he knows, as do many other trainers, that the Focus Blast may not be enough to KO Lickitung at full health. Shield now coming in as the Focus Blast is launched on Mad Max Alum's side, and now the Shield is going to make sure that damage doesn't happen. An immediate swap into that Poliwrath, and Zephymastic reacts straight away with a Scald.
Yeah, Scald comes in, and this will be enough to take out the Poliwrath, and this Wishcash is fairly healthy. Let's see how this plays out. Will Mad Max go for the full lick down? Unfortunately, I think the Wishcash has too much HP. In comes the Mud Bomb, already getting to that Scald. Scald is being loaded. He's going to charge it all the way up to an excellent, nice, great, excellent, and here comes the Scald.
And the Scald comes in, and it takes it down into the red, and is just able to get a Body Slam off, not able to reach the Power Whip, but at this range, this would KO. Zephymastic thinks, I can shield this and potentially farm down with Mud Shot.
Yep, that is exactly what he's thinking, but I think at this point he will have to throw a Mud Bomb, but no, he doesn't want to throw it. He wants to assert dominance. He's like, I lost the lead, I flipped the switch, and I won the game, and I did it in style.
Oh, yes, he did, because that was a very challenging matchup at the get-go. I think what was really significant there is right in the mid-game when Gligar was able to get an additional aerial ace off onto Abomasnow. Abomasnow just not able to farm things down. I think perhaps it wasn't favoring its attack too much and is more of a bulkier Abomasnow because there are those variations, of course. Maybe that was the reason. That was the decisive moment where Zephymastics was able to turn things around.
Yep, you are exactly right. Mad Max being a little bit too greedy, trying to get more energy, but probably losing track of Zephymastics' Gligar's energy. So that happens in the game, right? It's the game number 1, he had the correct alignment, he had a good lead. You need to dust yourself off, focus on game number 2, ignore what happened in game number 1, and that's exactly what we would expect from Mad Max as well. But Zephymastics, as we see, was the Malmo regional champion, and also he's the 2022 Berman regional finalist. He's a trainer that we all know and has had consistent performances across the championship series, not just this season, the season before, and the season before.
Yes, and Bremen was actually a regional here in Germany 2 years ago, and it seems that Zephymastics seems to have a bit of a trend of doing well in Germany as well, being a finalist in the past. But how awesome would it be for either of these trainers to say that they've been able to win a regional in their home country? There is that kind of that home turf advantage, but of course both of these trainers haven't traveled too far, so I imagine they both share that advantage, and Zephymastics just able to squeak in that first win.
Yep, game number 1, Zephymastics showed that strategy where you try to overload your opponent's Pokemon. As I said before, Wigglytuff looks so good for Mad Max, so Zephymastics just basically picked 3 Pokemon that can play into that Wigglytuff. He picked that Registeel, picked that Whiscash, and picked that Gligar. All these Pokemon have, let's say, good matchups. So in any way, in any shape, if any of these Pokemon lined up against that Wigglytuff, they would be able to get some sort of an advantage that Zephymastics could play into.
Yes, for sure. And I wonder, therefore, if Mad Max will risk bringing the Wigglytuff in, having noticed that Zephymastics hasn't really offered any weakness at all. But you never know. You want to try something different going into Game 2, just to really change things up, spice things up, and Annihilate comes in, facing off against the Skeletor.
Another good lead for Mad Max, but this is a neutralish lead because we know, and Mad Max knows, that this is a Night/Annihilate. Let's see how these two trainers decide to play it out. Incinerate's coming in. Look at the amount of damage it's doing, and what a catch into the Gligar. This is a catch, of course, but then again, it's a Disarming Voice. This is still going to do a lot of damage into the Shadow Gligar.
Yes, and I absolutely love the noise that Disarming Voice makes as it's launched, and so Mad Max opting for the very safe Lickitung here. I think a great decision, as Lickitung would not do well against the backline of Zephymastics' Registeel. So now Dig coming in, which Lickitung is able to withstand because it is one of the bulkiest Pokemon in the Great League meta.
Yep, Lickitung does withstand that League, but here comes the Body Slam. Body Slam is going. Will this be enough to take out the Gligar? I think it'll be very, very close here. In comes the Body Slam, fully charged, lands on the Gligar, and barely takes it out.
Yes, and it's just a race to get that aerial ace, and unfortunately Zephymastics is not able to manage it, and so Mad Max Alum does have that little bit more energy as Annihilate comes back in, going to get an excellent amount of fun, but has to be mindful of that Power Whip, so let's see what happens. And the Power Whip is launched.
Power Whip comes in here, and this will be enough to take out the Annihilate, but at this point, Zephymastics needs to make a decision here, goes for the Power Protect Shield, and full farm down of this Lickitung. This is going to be a pivotal moment in the game because we see that Registeel at the back. Registeel needs to be aligned on that Skeletor. We know Abomasnow does not like that matchup, but in comes this Night Slash.
Yes, I think that's the tricky thing. The Skeletor just has too much to do, and Mad Max Alum making the right call and no shielding the Night Slash there, which I think, and it gets a boost!
Oh, a boost coming up. This Night Slash will be enough to take out the Skeletor. Let's see what Mad Max Alum does here. He pulls up the Protect Shield and hoping the last Incinerate will knock out the Annihilate, but goes for the Charge Attack instead.
Yes, I think you have to put the Charge Attack here just because these counters, even though they're double resisted, the boost is really adding up here. And Zephymastics able to get a third Night Slash off, and now Mad Max Alum has to use another shield, surely, and yes he does.
Yes, he does. This was the right call. Identifying the backline of Zephymastics could be weak to this Incinerate damage, and that's exactly what happens here. In comes the Registeel, and Registeel is going to be greeted by those hard-hitting Incinerates and this huge Shadow Ball.
Yes, and this is the tricky thing, though. Registeel is not really able to farm farm down. So he's now going for the Bomber Snow here, and now Registeel is able to get that Focus Blast off. This would do a huge amount of damage, but would it KO Avi? I'm not sure.
I think the Focus Blast will most definitely not KO, and the Bomber Snow gets to Weather Ball. This will be a very interesting endgame here. Will this Weather Ball put the Registeel in a range where a few Incinerates can knock it out? And an attack fall!
Yes, although at this point I think the attack fall is somewhat irrelevant, and you are able to get the Incinerate down, and Zephy Mastix is unfortunately taking a loss here. Mad Max Ullum bouncing back from that earlier loss to make this 1-1, so this game 3 is going to be super, super close.
Just to correct myself there, it was an icy win, that's why there was an attack fall. I was wondering how a Weather Ball could have, an attack fall there, but amazing identification, that showing that Mad Max Ullum is a great trainer. He identified that, wait, why is he shielding the almost knocked out Annihilate? Maybe he has something weak at the back for Skeledirge. That's exactly what happens. He shielded the Skeledirge, completely farmed down the Annihilate, and then threw the Shadow Ball and forced the Registeel to expend energy on the Abomasnow. Abomasnow surviving with just a little HP, able to get that Icy Wind off, putting that Registeel in one Incinerate range. I think it was perfectly played out. He identified his opponent's weakness and exploited it to the maximum.
Yes, absolutely. And this is the downside with Registeel. Registeel is a great Pokemon and does a lot of impact and a lot of damage with its charge attacks. But because its fast attack is Lock-On, one of the weakest damaging fast attacks in the game, it makes it really challenging to try and farm anything down. And Skeledirge is a ghost type, so those Lock-Ons are double resisted as well.
That's the worst part of it all. Like, against Skeledirge, Lock-Ons barely do any damage. So farming down a Skeledirge, even if it's in the red, is going to take a while, and that's not going to be before at least you take 3 Incinerate damage, and that is enough to put the Registeel in the yellow already.
Yes, absolutely. 3 Incinerates will definitely get you a Shadow Ball, which you can launch into Registeel. Of course, Registeel taking neutral damage from Ghost-type attacks. The Disarming Voice would be resisted in comparison. So I think now it's going to be very interesting. I think Mad Max Ullum, I feel, and this is going to be a bold prediction, I think Mad Max Ullum has found his rhythm now, and so I think he's in a good shot to win Game 3. What do you think?
It depends, right? I think Zephy Mastix has set it up in such a way that he's bought like counters to the Wigglytuff in all the games. So maybe at this point he thinks Mad Max Ullum is not going to bring the Wigglytuff, and maybe Zephy Mastix wants to bring the Dragonite. He's made an amazing setup here. Let's see what happens. It's a Whiscash lead into a Wigglytuff. This is a neutral matchup here, but it will all depend on that Scald debuff.
Yes, it definitely will, and I think Zephy Mastix is delighted to see the Wigglytuff here rather than against his Annihilate, as Whiscash going for that first Scald here to see how much damage this will do to Wigglytuff, and of course that crucial debuff if it were to come. So let's see, the launch is here, and there is a debuff!
Yeah, the attack fall happens here, and immediately safe swapping into the Poliwrath, and it is going to be met by the Annihilate. Annihilate coming in a bit late into this matchup, so it's going to be interesting to see how Mad Max Ullum wants to pay this out. He goes for that Icy Wind bait. Unfortunately, Zephy Mastix says, maybe you don't go Scald directly, and calls the bait.
Yes, but Annihilate is just so defensively a bit frail that even the Icy Wind is problematic. And so now going for a charge attack priority event, which Annihilate, of course, will win with its higher attack. And now Shadow Ball coming in. This would surely KO, so Shield comes in.
Yep, Shield comes through here, protecting that Poliwrath. In comes the Icy Wind. Let's see what Zephy Mastix does. I think at this point, this matchup is something you can really use to solidify your lead in the game, because Annihilate can do a lot of work on the Poliwrath, not just on the Poliwrath, but also on the backline of Mad Max Ullum.
Yes, and so you have to time your attacks very, very carefully. If you notice, Zephy Mastix fully aware of just how much energy that Poliwrath had, going for the Shadow Ball here to make sure that this Poliwrath is eliminated. But now you have a double debuff and a double Annihilate, which gets taken out in 1 charm.
Yeah, 1 charm is all it took. This Wigglytuff is just 1 away from another move. Oh, not before the Wigglytuff gets to, not before the Whiscash gets to the Mud Bomb. Mud Bomb will not be enough to knock out the Wigglytuff. Let's see what Mad Max Ullum does. He does not shield the Wigglytuff and goes for the Disarming Voice.
Yes, and I think Disarming Voice at this range probably won't KO, but with the addition of the charms, it might be able to. So now the Disarming Voice comes in, it's Whiscash very low, switching immediately into the Lickitung and responds with Skeledirge here, but Skeledirge taking super effective damage from the Licks.
Yeah, Skeledirge does take super effective damage from the Licks, but the charge attacks of the Lickitung don't do a lot of damage on the Skeledirge. In comes the first charge attack. It's going to be that Power Whip. Power Whip will do more damage than the Body Slam, and Mad Max Ullum recognizes it and goes for that Protect Shield.
Yes, and so now it's a question of how much energy do you farm up if you are Skeledirge. Disarming Voice coming in here, so they get shielded immediately, but Skeledirge has been able to get up to 2.
Skeledirge has 2 charge attacks loaded here. Disarming Voice, now he's maxed it out completely. Let's see what happens here. Power Whip comes in. Will this be enough?
That's going to be a very, very key question, because Power Whip will do a decent amount of damage. Just about survives. Is he able to get Disarming Voice off? He does. And now the first one will bring Lickitung into the red. Both Pokemon really, really low on health now. Will the second one be launched?
Yes, second one is launched immediately, and this will be enough to knock out the Lickitung. This is going to be pivotal. Will the Wigglytuff have enough in its package to charm down the Wish Cache? In comes the Wish Cache. Mudshot gets through. Wigglytuff will be immediately coming in. Oh!
My goodness, Zeffy Mastix is able to just sneak and get that Mud Bomb off. You can see the reaction from both trainers. How unbelievably close was that?
Zeffy Mastix just barely edging out Mad Max and winning the game there. Very, very close game. Zeffy Mastix holding on to his nerve and then making sure that there is no way that Mad Max Ullum can come back into the game. A thing to note there was, I think Mad Max Ullum could have swapped in the Wigglytuff just a little bit before, because his switch clock was up. I barely identified in the last second, but maybe he did not.
Yes, and I think it's one of those things where reaction time is key, but under the heat of the moment, the pressure of a tournament, sometimes it is very easy, even for top trainers, and bear in mind, Mad Max Ullum, top 50 in the Glow Battle League leaderboards. Even then, the environment can cause even the best trainers to make a small slip-up, and when you're facing off against a former regional champion, you really can't afford those, right?
Yeah, it was a very, very close game indeed. I'm still you know, there's still, I still have goosebumps from game number 2, because it was a really, really close game. Game 1, of course, Mad Max Ullum completely predicted Zeffy Mastix, but unfortunately for him, Zeffy outplayed him. Game number 2 was a little bit more difficult for Mad Max Ullum to win, but he had the lead. He identified that his Skeledirge was going to be pivotal for him to win that game, and he went with that. He saved the Skeledirge at the back, and then it won him the game. But game number 3.
Oh, how unbelievably close. That's very much the definition of basically, maybe not 1 HP in a dream, but a couple of HP in a dream for sure for Zeffy Mastix there, just to clinch out that win. I tell you what, if that was the first battle of this stream, of this tournament, of that high caliber, to me, that felt like a championship, like a day 2 matchup. So I can't imagine what else we're going to see soon.
Yep, these are, as I said, I think I checked the bracket as well. There's a lot of trainers who are, I think, the top creme de la creme, as we call it. They are here and they're willing to compete, and they all are vying for that title, the title of the regional champion of Dortmund.
Yes, how awesome is it? Like, you get a medal that says, you know, for a champion. I mean, that just, like, I've held those in the past, and they're like, oh my God, these look so beautiful. And I even was very naughty and I wore it a bit just to see, because that's the closest I'm getting to one anytime soon. Anyway, and then you obviously get the prize money, you get the booster packs, you also get that beautiful Play Pokemon playmat with champion on it. How rare are those to like put one of those down when you're playing trading card and go, champion, eh? Impressive.
I think it's amazing to be able to come to these tournaments, withstand the pressure, making sure that you don't let your preparations go in vain is a lot. Being on stage, especially for, let's say, a best of 5,
yeah,
or the winner final,
yep,
and then the grand finals, and then also the losers final. It's a lot. It takes a lot on you. So having that mental aptitude to go through this is incredible.
Yes, it is an incredibly talented thing to do, but I think the key thing for a lot of trainers, they're going to be thinking, oh, you know what, like, this might seem like a lot, but the best way to get into this is to come to practice, see how far you get, and then come again, and then keep coming and get better and better each time. Experience is the greatest teacher, and then when there isn't experience, there is also other trainers that you can pick up tips from. There you'll hear a lot about community, you'll hear a lot about grassroots and the friendships made in teams there. They will teach you all you need to know and make you a brilliant player, or more brilliant than you already are.
Yep, as the age-old adage goes, practice makes perfect. The more tournaments you come to, the more you'll be exposed to high-level players, and the more you can learn, and the more skills that you can pick up. Also, another thing that can be really interesting here is those trades as well. Trading with low friendship will give you the correct, help you train your Pokemon with the correct attack or the correct HP stats.
Yes, for sure. It will allow you to really favor certain attributes with Pokemon, and it's also just fun. And look who we have here. Do you have a vague familiarity with the trainer on the right? Does he strike anything to you?
Oof, I think I remember him, but wasn't he next to us last time around?
Yeah, I don't know what he's doing over there. He seems to be dotting about from one place to another. But let's go. I will leave the trainer on the right for you, Avi. I'm going to talk a little bit about why Warino. Sorry if I've mispronounced that. I'm going to try my best not to do so. But he says one of the random facts that you want to know is why Warino likes all Pokemon except those that use Charm.
I kind of sort of agree with him, but there are some Pokemon that can use Charm that are viable in the meta. For example, the Wigglytuff. It is a Pokemon that does very well against the top meta except the Skarmory.
Yeah.
So I understand. Of course, there are some moves that you don't favor, but in the end, if the meta calls for it, you have to adapt. Same goes with Bastiodon. We saw Caleb Penning, another caster, run it for great success and going and finishing second in a regional even.
Yeah, I think he's done that twice now with Bastiodon, Caleb has, so fair play to him. And you can see who he's playing against. So first of all, before that, let me talk about Shadow Charizard. What is that doing there? How that gives me Liverpool 2023 vibes, that.
Shadow Charizard is gonna, run a shiver down Leo's spine, because look at his team. He has that Wishcash and Charge Bug to answer it. But then again, those Blast Burns from Shadow Charizard are gonna do so much work against Leo's team. So he needs to try to have shield parity at all times. He needs to try to call the right baits. So it's going to be a very, very huge uphill climb for him. But looking at his team, we see that Poliwrath, I was told by Leo a long time ago he was afraid of flying, and his Poliwrath plushie bought him comfort, and that's how he overcame his fear of flying, and that's why he's running it today.
Yes, and Poliwrath is one of his favorite Pokemon as well, so of course he's going to run it. He claims one of his best achievements is beating Inadequance the first time he played against him in a best of 3. And of course we know Mr. Inadequance, he is Mr. Top Cut within Europe, at least to some extent anyway. And of course for Leo to beat him means that obviously Leo is clearly the better player, right?
For sure, if you beat a trainer, you're better than the trainer. We see the moves and the Pokemon here on Warino's side. We see the Shadow Charizard with the Wing Attack, Blast Burn, Dragon Claw. That is the conventional moveset. Dragon Claw is a bait move, but also does a lot of damage because it does come from a Pokemon with a high attack like Charizard, plus the Shadow bonus on top of it. Then you have the Shadow Gligar, the Dugong that you talked about as well in your caster prediction. It's a Pokemon that can set up a shield advantage or help Charizard set up a farm down advantage.
Yes, absolutely. And for those of you trainers thinking, what is Kanzivi talking about with farm down advantages? When you use Dugong to soften up a Pokemon and also reduce its attack with Icy Wind, and then Dugong is unfortunately knocked out. However, the remaining Pokemon on your opponent's side is relatively low on health, is relatively lowered on its attack, and it allows Charizard to just use its wing attacks to take down the opponent's Pokemon. And then you come into that next matchup with a lot of energy to launch those overwhelmingly powerful Blast Burns.
I really, really like how Warino has set up his team here. He has like 2 Shadow Pokemon. Shadow Charizard is super heavy hitting. Then he has bulky Pokemon like the Lickitung, the Dugong, and the Clodsire to potentially soak the damage, use as extra shields, and pull off the shields from the opponent so that the Shadow Charizard can completely shine here. The team setup is perfect here. It's going to be Leo has to play out of his mind to come out of this matchup as a victor.
Yes, and you can see as well Clodsire is on Warino's side, which I like as well. A bit more novel, might have the potential to break a few cores just because of its huge bulk, but Leo, Koenig Leichhardt, he has started off as a caster for Pokemon Go. As part of his wanting to cast and get better, he is trained now. He's hit Go Battle League Legend last season, so he's no stranger to playing at the highest levels. And so I think we're in for a very good match, as good as the last one is my prediction.
Yeah, both trainers are ready, locking in their teams here. Let's see what happens here. We have Wyvorino on the left and Leo on the right. Wyvorino has an amazing lead with a Gligar into the Poliwrath.
Yes, well picked there. So wing attacks coming in, immediately swapping into the Lickitung, which is responded to with the Shadow Poliwrath. Those counters doing huge amount of damage, but you do have to be mindful that Power Whip is super effective against the Poliwrath. Going for the bait here, and so an immediate shield by Wyvorino, he falls for it straight away.
Yep, but this body slam would have still done quite a bit of damage, but getting this bait could be pivotal in flipping this matchup. Let's see how this plays out. Wyvorino going immediately for that Scald. Scald will be enough to take out the Lickitung. Let's see if Koning Lionheart pulls up a shield. No, he does not.
I'm not surprised, because I think Koning Lionheart did opt for a charge attack priority event and would have preferred not to have been into that. So better just let that go, take a shield advantage and see what can I do here. Can I bring the Gligar in and farm down? No, goes for the mirror matchup. Poliwrath against Poliwrath, countering each other.
Yeah, Poliwrath against Poliwrath here, one being a Shadow and the other being a normal Poliwrath. The first move comes in, it's going to be a Scald from the Shadow Poliwrath. Let's see if it gets a coin flip. Oh, unfortunate for Leo here. He does not get the coin flip he needs.
Yes, and so it's now Koning Lionheart responding with a Scald of his own because he wants to try and knock out this Poliwrath on Wyvorino's side before he can get off another Scald, and he is able to do so. Gligar coming back in, but now Poliwrath has a little bit of energy, but no, Wyvorino opting for the Aerial Ace before Koning Lionheart can even get the Icy Wind off.
And this pulls off the last Protect Shield from Koning Lionheart, and this is looking grim here. Going immediately into the Gligar, only to be met by one of the hardest counters Gligar can have in the game by that Dugong. Dugong is doing double super effective damage with every fast move it throws, and in comes this Icy Wind. Icy Wind will be enough to knock out this Shadow Gligar.
Yes, Icy Wind is going to do double super effective damage to Gligar. I think Leo recognizes that he has no play here, is able to get the counter off, and now this is a good matchup for Koning Lionheart, able to get Poliwrath's counter damage onto the Dugong. The Scald looking to soften up the Dugong further. No debuff, but then what is Dugong going to do? Go for that drill run, I guess.
Dugong gets to the drill run and goes for this. This should be enough to knock Poliwrath out and win Wyvorino game number 1. But of course, this has been one of those games where alignment was pivotal in deciding who the winner was. Koning Lionheart unfortunately drew the wrong card there.
Yes, he wasn't able to wiggle his way out of that one and that team composition advantage. So I think now you're going to have to double guess yourself if you're Koning Lionheart and think, ooh, what do I change? Do I bring something that's a little bit more risky or can potentially recover a bit better if you are at a disadvantage in terms of alignment? Because you safe swap Lickitung, which is popular, but Lickitung was answered by the Shadow Poliwrath, and there's nothing Lickitung could do there, I feel.
Yep, Lickitung, as we said before, the alignment was not in Koning Lionheart's favor. You see the Poliwrath into the Gligar, swapping into the Lickitung, only to be met by that Poliwrath, and the end game with the Gligar against the Dugong. There was not a lot he could have done at that moment. Let's see what happens here. We will expect, or at least I expect, Koning Lionheart to run a Wish Cache a little bit more, because it does have quite a lot of neutral matchup against Wyvorino's teams. So let's see if he decides to do that. Lickitung is a great Pokemon to run into Wyvorino, but then again, with Pokemon like Charizard and so on, it can give a lot of take a lot of shields from Koning Lionheart's side to set up a win for the Gligar or Pokemon like Shadow Poliwrath. That's why I said Wyvorino's team and how he built the team is amazing. He had it's typically how I team build as well. I have a few bulky Pokemon, and then I have 2 or 3 really attack-heavy Pokemon that can either take a shield advantage so that the bulky Pokemon can come in and close with the extra Protect Shield, which is their bulk, or let the bulky Pokemon soak up damage and be the Protect Shields for the high attack Pokemon to take over the game. So it's a very well-balanced draft, but let's see if Leo can claw his way out of this matchup.
Yes, I think Wish Cache over Lickitung I'd prefer here, but otherwise it's just going to be a question of that, getting that alignment. I wonder as well if you could maybe even risk the Skarmory here, because it doesn't have a bad matchup against a lot of the teams. It also has, a lot of Wyvorino's side, also has the lovely ability to resist all of Shadow Gligar's attacks, meaning that it's quite a safe thing if Wyvorino is confident bringing Shadow Gligar. Maybe Koning Gligar can go, I'm going to safe swap my Skarmory in.
Yeah, but Skarmory as a safe swap, I do not I would never recommend it because you have the Charizard. That's a matchup. Charizard can come out with a lot of energy. You have the Dugong, where the Dugong can debuff you, and then you are stuck. You are stuck for a potential Charizard farm down. You have the Poliwrath, which has a good matchup against the Shadow Skarmory. You also have the Clodsire with Wyverina's Clodsire is also running that Stone Edge. So it's going to
point.
All these things slowly and steadily can add up to set up that Charizard. So what Koning Lionheart is trying to do is not fall for that. Let's see if Wyverino goes for that Charizard play. Does he bring his Charizard and punish Leo for thinking maybe I go for the Skarmory tactic?
Sure, that would make sense. However, all of those Pokemon you mentioned do not appreciate Brave Bird at all. If you are able, so Charizard, for example, would do very well if it has a shield advantage, but in say in the no shield, the Skarmory, if it has a bit of energy, could easily knock out that Charizard. May not even need a Brave Bird. Maybe a Sky Attack will do in many cases, but, and you can maybe you can speak more on this. Steel Wing versus Air Slash on Skarmory?
Steel Wing for sure. After the Steel Wing getting that damage buff, I think there is no other move that you want to run on the Skarmory. Of course, Air Slash would cement some fighter matchups as well, but because Sky Attack is still an energy-intensive charge attack, so is Brave Bird. I don't think Air Slash is the way to go. You need those fast attack pressure that comes from the Skarmory. Another thing that I would like to point out here is Wyverino went for the typical or the tried and tested ABB strategy here. He went ABB strong against Charjabug. He went with the Shadow Gligar lead and had two Pokemon weak to the Charjabug at the back, which was the Dugong and the Poliwrath. Let's say if he had a negative lead like a Skarmory in there, he would immediately try and switch into a Pokemon like Dugong to try and get the energy advantage or get the debuffs rolling so that his Gligar can have some play into Leo's team as well.
Yes, and I think, therefore, another thing that interests me is with Clodsire in particular, which we haven't seen too much of in regionals as of late. Poison Sting or Mud Shot, both of these fast attacks do very similar things. The only difference is the coverage they provide. Because they're not very high damaging fast attacks, is there an argument for either? Does it matter? What would you say?
No, it depends on the meta, really. I think Mudshot does have a slightly more better matchup against the Skarmory. Poison Sting has better matchup against Pokemon at that time, like the Serperior, where you had a high stat product, Clodsire. You could beat the Serperior with Sludge Bomb. So it's, again, two things. It depends on the meta. It depends on your team. What does your team need, and give the Pokemon moves that can help cover for that. If you're weak to fairies in a way, go for the Poison Sting.
Yep. Yeah, that makes sense. And the Clodsire can, of course, resist all of fairy type damage, so it doesn't really mind that, and has some incredible bulk as well to withstand that. So we can see on Leo's side, he has the Lickitung and Skarmory offering relatively decent bulk. The Poliwrath not being Shadow means it's not too bad as well, but I think if you were going to rely on bulk, you definitely go Lickitung, Skarmory. Whiscash also is not too bad at all. But, you know, to come back to your point, Avi, about, you know, thinking about certain Pokemon that are going to churn out a huge amount of damage straight away, I think on Leo's side, all I really see is the Shadow Gligar. I don't see any hard hitting straight away. Like, you know, I don't see any Shadow Charizard like Pokemon.
Yeah, this is, let's say, this is one of the best teams from the meta that's trickled down, right? It's been, instead of Poliwrath, we've seen Annihilate, but Leo going for that Poliwrath because it's his favorite it's one of his favorite Pokemon. His favorite Pokemon is on stage, which is the Darmanitan.
Yeah.
But Leo's team does have Pokemon like the Charjabug, which can dish out a lot of damage in a very short period of time. Then also Pokemon that can apply shield pressure once you get the Skull debuff.
Yep. Yes, Skull debuffs are so overwhelming and so useful when they happen. Sometimes it feels to me that a lot of these matchups rest on whether there's going to be that Skull debuff or not. So for me, I personally think, and this is a very bold thing, I think you should always have one Pokemon running Scald in a tournament at the moment.
If Scald is something, it depends on Lady Luck, right? You flip a coin, if 50-50, if you get heads, you probably flip a lot of matchups as well.
Oh yeah.
That's one of the things that happened for for Pokemon like Whiscash, it was already very good in a way. It had the right bulk, it had the right moveset, but it just needed that extra push, and that's exactly what Skull gave. Of course, it does have access to other moves like the Blizzard, but at that earlier in the meta, you would use the Blizzard to take down Altarias from the sky, but you don't need it anymore because, as you see, there are no Altarias here.
Yes, there's not too many. Yeah, there's not too many at all. But this is where it comes back down to. Well, how do I put this? You get Scald added onto Whiscash's moveset. It's improved. More Whiscash now use Scald, but then before, Altaria wouldn't be considered a counter to Whiscash because it was in fear of that Blizzard. Now, Altaria is a counter, and this is why, even though we don't see as many, I do feel we see more than we used to now that there's less ice around and Whiscash is not running any ice type attacks.
Talking about ice types as well, we have seen the ice type Dugong coming in.
That's true.
Into the limelight in Liverpool, and we do, in that case, we already want to see what happened in Liverpool, so we have the Liverpool recap video for you.
Pokemon Go trainers, Adelian here, reaching out to fill you in on what happened in Liverpool at the British Regional Championships in January 2024. There was global anticipation for this tournament, with trainers expecting the recently introduced Annihilate to make a more thorough impact on the meta, and it featured on over a third of teams in Day 2 to help handle the Lickitung that was omnipresent. Vigoroth was the only other counter user in the top 12, and Gligar and Whiscash also featured prominently, ensuring a landscape devoid of rock and steel type Pokemon. Day 2 was a top 16 bracket due to the immense attendance of the Liverpool Regional Championships, and after many hard-fought battles, 4 trainers survived in the top 4. In the winners' final, both Pablo Dinas and Nighttime Clasher remained undefeated, whilst in the losers' semi-final, Tomahawk was able to topple former champion Nurgle Rocket to face off against Pablo Dinas, who had been bested by Nighttime Clasher. The battles were fierce, but Tomahawk stood triumphant with a 3-1 victory to punch his way to the grand finals and face off against Nighttime Clasher. And so it began, the grand finals, Nighttime Clasher versus Tomahawk. Both trainers fought valiantly against one another, with Nighttime Clasher coming within touching distance of taking the grand finals there and then with a 2-1 lead. But Tomahawk did not make it easy, and with some excellent mental gymnastics, was able to tie up the score 3-2 in his favour to force a bracket reset. Now the pressure was truly on. Nighttime Clasher had to fight back, and did he just. Returning to his form that he demonstrated so remarkably throughout the entire tournament, he reacted to his initial defeat with a clinical and decisive 3-0, taking his place in the Liverpool Hall of Fame as regional champion.
Thank you, Adelian, actually, for the Liverpool recap. I saw that you were there. Did you enjoy Liverpool regionals?
Yeah, Liverpool was amazing. It was the biggest European regional of the season so far. I'm sure there will be more. I'm sure Utrecht will be big. I'm sure there'll be many. But Liverpool was absolutely amazing. Great thing about Liverpool is that it's a city not too far from me, with an amazing community, amazing social circle, and hospitality, particularly from the British Pokemon Go battlers, is incredible towards all of those that fly in from elsewhere around the world, including the champion, who flew a little bit further afield than I expected.
Yep, we all have that thing now in EU that we need to take the crown back. We need to. We cannot let an NA battler come in and win in Europe. But that said, it shows that skill is everywhere.
Indeed. Yeah, some of these North American battlers are absolutely fantastic. I've had the privilege last year of flying over to Orlando in Florida to compete just for a bit of fun. I wasn't necessarily expecting to come home with the crown, but
how did it go?
I didn't get knocked out straight away.
How many games did you win?
I think I won I think it's either 2 or 3.
That's really good.
So for me, it is anyway. But I met some fantastic people there in the North American circuit. Met some of the professors there, and they were lovely as well. And it just goes to show how much work goes in behind the scenes from all these professors, all these volunteers, to make sure that your event runs smoothly. So big shout out to them. Folks, to update you as well that we are sorting a few things with the phones. There seems to be, to use Lou's phrase, a little Pikachu causing a bit of carnage in there with some of the wires. So we will be back with Game 2 of the battles very soon. So please don't go anywhere.
Speaking of you flying over, right? Did you notice any difference in play styles between the trainers in Europe and trainers in over across the pond?
Yeah, I did. I think there was, I think team compositions were a little bit different. There were certain Pokemon that seemed to feature a little bit more. Also, the setup at the tournaments in North America was really, really impressive. There were some of the halls are really big, had a lot of people there, and there was an amazing balcony that you could climb up and see just all the Pokemon stuff, just all over. And I'm just like, this is incredible. Plus, I spent a huge amount of money in the merchandise stores because I love Pokemon.
Sometimes that's what you do, right? I also try to buy as many pins as possible.
Yep.
I try to collect as many of them as possible. It's kind of like a hobby now. At this
Oh, of course, yeah. I mean, Pokemon is a lot about collecting. Be it Pokemon, be it. I see you've got a very fabulous Lugia pin there. I like that. So yeah, we should get these pins, collect something. It can be an artwork for you to keep in the house as well, and you can see all of this stuff at these regional championships.
We did see a Shadow Charizard just now with Warwarino's team. So we have a Pokemon Spotlight for you where we go a little bit into what this Pokemon is. Charizard has a fast attack of Wing Attack and a charge attack of Dragon Claw and Blast Burn. This is an amazing combination to have just because Dragon Claw comes in really quick. It only takes 5 Wing Attacks to get to the first Dragon Claw and 4 for the next one. And Blast Burn takes 7 for the first one and 6 for another one.
It's incredible that 6 wing attacks gets you a Blast Burn because I cannot really think of any Pokemon that likes to take a Blast Burn unshielded. It is one of those charge attacks to me that you just have to shield.
Yeah, and the beauty about this Pokemon is that it has multiple coverages. It has a flying move, has an access to a dragon type move, and then has an access to the hard hitting Blast Burn. But we already have our trainers here loaded. It's a Dugong into the Poliwrath, Koning Leonhardt picking up that amazing lead there.
Yes, he did, but unfortunately you can't really take too much advantage of it because there's an instant swap into the Shadow Poliwrath of Warwarino's side, going for the Icy Wind here to try and lower the attack of the potential Scald that is about to come, but we'll see.
Yep, it does lower the attack. Leo, knowing his counts there, not going for that Icy Wind bait, goes for the Scald here. This should put the Shadow Poliwrath in the yellow as well. Let's see what he does. He goes into the Skarmory. This is where I said Skarmory is a flying type Pokemon, but because the Steel Wings are resisted, it's not going to be able to farm this Poliwrath down before taking the Scald.
Yes, that's very true. The Steel Wings indeed resisted, but this is quite good. A very clever idea by Koning Leonhardt, getting the debuff, which is not going to be ideal, but quite good idea for Koning Leonhardt to soften up Warwarino's Poliwrath so that he can do a lot more damage, farm up with Skarmory, and then launch these Sky attacks at this Dugong, but that debuff really isn't going to help.
Yeah, debuff Sky Attacks is not going to do a lot of damage against a very bulky Pokemon like Dugong, but fortunately for Koning Leonhardt, Warwarino goes for the shield on that Sky Attack, but this Brave Bird coming in, will this be shielded? No, it's not, and boom, what an amazing damage.
Yes, and so this is the benefit of Brave Bird. It does debuff straight away, but it does allow Warwarino to potentially farm down. It's going to get really close. No, Warwarino deciding to throw that Icy Wind. Very sensible. He knows where Koning Leonhardt's energy was at.
This is going to be very crucial that Koning Leonhardt tries to wait a few turns because, of course, the switch clock was misaligned, but it's been misaligned for so long that both of them have their switch timers up. Let's see what he does. Will he go immediately into the Poliwrath? He has met by that Gligar, and immediate switch into this Lickitung. Lickitung does have a neutral matchup against the Gligar, but, of course, the bulk of the Lickitung is going to come and shine here.
Yes, and Koning Leonhardt, very quick reactions there. I think it was a high-level play, reacting, expecting that switch out, going to no-shield the dig and just farm up a little bit more before throwing the Body Slam here, which now Warwarino probably can take 1, but certainly can't take 2. So when does he shield?
First Body Slam comes in, goes unshielded, already in yellow there for the Gligar. Let's see what happens here. He goes for that bait here, this air relays is not enough to knock out the Lickitung. Let's see what Koning Leonhardt does. Calls the bait, amazing gameplay there, but this puts him in a critical situation. If Wyvernio shields, he can farm down this Lickitung.
Yes, and this will not be great for the Poliwrath. And you can see Koning Leonhardt shaking his head a little bit there, not too keen with this farm down. Here, Gligar does now have the energy. Oh, he's able to get to another body slam!
He gets to another body slam. Unfortunately for Wyvernio, he's not able to farm down the Lickitung, and this puts Koning Leonhardt in the driver's seat. Look at him, he's immediately spam kick clicking that Poliwrath, but here comes his drill run. This drill run will be protect shielded by Koning Leonhardt, and I think this is it. I do not think Wyvernio's Dugong has enough in its tank to get to another move before Poliwrath knocks it out.
Yes, going for the Icy Wind here, just because you want to put anything beyond any reasonable doubt of that win. The Dugong double resisting ice type attacks, but it is immaterial here. The low amount of health means even Icy Wind KOs. 1-1 to both these fantastic trainers.
Yep. Koning Leonhardt going for that Icy Wind because he can.
Yeah. Oh, of course. You got to flex. You got to flex, right?
Yeah. That was very, the pivotal moment there in that game was that Lickitung surviving with 1 HP and a dream to throw that body slam. Mechanically, that was very well played by Koning Leonhardt. He waited in between the air slashes wing attacks turn.
Yes.
Between the 2-turn move, he threw 1 lick and threw the body slam to make sure that he does not take any more extra damages from those wing attacks. And that made sure that his Lickitung could survive with 1 HP to throw that knockout move of body slam.
Yes, and I think another high tactic, a high-level play that you highlighted there, Avi. So, you know, for those of you watching, you have turns in Pokemon Go. Each turn is 0.5 seconds. Certain fast attacks require more than 1 turn to activate, such as the wing attack, which is a 2-turn fast attack. Lick, on the other hand, is a 1-turn fast attack, and so with that in mind, you can throw 1 lick and then your charge attack, and so you are making sure you're getting your maximum use out of that wing attack that you are going to be taking. So this is a key thing that to bear in mind, fast attack timing.
Yep. Brilliantly explained it, Delian. I did not know you had it in you.
It's almost as though I kind of have learnt a few things just admiring and looking up to great, amazing battlers like yourself.
All right, throwing it back at me, but let's see what happens, how these two battlers adapt. Pivotal game number 3 here, 1-1. Let's see what happens. Skarmory lead and into a Gligar. What an amazing lead for Koning Leonhardt.
Oh, he's mind reading now. Here he is. There's going to be a swap immediately, surely into the Poliwrath here. What does Koning Leonhardt respond to it? He can get a shield quite easily with those Sky attacks, and maybe he's going to do that.
Yep, that's exactly what he's going for here. Sky Attack comes in, and this will pull up a shield from Wyvernio. At this point, Wyvernio knows that maybe, just maybe, Koning Leonhardt does not have a Poliwrath answer. Gets a shield, goes immediately into his Poliwrath just to be met with this called Wyvernio tossing the coin. Let's see if he gets the debuff.
Yes, let's see. He does a fair amount of damage with Sandover, and he does get the debuff as well. But Koning Leonhardt does have an advantage. He's got an extra shield, and it's a charge attack priority event, which Wyvernio is able to win. So a shield surely coming out here.
Shield comes up. This is another 50-50 chance for a debuff. Let's see what happens here. Does he get another attack fall? Yes, he does. That is unfortunate, but this is still going to be close because it's at shield parity, but Koning Leonhardt's Poliwrath does have that HP advantage.
Yes, and it does mean that Koning Leonhardt is able to just get a bit of extra farm here because of the double debuff. So he is able to do it and just needs 1 more counter and could get the Ice Wind, doesn't manage it.
Yeah, that was so close, but in comes this Skarmory. Let's see what happens here. Wyvernio tapping on that Dugong, praying that he does not have a Dugong counter at the back. In comes the Skarmory. Skarmory is met with the Dugong, and Koning Leonhardt again does not have an answer for another switch of Wyvernio.
No, he doesn't. So what he's doing for the same idea again, going for the Brave Bird here this time, and it does go shielded, and then an instant swap into the Whiscash here, but again, keeping that shield advantage every time. But this is a bit trickier, because those Icy Winds are guaranteed to debuff the attack of Whiscash.
Whiscash, as we know, is not really an attack-weighted Pokemon, so these debuffs are going to be very crucial in what happens in this game. Whiscash throwing the Mud Bomb. Mud Bomb is going to do quite a little amount of damage, especially after it's debuffed already.
Yes, it will do, but these mud bombs do come thick and fast here as Wararino opting for another icy wind here. Now there's a decision time for Koenig Lionheart. He does not want to be ice sharded down, but does let this icy wind go through as well.
Wishcash easily survives that icy wind. Let's see what happens here. He goes for the Scald here, hoping and praying for this debuff. Nice, excellent. Of course, it's not going to do a lot of damage, but it's all about the debuff game here.
Yes, it is. And no debuff here. He doesn't get what he wants to see. And now Icy Wind coming in. Wishcash now has to decide whether to shield. No. Deciding no to shield. Putting it all on Skarmory here.
This is going to be very interesting how this pans out here. Skarmory, because of the part steel type, does take neutral damage from this ice shots, but getting to this icy wind already, and this will have to be protect shielded by Koenig Lionheart.
Yeah, and I think the problem is Skarmory has just got so much to do, because now going into the Gligar here, which is going to struggle, but Skarmory really needs to get more and more energy here. Going for the Brave Bird, and this is a Shadow Gligar, but surely, even with the Shadow, it's not enough.
Let's see what happens. Brave Bird lands and does a little over 50% on the Gligar, and Dig comes in with the defense debuff Skarmory. This will be enough to take it out. Wyvernio winning the round 2-1. Amazing gameplay here. Koenig Lionheart not bringing a hard answer to the Poliwrath, and slowly and steadily got punished. Of course, those debuffs didn't really help for Koenig Lionheart to come out of that matchup with an energy advantage, enough to get an Icy Wind onto the Gligar. But it is what it is.
Yes, it is. That was quite a significant moment. If he had got the Icy Wind off, wow, how that dynamic would have changed, which goes to show there are certain points in the matchup where it's decided just by 1 or 2 turns. And you can see both trainers are exchanging their pleasantries. Again, a thing I always say is just how much camaraderie there is in Pokemon Go.
Well, what I personally would have liked to see from Koenig Lionheart is shielding that Wishcash and then going for another Mud Bomb.
Yeah.
Because going for a Scald made sense, potentially fishing for an attack fall, but 2 Mud Bombs would have put the Dugong in a range where you can potentially farm down with the Skarmory.
Yep.
Skarmory was at a HP range, health range, where it could not be knocked out by a Dig.
Yes,
So
yes, that's true.
that might have been something that we could look into, like in hindsight, but it was a half a split-second decision that Koenig Lionheart went for, and unfortunately, it did not work out for him.
Yeah, so it's always a bit trickier when you are battling at these sort of high levels and to think about everything in the moment. But again, it comes back to what we said earlier. Practice makes perfect. The more often you put yourself in this situation, the more you will get better in due course. There are some fantastic trainers that have already got very, very far into the winner's semi-finals, believe it or not, with some of the rounds. Tonton Batus has managed it, Zephy Mastic, Stone Collection, Nighttime Clashes, Wireless. A lot of these trainers are already that far ahead, and so many of them have reputations that justify that.
Yep, we're going to also pick another trainer who's going to win at the Dortmund Regionals this weekend as well. It could be one we've already seen. It could be Zephy Mastix. It could be Wolverine. We do not know. Both these trainers have shown amazing discipline, getting all the way, getting those wins and doing it in a very commanding fashion. Koenig Lionheart did put up a really good fight there. I think the games were too close to call.
Yeah.
And he still has an opportunity to make a lower bracket, a loser's bracket run to go all the way to the grand finals. It's not over yet because you still have another chance.
Yes, of course. Yes, good reminder. Double elimination tournaments. You can take 1 loss, but not necessarily not 2. So this is the key thing. It's not, you're not out of it until you really are out of it. And don't forget, even if you do get knocked out, you still have a challenge or a League Cup that you can do, and many other amazing things at these regionals. So it is definitely worth the day out or the weekend out to check these out, especially when it's so close to many of you.
Yeah. I think regionals are like a knowledge pool.
Yeah.
If you're here, you need to learn. As long as you keep learning and developing your skill, you are not going to be disappointed what you take back home. That said, we have 2 great trainers. I had the pleasure of casting them both. We have Lurgan Rocket. He's known throughout the community. He's been a very consistent battler. He's also been a world contender as well. But on the right, we have Wolfpack. I've casted him in the very first regional that I've casted in Lille, and I've seen him multiple times on stage. He's a very good trainer, and he's bought the pick that I wanted him to bring, which is what I wanted the players to bring, which is the Altaria. Altaria would have done great against most teams, but unfortunately, look at Lurgan's team.
Yes, Lurgan's team will not have any issues with Altaria at all. Abel has that the conventional Abomasnow running Icy Wind. Does also have Cresselia, although Cresselia is not using Moonblast, so that's not too bad, but Azumarill will have a field day with Altaria.
Yeah, Azumarill will definitely have a field day with Altaria. Abomasnow will do super effective damage with its fast attack, and worst even, throwing that Icy Wind will debuff the Altaria so the Dragon Breaths don't add up as well. Last but not the least, we have that Registeel. Registeel is going to resist every move that the Altaria throws at it, and of course, all the moves that goes from the Registeel is also resisted except the lock-on.
Yep.
But then again, Zap Cannons add up because it's neutral.
Yes, and the debuffs, of course, from Zap Cannon, where it has a 2/3 chance of that happening, that can be quite significant in flipping a lot of matchups. But we saw earlier in the stream how Registeel can really struggle to farm down anything, especially if there's any resistances. So for Lurgan Rocket's side, I think he told me earlier today when I was having a quick chat, oh, I'm just going to run the same team I ran in Liverpool. I'm comfortable with it. I know with it. How important is comfortability with your team versus trying out something new? What would you think? What would you say?
I think for me, it's the most important consideration. I want to be comfortable in the Pokemon I run. I always start with, all right, I will go into Go Battle League, practice the Pokemon that I feel could be good for the meta.
Yep.
Am I comfortable with them?
Yep.
And if I am, I start building a team around them. And one of the most brilliant ways is to try and practice a team of 3 in Go Battle League.
Yeah.
But we do have already Wolfpack's team here. He has the Shadow, Alolan Sandslash. This Pokemon is going to do a lot of work against Lurgan Rocket's team. His only hard answer is that Talonflame. So it's going to be interesting how Wolfpack tries to align the Shadow, Alolan Sandslash. You also have that Annihilate running Shadow Ball and Night Slash, not Ice Punch. But last but not the least, another Pokemon, a blast from the past, that Lantern with Spark and Thunderbolt. Yes, Lurgan Rocket has that Talonflame. Lurgan Rocket has that Azumarill and Registeel to hard wall the Altaria, but Lantern can have a field day against all 3 of these Pokemon, especially if it manages to land the Thunderbolt on the Registeel before the Zap Cannon debuff.
Yes, that is a key thing. Interesting as well for Shadow Alolan Sandslash. We haven't seen too many of those, although they were popularized in many seasons past by Danky Chan, by Mind Joke, and many other fantastic traders. But interestingly, Zweilous ran Powder Snow Shadow Alolan Sandslash in the Barcelona special event where he was Barcelona champion. Powder Snow, I think, gives a much more better matchup against Lickitung, the most common Pokemon in the meta. So is that a good thing? Would you opt for Powder Snow over Shadow Claw here?
Based on the meta, Powder Snow makes a lot more sense because we saw the usage. We saw Lickitung being #1 and followed by Gligar. So a matchup against Lickitung with Powder Snow, Alolan Sandslash in the Zero Shields. If you land the Drill Run, you could land the next move and farm completely down the Lickitung to have another Ice Punch ready to go against the next Pokemon that comes in with barely 1 HP or 2 HPs remaining. So it's an advantage that you don't have to pass out. Speaking of which, we have the trainers already loaded here. Annihilate into an Abomasnow. That is an advantage.
Yes, that's a huge advantage to Wolfpack, and I think Lurgan Rocket will want to get out of this ASAP. So he's going for a nice ABB strategy here, and responding to with a Lantern, and Lurgan Rocket really doesn't want to see that.
This is not a matchup that Talonflame wants to be in. Lantern has such a dominant matchup into the Talonflame that it can potentially completely farm down the Talonflame. Look at that fly. It comes in, does no damage whatsoever. In comes another fly. Wolfpack says, I'm going to farm a little bit more because these flies don't do enough.
Yes, and there is one thing here that if you do soften up the Lantern a bit more, that just means less farm available for when the knockout is eventually delivered. Fully undercharging to Surf to get even more sparks off on this Talonflame.
Yeah, perfectly undercharged here, getting 1 extra spark. That was amazing gameplay. I thought it was enough to knock out the Talonflame, but it is not enough. Let's see what Lurgan Rocket does. Of course, I think he will have to come in with the Abomasnow and tank all these resisted attacks.
Yes, I think so as well. But no, swapping into the Lickitung here because he wants to preserve the energy on the Lantern, and so Lurgan Rocket going for the Icy Wind here. Suddenly, this matchup is not as bad as he's saying.
Yeah, this matchup has just been opened up. Abomasnow going for the Icy Wind. Let's see if Lurgan goes for the Cresselia swap. No, he does not. Staying in here, he knows the last Pokemon of Wolfpack, so he knows that this Abomasnow does not have a lot of play. that's exactly what happens. He's sacking the Abomasnow, but all he's doing is getting those debuffs one after another.
Yes, and so here comes farming a little bit more here, going for that Icy Wind, but holding a little bit of extra energy as well, maybe to utilize that further along in the end game. Icy Wind now being launched, and now Lickitung is double debuffed in its attack.
Yep, Lickitung is double debuffed indeed, but in comes a Body Slam. This is most definitely not enough to knock out the Abomasnow, but potentially can help him farm down the Abomasnow. Let's see what happens here. Abomasnow still has so much energy. It tries to catch a move with the Cresselia, but, well, this is so debuffed against a bulky Pokemon like Cresselia.
It may not be even mattered all that much. It tickles the sides, as they say. The Cresselia coming in is responded to by the Annihilate here. Rather interesting, but both of these Pokemon have super effective attacks on each other. So Lurgan Rocket noticing, there's a Night Slash, I don't need to worry about this.
Yeah, this is the first Night Slash coming in. Let's see if he gets a boost here. No, he does not, but this is still good for Wolfpack. All he has to do is chip this Cresselia to a range where those charge attacks from the Lantern can take it out. In comes the first move, shielded by Wolfpack, and this was unfortunately a Grass Knot.
Yes, it was an effective bait there, but now Annihilate able to get another Night Slash off. At this range, it might be worth shielding, and Lurgan Rocket recognizes and does indeed shield.
Yep. Shield, Protect Shield comes up here. Cresselia does have a lot of energy. Let's see if he goes for the Future Sight. He goes for the big Future Sight here. Wolfpack immediately pulling up that Protect Shield to make sure that he does not take this Future Sight.
Yeah, that would do so much damage if it hits. So now an Olgo going for an Energy Ball afterwards. Incredible tactic straight in there.
Yeah, straight in Energy Ball comes in. Will this be enough to knock out the Annihilate? Yes, it does. It knocks out the Annihilate, but Lickitung can potentially farm this down and get to a Body Slam. We know the Cresselia is very, very, very low on HP, but let's see what happens. Will it get to a Body Slam? Yes, it does, and it was Charge Attack priority even there.
Oh my goodness, when do you ever see Lickitung win a Charge Attack priority event, but no shielding? The Cresselia here taking that Body Slam, and down it goes. Lurgan Rocket recognizing he cannot win this if he didn't win that Charge Attack priority event, and he wasn't able to do so. Amazing, amazing play there in the end.
That was a very, very close game. Wolfpack reading it, making sure he saved some energy on the Lantern, protected the Lantern, thinking there could be something weak to the Lantern at the back. The moment he made that swap, the game kind of opened up, but he knew what he had to do to ensure that the advantage he had with that Talonflame save swap and the Annihilate into Abomasnow lead throughout the whole game. The reason why Lurgan Rocket didn't shield the Body Slam from the Lickitung is because the Lantern already had 2 serves loaded. So if he shielded, the Lantern would have been more than happy to send the Cresselia back into its Pokeball.
Yes, it's prolonging the inevitable at that point, and Lurgan knows that. Wolfpack's achievements, he's managed to reach a special event top 16. That was the tournament last year. That was won by Polishar, but Wolfpack going very, very close. And then top 4 in Lille, and Lille was a huge tournament, if you remember.
Yeah, it was Lille. It was my first regional to cast as well, top 4 in Lille. But let's see what Lurgan's achievements are.
Oh, look at
that.
this.
He was 2024 previous regional top 4. He was a Bochum regional finalist, World's top 4 in 2022, and Liverpool regional champion in 2023. Those credentials, 2022, those credentials are amazing.
Yes, and Liverpool 2022 was the first ever Pokemon Go Championship Series regional. It was so iconic. It was so steeped in history, and Lurgan was the first person to make that mark on history. So brilliant player, and I do think he has the skill to react to this initial loss.
Yeah, it was, as we call it, it was bad alignment, right? It was a very polarizing matchup from the start to the finish.
Yeah.
So it was difficult, and ideally what you can learn from this is, okay, this was just polarizing matchup. I did my best. I still have play. I'm going to forget about game number 1, focus on game number 2 and 3. And Lurgan, he's a tried and tested battler, and that's exactly what he does. Oh my, he leads a Talonflame into a Lantern. This is not what you want to see as Lurgan Rocket.
Yes, I think going straight into the Cresselia, which is actually not too bad because the Wolfpack doesn't have a decent answer to this. So staying in, trying to soften up the Cresselia with a Surf before Cresselia can get to a Grass Knot. So sensible, I like this idea.
Yep, he knows that he doesn't have a hard answer, so goes for the Surf, does that extra bit of chip damage onto the Cresselia and going into the Gligar. Let's see what Wolfpack does, because if he doesn't shield his Future Sight, but he does already.
Yeah, he just like no hesitation there. I do not want to take any risk. I want to keep alignment at all costs. The shield on the future site here. Now Gligar can really pressure with those Stigs, which are neutral but do a fair amount of damage, and it's shadow boosted.
I think Lurgan will have to try and fight for switch here, but he lets the damage go in, knowing maybe full well that his Cresselia will get to another future site. But here is the tricky part. He goes for the Grass Knot, and Wolfpack calls it.
Oh, wow, that is incredible. You would think that he would shield this, but no. Calling the Grass Knot here, but maybe he can get to another one, but no. Well, I realize it is launch phase. Wolfpack knows exactly what Lurgan's trying to do.
Yeah, Wolfpack has Lurgan read like a book here. Lurgan Rocket pulls up a Protect Shield, trying to get to that next move, and it's a future side. Does Wolfpack keep count here? All he has to do is pull up a Protect Shield and ensure switch, and that's exactly what he does here. Goes for the Protect Shield and will be able to completely farm down this Cresselia. In comes the Talonflame. Talonflame does one Incinerate, only to be met by this Aerial Ace from the Shadow Gligar.
Yes, so I think Lurgan Rocket wants to just let the Talonflame take a bit of damage here and just farm up a little bit more, but he has to be careful because I think he has to take another Aerial Ace here. Ah, and here we go, it happens.
He happens. Another Aerial Ace comes in. Will this be enough to knock out the Talonflame? I don't think so. Oh, it does! He has one Pokemon against two Pokemon of Wolfpack, and Wolfpack does have that Annihilate. I don't think Lurgan wants to see this Pokemon right now.
Yes, I think as soon as he sees that, it's going to go, I can't do anything. And you can see the nod on Lurgan Rocket's head. He's just like, yeah, that was rough, wasn't it?
Unfortunate for Lurgan Rocket, he was met with just polarizing matchup after polarizing matchup. Is there any play for Lurgan Rocket here? Oh,
definitely not.
Boost on top of it all, adding insult to injury here. Wolfpack going to tank this Energy Ball and potentially counter down this Abomasnow.
Yes, even though Annihilate taken into the red, those counters are just destructive. And Annihilate staying with 1 HP in a dream, or maybe a couple. But yeah, that boost was just like, oh, you're losing. Now you lose harder.
Yeah, that was unfortunate as well. I think potentially if the boost did not kick in, there was small play for Lurgan Rocket to try and farm down the Annihilate and get an Energy Ball onto the Lickitung, but onto the Lantern. But we know how bulky the Lantern is. It's going to be able to survive that Energy Ball very easily.
Yes, oh, it definitely will be able to. But it did do a bit of damage. But I think Wolfpack was very much aware that it will take me into red, but my boosted counters will still do more than enough damage for to the Abomasnow. So unlucky for Lurgan, he drops into the losers bracket relatively earlier perhaps than he would have liked, but we know he has had a legacy of being the regionals finalist in Bochum last year, which was not too far from Dortmund. Maybe he'll be able to fight his way back.
He was also top 4 in Worlds. I
right? Yeah.
I don't think he's out of the competition yet. If anybody can do it, it is definitely Lurgan. Of course, these battlers do a lot of preparation to come all the way here. And we have compiled a video where we put on some few tips on how you can prepare for an IC of your own.
And we're back. Hello, trainers. Again, I'm Martijn, and here I am with Amanda. Amanda, how are you doing?
I'm doing well. These are incredible battles. We're really getting into it so far. We've seen a lot of big names already being toppled. And so I can say for a fact, you know, like some people we thought that we're going to even win round one, so we've been knocked down to the losers bracket. Anything can happen here in Dortmund.
Even a Night Slash boost. We just saw, just like as we talked in the introduction about Doonbug double boosting with the Night Slash, we just saw Wolfpack boost against Lurgan Rocket. I don't think it made much of an impact,
at that
but
point,
like it is interesting to see.
I think Lurgan Rocket did an incredible job making that game one so close. Not only was he hard countered in the lead, his save swap was also hard countered as well, but even still making it very close down to the wire. Unfortunately for him, he will be knocked down to the losers bracket, but like we said, it's a double elimination tournament, meaning that he still has plenty of chances. And also, speaking of Doonbug, I believe that he was knocked down to the losers bracket round one and made it to a world, or to be the champion of that regional. So, like I said, anything possible here in Dortmund.
Do you mean it's possible that we might see our co-caster Leo again?
We would love that, right? I think incredibly proud of him, doing well, playing well. His first actual tournament for Go, so I mean, yeah, congratulations to him.
Yeah, absolutely. And our next round that we will have soon is going to be Stone Collection versus Cashton. Stone Collection, I believe, very close to qualifying and pretty local to the area as well, as a German player living in the west of Germany. And I'm very curious to what he will use this time, because I believe in Liverpool he used Deoxys Defense, a fighter that we barely see anymore, right?
Right.
We see so many Annihilate, and we saw Poliwrath quite often as well so far in stream.
I know, you know what's so funny is like it's talking about the timeless travels meta, right? These Pokemon that maybe are starting to see a comeback from the very beginning stages of when PvP first started. But Medicham, nowhere to be seen anymore, and Defense Deoxys is also not that common. If we're having a look now at his team, I'm seeing something that I absolutely love. My favorite Pokemon on the field in the Shadow form, and I'm talking about that Shadow Sableye from Stone Collection.
Is it your favorite Pokemon?
It is one of my favorite Pokemon.
Yeah, and I do like Shadow Sableye having a lot of pressure with those Shadow Claws doing more damage than they already did. Foul Play being a relatively low energy cost charge attack, so it comes out pretty quickly as well. And it gives you a little bit of a niche against Pokemon like Lickitung, where you can win some shield scenarios as well. And I believe on Cashton we see the team that Out of Pocket and Nighttime Clash has used as well. They are part of the Dew Gang, and we see Dugong here.
Yep, I do have to wonder if it's part of the Out of Pocket and Nighttime Clasher team. Is that Annihilate going to be running the Ice Punch or the Night Slash? We had a chance to talk with Nighttime Clash a little bit earlier, and he said, "You guys, it's still a Gligar meta. Like, what are you doing running Night Slash over Ice Punch?" But I have to say, after all these boosts that we've been seeing, I'm starting to see the merit of it.
Yeah, but Nighttime Clasher did win a regional tournament in the first European tournament he played, so he must be doing something well. Now let's take out the movesets here. We do see Shadow Sableye with Power Gem, because the Shadow form cannot learn Return. You need to purify your Pokemon to have Return on it. So instead we see Power Gem, which is a Rock-type charge attack. Not the strongest one, but it's very useful coverage.
Yep. I was going to ask you what your thoughts are with a Whiscash or a Shadow Whiscash, but you know, Stone Collection already having 2 Shadows on his team, making it just a little bit squishier, as we call it. The Shadow's doing 20% more damage, but they also take 20% more. And the Shadow Sableye and Shadow Dragonair, both very, like, they have more attack. They're not so defense-weighted.
Yeah.
They can't take a lot of these charge attacks that are coming through on their ends. Maybe having Shadow Whiscash on the team would also just make it a little bit too glassy.
Yeah. Like, I don't doubt Stone Collection if he were to use Shadow's Whiscash, though. He can make anything work, but I do agree with that you would lose a lot of bulk there. And then we see on the other side from Cashton, we do see Night Slash Annihilate, no Ice Punch. Like, who's Nighttime Clasher, right?
Yeah, what does he know?
Yeah, and we see indeed the Dugong, the Whiscash. I believe all pretty standard movesets that most players prefer. And yeah, I think this is going to be a very interesting battle, especially when you don't have Ice Punch for like flyers as the Annihilate.
Yep, but as we've seen before, we've saw it just in that last round as well. Once the boost goes, the attack of the Pokemon does end up boosting, so that not only are the counters doing more damage in the fast attacks, those charge attacks are doing so much damage.
And you know what I like as well? The pacing. You're just a little bit quicker against a Pokemon like Dragonair. But here we go, Amanda. We have on the left Stone Collection, on the right Cashton. We have Skarmory into Lickitung.
This is a pretty neutral matchup overall. The charge attacks of the Lickitung aren't going to be doing that much to the Skarmory, but the those licks would add up, but an immediate swap out of Stone Collection into his Shadow Sableye and met by the Licky Tongue. This is one of the harder counters because those licks are doing nice neutral damage, and again, Shadow-type Pokemon, it's not going to be able to be tanking it as well.
Yeah, I think that Stone Collection doesn't really like that Licky Tongue against the Skarmory because your charge attack are resisted, so he opts to go into the Sableye, and look at how much a Foul Play does. Whip comes in, but if you shield this, and Stone Collection does, he might go for the switch advantage here.
He could end up doing that because, as you said, the Foul Play did quite a lot of damage. We have to remember, since it is a Shadow, it is doing a little bit more, and it did get a Shadow Claw or 2 advantage before that Licky Tongue swapped in. Already at 2 Foul Plays here before the next one is reached.
Yeah.
Will Bliss get a shield from Cashton?
Look at those Shadow Claws adding up. This is double resisted, right? I can't tell.
Indeed, forcing that shield and going to be able to get to another, maybe getting a little bit greedy there. I think maybe he wanted to throw right before, but this Power Whip's coming through. Stone Collection knows it as well, but this, you know what, gives him just an opportunity to farm a little bit more on that Sableye, get a little more energy before this next one comes through.
Yeah, I think Stone Collection wasn't sure if the Foul Play would knock out from that range, so he farmed up a little bit more, used the shield in the process, go for a slide on the charge. I think this will still knock out, and it does knock out the Licky Tongue, but now Cashton is a shoot up. Does Sableye get to 2 Foul Player? I don't think you do.
I don't think it does either. We're going to have to see. This is going to go through. The Foul Play will connect. No shield used on Cashton's side. And look how much it does in Skarmory. Skarmory's already down the yellow, and a hard swap to that Whiscash.
Wow, the bravest of birds coming in. This will do so much damage. It will also debuff Cashton's Skarmory, but you have the option to swap out immediately, and I think that is what he's doing. Yes, he is swapping out immediately, but now Stone Collection is ahead, and he can go for the Scald. Are we going to see a debuff here?
This is a 50% chance, and no shield either, so we'll have to see. Will this be able to debuff? If it does, I think Stone Collection will be put at a nice advantage. He does get the debuff, and he still have to remember, has that whole Licky Tongue in the back. This Scald will be connecting, however.
Yeah, Cashton not sure if that Mud Bomb will knock out the Whiscash, and if it didn't, then Stone Collection will get to his Mud Bomb himself. So going for the Scald, which does more damage, and then knock out. In comes the Licky Tongue. Cashton still has 1 shield here, but the licks are adding up. This Whiscash is almost into Body Slam range, but here we go again. Scald. It's a 50-50, Amanda. If this debuffs, I don't think the Body Slam will do enough.
I don't know either. We'll have to see for sure, because we have to remember this is also a debuff Scald. It does get the attack debuff, forcing Stone Collection to farm up a little bit of energy. He's counting. He goes right before that next Scald here, and we have to see. There's 1 shield left. It isn't used now. It is.
Yeah, 50 energy down the drain as the Power Whip is shielded. In comes another Scald. I love this attack. It just comes out so quickly. It has a 50% chance to debuff, and here we go. There's still a little bit of a Skarmory as well. Oh, but no debuff this time. Skarmory has no energy, though. You need to get 2 Body Slams here in Stone Collection, and he still has a catch as well.
He does, and he could potentially be using that Sableye not only as a catch, but to clear the debuff that it has, because we have to remember, these Body Slams are going to be doing barely anything to that Skarmory, and worse for the wear, there has that attack debuff. Going ahead and trying to clear that out, trying to catch, unable to do, giving Cashton a ton of energy.
Yeah, Cashton probably expecting the catch from Stone Collection here. It probably was obvious that it was coming at some point, but when is that going to happen? And Cashton expecting it, going for the Brave Bird here, and this will knock out a ton of Licky Tongue, and that is a 1-0 score for Cashton.
Cashton going ahead. Stone Collection, like we said before, really great player. We've been keeping our eye on him. 10 points away from qualifying, I believe. But Cashton just going through, clearing a ton of really good players in this Dortmund tournament.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm not surprised that we saw the Shadow Sableye from Stone Collection. I think it paired up really well. You know, fun fact about Cashton, his favorite Pokemon is the Drapion. And I think it actually would have paired well. Against that Sableye there, but not so much in the other Pokemon from Stone Collection, because he has so much fast attack pressure with that Dragonair, with the Sableye. I am surprised that we didn't see the Dragonair at all, but also he probably saw the Skarmory or the Dugong coming from Cashton.
You know, the Drapion doesn't surprise me as one of his favorite picks, because if you look at his team is a team of chances. The Drapion runs Crunch, has potential to debuff your opponent. Not only that, he has a Night/Annihilate on his team for a boost of ice damage, the Icy Wind as well. For the, I mean, Dugong, he's just playing, he's rolling the dice here.
Just debuffing. And here we see the achievements of Stone Collection, top cutting in so many tournaments. 2023 was a little bit rough for him. The top 16 Turin special event, that I believe that was one of his best achievements in that season. But in the 2024 season, he has been steamrolling. He has been so consistent, top cutting I think I have to transfer my title to him, the Mr. Top Cut title, because he's been doing so well.
He's been, yeah, I mean, stone collected, more like it, been playing well. And we can't also not forget, he was the last chance qualifier as well for our first season of Pokemon Go, being able to play in the World Championship and doing rather well in that as well. So he's a pretty household name, and I think especially for a regional in Germany as well, a lot of these Germans are kind of cheering for him to be able to do well.
Yeah, exactly. And like that's a name that you probably are fearing if you go to a tournament. You know Stone Collection is going to be there. What kind of strange Pokemon or unusual Pokemon is he going to use this time, right? It does pair up quite well in the meta, I think, the Shadow Sableye. But Cashen, like, there's a lot of bulk on his team, right? There's the Skarmory, there's the Lickitung. The Whiscash can be so obnoxious to deal with when it gets those Scald debuffs. Here we go, Amanda. We have the Dugong from Cashen on the right into the Shadow Sableye from Stone Collection on the left.
Speaking of debuffs, we have a Pokemon on the field now that is going to do a guaranteed debuff with an Icy Wind, should it be choosing to throw it. But we have to remember the drill run pace is just as quickly as well, giving a nice option for other things to throw. Foul Play going through ahead and throwing first. Since it's not debuffed, I wonder if we'll see a shield. No, Cashen going ahead and letting that go through.
Probably knowing that if I shield this, I might get hit by a Power Gem later, which is super effective. So probably opting for the no shield for that reason. And this is so obnoxious for a Stone Collection because now your Shadow Claws that you rely on so much will do less damage. And it puts Cashen in a very good position here. What are you going to do with Stone Collection? Are you going to clear that debuff? Are you going to keep this charge stack? No, he's going to play the zero shield scenario where both players don't use a shield. And it looks like Cashen's letting us go. Will this knock out?
I'm pretty sure this will knock out at this range, even with the debuff. We have to remember that Shadow Sableye has a pretty nice attack to it. A Skarmory coming in, but this just gives Skarmory a lot of farms. And now Skarmory has a couple Steel Wing advantage for whatever comes in. Nothing wants to take a Brave Bird on Stone Collection's side, unfortunately for him. Throwing right at the same time, but the Scald debuff, or it's going to go through first. Will it get that debuff?
Here we go. It's a 50% chance. And will be very welcome for Stone Collection. Scald comes in. Does this drop the attack? And it does. This is very useful. Now, if this is a Brave Bird, it will still do a lot of damage. And we do see Stone Collection shield this up, because if this is the hardest hitting attack from the opponent, then you definitely want to use a shield there. But in comes Lickitung, and this does have Power Whip, which is double super effective. So I think that Stone Collection is likely going for the Scald, hoping for the debuff, and then switch into his own Lickitung to have some momentum there.
That's smart. It's what we kind of call this chip and dip strategy as well. Getting a little bit of health off of that Lickitung before swapping into a counter for it. Going ahead and looks like he's staying in, maybe trying to catch. He is trying to catch, but Cashen is so patient. They're not going ahead and throwing. Now he has almost 100 energy, throwing now a Body Slam, which is the more energy efficient move to throw at a Lickitung mirror.
Yeah, exactly. Body Slam going in. And I see someone asking in the chat why Whiscash over Swamp so often. That is because of that Skull we saw earlier, because it has a high chance to debuff now, right? And that could have been useful for Stone Collection in this matchup. If you go for the Scald, you are paced to that before Lickitung gets to a Power Whip, and then you go into your own. Unfortunately, he didn't get the debuff this time. But man, if you get that, like your Lickitung would come out with so much health in this matchup.
I agree, and another reason for Whiscash in this meta more is it just has a little more bulk to it as well that the Swampert does. Just being able to take a little bit more charge attacks. Speaking of charge attacks, a wonderful catch there by Cashen, catching this Body Slam. This not very effective move against that Skarmory, and we'll have to see how Stone Collection chooses to respond. His switch timer is not up yet, and this actually isn't a horrible, horrible matchup.
Yeah. Honestly, this is very tough for Stone Collection. There are two shields on Cash's side, but he's letting it go. I think if Stone Collection wants to, he can take out this Skarmory just with fast attacks. But going into the... Oh, catching the... Man, this will do so much damage though. But yeah, you cannot shield it because of the Power Whip on the Lickitung. How do you deal with this as Stone Collection?
Yeah, you're stuck between a rock and a hard place here pretty much. Go ahead, but because of that debuff, able to mud shot down. But there is still 2 shields left. It did not a lot of health on either Pokemon. We're now sitting down to 1 shield. This Mud Bomb will be able to go through, but you have to remember, there is that Power Whip stored on the Lickitung.
Yeah, exactly, and getting more energy here. Cashen is at 2 Body Slam now, which I think is required because actually a Power Whip might barely be enough here. I think Stone Collection might call this Body Slam. And he does no shield! This is a huge no shield because the Power Whip would have done more damage.
The Power Whip would have done more damage, but I mean, at this point, it's going to be worse for where these licks are not doing much to the normal typing of each other. Unfortunately for Stone Collection, there is just so much energy on Cashen's side. He realizes as well, going ahead and looks like conceding this matchup, a 2-0 sweep for Cashen.
Yeah, wow, so well played. And you know, fun fact, he knocked out Toe Tactical before this. Now he knocked out Stone Collection. Cashen making a really good impression, making a good show, showing who he is in the Dortmund Regional Championship.
Yeah, doing incredibly, incredibly well. I really like those those plays. That catch, I mean, it didn't really change that much for him overall, but he had that good wherewithal to be like, you know what, Skarmory is not my MVP in this moment. I'm going to go ahead, I'm letting this Brave Bird go through, and then it's done its job. I'm putting it all on the back, or maybe that tongue of the Licky Tongue.
Yeah, it was just a really tough spot, right? And especially for Stone Collection, he caught the Brave Bird, I guess, on his Wish Catch, but it wasn't really a catch where you don't want to take the damage anywhere, really, because like you said, there was just nothing really from Stone Collection besides his own Skarmory that could take a Brave Bird. Brave Bird is such a strong and efficient charge attack, especially if you fire it off at the start and then just swap out, right? And at that point, Casher realized, okay, I don't really need Skarmory anymore at this point. My Licky Tongue has so much energy. Even if that Wish Catch were to shield, I just throw a Power Whip, which is double super effective. Goodbye, Wish Catch. It has nothing to do anymore.
I mean, and I think Stone Collection knew it too. I think his only hope would be if for some reason Cashin was baiting and throwing that Sky Attack instead of the Brave Bird. But I mean, it's a good indication if there's such low health on a Skarmory, they're most likely throwing that heavier hitting attack because they know that they're going to be knocked out anyway.
Yeah, and I think that's also like the win conditions that Stone Collection recognized, right? I need to call this Sky Attack. I need to call this Body Slam instead of the Power Whip that would do slightly more damage. Just hoping that your opponent might give you a slight win condition there, and then perhaps you can pull the battle towards you. But because it was a Brave Bird, the Licky Tongue was able to lick down, and then it had energy for the next Licky Tongue. Now, if that was a Sky Attack, it would have had to go for a Body Slam on the Wish Catch before being able to knock it out. Right. So that was just such a strong play from Cashin, maybe even predicting the switch into that Wish Catch.
Yeah. Speaking of predictions, I mean, Cashin was doing amazing predictions this whole time as well, because that first game, Stone Collection's only possible win condition was being able to catch one of the attacks from the Skarmory onto his little low health Sableye. Fortunately was not able to do so. So I think that's a thing of a really, really good player, is not only recognizing your own win conditions, but recognizing your opponent's win conditions as well, saying, I cannot give them any opportunity. I cannot let them have that window to be able to win this matchup.
No, I agree, and that's what we're here for, right? A lot of players get this practice through grassroots tournaments, to the Go Battle League. Yeah. And you see Cashin, a player we haven't seen as much before yet, is making such an impressive show by taking out some of the best players in a row. Toe Tactical in round 3 and now in the semifinals, Stone Collection. So he is moving on to the winners finals in his group. And like, at this point, if he keeps playing like this, it's an easy day too, right?
Yeah,
easy.
I mean, like, and that's the really cool thing about this. You know, we saw it in Knoxville as well. We see it a lot of times in these tournaments. The players that don't have, like, have as well known of name does not mean that they're not as good of players. Obviously, there are players that are coming here, taking people by surprise, and maybe showing some of the skills that are not as well or often seen on screen.
Right, exactly. I have a friend.
You have a friend? News to me.
Oh, you just had to again, don't you? I just gave it that one to her. Okay, that's on me. But like I was saying, my friend Triptando, also known as Tristiano, he hasn't played a lot of tournaments as well. He played at the EUIC 2023 once, didn't do very well there, and it's not super motivating, as you know. And then he improved. He practiced, played Go Battle League, played practice tournaments, and then at Liu he got to top cut right away. He only played 2 tournaments so far, and he's been doing quite well. I haven't seen where he's at right now so far. I believe he's also in the same group as Toe Tactical Cashton, so I reckon that maybe we'll see some of them later, maybe not. I know he brought a Guzzlord.
I was going to ask, because he did top cut in Lille with that Guzzlord. Yeah. It does seem to be one of his staple picks, a Pokemon that is really popular for him. His favorite Pokemon, of course, is Mudkip, but it's not as viable in a PvP.
You can use it. You can use it. It goes to like 1100 CP, I think. It has like Water Gun Sludge. I don't even know the other charge stack anymore. It's not a Pokemon I use in PvP a lot, but...
maybe if he gets a Worlds qualification, we can see some of the spicier picks from his side coming in. But speaking of spicy picks as well, I haven't seen any Greninja yet in this tournament. However, all 4 of the Pokemon of my caster predictions has been seen on screen. I'm finally winning this. Normally it's just like anything that I pick up, people are like, not this tournament.
Are you also going to win a tournament sometime? Or you can play?
We'll see. We'll see. I mean, we did see Leo's first debut appearance. Perhaps maybe a little later on in the season we can have a Lundberger appearance as well.
Yeah, exactly. And here we have our next matchup. It's the Cook on the left. He's going to cook Europe. And on the right we have Zwilaus, the special event winner of Barcelona, the first tournament we had this season. And Zwilaus is probably, if there was a name that I would, if I would have to send a European battler to take down the Americans that come to conquer our European tournaments, I would say Zwilaus is one of them.
Yeah, we have to remember, again, these are two champions facing off against each other. Like you said, Zwilaus being the first European to win the first European event of the year, and then Nighttime Clasher winning the last so far of the year. And hopefully Zwilaus is here to say, I'm sorry, Nighttime Clasher, but the kitchen is closed.
We'll see about that. Nighttime Clasher bringing a different team, not going for the Dugong, and he does run Ice Punch on the Annihilate. Now, another thing that stands out to me is that Water Gun Lantern. We usually see this with Spark, but it looks like that he's opting with Water Gun, probably for a little bit of a better Wishcash matchup, because he's also running the Shadow Gligar that doesn't really like Wishcash a lot, and the Shadow Charizard. No Talonflame, but Shadow Charizard.
Yeah, Shadow Charizard has been making a comeback here in Dortmund. We've seen two already on screen, and like you said, replacing that Dugong 4 and Abomasnow. I like the Abomasnow in this as well, and I'm wondering, for your opinion, we talked about Ice Punch being there for the Gligars as well. Do you like Icy Wind more for that debuff, or do you like the pacing of Weather Ball better if you're running an Abomasnow yourself?
Good question. I've been thinking about this often, as I like to run a Abomasnow myself as well. Icy Wind gives you a better matchup in longer neutral matchups such as the Umbreon and the Lickitung. But lately I've been liking Weather Ball as well. Running Icy Wind means that you're a little bit slower to your charge attack, and that means that Shadow Gligar can win or make the one shields extremely close, despite taking double super effective damage over and over. And Weather Ball means that you pace a little bit faster because it's 35 energy opposed to 45 of Icy Wind. So that's why I like Weather Ball as well. But it looks like Zwilaus is also opting for Icy Wind here, just to be a little bit stronger against that Lickitung. And look at the Talonflame.
Yeah, I was just going to say that as well. This is the Talonflame that you also seem to be running. It's not running Flame Charge at all. It's not boosting its attack, but it's running two flying attacks instead.
And another thing that I want to point out, how unfortunate for Zwilaus that he doesn't have Ice Punch for Gligar, right? Because there's a Gligar on the Nighttime Clasher's team. But he does have Night Slash, so perhaps we might see some boost. And yeah, I really liked Brave Bird. It does make you a little bit weaker against Pokemon like Skarmory and Registeel, which are overall positive matchups, but you don't have Flame Charge to deal super effective charge attack damage. So that's like a little bit tough. But I'm curious to see how Zwilaus is going to cook in this battle, as opposed to Nighttime Clasher, who actually brought his chef's hat.
Yeah, exactly. But both of them are running Icy Wind, both of them running Abomasnow, so there is a lot of there is a fire flying type on both of their teams, the Abomasnow and the Annihilate. But I mean, there are some differences, obviously, because of that as well. Like you said, Ice Punch on Nighttime Clasher's Annihilate and Night Slash on Zwilaus's.
Yeah, another point that I want to, another thing that I want to point out here, we saw Water Gun on Lantern. It's also not just better against Wishcash, also better against the Charger Bug, because the Charger Bug is something that Zwilaus might use to counter the Shadow Charizard that Nighttime Clasher brought. Look at Shadow Charizard, how good it is here, right? It's good against Annihilate, it's pretty fine against Talonflame when shields are up, it's fine against Shadow Gligar when shields are up. Charger Bug is the iffy one, and Abomasnow, oh, it melts Abomasnow.
Yeah, that is absolutely true. However, because it's the Shadow Charizard is not running a Fire-type fast attack, it's really more relying on its charge attacks a lot of times for the Abomasnow. If Abomasnow has a little bit of an energy advantage, it can be throwing some things at it as well that's going to be, I mean, like, we're talking about Pokemon that don't have a lot of bulk in the Great League. Charizard is definitely one of these Pokemon. So we have to see how these two will play out these matches. We have an Abomasnow lead into an Annihilate, a horrible lead for Zwilaus.
Ouch, Chef Knight is cooking a lead here. And let's see what Zwilaus is going into the Lickitung, which is not a great answer against the Annihilate, but it definitely does better against the Abomasnow. I don't think Nighttime Clasher cares, though, because he has the Shadow Charizard in the back.
Yep, and we have to remember, both of these trainers know each other's movesets as well. Zwilaus knows this is an Ice Punch. It's not going to be doing that much. Not even a chance for a buff. So, you know what? I'm in an okay position. These counters are doing a lot, but the licks are doing a lot as well. Charging up a ton of energy. Great timing by Zwilaus here, throwing this Power Whip right before the next charge attack was reached.
Yeah, and it looks like Nighttime Clash using a shield, which you kind of want to keep for the Charizard, but you also just want to keep aligned here and come out with so much energy here. Where are you going to take that? Because Lickitung was the only Pokemon that really likes to take charge attacks from this Annihilate. Charger Bug doesn't like the Shadow Ball. Abomasnow doesn't like, well, anything from this Annihilate. So what are you going to bring in here as Zwilaus? You might have to use your shields here. In comes the Shadow Ball. He has two shields. Zwilaus, are you going to shield this up? Yes, he does correctly shield up this Shadow Ball.
The Shadow Ball is going to be shielded, and now we're going to get some Volt Switch energy here coming through. The Exorcisers aren't going to be doing that much. It does pace a little bit quicker. Trying to catch it, and he does catch, but a wonderful catch. Zwilaus being a little bit smart here as as well, thinking maybe there is a catch, throwing that X-Scissor, which is going to be doing damage, but he still has an energy advantage now.
Yeah, and he has so much energy on the Annihilate. I don't know what you're going to expect here as Zweilos, though. If you do read the Charizard in the back, you want your Abomasnow in here, but if he's reading something else in the back, what do you do as Zweilos? He doesn't realize that the Abomasnow doesn't have a lot of play here. Lickitung throws another Body Slam. This is a pretty fine matchup for Lickitung when shields are down, because the Body Slams add up a little bit more before the Volt Switches are going to add up here. As you see, it takes his axes quite fine.
Yeah, and I think you're absolutely right. Zweilos is considering that there is something else in the back, perhaps that Lantern, perhaps that Gligar, but its worst case scenario is in the back here, and this unfortunately for him, Charjabug is so low on health now, not quite being able to knock out, and coming in and actually knocking it out with the Abomasnow.
Yeah, realizing that the Lickitung will get to another charge deck, so going to deny all that energy, and in comes the Charizard. Oh, this is a blast from the past in this timeless travel meta. This is a very rough matchup for the Abomasnow. Zweilos knows it's a Dragon Claw. What do you shield here, though? It will just get to another one.
It will get to another one, but we have to remember he is also at that Icy Wind, Charizard having the higher attack, being able to throw first there, forcing a Nighttime Clasher to get a shield here. Not only does he get a shield off of him, it also is now lowering the attack of this Charizard as well. Perhaps maybe letting him get to another Icy Wind, forcing him to throw. We'll have to see. Oh!
That's so close. Zweilos could have really used that. And in comes a Dragon Claw here. At this point, what do? He is going to put up a shield. There's also energy on the Annihilate. The Charizard is still up in the air, has some energy as well. And yeah, look at that. Another Dragon Claw is being fired here as the Volt Switch goes through. Would have knocked out, but the Dragon Claw is going to take out the Charjabug. And that is 1-0 for Chef Knight.
Yeah, Nighttime Clasher saying, Zweilos, your order is up. It is a 1-0 for me so far. Really well played by him there. And also, I mean, this is the thing about a blind 3. Even though this is a show 6 pick 3, you get a pick 3 Pokemon. Zweilos was clearly predicting that there was something else in the back, something that the Abomasnow could have been a little more useful against. And there are plenty of targets on Nighttime Clasher's team for that Abomasnow. Even the mirror matchup, but especially that Lantern and the Gligar would have been very good for him.
Yeah, unfortunately, Abomasnow didn't have much play. Zweilos definitely expected something like that Lantern and Gligar indeed, but was met by the Annihilate and the Charizard. Probably the exact opposite of what you want to see. Now, another thing I want to point out is that the Charjabug in the lead would have been very good there, but that the Annihilate, even though counters are resisted on the Charjabug, it still has an okay matchup. In fact, you win the one shields going straight for the Shadow Ball as the Annihilate, and I think that's why I really like Nighttime Clasher's strategy, because the worst case scenario, you take 2 shields from the Charjabug, and your Charizard is 1 shield up in the back. And as we can see, Charjabug is the only hard answer that Zweilos has for the Charizard. So Charizard with a shield up in the back and Charjabug gone, is that just a win?
Yeah, I think you have a really good point with that. And probably Zweilos' line of thinking a little bit as well. He knows that I have to bring the Charjabug, so I'm expecting he's going to bring the Gligar. And so maybe a little bit of that prediction also forced him to think, okay, if it's not here, if it's not in the lead, if it's not, then it's got to be in the back.
It has to be somewhere, but there was no Gligar, bamboozled. Yeah, and then the Abomasnow was just met with its fate against the Annihilate and the Charizard, so very tough. Let's see what these players are going to bring for game number 2. Nighttime Clash on the left is 1-0 up against Zweilos on the right, and we have the Charizard into the Charjabug.
This is a better lead for Zweilos here. We'll have to see how Nighttime Clasher chooses to respond with it. Will he stay in? Will he get some energy? No, he goes for one wing attack and swaps into the Lickitung. Lickitung being a great safe swap in this meta, as we've seen time and time again. Zweilos going ahead and doing a little bit of chipping, but I'm wondering if we're going to go ahead and see a swap out after this X-Scissor goes through.
Yeah, I really like the play from both players here. Nighttime Clasher going for one wing attack into that Volt Switch because it's such a long duration fast attack. The Volt Switch will register on the Lickitung instead. So you get a little bit of energy on Charizard. They can go in Lickitung to soak up the energy or just have a safe switch there. And Zweilos securing the switch advantage by first going for an X-Scissor on that Charjabug, then soaking up all the damage on his own Lickitung. But one thing you do need to keep in mind here, Charizard has Blast Burn. So if it gets energy on this Lickitung later, the Charjabug is not safe.
Yeah, exactly correct here. And obviously, this is a little bit of a longer matchup. We've seen it time and time again. Lickitungs and Licks not doing much to each other. It's only these charge attacks that will be doing a little bit more. Another Body Slam coming through here. This mid-game is very important, however, though, because you can see that there is now a Gligar in this game on Nighttime Clasher's side, and that is the Charjabug's worst enemy for Zweilos. So he's really kind of forcing himself to want to win this matchup. We'll have to see if Nighttime Clasher even wants to keep it. He does! This is what I might have predicted would happen. He's shielding this up because he wants to win this mid game.
He wants the switch advantage here, and that makes sense because if you can get shields down, the Charizard goes to town. It will have the Blast Burn, and a shield is given here. 2 shields actually down from Nighttime Clash here. This is actually not looking so hot now because Charizard doesn't live a lot.
Yeah, actually, yeah. I mean, normally the case is if there's a Charizard, you want to keep all the shields for it, as well as saying, okay, new game plan now.
Yeah, and Zweiler's just being happy here, knowing that Charizard just cannot cook. Like, it's an empty dish, right? It's not going to do a lot because it can't really take any charge attacks here. However, first we go for the body slam on this Lickitung, and it looks like Zweiler's just going to build up energy here. Oh, now going into his own Gligar. I love this play because now Nighttime Clash is even behind on his own Shadow Gligar. This is looking very good for Zweiler.
Yeah, especially no shields remaining on Nighttime Clasher's side. Going ahead and this aerial ace is going through. And like you said, he is ahead on energy, Zweiler is. So even if this is going to go through, which, I mean, Zweiler has 2 shields. He can choose when he wants to shield up. Looks like he's going to let that first one go through.
Well, what does the most damage here? Obviously, the aerial ace is to be respected from another Shadow Gligar. It will do a lot of damage. But at this point, do you even have enough HP to get to knock out the Charizard at this point?
We'll have to see because this one is going to go through. I like this play, though. He did go ahead and farm up 1 extra wing tech because he was going to be able to get. However, we're going to see if he will be able to make it. It's going to be close. Yes, he is.
Yeah, aerial ace going through. This is not going to knock out the Shadow Charizard push yet, but will do a tremendous amount of damage. And then there's still the Charge Bug as well. I don't think it has a lot of HP, but it can hang with these wing attacks. And let's see, yeah, 2 Volt Switches will knock out this Charizard. In comes a Dragon Claw to get the shield. It's not being charged, knowing Zweiler will probably use a shield at this point, right?
Yeah, and this is, as well as you saw the little cheeky grin that he gave Nighttime Clasher as well, being able to completely Volt Switch down, throw this X-Scissor onto the very, very low health Lickitung to secure a game number 3 coming up. But this is winners semifinals here. So the next round will be winners finals against these 2 champions.
Yeah, oh, this has been a great matchup. And like I said, Zweiler might be the man for Europe to take down the American that already won regional, right? It would be so devastating for Europeans if an American just comes over, plays 2 tournaments here real quick, and wins both of them. I mean, if he does it, well done, right?
Yes, I mean, I think if he does it, it's a call to action for a lot of Europe. Maybe go over to the US and also play some matches as well. I mean, yeah, let's go ahead and talk about Nighttime Clasher here. He's been doing phenomenal this year, not only in Europe. He's been top cutting across the globe. He did a top 16 at LAIC in Brazil. He was, yes, of course, we can't even the Liverpool regional champion, but also top 4 in Peoria and top 8 in Pittsburgh.
Mr. Worldwide going all over the place for those championship points, and I believe he is also leading, he's behind Doombug, but he's, I believe, top 3 on the global leaderboard currently. Here we see the achievements of Zweiler, the Barcelona Special Event champion. It was the first European tournament of the season, and he got to top 16 in Liverpool last season as well, and he's looking to do very well here in Dortmund too. He is a very technical player, and I would not be surprised if he is able to take down Nighttime Clasher here.
One thing I find interesting about their team compositions as well, if you look at it, it's like Zweiler has a 4-turn fast attack on his Charger Bug and also a 5-turn fast attack with the Incinerate from the Talonflame. However, Nighttime Clasher's whole team is 1- and 2-turn fast attacks.
Yeah, yeah, good point. I think Zweiler's just a little bit more patient. But here we go, decisive game number 3. We have the Water Gun Lantern into the Charger Bug.
This is a little bit better. You mentioned not only better against a Charger Bug, it's also better against opposing Glygars as well, because obviously those water guns, Gligar does not want to be taking with the water, doing a lot of damage. We're going ahead and seeing now an X-Scissor going through on Zweiler's side, and no shield from Nighttime Clasher.
Yeah, and I believe that Charger Bug wins all the even shield scenarios here. Here comes another Volt Switch into those water guns, and this serve will do moderate damage. It's a quite efficient charge attack.
Yeah, but going ahead, and it looks like as well, it's also not shielding it up, but playing it out with this rather neutral first matchup here. Already at another X-Scissor and going through, and Nighttime Clasher also choosing not to shield this one up.
Yeah, I think Lantern might be able to take the zero shield scenario here, just leaving those Volt Switches. But I think if Zweiler was, trying to make a catch attempt, and well, it's not a catch, but he does take the serve here, I guess. This is where you want to take that energy instead of the Charge Bug. And you know why that is, Amanda? That's because he's fearing the Charizard in the back. However, you are met here by the Lickitung. Here we go again.
Again, now another chip and dip on the other side of the strategy. But using this Lantern later for a potential sacrificial swap. Already at a body slam now from Nighttime Clasher's side. And we have to remember, since Swilus did take that serve, he is going to be a little bit lower on health, but a lot higher on that energy. Already at a body slam here and now throwing his first one at Nighttime Clasher.
Yeah, this is so rough for Swilus though, because there's still the Lantern in the back from Nighttime Clasher. It's very low, however, right? But your wing attacks are resisted. So while you have the wing attacks resisted on the Lantern, you take super effective water guns instead of the resisted sparks now. And that's going to put the Gligar a little bit in an awkward spot, I think. If the Lantern is low enough, then Swilus might be looking very good here because Gligar has a decent matchup against the Annihilate. However, it does have Ice Punch.
That does have Ice Punch. As Nighttime Clasher said, guys, it's a Gligar meta, so we'll have to see if this Ice Punch will come into play a little bit later on. An immediate swap out to that Gligar, speaking of it, willing it into existence on Swilus' side, only to now catch a body slam from Nighttime Clasher, but going ahead and saying, nope, this is not the thing I want to shield.
I don't know what I think of this play. Obviously, he's expecting the Charizard, but man, Nighttime Clash just staying in, getting more damage. Now going into the Lantern, trying to make a catch unsuccessfully. Look at the water guns adding up. Now going for the area ace. Afraid of a server, just don't want to take more damage here. This is going to get so close in the end game, Amanda. There is the Annihilate, but it's full health still.
A full health Annihilate, and again, it's going to need those Ice Punches to take out that Gligar. But coming back in with the Lickitung, which is maybe even an indication as well of what is in the back. All this energy is now gone from the Gligar and getting a shield on that Lickitung.
This is the first game of the shield, the first shield of this game actually. And the Licks are just adding up a little bit more than the wing attacks, it seems. This Gligar might not even get to meet the Annihilate.
Yeah, I think that the Nighttime Clasher is a little bit relieved about that as well. And Swilus lets that go down. 2 shields saved in the back for 2 very low health Pokemon. We're going to have to see how he wants to play this out. This body slam is already reached here, forcing that first shield from Swilus because his Charger Bug cannot take any sort of attack, even if it is the body slam.
Yeah, Swilus really expecting that Charizard in the back, but it's gonna be the Annihilate. And even though you resist the counters, here we go. I think Annihilate is a little bit too bulky to take out with one discharge.
We'll have to see, because it looks like remember, Exeter is not going to be doing that much in Nighttime Clasher, thinking maybe he's going for that because it's slightly more energy efficient. No, that first discharge is going to be able to connect. He will be able to get to another one, but there is a shield left on Nighttime Clasher's side. This is a problem. Counter damage versus lick damage, and the Lickitung is much lower in health.
Yeah, let's see. You need to get to a power whip on the Lickitung. There is some energy. Can he get there? Can he get there? Can he get there? Oh, he does get to the power whip. Will this knock out the Annihilate?
Wow, this is incredible being able to reach us. It's not a stab, so I think it'll still be enough. However, from Lickitung, we'll have to see for sure. It is.
Oh, 1 HP and a dream. What a game, Swilus. The European hero taking down the American chef.
And you can see Swilus quite happy about how that played out as well, saving a lot of energy on that field from that Lickitung. We have to remember, we're unsure when he swapped into the Gligar, saying, I'm not sure if this is the play. I'm not sure if it was the play either, however, making it incredibly close, incredibly fun for us to watch.
This was actually crazy. I was like, okay, he has the Gligar for the Annihilate in the back. Full health Gligar, it's gonna be fine. But then the Lickitung was just a little bit too healthy. The Water Gun Lantern gets damage onto the Gligar. Gligar didn't even meet Annihilate. And then it's just got so close. That was actually crazy.
Yeah, and I'd think a good indication, too, of how each of these trainers like to play out their matches. As you can see, it was almost like a dance. There's a lot of switching going on for both of these players. It's not a simple you switch, I switch. It's not just even a simple, like, okay, if I get alignment, I'm going to win this game. They're keeping track of their energy. They're making sure they're getting to their charge attacks. And, I mean, as you can see, it came down to the wire.
It came down to the wire. It also came down to a prediction from Swilus. I think he was expecting the Charizard the whole time because Nighttime Clasher was just cooking with it, right? The Charizard was basically unchecked, especially when shields are up. So that's why I think that Swilus just let the whole Gligar go, realizing, nah, there's going to be the Charizard in the back. So I'm just going to keep that energy on the Charge Bug, have a discharge loaded for that Charizard. That will probably be a one-hit knockout. And I think that's how this game played out, because he expected Charizard, but then it was Annihilate, and that was going to be so close.
Yeah. Now, I want to say there's something that we haven't seen in these matchups yet, but since you run the exact same moveset on the Talonflame, I just kind of want to hear your reasoning. Why? Why is Swilus running this in the tournament? Why do you prefer to have Fly and Brave Bird, 2 flying type attacks, rather than having something that can boost your attack, like the Flame Strike, rather have something that can hit back, against like the Abomasnows or against any of these type of Pokemon?
So the short explanation is, I just want to do damage. I just want to do damage, man.
All right.
Just Brave Bird, Talonflame, pretty attack weighted, does so much damage. But the real reason is, if someone swaps in a Wish Cache into my Talonflame, I can actually, if they're a little bit slower on the switch, I can get to a Brave Bird, and if that lands, I can shield and Incinerate down. That's why I really like Brave Bird, that even in some of your worst matchups, not Bastiodon, you can still perhaps try to flip it. Not Karmic either, by the way. But I guess anything else, like, and Lantern. Other than that, that was the list. But I guess I guess everything else, Brave Bird is just such a surprise, and especially because, like,
what about a Galarian Stunfisk?
It doesn't exist anymore. You don't win it anyway. But like at the local last weekend, my opponent didn't check his team sheets properly.
Oh.
Because we have open team sheets, and your opponent might have surprise moves, so you should always be checking for those. And I am one of those crazy people who's just running a weird moveset. So he didn't expect the Brave Bird, and then boom, Mantine was gone.
Goodbye, Mantine. Hello and goodbye, I guess, in that scenario.
Yeah.
And I think maybe Zweilous is hoping for that as well. Obviously, like we talked about, especially because Charizard is on Nighttime Clasher side, there's not really as much of a target with this Talonflame as well. There is the Abomasnow, and the Incinerates would be doing so much damage. But like you said, I think Zweilous just thought that, of course, he's going to bring this every single game.
Yeah.
It's so safe against my team.
Yeah, I think we have the match under review currently, taking a look at if any attacks were missing, because it may have been crucial, especially considering that the Lickitung was at 1 HP. Even one lick may have made already the difference. So,
absolutely.
yeah, we're looking, our team is looking into that right now. But let's say we have another battle. What will we speculate that these players will use? Does Zweilous now anticipate, okay, my opponent might not bring a Charizard, right? Is your opponent going to, you know, run this different strategy? Sometimes I like to do it as well. My opponent is 100 expecting that Core Breaker. I'm just not going to run it. I'm just going to counter all the counters to it.
I think that this is a lot of the mind games that are played in Pokemon Go as well. Like, sometimes you see people who, there's something on the opponent's team that you lead 3 strong to it the first game. Basically almost like daring them to bring it game 2, because you're saying, you know what? I know that this is a good Pokemon for you. Try and bring it against my team. But then in game 2, you don't see any of the counters for that Pokemon because they're hoping that they scared it off. But then it's a double mind game, because if you are the player who said, you know what, they led 3 strong to this Pokemon in the first game, I don't think they're going to do it 2 times in a row.
It's what Elephant Flash did to me in Liu when I led Magnezone like 3 times in a row, and I was like, man, he's going to have Medicham lead again, isn't he? Or does he now predict, there's no way I would do it the 4th time in a row? Unfortunately, it was the second one where he had the Karmic lead with the Mandibuzz in the back, and I was like, man, if only I did that one thing right. That's with so many of these tournaments where you have to make a call. If it's the right one, great, you probably win. If it's the wrong one, you probably lose.
And the only other thing to add on to that is, not only do you have to make a call, you have to make a call half the time in like a split second. You know, the turns in Pokemon Go are half-second turns. So even if someone swaps out, your instinct is like, yeah, I need to swap right away. Sometimes maybe you actually want to stay in a matchup. Sometimes you're like, oh, this was not the Pokemon I was expecting they were going to swap into, and you put yourself in a worse position. However, waiting too long to see what Pokemon that they're bringing in, you're just giving them extra energy, extra turns. So, I mean, it's kind of like one of those games where you have to be so quick thinking. And Nighttime Clasher, he has been doing this brilliantly, I think. And I think one of the reasons for this as well is because he's been practicing this year. He's got that like fire in his belly to do well. I remember last season he said he came in, he was just playing some fun stuff, and he said I was slightly embarrassed by my lack of knowledge compared to everyone else that was playing this game. I thought it was just a game where, you know, you could kind of pick, and there was some strategy involved. He's like, not like, once I started playing it more, I realized the nuances behind things, and I think he really got into it this year, as you can see reflected on that leaderboard.
Yeah, well, here's the thing, right? No one really starts off like a pro player immediately, right? Sure. It takes a little bit of time, but I think Nighttime Clash actually picked it up quite well.
Yeah, I agree.
Quite quickly, because I believe he started competitively around last year, April, and at the NAIC 2023, I believe that's like at the end of May, start of June, he got to top 16. He played against Wadaj, almost beat Wadaj, one of the best players in the world. He will definitely get back to me saying that, because he likes that.
He's going to clip that.
He likes to hear that.
Yeah.
But, you know, just putting up such a good fight against the best of the best in the world already, right? So I think Nighttime Clash actually has picked it up really quickly, and honestly something to be very proud of.
You know what I think helps him too is there's spice picks, and then there's just picks that maybe aren't super well formatted for a specific meta. You're seeing now that he's playing some Pokemon that still maybe are a bit off meta. Last time when he was playing with Togedemaru. And while it does maybe have some play and some space, I think overall if you're a newer player, he was maybe safer choosing things that were a little more tried and tested.
He just wanted to play with his favorite Pokemon, Amanda.
That's fair. I mean, I actually love that too. Do you remember in the first one in Barcelona, there was Adrian the Wildcat playing with his Charizard, the Charmander, the very first Pokemon that he caught in Pokemon Go. So obviously, maybe not trained up to be the most like PvP ready. However, this was his Pokemon, his friend that he's had from the beginning of his journey, and it's like, hey, that's one of the coolest stories for, I think, our tournaments.
It's true, and he got pretty far with it.
He did.
You know, even if it's not trained optimally, you still likely win the charge stack priority, right?
That's
so
true, that's
you know,
true. There's always a silver lining.
There's always something going for you, and that's what many players also actually look into. Like especially Lurgan Rocket, who we saw earlier on the stream, is someone who really looks into how do I train my Pokemon, or how do I use my Pokemon most optimally in so many of these matchups. He had pretty rough alignment, didn't really expect an Annihilate lead with a Lantern in the back. Both Pokemon not super great against Cresselia, but yeah, sometimes that happens, right? And otherwise, Lurgan has shown this skill before.
Yep. I mean, we'll talk about that a little bit because he did, Wolfpack, who he played against, a very, very good competitor, was ABA weak to Cresselia. Can you kind of I mean, we talk about ABB a lot, and we've also been joking around saying this is the season of ABA. Can you kind of walk us through what this means, maybe for people who are just tuning in and not really recognizing certain strategies of a three-part team?
Before I do that, I just want to mention real quick that there will be no rematch between Night and Clash and Zweilos. So we do have a 2-1 victory for Zweilos. Now, as your point to the ABA strategy, we do hear about this a lot, especially from like Toe Tactical. He's been saying about this a lot, that he that's the reason he loses to it. But it's like where you lead weak to a particular Pokemon, but you're also weak to that particular Pokemon in the back. So let's say you have like an Obstagoon in the lead with Umbreon in the back. Very weak to something like an Azumarill,
or
another
Charmander.
Exactly, right? So that's kind of that ABA strategy. And that's what we saw from Wolfpack versus Lurgan Rocket, where he led that Lantern in the lead, and then he had the Annihilate in the back. Both two Pokemon that don't do really well against Cresselia with shields up. I do believe that when you have Nice, it's a little bit more manageable because both your charge stacks are super effective and will deal damage.
Yeah, I think the big thing about ABA is like, I would say it's high risk, high reward. Because if Lurgan Rocket had led that Cresselia, there's not like you can like swap out of that lead. You kind of just have to be like, okay, well, this is the sacrifice that I've made in this. I put myself in this position. Lantern, good luck. See how you do against this Pokemon. Fortunately for Wolfpack, Lurgan Rocket was not predicting that this would be the playstyle, which again, very high risk, but high reward because it really paid off. Wolfpack got that 2-0 victory against last year's runner-up in Bochum, which I would say is the equivalent almost of the Dortmund tournament. It was around the same time. It was a German tournament.
Yeah.
Last year, Lurgan Rocket came second in that. And again, he was our first ever Pokemon Go regional champion.
Yeah, exactly. Now, speaking of players who perform very well, our next matchup will be Tonton Bateus versus Zephy Masix.
Oh my goodness, this is going to be a good one.
We know Tonton Bateus for running very spicy picks, right? We've seen him do very well with a Seeking. He didn't top cut in Liverpool, but he brought a Shadow Zapdos there. I think a contribute to Evan, who top cut in not Liverpool, in one of the American regions. I believe it was Charlotte.
Yep.
So I'm very curious to what he has for us this time.
Seeing them a lot more in this meta was not that popular back then and really was a core breaker for some teams. So I'm anxious to see. Let's go ahead and jump right into the team. You're talking about spicy Pokemon. It's there again. That Shadow Zapdos is once again returning. He's saying, okay, I didn't do so well against the last time. This time,
here we go
it's
again.
My game.
Yeah, here it is again. It's the Shadow Zapdos, and he also brought the Guzzlord, the big Chomper. I like this team from
Look how many dragons are on.
Yeah, so many plushies. Is that like 4 Dragonair? Wait, there's 3 Dragonair plushies, I believe, and 1 Dratini. Do I see that correctly?
Yeah, I think there's a Dratini as well. Yeah, it's like spot all the dragons. Not only that, there's a dragon event going
There they
on
are.
in the game as well. So maybe not only a nod to their favorite Pokemon on their team, a nod to what's going on in Pokemon Go.
Yeah, thank you to production for giving us a little bit of a showcase. So we're sure that it was the Dratini. And here we see the movesets of these Pokemon. I think pretty standard movesets from what we've seen so far. We see Zapcan and the Focus Blast on the Registeel as the charge attack, and we do see the Night Slash on that Annihilate. I think Nighttime Clasher, the only one. Was it the only one so far running Ice Punch? I don't remember. But
so, yeah.
But so far, there's not been cooking, and Night Slash has been.
Yeah, he has been cooking. That's why he has that chef's hat. But let's go ahead and just look at this team. We talked about Triptano doing well with the Guzzlord. Tonton Batu also has it on his team. And that Shadow Zapdos being able to get to its attacks very, very quickly. But a frail Pokemon. However, Cresselia, Whiscash has some bulk on this team.
Yeah, and we see Moonblast on Cresselia. What do you think of Moonblast to the future size?
You know, Moonblast, I think in previous metas was more popular, but I really think this meta Future Sight has been having a little bit more play. However, it does take a little bit longer to pace to as well, and maybe Tonton Batus is just looking for a little bit more of a quick hit.
Yeah.
Potential bait with that Grass Knot.
I think that Moonblast was a little bit preferred when Guzzlord used to be top meta. Now we don't see as much Guzzlord anymore, which is ironic because we have one right here. But the potential to knock out Guzzlord with one charge attack was just so big for Cresselia, right? And there was more Umbreon, there was more Mandibuzz, and then you kind of need Moonblast because, like, without Moonblast, you are not great against those dark types as a Cresselia. Now I wonder, I couldn't really see real quick why he did have Moonblast. I think it is to cover the dragons a little bit better because Shadow Zapdos doesn't do very well there too. So maybe that's the reason why. I'm really curious to how these players are going to do though. But Tonton, just like Cash, I believe Cash is also a French player. The French are doing very well here as well.
I think so. Friendship coming over and saying, okay, Germany, we're showing you guys what we have cooking. Zephy Mastix, however, I mean, I don't know if you remember, last year he was the Malmo Regional Champion.
Yeah.
He won it with a Gliscor on his team, so he's familiar with these flying type Pokemon. And now it's like, hey, baby brother, let's see how you are going to do in these tournaments as well. I know that Zephy, he's a really well-known player. He's a German trainer, and he was saying earlier, this season has not been rewarding him in the same way. However, I think he's still doing rather well. He has some leaderboard points, and he's hoping to be able to qualify for Worlds.
Yeah, and he does have that World sweater on, the Worlds from Yokohama, right? So
I think they both do. They have Yokohama.
Oh, he does. Yeah, the shirt, the competitor shirt.
You know, we got Yokohama on the screen. We've got the Dragons on the screen. This is a good matchup to watch.
And I actually said earlier that I thought that Tonton is running Moonblast for the Dragons. It looks like he also has the Alolan Sensor. I forgot about it for a second. But it's looking quite good into this team as well, right? If you have Power Snow, you're very good against the Dragonair and the Shadow Gligar. You also have good play against the Registeel. It's a little bit worse if you have Power Snow rather than Shadow Claw. We don't know, or sorry, it probably was earlier on. I forgot already. But if you have Power Snow, you're also pretty good against the Lickitung, right?
I think this main problem is going to be that Annihilate. There hasn't been as many Alolan Sandslash on this teams, but I think Zephy was thinking, okay, wasn't expecting that.
Yeah.
Maybe we have to see the Annihilate on his side come through because it's the hardest counter for that Pokemon. Literally using counter as its fast attack.
Well, what do you expect from Tonton as the if you're facing Tonton?
You can never.
There's no way you can prepare for this, right? He can run anything really.
I think didn't he run a Clefable as well? Or
yeah, that was when he also used the Seeking.
Yep.
Like I don't know. I don't even know how you come up with it. But you know, if he makes it work, and honestly, I think this is a fairly balanced team, right? I do think that something like a Whiscash, we might see a lot from Zephy Mastix here, and that might make Tonton use the Cresselia a lot to answer that Whiscash, because everything else on Tonton's team, it's not exactly weak to the Whiscash besides the Alolan Sandslash, but it's also not really, you know, doesn't really counter it as well.
Yeah, and I think that the Zapdos, while it is a pretty good Pokemon overall, we've seen it, like you said, Evan used it as well. It's just so frail in this league. It does be able to get to its charge attacks very quickly, and it's most likely going to be able to throw its attack first. However, like faced up against the Shadow Dragonair, are you even going to be able to get to a charge attack?
Yeah, it's going to be rough. Dragonair is quite fragile. I'm curious to what these players are going to use. I do expect some Registeel play from Zephy Mastix. It's very fine into Guzzlord, maybe Alolan Sandslash into Cresselia, and now that you have Zap Cannon over Flash Cannon, it's very fine into the Zapdos as well. So Registeel is a Pokemon that we could see coming. Perhaps the Whiscash as a safer pick. But here we go, Amanda. We have Tontobateus on the left. We have Zaphimastix on the right. It is the Whiscash into the Shadow Gligar.
Now this is going to be pretty neutral over. I mean, obviously the Scalds are going to be doing so much damage to the Gligar, but these Mudshots are basically not doing anything, and the Gligar will be able to at least shield if it wants to. If he doesn't shield, this is a huge call. This is going to basically knock out the Gligar. It's going to be just a sliver of health left.
It does so much damage. You get the attack drop. Now going into his own Whiscash, I don't know what to think of this play, because the problem is this is just going to be another Scald, and if this debuffs, well, you're stuck with the Whiscash now.
Yeah, the Tontonbateus is already at another Scald. He did get the debuff for the first one. Will he get this one as well? We're about to find out. It's a 50-50 chance.
Oh,
yes, 100% chance almost. Now in comes the Guzzlord, just tromp away. These Mud Bombs doing even less now against this bulky dragon.
Yeah, this is so rough. Scald, 100% of the time it works 50%, and here we go. The Mud Bomb just doesn't do that much. Guzzlord can probably take 3. Big Chopper just eats these Mud Bombs.
He's saying, "Goo, feed me another one." This is delicious. Barely into the yellow now. Still just charging up a ton of energy. Probably being able to throw another. No, going ahead and just letting that next Bun Bomb go through. Are we going to see an aggressive Dragon Tail down? It's possible, but I do think that he'll have a lot of energy to come out with whatever comes in.
Yeah, and there's no Fairy type on Zaphimastix's side, so the energy is useful basically everywhere, even against a Registeel, because you're like not able to lock him down. And in comes the Annihilate. If this counter knocks out, Guzzlord won't even get to 2 charge stacks here, but I think you barely live on.
I think he will be able to as well. No shield. Once again, this Crunch doing nice amount of damage and able to still get to this Dragonlord before the Crunch goes through, forcing the shield off of Zaphimastix because he does not have a lot of health left on his last Pokemon. He does have a move stored on his Gligar.
Yeah, there's energy on the Gligar. It's very low, however. It might even get counted down at this point. In comes the Whiscash, which does a little bit more damage than with the Mudshots, maybe. So, but looks like he just wants to go for the Scald because it's been very efficient so far.
Yeah, going ahead and getting the shield off of Zaphimastix here as well. The Scald will be able to connect. Will he get a third debuff? He does!
He does!
Tonton should be buying a ticket at this point. He's doing so lucky. However, now this attack is going to go through. No shield from Tontonbateus' side.
Yeah, this won't knock out the Whiscash just yet, but I don't know if you can get to... Oh, I think you can get to another Scald. Oh, but going for the Annihilate immediately. Annihilate coming in, taking super effective damage from the wing attacks and the area. So putting up a shield here. That makes sense because it will do a lot of damage.
Yeah, even these wing attacks from the Shadow Gligar are going to be doing a nice amount of damage. His counters aren't going to be doing so much, but we saw before Gligar is so low, being able to completely counter down. No shields left on Zephy's side, still a lot of energy. And getting this last shield, I believe, off of Tauntaun here, he's just 1 away.
You need the boost here, but even then, I don't know when boosted Niceness will knock out. Do we see a boost? Do we see a last chance for Zaphimastix here before the Shadow Ball? No, it is a charge stack priority. Zaphimastix now knows he loses charge stack priority, but it's not going to do much because Shadow Ball is coming in and is going to get the knockout here, and at least Tauntaun 1-0 against Zaphimastix.
Incredible plays by Tontonbateus there, and really good wherewithal as well. Like you talked about, I don't think that without the boost that Night Slash would have been enough to knock out the opposing Annihilate, but at least Zephy has some information that he can take into this next matchup. I know that I lose that charge attack priority, which means that the Tontonbateus Annihilate has a higher attack, and that I think will help him play a little bit differently in the future as well.
Is that good information though? Because if you know you lose charge stack priority, now you know that your Annihilate is a little bit worse in the mirror matchup. So I think that might make it unlikely that Zaphimastix will lead the Annihilate. I already made one wrong call though. I expect a Cresselia from Tauntaun. Let's see if I can get it right the second time.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you though. I think if you look at Tauntaun's team, the Cresselia looks pretty safe and strong against the whole team. Like you said before, Night Slash on the Annihilate, it paces better. Shadow Ball and Night Slash are going to be doing super effective damage to the Cresselia, but Cresselia has a lot of bulk and is going to be able to be at least neutral or do some nice damage to all the Pokemon on Zephy's team.
Yeah, exactly. I do expect Cresselia at some point. Here we see the achievements from Tontonbateus, and we know he's a very good player, right? The EUIC champion, top 16 at Worlds, top 16 at Turin, and the Gdansk regional finalist, where he got so far with the Confable and seeking a very memorable performance.
Yes, not the core that anyone was thinking of, not the core we even deserved, but that was definitely the core that we wanted, and we were really rewarded with it, well, being able to get second place against Patoman in that very, very stacked tournament.
Yeah, and I'm curious if you can make it work with Zapdos as well here. We didn't see Zapdos in game 1, but he is 1-0 up right now. And here we see the achievements of Zephymastics. Already started battling competitively early on. He was the regional finalist in Bremen, and then the next year he qualified for the World Championship through Malmo, where he won. I believe he got a bracket reset against Bibelicious. In my opinion, one of the best European players as well from Scandinavia. And yeah, you know, Zephymastics has proven before he can come back from these kind of from this deficit, right? The 1-0
exactly.
1-0 up.
Yeah, he was talking before. It's like consistency is key in this season, and it looks like it's about to pay off for him here. This Whiscash for Zapdos is a wonderful lead for Zephymastics here, and it looks like Tonton is choosing to stay in a little bit and at least getting some energy, because the energy on that Zapdos is big. We're about to see how much a Drill Peck does from a Shadow Zapdos onto that Whiscash as it's unprotected by Zephy.
This does a lot. Can anyone in chat let me know if this is a good match for Zapdos? Never mind. In comes the Scald. This time the roles are reversed. This time Tonton swapping in the Whiscash, going for the Scald here. Does it get the attack drop? Yes, it does. All Scalds are working here in Dortmund, and in comes the Mubble. I don't think this will even do 50% now.
No, I don't think so either, but it does have a little bit of energy, and you got to do some chip damage to this Dragonair because you want to be able to do something. This Dragonair is just going to get a ton of energy, completely be able to Dragon Breath down, most likely. No, go ahead and throw. Great timing by Zephy right before the other Mud Bomb goes through, knocking out this Whiscash and still leaving the matchup with a decent amount of health and energy.
Yeah, that's what I thought. You can't bring in the Zapdos here, but in comes Annihilate. Can Dragonair get to an Aqua Tail here? It barely does get to the Aqua Tail. This is such valuable chip damage that Tonton decides to put up the first Protect Shield here.
Yeah, this is very, very smart of Tonton too. I don't know if he clicked the attack either because, no, he didn't. Okay, great for him because now he has a little bit more. But Zephy knows, again, this is just a nice side. It's not going to be an Ice Punch. It could potentially be a Shadow Ball. Will there be
calls it!
Shield? He calls the bait!
Crazy, what a play. Gligar's still locked in for a little bit, but this area is still going to chunk a little bit. Now here's a problem here, Amanda, for Zephy. He has no fast attack pressure on his Zapdos.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the Zapdos is fast.
Wow, oh my.
Do much. However, Zapdos so frail in this league, as we can see, already up to a little bit. And I know Tonton, he's counting. He knows he's going to win charge attack priority. Zephy, I like this play as well. Knows he would lose it, so just goes ahead for another wing attack, forcing a shield off of this now. And I assume we're going to see another attack go through on Zephy's side.
I don't know. I think he's going for that wing attack down, coming with a lot of energy out for the Annihilate and going for the shield here. This will do a ton of damage, but can you wing attack down because the Zapdos pace is so fast? It is only 4 for another Drill Peck here. Can it get there? And we see the catch from Zephymastics!
Huge play by Zephymastics here. This Drill Peck will be able to connect, but not with the Pokemon it wanted to, because that Annihilate in the back is going to be doing so much. It barely hangs on!
Oh my! Tonton not going for the Thundershock here, hoping to get some energy on the Annihilate, but I don't think it's enough. Is this Gligar in nice situation? I don't think so, but here we go. Tonton is going to try. First arrow is being fired and being shielded.
Yeah, but there's so much energy on this Gligar. I think it's just one wing attack away from another. No, he's already at it. He does lose that charge attack priority. Martin, this is coming down to this. Will the Gligar be able to survive? If so, it looks like Zephy will be tying up this series.
It barely hangs on, and now Arrow is going to tie up the score here between Tonton Bateus and Zephymastics. What a well-played game between these two players.
Oh, wow. We were waiting on bated breath there. Zephymastics, wonderful plays there. Calm and collected, recognizing how quickly that Zapdos was going to be at energy and did the only win condition. But it was the thing that saved the day for him, tying up this series in the winner's semifinals between Tonton Bateus and Zephymastics.
Yeah, the EUIC champion against the Malmo Regional champion. This is such a hype matchup. Two players that know everything about the game, every single mechanic, and it showed in these battles. Now, one thing though, Zephymastics hasn't been performing super well in the tournament, in the season so far yet. This might be his chance, right? On his home turf in Dortmund, that he is able to potentially take down the EUIC champion and get those championship points that he really needs. I believe he's around 200 championship points now, and that means he's only halfway to Worlds, so he really needs them. And on the other hand, Tonton also around the 300 championship points. Both players really looking to progress as far as they can to qualify for the World Championships.
As a reminder for those just tuning in the European region, we need 400 championship points to get that Worlds qualification. So both of these trainers just a little bit short. I do know that a lot of them are attending as well, like local cups and challenges, to be able to get some more smaller amounts of points. They don't award quite as much as these regional competitions or the international championships, which is going to be coming up soon in London.
Yeah. Now, one thing I want to point out about the previous matchup, by the way, is that Tonton Bateus fully charge the drill pack from that Zapdos, right? It might be that Tonton, you know, he loves his spicy Pokemon, but maybe he didn't anticipate how much that drill pack would do on the Wish Cache, because if he got more energy with the Annihilate on the Wish Cache, he would get to a Shadow Ball on that Gligar and still win that battle. So I think there's 2 points to running a Pokemon that no one else really knows how to run. If you are not super familiar with the damage output as well, and like, don't get me wrong, it's very difficult to get that meticulous damage that like an Undercharge does, right? But if you don't know the Pokemon as well either, it's not going to work in your favor.
I think Butters, we're going to talk about that later because we're jumping into this decisive Game 3. We're seeing that Zapdos once again, but now against Annihilate, these counters are not going to be doing as much. And we have to remember the pacing again. These drill packs are going to be doing so much against Annihilate. Will we see another potential catch? He does try.
Oh my, gets the catch on the Licky Tongue here. The drill pack will still do a lot of damage. I don't think Tonton's very happy with this.
Yeah, I think the Tonton saw that it swapped in, but maybe going again for that chip and dip strategy. Wants to get a lot of energy again, and now swapping into the Guzzlord. One of the hardest answers here for this Licky Tongue.
Yeah, back up, because Big Chomper is on the field and is going to take these licks and the body slam like a champion. Does not really mind.
Licky Tongue always looking like he's taunting the opponents with that tongue just sticking out. However, Guzzlord says, I can take that. My mouth is even bigger than yours. Going ahead and taking this next body slam like a champion, getting a ton of energy on this Guzzlord.
Yeah, Tonton has good momentum here to build up energy, but you cannot take another body slam here. So going for the Dragon Claw now, I think this actually does very little damage, but I think this will barely be enough to knock out the Licky Tongue. And then you have energy for the next Pokemon coming in. Yeah, it barely knocks out.
Yeah, I mean, Zephy Mastix is in a decent position here as well. It will have to go ahead and tank this crunch, but he's going to be able to counter down, and a lot of energy is on Annihilate. And when Annihilate has a lot of energy, that's where it gets super dangerous for the other opponent. Oh, wow, a game of chance there, getting that defense drop on the crunch.
Yeah, we do need to keep in mind, however, that the Zapdos also has energy, because Tonton built up energy before swapping in, but going into the Wish Cache, doesn't want to take the energy on the Zapdos, wants to keep the shields for it. Interesting.
But this is dangerous. If you look at what Zephy has in the back, he has that Shadow Dragonair. That's going to be doing the impressive damage from that Dragon Breath against that Zapdos. Even if it has energy, I'm not sure if it has a place to go.
Yeah, finally using the first shield here, and this is actually so important for Tonton, because he needs to build up energy to, you know, to get the shields, because that's where the Zapdos also thrives. Now has 2 Mud Bombs. Where do you use the shields as Zephy? Not using this first Protect Shield just yet.
It's a dangerous position for Tonton to be in here. He's so low on the Wish Cache. He's so low on the Zapdos. He's got to be able to get both of these off, get a shield. But there's still a shield up on Zephy's side. Will the Zapdos be able to get to 2 drill packs before it gets knocked out by Shadow of Dragon Breaths?
Yeah, I believe the next drill pack will be 5 Thundershocks as well. Here it comes, but can it get there? I don't think it gets there. The Dragon Breath will do so much damage here.
Wow, this is incredible plays, an incredible wherewithal with Zephy. You see him nodding. He thinks that he has this. This next Dragon Breath should be enough to knock out. Will he be able to reach it? Yes, unfortunately for him, that Zapdos is going down, and so is the Wiz Cache.
Wow, what a game. Well played by both trainers. Zephy Mastix really relying on the Annihilate damage to then have the shields for the Dragonair and finish it all off with just Dragon Breaths.
Yeah, it's an incredible read as well, and I think Tonton was not quite sure what was in the back, right? Because, I mean, I think Zapdos with energy is pretty dangerous against almost anything. I mean, even the drill packs would have done a lot to that Dragonair, but 2 shielded Dragonair in the back was, it was just too much to come back from a Tonton side. Yeah. And again, that was the Pokemon that won him the EUIC. He's saying,
how dare you betray me? How dare you? Yeah, the Dragonairs, the plushies also being on the table there, and it had a presence on both the table and the battles.
And in the hearts of both trainers, I think.
These were phenomenal battles from both players, and I really like that Tonton he didn't care. It was like, I'm going to play Dragonair anyway, right? Even though Zapdos. I'm going to bring out the Zapdos, even if Dragonair and Wish Cache are coming. I don't care.
Yeah. I think that's a lot of times, though, with trainers who kind of have a good understanding of some off-meta picks. He's saying, okay, it didn't win that last matchup, but it's probably not expected for this Game 3. Unfortunately for him, it seems like Zephy did suspect that it would be somewhere in the back. Great calls by him. Once again, Zephy, the Malmo Regional Champion of last season. And you talked about something that I wanted to bring up after these matches were done as well. You said that he beat Bibalicious, who was one of the best European battlers. Bibalicious is also one of the European battlers who went over to NA and he did compete, and he did get second at a regional there. So he's been the European battler who's come closest to doing what Nighttime Clasher has done to us here in Liverpool just this last round.
Well, if anything, he still took a qualification spot from NA.
That's true, that is true.
Now, about the previous game, the game currently is under review because it may be possible that Tonton missed some fast attacks at the start of the battle. So we might see another battle between these two. I mean, honestly, I don't mind seeing them battle again. They're so good, and like I'm really curious. If we then get to see the Cresselia, why is there no Cresselia?
Yeah, I think that it would be the big question for Tonton if we get to talk to him in this tournament. I mean, because it has a lot of neutral play, again, against that whole team there. I do think that Guzzlord has been putting in the work for him. I thought he was in a pretty good position in that middle game and also getting that defense deep up with that crunch on the Annihilate. However, like I said, when Annihilate gets so much energy, it's just so dangerous to behold.
I think Guzzlord might have a little bit of a better play now that Annihilate has Night Slash and Shadow Ball as a charge attack.
Right.
Both are resisted, so even though the counters will add up a lot, the Guzzlord can still put up a little bit of a fight. Now I have a question for you, Amanda. Do you prefer Crunch or Brutal Swing as a dark type charge attack?
Now, I know that you prefer Crunch.
Wrong.
Oh, you prefer Brutal Swing.
I thought you knew me well.
Oh, I'm so, yeah. I'll have to ask your friend that you told me about one time before. Maybe I can get to know you a little bit better through them. But, okay, so you like Brutal Swing more. I do like, but more like of the player earlier, Cashton, like he likes Drapion a lot. I like Crunch a lot because of these potential debuffs, but I like it when they come a little bit quicker, like because of the like the fast attacks of the Poison Sting not being able to take as long to get to as those Dragon Tails get to its charge.
One thing that Brutal Swing has going for you is it's not as useful currently because we don't see a lot of Deoxys defense anymore, but it gives you a slight edge there because you can bait a Dragon Claw and then you pace a little bit faster than you would to Crunch if you then go for the Brutal Swing.
Okay.
That's why I like Brutal Swing.
I thought you told me that you never bait when you play.
Or do I?
Or does he? No, that's a good point. Let us know in the chat, too, if what you prefer. I mean, Guzzlord is not something that we see that often. Let us know also what you prefer. Do you prefer Ice Punch or do you prefer Night Slash on your Annihilate? I was an Ice Punch believer up until I saw Knoxville. And watching those double boosts go through, I was like, okay, this is a game changer. You could see both opponents just being like, basically like just setting down their phone saying, there's not much I can do at this point with a double boosted Annihilate.
Amanda, tell me, what is more convincing? Losing round 1 and sweeping all the way through the loser brackets using Night Slash, Annihilate, and then double boosting in some of the finals? Or getting taken out in winners round 4 at Dortmund with Ice Punch?
Good point. Good point. I think we're going with Night Slash. I mean, it looks like all the competitors are clearly agreeing with Dunebug as well. Night Slash does seem to be the way to go. He, of course, wasn't the first opponent to be using that either. Tomahawk, who played Nighttime Clasher in the Liverpool finals, also used it. And I like the pacing of it. It does get to pace faster. However, we did see it lose because it was faced up against the Gligar, not being able to correctly call baits and the Shadow Balls not being able to connect. It really left, I think, Tomahawk in a bad position.
I do want to take one more look at the Guzzlord though. Guzzlord, we haven't seen as much. It used to be very common, but it always used to be a very dominant Pokemon. Now that Azumarill has really made a return, we haven't seen as many as on stream currently, but you see by the moveset, the Dragon Tail,
it looks like the
Brutal Swing. Wow.
Spotlight is agreeing.
I wonder who wrote this.
For some reason.
But it's only resisted by fairy types, and that's what makes Guzzlord so good here, because it's pretty decent against pretty much everything else. Yeah, I really like Guzzlord as a Pokemon. Just the way it looks, like it's big, right? It enters the field, and like all the other Pokemon are like, the stage just becomes bigger, right? The Pokemon are just like taking a step back because it's so big. Like, you fear it. It looks fearsome.
I think one of the, not even problems with Guzzlord, but is like accessibility. So not a lot of people have it because you had to do it in raids, and then you have to trade it to be able to get it under that 1500 CP limit for Great League. So you need to know someone else who had a Guzzlord, hope that you can get it under that. So I think perhaps the reason why we're not seeing it in so many tournaments, because you're absolutely right, it does have great typing. It is able to play well against a lot of the meta, especially those Licky Tongues, which are being used as safe swaps almost everywhere, is just maybe not everyone has one.
Yeah, Lickitung and Ghost-type Pokemon. Well, Lickitung has a Ghost-type fast attack, so that probably explains. But that's the thing that Guzzlord really tackles. And then also taking on, like, elemental typings, right? Like fire, water. and grass. Like, it's pretty good against that. Like, for example, Superior, we don't see it as much anymore, but we do see Talonflame quite often. It was even top 12 in the current meta, right? So those are matchups that Guzzlord really picks up, but I think players have been really fearing, like, the Charge Bug. Charge Bug is an okay matchup, but you lose the 2-shoot scenario because the super effective X-Scissor does quite like 60%. This Azumarill like hard walls you. The Gligar's neutral. I think Guzzlord does have a lot of play, but it takes some, how do I say this, some courage. It takes some courage to run it. If you are going to run that Guzzlord, you need to be strong as Azumarill. Like a Shadow Zapdos. That will pair well with it, maybe.
Well, speaking of these two pairing well together, it looks like there will be a rematch of this last game. So we might get to see the Zapdos and Guzzlord in this. Once again, this is the decisive Game 3 in the winners semifinals between Tonton Battus, the UIC regional champion, and Zephy Mastix, the Malmo regional champion.
Yeah, so I'm gonna say it again. Tonton will use Cresselia in Game 4. He must be sick of Wish Cash by now, right? You have to answer the Wish Cash, in my opinion. Apparently, he didn't really like the Zapdos against either because he threw a drill pack and then swap, or it was part of his strategy. Like, it's also possible, of course. But the Wish Cash has been so solid against him, and I believe every single Scald in these battles have debuffed.
Yeah, I think so. It's like if you want Scald debuffs to work for you, go ahead and make your way over to Germany. It seems like 100% efficiency running perfectly here, but we'll have to see.
And it's Go Battle Day, so I can even use it in 100 battles.
Oh my goodness. Go Battle Day is something that is pretty exciting. We'll be going on after this. I think for a lot of the European trainers, they're probably doing a little bit of battles in the meantime, making sure that they're like fresh, that they know what they want to be running. A lot of times we see, sometimes I'll end up facing someone in the Go Battle League who I know is playing in the tournament, and then I see their team and I was like, yep, they're practicing. They're running 3 Pokemon that is on their team of 6.
It's possible. That's also what I have, like, the day before I play in a competition and I face someone who I know is going to be the regional. I see that 3 Pokemon, I'm like, huh. So that's what you're bringing. Well, yeah. Usually there aren't really surprises. There are only very few players, like Tonton Batteus, who use like off-meta picks, right? Like Pokemon like Wish Cash, Gligar, those are Pokemon you probably should be expecting. Anyway, here we go. It's the rematch. Tonton Batteus on the left, Zephy Mastix on the right, and we're getting the same leads as the previous battle.
Yeah, going ahead, that Zapdos into the Annihilate. We'll have to see an immediate swap out this time to the Lickitung, so they're playing it out a little bit different. Tonton going ahead and just staying in, making all of that energy, and now coming in with that Guzzlord. It looks like it's the exact same teams. I wonder if this was perhaps an agreement that they would play it out a little bit different, see how it will go, or if they just said, hey, you know what, that last round, both of them thought they could have had it.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit of a gentleman's agreement here. The Guzzlord is still going for those crunches here, Dragon Tail, and then the crunch. Will this debuff this time?
We'll have to see. Tonton's been having incredible luck with his charge attacks, being able to debuff his opponent. The crunch does connect this time, and once again getting that defense drop. This is going to be big for him because I think at this range, then you should be able to just completely Dragon Tail down again, coming out once again with a lot of energy on that Guzzlord.
Yeah, the Dragon Tails do a little bit more, but you have to throw Dragon Claw. Oh no, the Body Slam is fired first, and this I think will knock out the Guzzlord. Now you have to use a Protect Shield, and this is tough for Zephy for Tonton Batteus, because the one Pokemon on your team that needs to shield is that Zapdos.
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing is for him, he didn't do what we call that chip and dip strategy. He didn't really do any damage to that to the Lickitung before he went in. Now coming back in with the Annihilate. This was the matchup that was at the beginning. This Drill Peck now going to go through. Will Zephy Mastix use his shield because this is going to be doing so much damage?
Oh my goodness!
No, letting that go down goes the Annihilate!
No, it says hang on by 1 HP, literally. It has like nothing left. Zephy Mastix putting it all on the Zapdos. Now there's still energy on the Guzzlord. I love this play from Tonton Batteus, being so aggressive and keeping all the energy on the Guzzlord that's used elsewhere now is such a high level play. Dragon Breath down, now you have energy on the Dragonair, and let's see what does Tonton bring in. It is that Wish Cash.
Yeah, Wish Cash is coming in just to be able to soak this damage a little bit more. The Dragon Breaths, again, against Guzzlord would be doing super effective damage. Being able to get to this Mud Bomb now, and the no shield from Zephy's side because he knows there's also energy stored on the Guzzlord. It's putting him in a strange position overall because, again, those Dragon Breaths are doing so much. He does have a lot of energy, but he's got 2 Pokemon to get through.
At this point, you might not even have to worry about the Dragon Claw anymore. You have to worry about your HP because Dragon Tail from Guzzlord is also super effective and Dragonair is very frail. So that's going to be very tough here. In comes a shield from Wish Cash from Tonton Batteus. Oh, going into that Guzzlord trying to, oh no, he doesn't, he's not able to. Oh man, this is going to get so close. I mean, oh man, getting the Dragon Breath down.
We'll have to see if he's not quite at the Night Slash either. Tauntaun recognizing his win condition and playing that out to perfection. That was a dangerous play, not throwing any attacks. I think he didn't want that Annihilate to get any energy to be able to throw at the Whiscash.
Yeah, realizing I already used one shield from with the Guzzlord on the Lickitung. I cannot afford to have this Annihilate get more energy, and then I have to use shields on my Zapdos, the one shield I've left. That can't happen. And Tauntaun swapped in aggressively, already had energy on the Zapdos, which was going to be good on the Dragonair in the back. Maybe he knew if they made the agreement to use the same teams that it was going to be the Dragonair in the back and that Zapdos was going to be his key to pressure those shields.
I think that's a good indication as well. Even if someone plays the exact same teams, we saw this pretty much exact same battle but played out entirely differently. So even if you know a team of 3, it doesn't mean that one necessarily has an advantage over the other. It means you have to adapt your playstyle a bit. Fortunately for both of them, there was a lot of neutral things that could happen in those games.
Yeah, and I think both players also expected really the plays that the other were going to make until he made that hard swap, right? Back into the Zapdos. I also know Zephy as a player with a lot of sportsmanship, so maybe he was like, okay, maybe this was a match not favorable for me anyway. I'll just give him the same team anyway, right?
That's true, yeah. I mean, it is true that if you have a bad lead like an Annihilate into that Zapdos, and then also the Lickitung being countered then by the Guzzlord, there's not a lot of wiggle room. However, Zephy played that out masterfully, making those games very, very close. And as you can see, that first game, that Dragonair just putting in a ton of work.
Yeah, not just the Dragonair, also the French players here. The French players have been so good, right? Cashton, right? Cashton, Wolfpack, and Tonton Batteuse. I believe Damon Cash will be one of our featured battles later. We'll be playing against, let me see, Damon Cash versus Wolfpack. So we have a French clash, right? The French are being dominating here in Germany, and I love to see more of that. Maybe Demon Cash also has like one of the spicier picks.
Yeah, I think that earlier on, like the tournament in Lille is like one of the larger tournaments that we have in Europe, and I think a lot of times that people are seeing how much fun it is to come to these tournaments, and a lot of these players are saying, hey, you know what? This was so much fun playing on our home turf. Let's go do it somewhere else as well. It's a tournament rather close by, really accessible for a lot of players, and I think that with over 100 participants, that's really showing.
Well, I think they're also out for just some revenge, right? Because in Lille, the French weren't particularly very strong. I believe we had Sandoudou on the winner's side in Lille, and we had Seekers. Well, he's from Switzerland, actually, I believe. But then it was like other nations that were dominating in Lille, and now the French are like, all right, let's try it elsewhere.
This is our turn, yeah.
And they came all together. They came all together, and they're performing very well here. I love to see more of Tonton Batteuse. If you can make that Guzzlord Zapdos score, I'm like, how do you even get to that?
Yeah, exactly. It's like, you know what? I mean, we've talked before with Zweilis, who has said, like, he does a lot of, quote, reverse engineering on some teams. I wonder, if we could have a sit-down sometime with Tonton Batteuse to be like, okay, we've heard about reverse engineering. Just tell us, what is your thought process when you're putting together your team of 6?
Here's what I'm thinking. You know how players like Tomahawk and Stetson from their same team, they transfer like their plushie once they knock out their other player from the same team. I would like to see Nighttime Clasher transfer his chef's hat to Tonton Batteuse. Like, what is this man cooking? A Guzzlord Zapdos core. I can't.
Well, you know what? We're going to have a chance to talk to him right now. We're going to go ahead and go to an interview with Tonton Batteuse.
Hello, trainers. I'm here with Monsieur Tonton Batteuse. How are you doing, sir?
I'm fine, really. I really enjoyed this tournament. There's a lot of people here, VGC, Go, TCG, and also with a French community over there. We are nearly maybe 20 of us.
Well, you can see as soon as Tonton mentioned French community, you can see a few people in the crowd immediately put their hands up and go, yay.
Yeah.
So a lot of passion there, a lot of support for you. Now you, Tonton, have an unbelievable legacy in Pokemon Go. So how important it is in the run-up to EUIC, where you are defending champion, how important is it for you to do well here?
That's important for me because it's like more training for me for the coming UIC. Sorry.
Yeah.
It's fine. So it's more training for me for the UIC and now having all the thinking about team building or how to manage the matchups you face off, etc. The stress on stream or maybe off stream. Yeah.
Okay. And so one thing that I really like seeing just in that match alone is your really good use of Shadow Zapdos. And you also, I feel, have a tendency to always bring something a bit unusual, a bit off meta, a bit spicy. Why Shadow Zapdos?
Why chose Zapdos? Because it does pretty well against Annihilate. Whiscash is not that bad. He has a lot of neutral matchups. He also walls Gligar, but he's so frail. You just die in, you just KO in two charge moves. So.
Yes, yes. But it's one of those things though that in theory, Gligar can be resisted, but not necessarily.
Okay. For the Zapdos, I think it was Ivan in USA. He used the Zapdos.
Yes, yes.
I wanted to use it at Liverpool. I bring it at Liverpool. I just saw Ivan playing it. I was like, yeah, I want to play it even more than I wanted to.
Yes, you want to utilize it to the best of its ability. I'm sure for many Team Instinct players who are watching, they'll be very delighted to see that Shadow Zapdos makes an appearance. So, you've got your Shadow Zapdos. Are there any other Pokemon that you think within your team are going to be the ones that break quite a few cores? Anything else stand out for you?
Maybe Guzzlord is a good pick in my team. Yeah, because it's a good check to Lickitung and has some neutral matchups as long as you avoid the Azumarill.
Yes, of course. Yeah, Azumarill is a bit problem. Any fairy type's a bit problematic for Guzzlord, but great Pokemon to add to your collection. So, my question to you is that let's say you do well here. Okay, are you still planning to do Utrecht before you go to EUIC?
Yeah, I'm going to Utrecht. I already planned everything to go at Utrecht. Look, whatever the results are here, I'm going Utrecht.
Right, okay. So we're going to see plenty of Tonton Batus to come. We've just seen some brilliance here. Hopefully see some more brilliance later. And of course, keep your eyes peeled for any other regionals you see him at. But we'll get back to the casters.
I mean, I think that Tonton Batus throwing that gauntlet down already, saying, okay, I'm doing so well in this tournament. Doesn't matter how well I do. Doesn't matter if I go away sweeping this. I'm going to Utrecht. I'm going to the other regionals. I'm getting in my practice. He wants to maintain his title as the EUIC champion.
Yeah, and just keep that momentum, right?
That's right.
Keep battling, getting those championship points. And it's not just for EUIC, it's probably also for Worlds.
Of course,
right?
Exactly. It's like, yeah, if you want to battle, you want to be the best, you got to battle against the best. And to do that, you really got to stay on top of your skills. You got to be able to manage this. I'm interested to see, he said already, okay, I played Shadow Zapdos in Liverpool. I really liked it. I was determined to play it again. Will this be his new pick, or will he potentially be rotating that out? And will we see some new spice in the next tournament as well?
Yeah, we'll see. I believe by then we might go into a new season.
Right.
Currently, we are in the Timeless Travel meta. We have a video about the Timeless Travel for you, actually. Don't go anywhere. We're going to have Damon Cash versus Wolfpack soon, and after that, we're going to have Frika versus Dinoski. So a lot more to come.
Hello Pokemon trainers. Get ready for the Timeless Travel season to transform the Pokémon Go Championship Series. We're seeing exciting changes to several attacks and their availability. Today, I'll be breaking down the biggest winners of this update. Let's fly into this breakdown with Talonflame. This flying fire type has been a tournament favorite and just got even stronger. Its fast attack, Incinerate, now hits harder, jumping from 15 to 20 power. Plus, Talonflame's new charge attack, Fly, is a game changer. Fly, while less powerful than Brave Bird, avoids the major defense drop after use, offering a faster, more reliable charge attack. Combined with the enhanced Incinerate and the attack boosting Flame Charge, it creates a formidable attack trio for Talonflame. Next, let's talk about Skeledirge, the Fire Ghost phenomenon. Skeledirge's rare Fire, Ghost and Fairy coverage is largely unresisted in the Grey League meta, allowing it to deal neutral or better damage to most Pokemon. This versatility offers effective counterplay against Combat Fire answers, particularly against Dragon types, which it can hit for super effective damage with Disarming Voice. Remember Doombug's stunning victory at the San Antonio Regionals with Skeledirge? That's the kind of impact we're talking about. Water types are also making waves. The Fast Attack Bubble, now stronger, is a big win for Azumarill, boosting its presence in the top meta. And with Scald's power increase and attack lowering effect, Pokemon like Poliwrath and Whiscash are shining brighter. Speaking of Poliwrath, its new charge attack, Icy Wind, adds to its versatility, making it a top choice in recent regionals. Whiscash deserves a special mention. Its performance in the Portland regionals, anchored by the newly improved Scald and its innate bulk, has established it as a top tier water ground type. Skarmory is back too. Skarmory's recent improvement, a more efficient Steel Wing fast attack, has revitalized its role, effectively countering common Pokemon like Gligar, Lickitung, Cresselia, and various Grass and Dragon types. Vigoroth's new charge attack, Rock Slide, offers great counterplay against types that resist its fast attack counter. In combination with its spammy charge attack Body Slam, Vigoroth has become a flexible option in the Great League meta. Because of the new meta, even Pokemon that did not gain any new tools have increased in popularity. One of these Pokemon is Charjabug. Its unique bug electric typing and coverage allowed to beat many new competitors, like Poliwrath, Azumarill, Talonflame, Skarmory, Vigoroth, and more. That's just a glimpse of the evolving Championship Series metagame. Think you've got a meta-breaking strategy? Test it out at a local event. Find out more at pokemon.com/play.
Welcome back, trainers, and you're back with myself, Adelian, and Count Xevious, the brilliant man with a brilliant mind.
That's a very good introduction. Thank you for flattering me. He's been very good to me today. But what a game we saw there. One of the best I've seen. Tonton Bateuse edging it out, because if he went for that Dragon Claw against the Dragonair, that he would not have been able to win the match. He goes for that fast attack damage, gets that damage in, and then one mud shot, two mud shot. That's all it took.
Yes, and it just goes to show just how far ahead he's thinking. That step ahead, or keeping that one step ahead, is just absolutely brilliant. And against Effimastix, who I know I've had the great privilege of battling, he's so good. But Effimastix is so to top a player of his titanic status and talent is immense, I say.
And a location where you can battle Effimastix and player of their caliber is in the Go Battle League. I remember battling him multiple times in the Go Battle League just before hitting Legends. He was trying to gatekeep me, but I found a way through.
All right, excellent stuff. And so we have our next matchup, which is a winners semi-final. Wolfpack, who we have seen more recently in the stream, and he was absolutely dominant against Demon Cash as well. Two very fantastic players. Anything stand out from either of those teams?
I think Wolfpack running that Alolan Sandslash, from what I remember, it is to running Powder Snow. Powder Snow Alolan Sandslash is going to do a lot of work against Demon Cash's team. It's going to do quite good against a Mantine, quite good against a Registeel, good against a Shadow Dragonair, and also good against a Lickitung. It kind of has a flimsy matchup against a Wishcash. I would not say flimsy in a way, because Wishcash does have access to Mud Shot, which does super effective damage, and also the Charge Attack Mud Bomb, which does super effective damage as well. But I think one of the Pokemon that you would want to expect here is that Powder Snow Alolan Sandslash. He's also running an Altaria, so I'm very interested to see how he's going to try and pilot the Altaria into Demon Cash's line.
Yes, and Wolfpack has said that Altaria is one of his favorite Pokemon, so I'm not surprised to see him bring it here. So it'll be interesting to see. I think, on the other hand, Demon Cash is running that Shadow Dragonair, again, a Pokemon that he is very fond of as well. But I don't think there's as much room for it, because that Shadow Alolan Sandslash is an ever-present threat.
Yeah, it's one of those games where you see Altaria doesn't really have a super hard answer. The Registeel does exist there to deter the Altaria, but then again, if you do not get that Zap Cannon debuff, the matchup is not as bad as you think for the Altaria.
Very true.
So there is Mantine with access to the Ice Beam. We will see shortly what Demon Cash's Mantine is running. Potentially it could be Wing Attack with Ice Beam and Aerial Ace, but if it is not, if it's that Bubble Beam Aerial Ace, then it would be different. But we see that here, that he's running Ice Beam and Aerial Ace. Of course, this is another matchup that Altaria doesn't really want to be in, but the Dragon Breaths slowly and steadily will add up. Altaria looks great into this matchup.
Yes, for sure, absolutely. And I think this is another thing, bear in mind, with these tournaments, trainers can see the attack and the movesets of each other's Pokemon, so there are no surprises. You have open team sheets, which means that you can have that calculated discussion as to, okay, my opponent has a Mantine with Ice Beam, so I need to be a little bit careful. I have to maybe decide to use a few shields when facing off against a Dragon type in that matchup. But we go into Game 1. Avi, if you want to take it away.
Game 1, we see a Mantine lead into a Lickitung. This is a neutral lead for both these Pokemon. Mantine is going to be in a position where it can potentially win this matchup. Let's see how these two trainers decide to play it out. Lickitung doing the licks as usual, goes for the Body Slam, perfectly timed there in between that Wing Attack. Body Slam will land, most trainers do not like to shield the Mantine immediately just because it's such a bulky Pokemon on its own.
Yes, and look at how little damage that does to Mantine, but Mantine going up to as much energy as possible, going up to 2 aerial aces before launching the first one here. But Lickitung, again, super bulky, able to withstand a fair amount of punishment here and doesn't even go into the yellow.
Yep, Lickitung is looking like it's in the driver's seat here. Let's see what happens. Going for another Body Slam. Body Slam, if not Protect Shielded, will put the Mantine in the red, and that's exactly what happens. Will Demon Cash play for switch? Goes for that Ice Beam here. Ice Beam is not enough to knock out the Lickitung. Wolfpack knows this and goes for the no shield. Let's see what happens.
Yes, so there is no shield here, and so a farm down does occur, and I wonder if this is tactical, because Demon Cash wants to get a decent amount of farm on his Annihilate, which he does indeed bring, and now there's an instant swap into the Gligar, and now what do? Do you stay in or do you go out?
I think at this point you are locked in with Demon Cash. Sadly, Gligar comes in here with that super effective aerial ace. Demon Cash forced to shield to preserve his Annihilate.
Yes, but Wolfpack will be aware that Annihilate is not running Ice Punch here, so isn't going to be as fearful of the shield, but this is a bait, and now this could have been a Shadow Ball. He does shield it.
Ooh, that is an amazing bait by Demon Cash here. He is now in a pole position to get to another move, but I think he miscounted there. Unfortunately for Demon Cash, he's being forced to throw up his last Protect Shield to preserve his Annihilate.
Yes, and so Annihilate going to try and farm up some more, can get to another couple of counters, going for another Night Slash here, trying to get the second bait. Wolfpack really thinking now, what is he going to do? Do I shield or not? Falls for the bait for the second time.
He falls for the bait for the second time indeed, but at this point you can pretty much farm down the Annihilate, but no, goes for another Aerial Ace, getting it out of the way. We still have a pretty healthy Gligar going up against an almost full HP Lickitung.
Yes, but the tricky thing is, look what's in the back from Wolfpack's side. Sure, you might be able to beat this Gligar, but not before a Dig is launched to really soften this Lickitung up even further, and I think Demon Cash is going to regret this.
I think Demon Cash knows that there is no way back for him. It's already the Lickitung is already in the yellow. This puts him in a situation where whatever Pokemon is in the back line for Wolfpack, Lickitung will not be able to lick through it.
Yes, if he was hoping maybe... I think, yeah, I was just looking at the rest of the team. There is nothing there that would be good for Demon Cash here, and he knows it. And so what he can only do is just lick down as much as possible, but this Night Slash surely KOs.
Annihilate comes in with that heavy-hitting Night Slash. Night Slash is landing on the Lickitung and takes it out. Demon Cash, I think, had a moment in the game, somewhere in the mid-game, where he could have bought that game back to himself. With those 2 Night Slash baits, he could have tried to overcome that switch disadvantage, but unfortunately for Demon Cash, it did not work out. Also, Wolfpack did hard swap in the Gligar. Maybe Demon Cash was making a read that there would be a Pokemon at the back like the Lantern that could be weak to the Lickitung and not swapping out of that matchup. If he had decided to swap, the game might have been different.
Yeah, that's for sure. And that's where you have to think tactically as to whether the risk of having something really negative in the back line is worth it or not. So in this case, maybe Demon Cash recognizing that I could have potentially followed this around. I maybe need to think more in the moment and swap out and preserve my Annihilate rather than keep it in a negative matchup.
Yep. So far we've seen Wolfpack doing amazing team reads there. He out-thought Lurgan Rocket. And he's looking like he's not stopping anytime soon.
Yeah, sometimes I just feel Wolfpack is in the zone right now. I think he's calm, he's collected, and he just doesn't seem to put a foot wrong. And especially when you're at these sorts of higher stake tournaments, having that mindset or being in that zone is so useful. It means that I wouldn't be surprised if we see him in day 2, quite frankly.
Yeah, of course, he's just 2 more wins away. If he wins the winner semi, he goes to the winner final, and if he wins that, he's already in day 2. He knows this. He's already been in this position multiple times, and he's always come through. Let's see what he does. Demon Cash needs to, hold everything down. It's okay. It's just a game loss. I could have played it differently and then flipped this matchup, but it was not such a dominant matchup that I lost. Let's see how these both trainers throwing in their Pokemon. It's a Wish Cash into an Annihilate. This will all depend on a 50-50 coin toss.
Oh yes, Scald is definitely going to be launched soon, so both trainers staying in here. Wish Cash racing to the Scald. You can see Demon Cash tapping on that Scald. They're throwing it immediately, which is a good idea. If you wanted, with Scald, you tend to throw it relatively quickly to get the debuffs early, and the counters will do less damage, hopefully, if there is a debuff. And there is!
Yeah, and there is that debuff. This is potentially going to change how the course of the game here. Going immediately for that heavy-hitting Shadow Ball. This Shadow Ball, after the debuff, will not be enough to knock out the Wish Cache. Let's see what Demon Cache does. He pulls up a shield, calls the Shadow Ball, and now he looks like he's in the driver's seat.
Yes, he definitely does. That additional skull now being launched. No shield on Wolfpack's side. That does mean Annihilate will take a fair amount of damage out of this, going straight into the red.
And another attack fall. Annihilate going all the way down to the red. Oh, what an amazing catch there by Demon Cache. That was a tongue twister.
Oh yes, that was so good. And the Shadow Ball of all things landing on the normal type Lickitung. And now the mirror matchup is here as Wolfpack responds to that because he does not want to be in that matchup anymore. Brings in the mirror so that both these trainers can start launching body slams at each other. And the hope is, even though that there's been a softening of Demon Cache's Lickitung, maybe Wolfpack were able to win a switch advantage and then get that better alignment.
Yeah, I wouldn't exactly call it a softening because it was a resisted Shadow Ball, but there's still a little bit of HP missing on Demon Cache's side. In comes a body slam from Demon Cache, from Wolfpack, taking that Lickitung. Not much down, right?
No. This is an opportunity, I think, when you're trainers in this situation. You're in a mirror match. You now cannot start thinking, what do I want to get out of this Lickitung mirror? Do I definitely need switch? In which case, I want to invest a few more shields in order to do that, or am I better off leaving my opponent's Lickitung really low on health so I can farm it down with something else and quote unquote soft lose?
Yep, you are exactly right there. Again, another body slam coming in from Demon Cache's Lickitung. How the match is going to look like is going to be very important. What and how these two players decide to come out of this matchup. We see that Gligar into the Mantine in the back line for Wolfpack, and that is not a position to be in if you are Wolfpack. Of course, his Annihilate is almost knocked out as well. Let's see which one of these trainers try to win. Oh!
There's a double attempt at a double catch, but Wolfpack's reaction says it all because he does not want to put Gligar in there. He doesn't want to put Lickitung in there, but he has to pick one.
Yep, he does pick the Gligar, but unfortunately this is not a matchup where Gligar does shine. Goes for the aerial ace at charge attack priority, but this does not matter. Demon Cache going for the no shield, knowing that this aerial ace is not enough to put a huge dent onto that Mantine.
No, it isn't. An Ice Beam now being launched here. An immediate shield from Wolfpack, so he makes the right call here, but Mantines are so bulky. I think he can just race to another one.
He will definitely outpace to another one, but it will all come down to the endgame scenario here. Aerial Ace will go again on charge attack priority. This most definitely will be shielded by Demon Cache.
Yes, I think it's perfect timing on both these trainers, but yes, that shield coming in very clutch here for Demon Cache as now that Ice Beam comes in absolutely undefended. Double super effective on Gligar, and Gligar will not be able to withstand that at all.
Yep, Gligar goes down, Mantine is here, and what an amazing play by Demon Cache, going for that body slam, taking out Wolfpack's Lickitung. The game is now tied.
Yes, it definitely is. So now that Lickitung goes down, and there we have it. And here's the thing, one thing that I did like, Demon Cache bringing in that Lickitung was actually quite clever because he was mitigating the risk of Wolfpack's Lickitung licking down the Mantine of Demon Cache, so that potentially could have launched a body slam directly at Demon Cache's Lickitung afterwards. So very clever to recognize that. Demon Cache goes, nope, I'm going to swap in and get my body slam off first. Brilliant.
Let's not forget there was also a Wish Cache at the back with 45% HP on Demon Cache's side.
Ah, of course,
It was a huge uphill climb for that Lickitung, even if it had gone for the lick down on the Mantine. But we will have to see how these two trainers adapt. It's 1-1 winner semifinal, everything on the line.
Yes, so I mean, at this point, the stakes are getting higher and higher and higher. You have done so well, both these trainers, they have not lost yet. But this is the nature of a double elimination tournament. One of these trainers will be heading into the losers bracket, having taken their first loss. The other trainer moves one step closer in the winners bracket and to that elusive regional championship.
Yep. And the losers bracket is not where your tournament ends. You can still make a losers bracket run, go all the way to the losers final, and potentially try to be in the grand finals and flip the grand finals as well.
Yeah, of course, and we have seen many times at the grand finals there's bracket resets and all sorts of fun things to see, and that is super exciting as well. So you're not out until you definitely are out. But, of course, don't forget, even if you do get knocked out after 2 losses, there's plenty more opportunities to battle in challenges and cups. But we stand with a Dragonair going into Shadow alone, and Sansa Wolfpack has worked his magic again.
What magic indeed. In comes this Lickitung. This is not a positive matchup for Lickitung per se, just because of the fact that this Alolan Sandslash is running. Powder Snow goes for this Ice Punch, potentially another chip and dip strategy here.
Yeah, I like this. I think this is exactly right. If I was in Demon Cash's shoes, I would do that. And now brings in the Annihilate. Yes, of course. This is exactly what you said, Avi. Perfect here. And now Demon Cash going for the Power Whip. Because this is going to at least do neutral damage, and Wolfpack shields accordingly.
Great Protect Shield by Wolfpack. This puts him in such a dominant position. He can farm this Lickitung all the way down before it gets to another Power Whip. Whatever Pokemon comes in is not going to like these charge attacks from this Annihilate. It's a very, very good Pokemon. With Night Slash, you just need 5 counters to get to each of these, and these all do damage. Will he get a boost here? Did he...
If that had been a boost, that would have been absolutely wild. But now going for the Shadow Ball, hoping maybe that Demon Cash isn't going to shield. He chooses not to shield, and down goes that Dragonair.
Shadow Ball comes through, takes the Dragonair out, and this looks done and dusted. Wolfpack giving a sigh of relief. He knows that the Pokemon he has at the back is going to do a lot of work against the Whiscash. Another Night Slash coming in from the Annihilate. The Annihilate does not seem like it's going down anytime soon.
No, it doesn't. Demon Cash really has to throw a charge attack at some point soon. Go farming to maximum before another Night Slash can be launched. But Wolfpack saying, no, I want to keep the Annihilate even more.
Yeah, he knows that he's already reached that Night Slash. He can go for the charge attack priority event here. And again, Demon Cash probably understood, okay, he's already at a move, I have to shield, so I'm going to try to mud-shot it down.
Yes, and now swapping into the Lickitung here, and we know there's a no-shield scenario. Lickitung is on so much health, but we know the Power Whip is double super effective here, so maybe he's going for a little flex here, I dare say.
Yeah, he is flexing indeed. I think he also had a move on the Sandslash, but whatever this Whiscash does, this game should be done and dusted. Whiscash going for the Scald, last-ditch effort, hoping for another attack debuff, and potentially again hoping that this Power Whip wouldn't KO after.
Yeah, but at this range, I'm thinking, and even if Wolfpack undercharged to lowest point, I think that was still KO just because of a double super effective. And down goes the Whiscash here, and Wolfpack breathing a sigh of relief there as he takes his journey one step closer into that Hall of Fame and into becoming that regional champion.
Yep, one step closer to the winners final and another step closer to day number 2, where he will be testing his mettle against all those other trainers who've managed to go through the winners and the losers bracket finals.
And what an accolade that is to be amongst such top trainers to go that much further in day 2. But there's one battle left. I think Demon Cash not noticing that Wolfpack had come to go greet him. But again, a signal of the camaraderie there with there's so much friendship between players and judges and whatnot. Really, you love to see it.
Yep, Wolfpack used the ability Stealth, so he could not be recognized by Demon Cash, even though he was staying next to Demon Cash. What an amazing win there. I think Wolfpack has been on point today with the predictions. He decided to bring in game number 1 that Gligar that ended up matching up against the Annihilate, and in game number 2, he, of course, tried to outmaneuver his opponent. Unfortunately for him, the backline was not very favorable for his Gligar, and game 3, that Powder Snow Alolan Sandslash lead into the Dragonair secured it all for him.
Yes, and you know what, now that I look at Powder Snow Alolan Sandslash, I really want to have a play with that. Don't forget, folks, it is the Go Battle League event today, so you have a choice of either Master League or the Evolution Cup. So do, while you're watching, maybe have a little play around with some of the Pokemon you've seen here, the ones that qualify the Evolution Cup, like maybe Charjabug.
Yep, Charjabug does qualify in the Evolution Cup. There are other Pokemon that are doing pretty well as well. I've heard Vigoroth is a staple, like in every meta that it is viable. I think in every restricted meta where Vigoroth is viable, it is going to do a lot of work for you. The other Pokemon that you can potentially try are the Togetic or also even the Dusknoir.
Yeah,
Dusclops.
Dusclops, yeah. Dusclops is actually very, very fun. I actually have a Shadow Dusclops as well, and that adds a little bit of extra damage, and it does throw a few people off because you require quite a bit of investment for it. So I would recommend that if you have one.
I have 3 Dusclops.
Oh, wow.
It was before the level 50 cap was introduced.
Ah,
So I had a level 39 Dusclops, and then once the level 50 was introduced, I had to power up a Shadow Dusclops to level 50, level 40 something, and then another Shadow Dusclops because I ran out of TM, so it was better for me to make 2 instead of 1.
Wow, that is dedication, that, considering the investment there. But no, fair play. And this goes to show that having a nice collection of Pokemon can allow you to play in as many tournaments as you want. It can allow you to play in many Go Battle League metas as you want. And that's the fun. You can test yourself in so many different ways. I love it.
Yeah, the best part of it is it will never go to waste. I've always used my Pokemon. Sometimes I've had Pokemon that I've trained with a little higher attack, and that comes useful in certain matchups. One of the most common ones that we know, in a way, is the Gligar. There is an attack breakpoint where you do a little bit more damage to the opposing Lickitung with your wing attacks to secure that matchup for you.
Ah, that is very handy to know. I did recall as well, if you look at Liverpool, I know that Tomahawk, when he was battling against Lickitung, he used an Annihilate that was a bit more well-versed when it comes to attack, and it was able to do a fair bit more damage. But look what we have here. Do you recognize a certain special event champion?
Yep, definitely. Polisha is an amazing battler, and she's been on top of her game for so many seasons. She's such a well-known member of the community, and every other season she's in the top of the Go Battle League leaderboards as well. And all of this came into fruition, and the pinnacle for her was the Turin special event, where she became the champion. And another player on the other side is Icelandic Lapras. I've been told that he's been doing quite well in the practice tournaments, so he's no one to shun away from.
Yeah, well, absolutely not. I've played Icelandic Lapras a few times. He was based in London for a period and is now, I believe, based in Edinburgh. So has popped over from I think snowy Scotland at the moment. I think the weather is a little bit more cold at that point, and of course he's come with all the Icelandic sort of vibe. But I was kind of expecting him to bring Lapras, if I'm being brutally honest.
Yeah, unfortunately Lapras doesn't really have a great place in the meta, but he did bring a Pokemon that we didn't see so far, and that's that Mandibuzz. Mandibuzz has pretty neutral matchups across the meta. For example, against Polisha's team, Mandibuzz is going to do a lot of work against that Annihilate, against the Whiscash, against Lickitung, and also Gligar. The only 2 Pokemon that can pretty much threaten the Mandibuzz is Charjabug and Azumarill. Even Charjabug, if you have quite a bit of Snarl advantage, you can flip that, but we will need to see the movesets on these Pokemon to understand if it's Snarl or is it Air Slash.
Yes, I think I would lean Snarl here as Mandibuzz. I think just getting those charge attacks is a bit more useful here, but yeah, Icelandic Lapras, certainly a very seasoned battler as well, knows his stuff. He has battled many times against myself, against a few other trainers. I think brilliant, but take nothing away from Polisha. She knows how to win.
Yeah, Polisha, I've seen her win impossible games that I've thought were over throughout her run in Turin, and at that point in Torino, she had the highest win rate of anybody winning a regional, and that is an achievement that I hope she's going to top here. But in her way is Icelandic Lapras and his Mandibuzz. A Pokemon that we see again, that Lurgan kind of piloted for a long time, was that Cresselia. Do you have something to say about it?
Yeah, I love Cresselia. I think it's a Pokemon that I personally, if I were to battle in a regional, I would select it. I love it for the coloring reasons. It is a decent answer to all the fighters, but also has coverage thanks to Grass Knot against a lot of the water ground types you see, such as that Whiscash. And because to be able to handle both of those is pretty cool, I say.
Yeah, speaking of movesets, we all confirm again Annihilate's moveset, which is Night Slash. That's the only main moveset that we need to look at here, because the rest of the Pokemon are running their standard movesets. Azumarill also has access to that Hydro Pump, but in the current meta, it's not really recommended. Lickitung, Lick Body Slam, Power Whip, Gligar with Wing Attack, Aerial Ace, Dig, pretty standard across all the Pokemon. But I would like to be actually quite interested to see what the Mandibuzz of Icelandic Lapras is running.
Yes, so that will determine how it is utilized. Could it be a little bit safer into that Charjabug, even though it's not an ideal matchup? But of course, the benefit is also going to be, if it is running Air Slash, then it will be a lot stronger against the Annihilate. But I don't think you need that extra firepower. But no, we do see that Mandibuzz is running Snarl here. And Snarl doesn't surprise me, but here's the interesting thing. Mandibuzz is running Dark Pulse rather than Foul Play, so opting for a bit of extra damage with each charge attack rather than increasing the frequency of charge attacks with Foul Play.
Yep, and Annihilate on Icelandic Lapras' side is running Ice Punch. Cresselia, instead of Moonblast, is running Future Sight. So Cresselia as a Pokemon looks really neutral into Polisha's team. We know that it's a very bulky Pokemon, and Future Sight does have same type attack bonus, or as we call it in colloquial terms, stab.
Yeah, so in Future Sight, it will be very, very useful here. And also, what I like about it is Cresselia, in my opinion, is a very defensive Pokemon. It tends to lean more on soaking up a lot of damage and can do very well there. But it really does impress me when it is able to launch a Future Sight, and relatively quickly, I would say. The damage it does is astronomically strong, even against resisted Pokemon. Like, I've seen it hit a Alolan Sandslash and still chunk good 30-40%. And I'm like, wow.
Yep, and important point is it's so good against Polisha's team because she doesn't have any Pokemon that resist both these moves from Cresselia. So Cresselia will be pivotal in Icelandic Lapras, taking down the PvP Titan, which is Polisha.
Yes, and I think Polisha, therefore, will rely on her Charger Bug just because it's one of the few things that will cause Cresselia a few problems, just because Psychic types are, of course, weak to Bug-type attacks, and the X's are on Charger Bug's side very handy and very spammy as well. Also, Charger Bug can still threaten that Mandibuzz as well, and is pretty much good into a lot of other things, handles the Annihilate to an extent. Doesn't like the Whiscash, though, so maybe Polisha has to think of what can I do to cover the Whiscash. Maybe that Lickitung might be handy there.
Yep. I think Icelandic Lapras' playstyle could be running that Whiscash in Cresselia. Both these Pokemon have pretty neutral matchups across the board against Polisha, and Polisha's way would be to try and make sure she runs at Azumarill. Azumarill does have a decent matchup against most of Icelandic Lapras' Pokemon, but then again, one Scald debuff is all it takes to ruin your Azumarill plans.
Yes, of course, the overwhelming dominance of Scald sometimes it can be brought to bear. But both of these trainers do have access to Scald thanks to both their Whiscash. So it might be a question of who gets their debuff off first, because that can really change them and change the dynamic of things.
Yep. There's also what I would like to point out is Shiny Psyduck and Shiny God of War on the stage there with those plushies. The Psyduck does look like it's camouflaged into Lapras, but it's not really camouflaged.
Yeah, that's a very good spot, actually. I didn't actually notice the Psyduck, because I believe that is the mascot for Icelandic Lapras' teammates that he practices with. So it's very adorable to see that. It must be also quite rare, because generally you don't see shiny plushies quite as often. A bit like the actual shinies themselves, you don't see them as much in the video games or perhaps even in Pokemon Go.
Yep, shinies are quite rare, so when there are events with boosted chances of shinies, you should most definitely try to take full advantage of that. These two trainers, I think, are kind of filling out their teams now. At this point, it's very, very important to understand what your opponent might want to play. I would usually try to think of every Pokemon that I lead, and then I will think, okay, if my opponent leads this Pokemon against the Pokemon I want to lead, what are my options? And based on my options, I will pick my second Pokemon, and if that second Pokemon is met with another bad matchup, I pick my third Pokemon to kind of understand, okay, let me have a third Pokemon that gives me play against whatever is happening. So in a way, this is kind of like an ABA strategy that we call it.
Yep.
So strong, weak, and strong.
Yep.
But then again, it can be interpreted differently.
Yes, oh, absolutely, it can be. And I think that it's a lovely explanation you make of how to go into a battle and have a game plan, a plan of action in all situations. So let's see what game plans these two fantastic trainers have as Whiscash from a Shadow Whiscash faces off against Lickitung on Icelandic Lapras' side.
Shadow Whiscash does a lot of damage. Scald being an amazing move, will be able to get to it before the Lickitung can do any damage with its charge attacks. In comes the Scald. Scald does a debuff. Coin flips in the air. Let's see where it lands. And it's not a debuff.
Not a debuff, and then instantly swapping out into the Gligar. Lickitung farming up a bit more, throwing that body slam now. Perfect timing on Icelandic Lapras' side just to soften this Gligar up a bit. And then I wonder if Icelandic Lapras will switch after this. He does.
At this point, it makes perfect sense to switch into the Mandibuzz. Mandibuzz, with this Snarl and being such a bulky Pokemon, is not afraid of these charge attacks coming in from this Gligar. Gligar goes for the Aerial Ace. Aerial Ace does have the same type attack bonus, or the stab as we talked about. Let's see what happens here.
Yes, I think Mandibuzz can farm up a bit more because it just has got plenty of health, but not before Polishar launches another Aerial Ace here, soften it up a little bit more. But I think if you're Icelandic Lapras, you'll still be happy because you can just farm up a teeny bit more and then throw the energy and still be reasonably healthy to do a bit more damage afterwards.
That's exactly what he did here, going for the Dark Pulse just before Polishar gets to another Aerial Ace. This Mandibuzz is fairly healthy and is loaded with energy. Let's see what comes in. In comes the Charger Bug. This is the best case scenario for Icelandic Lapras because he can do a lot of damage to the Charger Bug and align that Lickitung on this Charger Bug.
Yes, that's true. But that being said, Polishar is able to get a fair amount of farm in, but it's a question of whether she can farm down entirely, and it is very close. But no, just able to get another Dark Pulse off. Polishar now has to no-shield twice. This Charger Bug is now really softened up.
Yeah, the Charger Bug will be in the red already, and Lickitung does have almost the Body Slam loaded. In comes the first move. It's going to be an X-Scissor. This does have the same type attack bonus, but it doesn't have enough attack in it to take out the Lickitung.
Yes, it does. But Polishar, respect to her, she's knowing when to throw that X-Scissor to make sure she doesn't throw it after the Body Slam stores. Now shielding and does have the energy for another additional X-Scissor, but can she farm down, I wonder?
Yep, at this point, that's exactly what she should be going for. Farms it down completely, and this is the best position she can be in. Yes, the Cresselia comes in. Yes, it's going to take super effective damage from these X-Scissor, but the Cresselia has 2 shields. She is going to try and push as much advantage she can have from this matchup.
Yes, and Polishar making the sensible call to swap out into that Whiscash and try and preserve as much of that energy on the X-Scissor, on the Charger Bug for later. Grass Knot coming in here. Polishar recognizing this would pretty much one-hit KO from this range, so shields accordingly.
Yep, she does shield that Grass Knot, which would have been super effective. Whiscash coming in with that Scald again. This is the second Scald that she's thrown. Will she get a debuff here?
Oh, she
needs it. Yes, she does exactly when she needs it. Goes for the Mud Bomb just before she gets to the Scald here. Icelandic Lapras knows his win condition is to have a shield on this Cresselia before the Charger Bug can make an appearance.
Yes, that makes sense, and I think that's why Icelandic Lapras is farming up even more. Perfect timing here now. This Grass Knot surely KOs at this range, but there is so much energy on Icelandic Lapras' Cresselia now that maybe this will be more than enough to get to another charge attack. But no, just the Psycho Cuts alone is enough to KO, and Polishar's not even able to launch at X-Scissor. 1-0 to Icelandic Lapras.
That was very well played by both trainers. Polishar recognizing her Charger Bug might not be her win con at first, but since Icelandic Lapras stood in with that Mandibuzz for an extended period of time, at some point she realized maybe, just maybe, there is something weak for my against the Charger Bug at the back. Specifically, after that Lickitung came in, it was kind of obvious, oh, maybe it's a Cresselia.
Yes, it is. So I wonder, therefore, if it would have been worth shielding that Charger Bug a little bit more. But then the problem is, if you have shielded the Dark Pulse from the Mandibuzz, you would have just been hit by Cresselia's Future Sight later on. So I think it was a question of you either have to shield something or something else, but either way, you're going to have to shield something, and the other thing is going to KO your Charger Bug. So I think it was difficult for Polishar to recognize the Charger Bug was so useful with the back until later on. But this is the what you're saying, like the ABB strategy of having the Mandibuzz and Cresselia in the back.
Yep, and the thing with the line that Icelandic Lapras ran is one of the bulkiest possible lines you can put out in Great League. Sure. He ran the Lickitung, he ran the Mandibuzz, and he ran the Cresselia. You know, Mandibuzz is kind of called the Umbreon of the skies.
Indeed.
Yeah, because the stat product is very similar.
Yeah.
Granted, Mandibuzz is a little less in stat product when compared to the Umbreon, but then again, it's 3 really bulky Pokemon, and Polishar will need a lot of firepower to get through these Pokemon. Gligar is Shadow, but we saw how many Aerial Aces that Mandibuzz tanked. Speaking of how many Aerial Aces Mandibuzz will tank, let's see if they lead those Pokemon. It's an Annihilate lead into a Lickitung, not the lead you want as Icelandic Lapras.
No, Polishar having an early advantage here, swapping out into the Cresselia straight away, responded to with the Charger Bug, so this is going really well for Polishar. Those X-Scissors are going to be problematic, but X-Scissor isn't going to KO the Cresselia from here. Cresselia's bulk is super impressive. no shield on the future side of all things.
It goes for the heavy hitting future side. Future side lands and puts this Charger Bug into the yellow, but we know Charger Bug will be able to get to 2 X's before the Cresselia gets to another move.
Yes, absolutely. So Polisher is perfectly comfortable here. That X is actually really taking things really close, and Polisher is actually towing straight away, not wasting any time at all. And a first shield now comes out on Icelandic Lapras' side.
Shield comes up on Icelandic Lapras' side. Probably he wants to try and throw 2 grass knots at this Charger Bug, pulling a shield from Polisher. Polisher knows she had such a great lead. She needs to get the switch here.
Yeah, she does, and Icelandic Lapras, I think, recognizes that, going for a successful bait and is able to pull it off, but that doesn't change the fact that Polisher is able to get that next X Scizor off, and now Icelandic Lapras has to decide, do I shield again? No, choosing not to.
Goes for the no shield. The Cresselia goes down, Lickitung comes in. At this point, if you're Icelandic Lapras, all you want to do is completely farm this Charger Bug down and hope against hopes that 2 Power Whips will be enough to put your Annihilate in a position where your Mandibus can snarl it down.
Yes, that would be very, very nifty if you can pull that off. So Lickitung has a fair bit of energy here, going to the Power Whip, and yes, launching it straight away now to try and soften this up. No immediate an immediate no shield from Polisher, so she might regret this, I wonder.
Power Whip lands here, but the Annihilate is still green. In comes the Mandibus. It's going to be met with this Gligar. We saw how dominating this matchup was for the Mandibus, and that's exactly what Icelandic Lapras will be showing in this game as well.
Yes, he's been very sensible here, just continuing to farm up energy, wait for Polisher to throw their first charge attack, and then one more Snarl, and then now a Dark Pulse is being launched, and this is where the damage is really going to become heavy.
Yep, Dark Pulse comes in, and no shield from Polisher, trying to save that shield for that Annihilate at the back, but this is not looking great. Another Aerial Ace comes in. Icelandic Lapras knows he can potentially go back-to-back Aerial Ace to knock out this Gligar, and that's why he shielded the Aerial Ace from the Gligar. Mandibus still pretty healthy here. Let's see how he does. He goes for another Dark Pulse here.
Yes, maybe he's not confident that that Aerial Ace would KO, and is opting for the Dark Pulse, but it's immaterial as Polisher brings in that shield. But now it's another race to get to another charge attack, which Polisher now wins. But Mandibus, so bulky, can withstand that assist as well.
Yeah, Mandibus will definitely withstand this, and that's exactly what happens. Will they go for an immediate swap here? You need the Aerial Ace to land on that Annihilate at the back, and that's exactly what Icelandic Lapras is going. He's charging up to 2 Aerial Aces back-to-back, one on the Gligar, and the next one will be on the Annihilate.
Yeah, that was so clever, but right, Icelandic Lapras, but unfortunately, Annihilate on a charge attack priority is able to Night Slash, but will this KO? It does, it's so close though.
Yeah, it does KO, but we do have a Lickitung at the back here, but I do not think the Lickitung has enough firepower to survive this Night Slash or get through that Annihilate. Night Slash comes in, and this will almost knock out the Lickitung.
Yes, time for a boost? No boost.
Oh, he could not get to the power whip there. Very, very close game. Very well played by Polisher.
Yeah, very much so. I did think for a second Icelandic Lapras made the very clever trick to farm up more energy and then go for the Aerial Ace, but unfortunately, charge attack priority determines that Annihilate, with its far superior attack compared to Mandibus, was always going to win that charge attack priority event there. So it was really close though. Icelandic Lapras, in my opinion, took Polisher right to the wire.
Yep, even though he did lose that lead it was a very bad lead. Yeah. Annihilate into a Lickitung.
Yep.
With that Mandibus, he almost made sure that Polisher had to play perfectly to win that game. Only one thing could have saved Icelandic Lapras from a loss there, was that quick swap into the Lickitung as soon as Polisher bought in that Annihilate to catch that Night Slash.
Oh yeah, that maybe could have worked. It's obviously very challenging in these high pressure situations to remember every single tactic you could potentially use. But a lot of trainers, I feel, they will watch back on their particular battles within the stream and review where they may have gone amiss or what they could have done better. And this allows many trainers to get better over time because you reflect back on what you did and assess. And so for all those watching, I would encourage this kind of behavior as well. Lickitung now going up against Cresselia, which is kind of okay for Polisher, I say.
Yep, this this is okay for both parties in a way, because Future Sight does hit hard, but for Lickitung, all the damage is from that lick. You see how much HP this Cresselia is losing as the game progresses. In comes his first Future Sight. Future Sight will do a ton of damage, but since Lickitung is such a bulky Pokemon, it's going to do only about 40%.
Yes, and I think in the early game, you don't really want to be giving up shields so early. So I think sensible here from Polisher to play it safe, keep those shields back for the mid-game when there's been the first swap out or the first KO potentially.
Yep, and you want to play out the zero shields as a Cresselia here, because that is the scenario where you can take the most advantage of in this matchup. Going for another Future Sight will put that Lickitung into the red, but it will not be Psycho Cut down before it can launch another move.
No, that's true. So Polisher, I wonder, could have maybe farmed up a teeny bit more and make sure she has another Body Slam ready to go. But I think at this range, it's so close. Trying to get there. Does he manage it? Oh, yes, she does, and does get another Body Slam off here. Icelandic Lapras, no shielding, and letting this go. Yeah,
Icelandic Lapras, no shielding indeed. Potentially wants to farm down with the Wish Cash or the Mandibuzz. Let's see what he does. He comes in with the Wish Cash and gets too much shot lead going into the next matchup.
That's impressive, because I actually genuinely thought he would only get one, but gets two, and this is very useful here. Scald can now be launched onto the Gligar, and Polisher has to shield this. It's Shadow on Shadow. This would purely KO.
Yep, it would put it very close to the red indeed, but let's see if he gets a coin flip, and no, he does not. That is really unfortunate for Icelandic Lapras, but he will get to another Scald just before the dig if the Gligar wants to bait here.
Yes, and Gligar is attempting to bait, and Icelandic Lapras does fall for it, so shield there, he's not going to be happy with that, but no, is able to get the Scald off for the second time, so Polisher surely has to shield again.
Yeah, Paula does not pull up a shield here. This is not enough to KO the Gligar. Understanding her IVs, and what an amazing catch by Icelandic Lapras. All that energy from that Gligar is gone onto the Mandibuzz, and that is not great.
No, that is an amazing play here, but now the Charger Bug coming in against Icelandic Lapras, the one Pokemon he didn't want to see when he brought his Mandibuzz in, but Mandibuzz, so bulky, is able to threaten the Charger Bug a little bit with that Dark Pulse, so this could still work in Icelandic Lapras' favor, but it doesn't look good on paper.
Yep, it could definitely work in Icelandic Lapras' favor, but we see the Mandibuzz trying to do as much damage to the Charger Bug as possible. This battery Pokemon is getting a lot of damage on by this Mandibuzz.
Yes, and so I think what Polisher wants to do is get to 2 discharges, which indeed she does. That way she can force one on to get the shield and the other one to do the damage, but the first one goes unshielded. Mandibuzz actually survives!
Mandibuzz survives. Will it be able to get to an aerialist? No, it's not able to. Let's see what happens here. Wish Cash comes in. At this point, you want to go for only mud shots here. That's exactly what Icelandic Lapras is doing, not before taking this X-Scissor from Polisher.
Yes, and choosing to shield and keep the Shadow Whiskash nice and healthy, because at this point, no, going for a Mud Bomb now to try and eliminate this Charger Bug, but Polisher says, no, I want to keep this matchup in there. I want to soften you up a little bit more, Whiskash. So the shield comes in, and now it's a race to get to that next X-Scissor. Going for 2 here on on a Charge Attack priority event that Polisher wins!
It's a Charge Attack priority event that Polisher wins, but the Charger Bug does not have enough to get through this. Was it a Charge Attack priority event? Will this be a Charger? Yes, it was. And Wish Cash gets to that Mud Bomb, and this is enough to send Polisher down to the loser's bracket.
Incredible plays from Icelandic Lapras. Absolutely divine stuff. You love to see it. How close was that from 2 absolutely phenomenal trainers?
Yep, that was the catch on that Gligar. Changed the game there. He knew that the Gligar had to throw. He knew that if the Gligar did not throw the energy there, it would potentially be mud-shotted down. And the catch on the Mandibuzz, knowing the bulk of the Mandibuzz, and he knew that he would be able to get to moves that threaten the Charger Bug and force the Charger Bug to get rid of some energy, and that's exactly what happened here. He used the bulk of the Mandibuzz to perfection.
Yes, and this just goes to show just how potent Mandibuzz is as a special Pokemon. One of the spicier picks you don't often see as much compared to like the Lickitungs or whatnot, but it can be used to great effect to core break certain teams, and I think here it's really demonstrated its worth. So if I'm Icelandic Lapras, I'll be giving a Poffin to that Mandibuzz anytime soon. Yeah, Mandibuzz did a lot of work there. It was very neutral against Polisher's team, and he piloted it to perfection. The Mandibuzz, the Cresselia, 2 Pokemon so bulky that you need a lot of work by your Pokemon to get through. And game 1 was a very good lead, and he cemented it down with the end game with the Cresselia coming into the Wish Cache to throw those grass knots to take it out.
out. Game 2 was a CAP event as well, which Icelandic Lapras lost. And game number 3 was a CAP event where Icelandic Lapras' Wishcast survived with just
1 HP in a dream.
a bit more than
maybe,
1 HP.
Maybe a bit more, teeny bit more. Yeah. But as soon as it goes into the red and I can see a whisper of health, I'm like, it's 1 HP or thereabouts, right?
Teeny bit of HP and a lot of dreams, and he goes on to the winners final, where Polisha will now have to face a few more competitors to make her way through the losers bracket.
And I can believe she can do it because Polisha knows how to win. She's won a regional before, and I always find former regional champions generally do amazingly well in the losers bracket, because it seems as though some people, when they go to losers bracket, they might feel a bit deflated. But it seems to be that the competitive spirit increases with these regional champions because they know how to. It's like, I should be up there. I'm going to fight all my way up and be in that grand final.
Yeah. It's also all about building your stamina as well, slowly and steadily. When you get knocked out into the losers finals, one of the most difficult things I've had to do when I got knocked out was keep that stamina up. You need to be mentally strong to go through the whole thing. It is a toil. It's a lot of grinding that you have to do, and going down through the losers final is losers bracket is very difficult.
Oh yeah, for sure. But you know, at least you are still in the tournament, having taken 1 loss. Ideally, don't take it, but hey ho, this is at least you have a little bit of a safety net. Of course, there's a couple of other things to update you about as well. So there's a few trainers that have had a few interesting outcomes. Unfortunately, though, Tactical has been knocked out of the competition so far. He has taken his 2nd loss. Lurgan Rocket and Nighttime Clasher are still in the losers bracket, but both of them are only a 1 loss away from being out as well. So really, really impressive. Both these trainers might still be in it, but they have to deal with Polisha. They have to deal with a bunch of other good trainers.
Yep. And Lurgan right now is a man on a mission. I met him on the floor just before we casted. He looked focused. He's usually all jumpy and happy, but he was razor focused. He didn't even say hi.
Oh wow. Oh, that's really. Are you broken-hearted beyond belief?
He broke my heart.
Lurgan, if you're listening to this, you have some explaining to do, young man.
Yeah, but all the best to him. He's a great battler, and I'm very sure that he's going to do everything it takes to get to day number 2.
Yes, and he's been there far too many times, and I'm sure he can add to that tally. And all-round great person as well. But don't go anywhere, folks, because more matchups are on their way. Guess who we have next? I think, and Little Birdie has told me, I think we have Statistan coming up against Freaka. So one of Germany's finest, I'd say, with Freaka against one of Dutch's finest with Statistan. So what a great match.
It's going to be a great match. Statistan was one of our caster's predictions as well.
Indeed.
And he's been doing great so far. Of course he's been doing great. He's in the winners semifinals, and he's one of those trainers who's consistently performed across the championship circuit ever since its inception. So we have 2 amazing trainers who are going to give it their all, but I can't wait to see their Pokemon and the matchups.
Yes, I remember many, many moons ago, Statistan did very well. I think it was EUIC last year, where he was running Mew, of all things, in Open Great League in these tournaments. Now, I don't think Mew really has a place anymore, thanks to Open Team Sheets taking out a lot of the surprise factor. But it just goes to show Statistan is not unfamiliar with running something unusual, and I want to see if he's done anything unusual today.
Yeah, it's not just about the surprise factor, right? Because he ran the same team for 3 regionals in a row.
Yeah, that's fair.
And still finished top cut in all those regionals. So there was no surprise factor there. The first one, maybe, oh yeah, it's a wild charge. The next one, you know it's going to be a wild charge. He just played that Pokemon to perfection. It's one of those Pokemon with Shadow Claw. I think at that time it was Dragon Claw and Wild Charge. Yep, offers perfect coverage. So you can work it however you want. Throw a Wild Charge, your defense falls, you swap out, clear the debuff, and then let the other Pokemon do it. And having Pokemon like Lickitung, for example, is the best way to do it. You have a Pokemon that does a lot of damage, throw the big move, get your defense down, and swap into the Lickitung.
Yep, and that's it. This is the chip and chip strategy that that we talk about quite a bit in Pokemon Go, and you don't even have to use chip and dip just with self-debuffing moves. You can use it with pretty much anything. It's a very standard tactic, and I'm sure 2 of these trainers. Oh, actually, no, Statistan comes a bit later on, but we will be having Nesabethan versus Arceus Aurelius coming on instead, and both of these trainers are very well known in the circuit.
Yep, Nesabethan, he was an amazing trainer who ran had multiple top cuts against in the last season. So now he's here with the Tea and Pizza mascot, isn't it?
Yes, with Poltergeist is there. So Poltergeist is a Pokemon that's not yet in Pokemon Go, but I'm very excited to see when that comes in the future. I wonder if they will ever bring it to a regional, but Arceus Aurelius, a staple in the Play Pokemon, or the Pokemon Go Championship series, and running a Talonflame, which I think he's brought many a time to many tournaments. I think he's quite fond of it, I would say.
It is a very good Pokemon, especially if you can get it riled up and get it that boost up. We have to see what moves the Talonflame is running. Will it be the Flame Charge Fly, Flame Charge Brave Bird, or as we see before, the Fly and Brave Bird, both flying moves on the Talonflame. It is a viable moveset now just because Incinerate got that damage buff.
Yeah, exactly. You don't necessarily even need the additional Flame Charge attack buff, but we do see that Arceus Aurelius has opted for Flame Charge and Fly, so going for a bit more consistency with Fly rather than the chip and dip strategies that Brave Bird would allow. You also do see Abomasnow coming back in with Icy Wind. I do like that, but here's the unusual thing. His Azumarill is running Hydro Pump, and I wonder what your thoughts on that, because I think you prefer the other moveset, don't you?
Yeah, I think in the meta, Azumarill with Ice Beam works better, but against Nessa Beaten, I think Hydro Pump could do a lot of work. Another Pokemon that's going to be great is Cresselia. Cresselia is running Grass Knot Future Sight, so Future Sight can do a ton of damage against that Talonflame. Usually, if you run, let's say, another moveset on Cresselia, which is Psycho Cut, Grass Knot, and Moonblast, you have nothing to do damage to the opposing Talonflame. But with Future Sight, you can do a lot of work. Let's see what Nessa Beaten has on his team. We see an Ice Beam player of Azumarill, Annihilate with counter Shadow Ball, Night Slash, Wishcash with Mudshot, Mud Bomb, Scald, Abomasnow, where that Ice Beam could have come in handy on Arceus Aurelius' side, is going to do a lot of work.
Yes, it will do. So I think there's a lot of similarities in the team. It'd be very interesting to see if either side can get an advantage with one fast attack on their Talonflame. I think I predict we're going to see a lot of that kind of matchup where Talonflame makes an impact just because it is one Incinerate ahead, because it's been able to get a farm somewhere there. One Incinerate is an astronomically big advantage, I say.
I think it's going to be all about what that Cresselia can do against Nessa Beaten. We see Annihilate there, which is going to take super effective damage from Cresselia. We see Lickitung. We just saw that potentially, if you land the 2 Future Sight, you can shield once and farm that Lickitung down. Azumarill is going to take super effective damage from the Grass Knot. Again, Wishcash also going to take double super effective damage from the Grass Knot, and Future Sight will do a ton of damage against the Abomasnow.
Yes, oh, it absolutely will. So I think both these trainers are locking in and having a little think about what do I want to run. They've exchanged their team sheets. Both of these trainers very familiar with each other. They have played before. They have been competing in grassroots for quite a while as well. Both very reputable in their own right. Nessa Beaten as well was the runner-up, the finalist at EUIC last year, and I'm sure he will be there this year as well.
Yep, Nessa Beaten, we know him. We've seen him multiple times. We have also seen Arceus Aurelius multiple times. He also has multiple top cut finishes to his name, and he's a trainer who I know he's very cool-headed. He will not let being on main stage phase him one bit.
No, I don't think so as well. I think he's been on the stream far too many times. He knows the vibe. It is just another day in the office for him of just coming in, winning, and dominating. But Nessa is a tall order to beat.
Yep, I absolutely agree here. Let's see, these two trainers have locked in their Pokemon. What will we see as a lead? Nessa Beaten on the left, Azumarill against a Cresselia on the right from Arceus Aurelius. This is a great lead for Arceus.
Oh yes, he loves to see that. Let's see how long that Azumarill stays in. I think Nessa's trying to get a bit of extra farm in here, so trying to be very careful not to get caught. But no, both trainers are continuing to farm up a bit of additional energy, but Grass Knot coming in now. And Nessa's opting to no shield because he relies on that bulk of the Azumarill.
Yep, Azumarill is a very bulky Pokemon, tanking that Grass Knot like a champ. In comes this Play Rough. Play Rough does have the same type attack bonus, so it's going to do quite a bit of damage. But just like Azumarill, Cresselia is also a very bulky Pokemon.
Yes, it is, so he won't mind the Play Rough whatsoever. And now Arceus Aurelius timing this to perfection with Grass Knot being launched again. And Nessa no shielding twice in a row. He really does not mind taking the damage.
And this will be very interesting to see. Will he throw another bubble? Yes, he does. Oh, and a catch by Arceus Aurelius. This is a great move to have. He might think that Cresselia will have a lot of play at the back just because Nessa Beaton stayed in way too long in a negative matchup.
Yes, and this is interesting as well, because now Talonflame coming in, and normally you would expect this to not be a great matchup, but Nessa opting in for that because he didn't want to keep his own Azumarill in, going for the fly here, but Arceus Aurelius can let this slide.
Yep, goes for the fly. Azumarill, we just saw how bulky it was. Fly lands, does about 25% damage, and going for the heavy-hitting Hydro Pump here. Will this be shielded?
Surely, it has to be. Nessa's really thinking no shield, and he's going to regret his decision there as Talonflame gets blasted out of the sky.
Yep, Talonflame was pulled out of the sky too early before it got to another fly.
Haha, very appropriate. And now it's decision time. You go back into the Azumarill because that Annihilate really will not appreciate a play rough. But now it's tricky. It is a race, and it's going to be a charge attack priority event, and both of them use it. But Nessa has that higher attack on the Azumarill and gets it off.
This is pivotal in the game. Arceus Aurelius can choose to come in with his own Talonflame and farm the Azumarill down, but unfortunately, it was a charge attack priority event, and this play-rough goes through. This will knock out his Azumarill. Oh!
No, they're both under-farming because they both want to get a bit of extra farm, and swaps in the Talonflame here, but Nessa recognizing what's trying to go on here. Talonflame now going for that Flame Charge to try and really ramp up, but not before Nessa throws that Night Slash first.
Yep, Night Slash comes in. What an amazing no-shield call by Arceus Aurelius. Yes, the Night Slash lands, but this is not the move you want to shield at first because there's a potential that it could boost.
Yes, it definitely can. So I think a sensible play by Arceus Aurelius. Flame Charge now coming in, and one more Incinerate would get him into another Flame Charge. No, going for the fly, but not before another Night Slash is launched. Now you shield. Tactically, absolutely sound from Arceus Aurelius. And then Talonflame can decide, would I throw immediately? And indeed he does.
Yep, indeed, indeed, indeed. Here comes another Fly. Protect shielded by Nessa Beaton. But we know that Cresselia has a move stored at the back, and it will come down to a charge attack priority event, but no, not really. Goes for the Night Slash. Arceus Aurelius shielding again, saying, okay, I can just do one more Incinerate and win the game, right?
Yeah, oh, absolutely. I think one more will be enough just to take out the Annihilate, and then what do? There's just one poor Azumarill with no HP, and the Fly is definitely boosted twice in terms of his attack. It's going to absolutely clip Azumarill, blast it all the way back, and take it out.
Yep, Nessa Beaton could not do anything there. He tried to outplay Arceus Aurelius into a point where he thought he switched his Azumarill out thinking he switched his Cresselia out, thinking there's something at the back that is super weak to Cresselia. Yes, of course, it was that Annihilate, but Annihilate had so much more better matchup with against the worst matchup, sorry.
Yeah, sure.
Against the Talonflame and Arceus Aurelius' Azumarill.
Yes, for sure. So I think this is going to be tricky for Nessa. He needs to have a way to deal with that Talonflame. And I think he had the Whiscash, but he had the Azumarill, but never got that alignment that he wanted. Now the question is, how can he force and get alignment the way he wants? Like, is there a Pokemon that can do it?
I mean, to be honest, it was very difficult in this game for Nessa Beaton to work that out, just because his Annihilate, for instance, had nowhere to go.
Yeah.
What was the lead? Cresselia.
Yeah.
No, you don't want to be there. What was the swap in Azumarill? Do you want to be there as
absolutely not.
What
Even
was
worse.
What was the back Pokemon? Talonflame. Do you want to be there as an Annihilate? No. It was just, there was no way back into this game because he bought that Annihilate. So maybe, just maybe, Arceus Aurelius has done enough to threaten that Annihilate to the bench.
I wonder, therefore, now if Arceus Aurelius brings in Game 2, just brings in a Abomasnow and Registeel now, that would be hilarious, unless it doesn't bring the Annihilate, him having been intimidating it off. I do think, however, that Annihilate can have some play against Cresselia, but only in a no-shield scenario, but you have to keep your Annihilate in the back for that, and that did not happen, unfortunately, for Nessa. He was not able to protect it until last minute and give a little bit of energy to outpace, but do you also think Shadow Ball would have KO'd Cresselia?
At that range, yes. Okay. I think it would have been enough to KO the Cresselia, but the Talonflame did too much work on the Annihilate for it to be able to do it. Especially saving that Grass Knot, going into the Azumarill, saying, oh yeah, if you bring your Abomasnow, I'm fine with it. I will farm it down with my Talonflame. Yeah. And then what are you going to do? Because boosted Flame Charges
are so tricky to deal with, and they're so oppressive as well. It's like, I feel Talonflame is a bit like a freight train. Once it gets going, it's so hard to stop. And Flame Charge really helps amplify that, in my view.
Yeah, one of the few Pokemon that can stop this Freight Train is a Lantern. We saw how commanding Lantern performed against his Talonflame in the match of Wolfpack going up against Lurgan Rocket. Lurgan, unfortunately, could do nothing to come back in that matchup, but we are here trying to see what Arceus will do to cement his position and go to the winner's final.
Yes, and so Annihilate coming in against that Abomasnow. So Nessa not put off by Annihilate here. Sorry, by the dominance that was against the Annihilate here. Instant swap into the Cresselia. But what do you respond to if you are Nessa?
Yep, I told you earlier as well, Cresselia has a fairly neutral matchup against the whole of Nessa Beaton's team. That's exactly why he's going for this Nice Slash, doing a little bit of chip damage and then swapping to an Abomasnow here.
Yes, interesting. And so Future Sight being launched straight away to try and start softening this Abomasnow up. But it's also really important to get the damage off now because Abomasnow has Icy Wind and you won't do as much damage over time if you're Cresselia.
You are absolutely right here. In comes the Abomasnow. Abomasnow going for that Icy Wind before the Cresselia can get to another move. Icy Wind applies a 100% debuff onto your opponent Pokemon, and now Abomasnow is in a commanding position.
Yeah, I think at this point, if you're Nessa, you can just take this damage, even if it's a Future Sight, farm up to potentially 2 Icy Winds. Not only do you win against the Cresselia, oh, and look at how damage it does, even with the debuff, but then you farm up twice, and then you can still do that. Oh no, going for the Grass Knot. Arceus Aurelius recognizing this as a farm down attempt and wants to get more damage out.
Yep, this is working out for Arceus Aurelius here. In comes the Grass Knot. Grass Knot is resisted, unfortunately, by the Abomasnow. Throwing that move gave him the opportunity to completely farm down, but Nessa knows that it's not going to be possible. Cresselia is too bulky.
Yes, and so does undercharge a little bit, but then realizes it doesn't really matter. And another Icy Wind is now launched. This will do neutral damage because, of course, Abomasnow is an Ice and Grass type. Grass takes super effective damage, but Ice resists itself.
Yep, Arceus Aurelius letting it go, knowing that his win con will rely on that Azumarill at the back here. Has an Icy Wind stored. Let's see what happens. In comes the Annihilate. Immediate swap into the Azumarill. Azumarill has a very good matchup here against the Annihilate. Let's see how these two trainers decide to play it out.
Yes, and I think Annihilate staying in, looking to get a bit of chip damage on this Azumarill, and I think this is a sensible play, but Arceus Aurelius recognizing this might be a tactic to try and soften the Azumarill up, recognizes Shadow Ball well shielded there.
Yep, shielding the Shadow Ball was the correct move there. In comes the Hydro Pump. He's going for the heavy hitting move immediately, putting Nessa Beaton's Lickitung already in the back foot there.
Yes, and I think it's sensible from Arceus Aurelius because I think Nessa doesn't really want to shield his Lickitung. He needs it to be a sponge, and boy, did it soak up that Hydro Pump though, but took a lot of damage in the process. Power Whip now coming in, and this will really threaten the Azumarill.
Yep, Power Whip would have done super effective damage against that Azumarill, so Protect Shield comes up, and the Azumarill has a Power Play Rough and a Hydro Pump loaded, but going for this Play Rough, will this pull up a Protect Shield from Nessa Beaton? I don't think it warrants a Protect Shield.
Oh no, but no, the shield does come out, but I think it's sensible for Arceus Aurelius to chip away at Lickitung enough. Tries to get a catch and doesn't manage it, but does able to throw the energy ball here. Surely this is a snipe that Lickitung cannot react from.
It did not react, and it takes out the Lickitung. Oh, this is going to be very, very costly here. Will the Annihilate be able to farm it down before it gets to the Icy Wind? Yes, it does, but now all the Annihilate has to pray for is this Shadow Ball enough to knock out Azumarill. Azumarill is one of the bulkiest Pokemon you can run in the Great League. He is charging it up all the way to excellent, and the Shadow Ball lands, and the Azumarill survives.
Oh, and you can see the reaction on Arceus Aurelius' face. He's like, yes, he's managed to survive it, and Play Rough, super effective against fighting type Annihilate. Nessa cannot do anything more. He has played his heart out. Arceus Aurelius stands triumphant as he goes even further. You just look at the emotion on his face.
I think he can't believe it. We can't believe it. That was played to perfection. A lead like Annihilate into an Abomasnow is very difficult to come back from. He used that Cresselia to perfection. As I said just before the start of the game, his Cresselia was so bulky and so neutral against Nessa Beaton's team, and that's exactly what happened.
Yes, it did, and so I do feel for Nessa Beaton because he's such a talented trainer, but so many of these trainers are just so good that it's for closest margins, a little bit of team composition, a little bit of, dare I say it, a bit of luck. can really turn things around at these high-stakes tournaments. But both these trainers should go with their heads held high. Look at how happy Arceus Aurelius is. It means that much to him.
Yep, he is one win away from day 2, but of course this is not the end of the road for Nesabithan. He can still compete from the losers bracket and come out on top as well. We've seen plenty of trainers do it before. We've seen Doonbug losing so early in the tournament and make a complete losers bracket run to win a regional.
Yeah.
And that is an achievement and a half, and I don't think it will be repeated anytime soon.
Yes, absolutely. Maybe not, although you never know. Some of these trainers in the losers bracket are so good. They might be able to. You might be surprised. So we know we love a good surprise here on regionals. Do you know what I'd also love? When trainers come in and they're relatively new to Pokemon Go battling in the Pokemon Go Championship series, and they come and they dominate and they just go like second, third, dare I say it, even first. That's cool. I rate that big time.
Yep, I think new trainers always have a place here. We've seen a lot of new trainers. For example, earlier in the season in Lille, we saw a new trainer like Elon, who made an amazing run in the Lille Regional Championship. It was his first tournament, and he did so well. So there is always place for new trainers who've gained experience from Go Battle League to come in here and then give all these seasoned veterans of the Play Pokemon circuit to win.
Yes, for sure. And so we are getting closer and closer to the European International Championships in London. I've got a lot of love for EUIC, and of course got a lot of love for London. It's going to be a great event. Let me tell you a little bit more about some of the highlights of EUIC and why I think, and I'm sure Arby thinks, you should come.
Been fun meeting everyone from all around the world, people we haven't seen for years, and well, every year that goes through, the presentation is even greater.
I'm excited. This is a huge international, tons of great players are going to be here. The excitement is, through the roof, the hype is through the roof, and the pressure is on.
I am quite in love with this event. The people have been amazing, the judges have been very helpful as well. This is truly a good Pokemon event, and most of these events are like this.
I think once you start sort of trying to go into competitive, you might feel nervous, but there's a lot of communities and friendly people out here. They're just so, I can't even say words, it's just so incredible, really.
What an incredible play so far. This Ice Punch connects, and now a swap out, a little combination play, a Blast Burn on a low health Stunfisk for the 3-0 sweep.
All hail Tonton Batsus and his shout-out Charizard. He is your European International Champion 2023.
Tyranitar V,
no.
and that is wild here as we see the retreat into the Tyranitar, and that means we have ourselves a winner at the European International Championships. Remy taking things down here. This is going to be a pretty fun one. Use these energies, retreat this Pokemon, and you have plenty to choose from. As you load up for the Brainwave here, you can take a huge knockout, and that's going to be the game as we see Rune take down the European International Championships.
I think we're here, Joe. The Arceus goes into the discard pile. Drapion goes into the active. Alex is double-checking the weakness.
Weak to dark?
Yes, he is. Down comes Boss's orders, and Alex Szymanski breaks the curse and takes home the European International Championships.
As it does get caught with the freeze dry, and it does wrap up this set. A brisk 2-0 from a very offensive team. A fantastic performance, move perfect across the set. Pietro is going to be your junior division international champion. Now, Stomping Tantrum in response, doesn't need much, takes down the Fluttermane, and Kylan has just his Amoonguss against a multitude of Pokemon available for Mattia.
And Mattia is our 2023 European International Champion.
Really where we see the Palafin now, maybe getting the Pala win here for Paul, as it's able to go for the Wave Crash, and it lands it into the Amoonguss, getting the knockout. See if he can wake up here, but I think Gabrielle knows this is it. The battle is over, and Paul Chua becomes your 2023 European International Champion.
Winning EUIC was pretty good. Definitely a lot more than what I expected, so I'm really happy about that.
I'm really happy for winning this top one. It amazed me. It amazed me.
It feels great just because I won OCIC. I feel like renewed to be a two-time champion.
This win really means a lot to me. Winning a tournament feels really great. Having a title under your belt feels amazing.
It feels amazing to win UIC. I didn't really expect it, and it's my first win at a major event that wasn't 25 people, so it's very exciting.
Mi sento molto bene perché non ho mai vinto uno e l'ultima volta che ho giocato era in finale.
Significa molto perché comunque non era un buon matchup, non era facile, quindi sono felice di aver vinto.
Oh, the EUIC, such a prestigious event. And we're going to have it in about 2 months from now in London. I'm super excited about the EUIC this season.
I mean, the LAIC was a very, very hype matchup, but what I'm most excited about with this is the chance to get multiple championship points, so much more than you can get at a regional. And I think that a lot of players who are even just so close to making it there, I mean, you have a lot on the line.
Exactly. And speaking of players that have a lot on the line, our next matchup will be Colin versus Hikami. Actually, I just saw on our next battle up, I know that's how he spelled it in his game and in his name as well.
Right.
Is it Colin or Coin?
You know, either way, I think it's potentially the best Dutch battler.
Okay.
Is what I've been hearing most recently. Of course, Colin is our only European two-time regional champion, winning Lille in the 2023 season, and also winning in the 2024. I'm feeling like a lot of heat on this side. Tech, is there some sort of like a
no, there's nothing.
Heat wave coming over from over here?
No, there's nothing. You know how he wins these tournaments? He takes a good jab at his opponents, just like you take a good jab at me just now. Anyway, here we have them. We have Colin versus Hikami on the left. Colin, we have that Talonflame, Abomasnow core, and Hikami on the right with the Wishcash Mandibus. Here we see the movesets, and we see again the Night/Annihilate, Icy Wind, Abomasnow. We saw Play Rough and Hydro Pump from Arceus Aurelius earlier on his Azumarill, but Colin is going with the stand-up moveset of Ice Beam and Play Rough.
Yep, I think Ice Beam and Play Rough is usually the preferred moveset, but I think with a lot of Steel-type Pokemon, and of course now we're seeing some more Fire-type Pokemon, it doesn't make a lot of sense actually to be running Hydro Pump. Meanwhile, on Hikami's side, we have pretty standard movesets on all of these as well, but I'm seeing more and more Registeel in this. You would think, I mean, with so many Whiscash, with so many Gligar, it's so strange to see the Registeels coming back on.
Yeah, Registeel is a very good wall to Lickitung and Azumarill, though. I think Hikami also runs Ice Beam and Play Rough on his Azumarill, and it's going to be very tough for Hikami to run around it, because I think he kind of needs to Registeel, because he has Mandibus and Shadow Gligar, both Pokemon that don't fare very well. In fact, Mandibus is useless against Azumarill. Arrow Ace just doesn't hit very hard against it, so it's kind of why I think Hikami wants to use the Registeel.
But no fighters on Hikami's side either. If you look at it, he's running either potential, like he could do like a double flyer with perhaps Mandibuzz and the Gligar, or also double water strategies we've seen kind of often with the Azumarill and the Whiscash. Of course, with so many Lickitungs on a lot of people's teams, the double waters is a little bit more dangerous, I would say, because of those power whips. Though they're not the same type of attack bonus, they are going to be doing super effective damage to both of those Pokemon.
Yeah, absolutely. So, you know what I like to see in the current meta at this point? We see a lot of, I believe, more standard or safer lineups, and we see a lot of like this combination of Abomasnow, Talonflame, Annihilate. Of course, I think that's more like the anti-meta versus meta, and I think that really shows in these lineups as well that we have 2 water types on Hikami's side, which usually are like in the top 6 of the meta usage, and I'm calling going a little bit more. Actually, what am I saying? He's also double water. This is the same team. Yeah, I believe it's like the same team that Lurgan used instead, but then he has Annihilate instead of Cresselia, I believe.
Now, we were talking about really good Dutch battlers as well. Hikami's one of the best French battlers as well. He's been doing well in a lot of tournaments so far. Wouldn't be surprised. It doesn't surprise me at all, actually, to see him up in the winners semifinals for this against one of the best known battlers as well.
Yeah, the French are being so good right now, right? I believe we have about 3 or 4 of them in winners finals already coming up later. And here we have Hikami, potentially another French battler to get to the winners final. But Colin is no easy opponent. The only European to have won 2 regional championships in 1 season. But here we go. We have Abomasnow into Charjabug.
And this is a pretty neutral. I think because it is on Icy Wind, the Charjabug is going to be able to outpace not the matchup that Colin even really wants. An immediate hard swap into that Whiscash, only to be met by Mandibuzz. Now, the Scald is not going to be doing that much. I think he's hoping for a debuff, and it's definitely going to be doing more than the Mud Bombs. But it's pretty advantageous for the Mandibuzz.
Debuff or no? Here we go.
Oh! See it one more time. Like you said, this almost always here in Dortmund. We're getting these Scald debuffs going through, and we also see this Dark Pulse now going through from Hikami side, not being able to do as much because that Scald was able to get off first.
Yeah, Dark Pulse does less damage now. You know, I love the strategy that Colin picked for this battle. He notices that his opponent doesn't really have a hard Whiscash on, so obviously Azumarill and Mandibuzz do quite decent there, but it's not the worst, especially when you get debuffs, not this time. However, that means if you don't get the lead you want, you just throw Whiscash into the battle and you have an energy lead on whatever comes in this case the Mandibuzz, and since he got a debuff on the first Dark Pulse already, look at how healthy this Whiscash still is.
Yes, and already at yet another Scald. It's still not going to be enough to knock out the Mandibuzz either, as we know, but still, look how much this bulky bird is taking on this water damage. It's already in the yellow. It's about to be dropped down to the red, still able to hang on. No Scald debuff for this time as well. The Dark Pulse now going through, but we've already seen that it's been debuffed, and Colin chooses to just go ahead and let that Whiscash go down.
Well, I don't think it even goes down, actually. It barely hangs on, but can it get to a... Oh, it only gets to the Mud Bomb. I don't know if this will knock out. It's double resisted, but it will do a... I wouldn't say a reasonable chunk. Actually, going to put up the shield to keep the switch advantage makes sense. Hikami does not want that Azumarill on the Abomasnow. Alignment can be so crucial in this battle, and the Mandibuzz... Oh, doesn't get to the areaways, actually. Never mind.
This is good, though, even in the back for the Pokémon, because as you can see, now this Talonflame comes in only to be met now with the Azumarill. I like this also getting one more Volt Switch in as well, so a little bit more damage is already applied to that Talonflame. Talonflame is pacing rather quickly, as you can see, already at 2 flies, but Azumarill is a thick bunny.
Yeah, this is going to be a very interesting end game. I think that both the leads are going to be the Pokemon that have to decide it here. And it looks like Hikami not even going for the charge attack here, realizing Azumarill will live this fly either way. I'm just going to go for that bubble down.
Yeah, I think that's the most aggressive play, but you kind of have to do it at this point as well because neither the Ice Beam nor the Play Rough is doing that much. But unfortunately for him, going ahead and now getting this fly through as well, this would be able to knock out the Azumarill, forcing him now to use both shields on very, very low health Pokemon.
Yeah, but now you have so much energy on Azumarill, you are able to get to 2 Ice Beam here, maybe 2 Play Rough. Really depends on what you want to go for. Going for the Ice Beam, which will do, I believe, a little bit less than half damage on the Abomasnow.
Yeah, I do like this play though, because the Ice Beam, even though Abomasnow is part ice, it's also part grass, so this ice damage is going to be doing more than it would to a typical ice type Pokemon, and he's able to reach 2 at this pacing. I wonder if we're going to see his switch timer is up. Yes, we're going to see an aggressive swap back right into that Charjabug, but not before this Icy Wind is going to knock down the power.
Yeah, and Icy Wind, not as efficient as Weather Ball. It will debuff, but look, it doesn't do that much damage. I do think that 2 Ice Wind will be enough, though. The Volt Switches are adding up. Where are you going to use your shields, Colin? Hikami not even go for the charge attack, just trying to Volt Switch down, but it's a resistant. It's not doing enough, and Ice Wind's going to knock out this Charjabug.
This is a dangerous game to play here as well. As you can see, he's not even bothering to use... Talon still has 2 shields, but you can't bubble down. Meanwhile, I mean, even though this Abomasnow is so low, still able to get to an Icy Wind, and an incredible play by Colin there, being able to get to this, knocking out the Azumarill.
Wow, the double regional champion already taking a very convincing win here against Hikami. Hikami is very good at this game as well, but just so unfortunate with Colin getting to those charge stacks just at 1 HP every, like on the Whiscash, and then the Azumarill as well, right?
I know, and I think Hikami was really hoping as well that he would be able to get that aerial ace damage off on the... I mean, I think alignment was key. He did really well there. Perhaps maybe if he would have thrown an attack at the Talonflame, I'm really not sure, because as you saw, the Charger Bug had so much energy, but with 2 shields left, you don't want to throw that, because every time you throw your charge attack and your opponent doesn't, they get a fast attack through and they get energy and damage. And so at that point, he realized Colin still has 2 shields left. If I throw, I'm just giving him the extra advantage he needs to win.
I think you are 100% right. If Hikami got to that aerial ace on the Mandibus, from the Mandibus on the Abomasnow, Colin may have been down a shield, and that may have led Hikami to then go for those 2 X scissors he had at the end on the Charger Bug, and then may have knocked out that Abomasnow. But Colin just really trained his Pokemon well, barely living all those attacks at 1 HP or just barely knocking you out at 1 HP. And this has really worked out well for him. Maybe that's what makes him so good.
A little bit of luck on his side as well. Getting that first Scald debuff, as we saw, really helped in the Mandibuzz matchup, because the Dark Pulse wasn't able to completely knock out that Whiscash. And the Mud Bomb, like we said before, probably wouldn't have been able to do that much overall to a Mandibuzz, but Hikami really wanted to keep that alignment. In the end, just proved it's still too much to overcome.
Yeah, you had to keep the alignment though. You can't really have your Azumarill on an Abomasnow. It's a grass type. Even though it's one of the more manageable grass types for Azumarill, still not the greatest really. If you have 1 bubble advantage, I believe you can win the 0 shield scenario as the Azumarill against the Abomasnow. But on even energy, no shot.
Yeah, exactly right. And you can see both the trainers really thinking it through. Again, this is the winner semifinal, so neither one of these opponents has dropped a whole round yet. The loser of this will go down to the losers bracket. So in this double elimination tournament, that means they're not out. We might even see them later on in the day, or perhaps even in tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly. Now, here we go. Game number 2. We have again that Abomasnow into the Azumarill. And oh my goodness, what are you going to do, Hikami? You have the Gligar in the back.
Oh, this is ABA weak to Abomasnow, and it is once again in the lead here, and forcing him to kind of stay in it. Like you said before, I mean, it's not a good matchup because it's grass, but maybe it is one of the most managed.
Oh, catch!
This is a wonderful catch. This energy ball being caught on the Charger Bug. Charger Bug will still take a decent amount of energy, but as you can see, it's not doing that much and forcing him to swap out. This is hard counter city right now, though. However, I mean, the Charger Bug has a little bit of energy advantage, and these X-Scissors are going to start chunking away at this Whiscash, which, as you said before, Martine, very safe on Colin's team.
Let him cook, Amanda, because this is exactly what I think Hikami is going to need. All that energy on the Azumarill, that's for that Abomasnow later, because you are not that strong as the Abomasnow. This is also not the worst matchup per se if you don't get debuff, because look at how much these X-Scissors are adding up. Scald is coming through, but this won't knock out. I think you may still need to throw him up as the Whiscash.
We'll have to see. This is going to connect, and also have to see, will we get the Scald debuff one more time? It's not enough to knock out, and no debuff. Going ahead and still charging up here. Colin counting, going to say, all right, fine. I'll have to finish off this Charger Bug with the Mud Bomb. I do not want to hit another X-Scissor.
Not taking any chances. And this leaves Hikami to gather more energy on that Azumarill. That works really well for him, because it's unlikely Colin comes in with the Talonflame to take the energy later from his Azumarill. Azumarill probably getting to 100 energy here.
Yeah, going ahead and taking this Mud Bomb like a pro, knowing that it's not going to be able to do that much damage. It will still be in the green, I think, yes, and going ahead and just completely bubbling down at 100 energy. But it's not wanting to throw it yet because it wants to, like you said, save it all for the back. We're going to have to see that another Mud Bomb is being reached. At least it's Colin says it's chip damage.
Yeah.
Whiscash, you did your job.
Yeah, Whiscash going down, 100 energy on that Azumarill, but Abomasnow requires 2 Ice Beam here to knock out. Going for the player actually to go for a little bit more damage. Makes sense, you want to get it lower before you bring your Gligar in, which will take double super effective damage from these Power Stones. He's going for another Charge Attack. Looks like Hikami is staying in a little bit, but man, they get the Charge Attack priority. No, trying to catch again, but oh my goodness, you definitely want to shield this one, Amanda.
Yeah, this is going to be doing heavy damage. It's super effective, and it's going to be now lowering the attack of the Gligar as well. The Abomasnow had a lot, and in comes that Talonflame, only now to ramp up energy. Yes, the Gligar is ahead on energy. Yes, it's going to be able to hit these aerial aces, but it is debuffed.
Yeah, Incinerate is such a strong fast attack now. It's adding up on the Shadow Gligar. Aerial Ace is debuffed here, and Colin doesn't even care to... Why is this man not using shields, Amanda? He didn't use shields the previous game either.
Again, saving it all for the Abomasnow. You know, it worked for him the first game. Maybe he's saying second verse, same as the first. I'm going to leave it all in the hands of the Abomasnow, going ahead and completely almost incinerating down. Now being able to just boost a little bit, putting Hikami in a really bad position overall, because now this is a boosted fly that will be coming in at the Azumarill. The Azumarill is going to have to throw something.
Yeah, and here goes your second shield. I believe Colin has a little bit of energy on the Abomination, not a lot, because it threw the Icy Wind into the Gligar earlier. But look at that, you still have 2 shields!
2 shields left on the Abomination, using them this time, but he also knows I'm still going to outpace no matter what. He's not going to be able to get to 3 Ice Beams to take me out. Watch me get up to this energy ball, and goodbye, Azumarill.
Yeah, Colin taking a very, very convincing victory here over the Frenchman Hikami. Colin from the Netherlands taking out one of the French battlers, but man, that's only one of so many.
And also using 10 super effective charge attacks, getting that little extra research at the bottom of his screen.
It's true. Double victory.
Yeah, we're doing really well for him. And like we said before, Colin, he's been doing so well in these tournaments. He won Lille in the 2023 season. He won in, oh my goodness, I already forgot. The one we were at
Stuttgart. Yes, Stuttgart.
And so he's the first European that we have as a 2-time regional champion. I wonder if he's trying to do it for this season, doing multiple runs, like a Dunebug run potentially.
Well, I'm not gonna lie, Amanda, I don't think he came here to lose. So I would expect him to try and win another one. Why not? If you already are pretty good at it. He had a pretty rough run in Liverpool. He went 1-2 there, I believe, or 2-2. And, you know, that's just not what he's kind of used to, right?
Yeah.
So probably on a, already a little bit on a redemption arc. Like, okay, Liverpool didn't go super well. I'm gonna adapt to Dortmund, adapt in Dortmund and like do better here.
But you know what I really like about this too? It shows the resilience of these people as well, and it shows that it's not like his skill cap is so much above everyone else's. Anyone can have a bad day. Anyone can have a little bit of luck on their side. Sometimes you might have a really good team comp advantage against the person that you're matched up with, and sometimes you just might really be able to call someone's lines. This game is really anyone's game. Just because someone is doing so well doesn't mean that they can't be stopped. It doesn't mean that you can't join in on this action and figure out how to play it for yourself.
It is indeed anyone's game, Amanda. It's also your game. We have some social posts to show from our community. Let's take a look at what you guys posted here. We have, oh, it's Zwyla's European cuisine is back on the menu.
You know, you talked about before how some of the teammates are passing like a little plushie back and forth, and maybe now the chef's hat is passed from Nighttime Clasher, who brought it to. He just recently lost his Zwyla's. Perhaps, I believe Zwyla's is playing Wolfpack next. If Wolfpack ends up taking him down, maybe he will pass the chef hat onto him.
Do you think he will wear the chef's hat on stream?
We'll have to see for sure. I know that it was obviously there's a little bit of that going on. If someone from another region comes and wins your thing, you want to make sure that they're not going to do it twice. However, Nighttime Clasher, I believe he's still in the loser's bracket. He was playing against Lurgan Rocket.
Yeah.
So that would be a game to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. I wonder how that one went. But yeah, let's take a look at the next one. It's a great day to be a European Nighttime Clasher.
And it made by a mind joke who's second on the European leaderboards. He's been doing well also at these tournaments. Yes, before, as you can see from Nighttime Clasher's picture in the back with the American flag, now with the European flag. He's accepted globally. Let's just call it like that.
Yeah, surely. Now that he won a European regional, he's now a European. So an American did not win, right?
Exactly.
Is that how it works?
I think that's how it works. It's I mean, I believe he is going to be studying abroad in Europe as well, so we will definitely claim him as one of our own.
I believe that he is studying abroad for a while. Yes, I know. He lives in the Netherlands now.
Okay.
So pretty cool, and he will be at more Europe.
Oh my goodness! Now we have yet another person maybe on the potential competition for the best battler from the Netherlands. You are obviously on this list as well. I mean, like, we of course.
Yeah, the bottom problem.
I know. I'm giving him such a hard time. But Martijn has been doing so well in these tournaments. I mean, like, I believe at 2 cups and challenges that I've been at, you've been able to win one of the cups and one of the challenges with very interesting off-meta picks.
Yeah. When are you gonna play one?
That is a great question.
We would love to see some Amanda action, right? Chat, tell me if you want to see Amanda play sometime.
If you guys want to know, we were, helping practices, set up things yesterday, and Martijn and I did battle yesterday.
I have no recollection of this.
Of time.
I have no memory of this.
I have a recollection and a screenshot of this.
I don't know. It wasn't between the social posts, so prove it.
Okay, you know what? I'm going to have to hashtag play Pokemon pretty soon during my break. But yeah, I mean, I absolutely love the fact that people are coming from all over, and I know we were giving a bit of grief about it, about Nighttime Clasher being able to come over and do this. But it's so cool. I really think it's great that he's had the opportunity to be abroad. And speaking of Netherlands battlers, though, we have yet another one on the screen here. Another semifinals with another Netherlands battler, Statistan. Very, very consistent battler against Frika, a German battler who's doing incredibly well in this tournament. He also qualified for the 2022 World Championships at EUIC.
He's about to qualify for in every season, I believe, right? I believe when Dortmund started, he was 3 points off, so very close to qualifying there. And he's using that Mantine again, a Pokemon I personally really dislike using because the damage output is a little bit mediocre sometimes. But I think it fares somewhat okay into this team. It breaks that Trevenant plus Gligar core that Frika brought. Frika is a player we haven't seen in a while. He does know the game very well, though. This is a force to be reckoned with because this might just be one of those players that might just make a run through all of it.
And I want to bring up something. We were talking a little bit earlier when we were giving your benefits about your Talonflame, and you said Galarian Stunfisk. Where is there a Galarian Stunfisk? Show me any of them. I'm going to show you. It is right here on the screen on Frika's team, and he's been doing so well. Maybe this is the secret sauce.
Maybe, yeah, if he can cook with it. I think Galarian Stunfisk does have some good play, but there's Whiscash everywhere. And Statistan really likes meta picks. He brought the Whiscash as well. But I think, honestly, it might not be the worst pick. It's okay against the Mantine. It's so good against the Charjabug. It's okay-ish against Shadow, Alolan Sanchez. Not the greatest. And it fares quite well against Lickitung. However, since that Earthquake nerf, Lickitung now wins the Zero Shield scenario. So
interesting.
Yeah, I think that Galarian Stunfisk for Frika really has a specific purpose where it like counts like the Altaria, the Charjabug specifically.
Now, we were also talking about the Cups and Challenges. Statistan also competed at this. He did win the most recent challenge, and he brought this exact team to it as well, so he definitely knows how to be playing with it. I believe he didn't even drop a single game in that challenge as well. Really doing well with this core of the Charjabug and the Mantine, which, I mean, I also think that Mantine is one of those Pokemon that is very high risk, high reward because it is so weak to the Charjabug, but it does so well against a lot of the meta.
A Charjabug is just so common as well. I think the main purpose of that Mantine is to break the Annihilate Whiscash core. It has been one of the most common cores in this tournament. I mean, it's on almost every single team, except from this Spice Lord here, Trevenant. When do we see Trevenant? That's from like 2 seasons ago. I feel like Frika's team is somewhat from an older, from a previous meta.
No, we haven't seen Frika play much on stage. Maybe he didn't realize that there has been
it's a new meta
update.
Yeah, Frika, I think, may have been lucky to not have faced something like a Talonflame or a Scaladirge. How do you tackle that, honestly, with this team? Luckily, there is none for now, but for future battles, you may face one.
Yeah, I mean, I do believe that we've seen quite a few of them already on screen as well. However, Frika has been doing incredibly well in this tournament. Like we said, we're in the winner's side of the bracket in the semifinals, so obviously must be doing something right. This is going to be very interesting battles to see overall. But I do like the Trevenant pick in the same way that I like the Stone Collection Sableye pick. And that's just because so many Annihilates are there. You need to have some sort of good pressure to be like, okay, maybe you want to bench the only fighting type Pokemon that you're using.
Yeah, exactly. Trevenant has very unique purpose here in countering specific cores, and we see Statistan, he loves meta, and Trevenant counters that meta somewhat. There's still the Alolan Sanchez, the Lickitung, the Mantine, but there's also the Annihilate, like you said, the Charjabug, and the Whiscash. Trevenant does very well into those 3, so it's like a little bit of a 50-50 pick here, or maybe just to scare away that Whiscash. Another pick that really stands out to me here is the Vigoroth. I used to love Vigoroth since it got Rock Slide in Show 6. Because it just tackles that Lickitung that a lot of players rely on as a safe Pokemon. But now there's Annihilate. Have you ever had your Vigoroth on an Annihilate?
You know, I think I have, but I forgot because it's gone in pretty much a second.
Yeah, you don't want to remember that bad. It's probably the battle you leave. Because it's very difficult to come back from that one. So that's a little bit of a downside to that Vigoroth, and Annihilate is very common.
If you look at the teams, Annihilate does really well against basically the majority of Frika's team, except for that Trevenant and except for that Shadow Gligar.
Yeah, it was Night Slash Annihilate as well, I believe. So you don't have the Ice Punch for the Gligar as well, and that might hurt the performance a little bit overall, but on the other hand though, Night Slash pace is a little bit quicker, plus you have the chance to get that double attack boost. That's something that you really want. And I also think Night Slash might help a little bit against Trevenant. Like, let's say you lead Annihilate into Trevenant, you go for the Night Slash, you might get a shield or just a lot of damage, and you swap out.
Yeah, we'll have to see if that is going to be Statistan's plan as we're jumping right.
Oh my goodness!
We're seeing one of the worst leads for Frika here. We just talked about it. We're going to have to see how he's going to swap out of this situation because it's not one he wants to stay in. Going into that Skarmory.
Man loves taking risks, but has to dip out into the Skarmory. StatStan doesn't really have a clear answer, but with shields up, Annihilate is so fine in this matchup. This won't do a lot of damage, but if it's a Shadow Ball, it would have been devastating. And for that reason, Frika does put up the shield here. Now, do we see an attack boost? We do not.
No attack boost, and StatStan going ahead and dipping out of that, immediately saying, okay, even if you Brave Bird, which I don't think you're going to do right away, because if you use a Brave Bird, then your defenses are going to be dropped. But Frika now add a ton of energy at that Sky Attack, gonna go ahead and throw it unprotected into the Licky Tongue.
Yeah, and I really like StatStan's strategy here of building his lineup. Basically playing a line ABB to the Gligar and the Trevenant by covering both of them with the Licky Tongue and the Mantine, right? And then in this case, an ABB strategy is where you lead strong against one particular Pokemon, but not against the other one. In comes a Body Slam just right before the Brave Bird. Do you want to shield this?
Oh, this is incredible. I think he's going to have to, yes, because he is at so much energy, and you can see he was reaching the move as well. He wants to be able to get this off, maybe at least get some sort of alignment if he's hoping for, and perhaps, even though it's going unprotected, it's going, the Licky Tongue is going down. I think the Annihilate is coming back in an immediate swap out in the Licky Tongue.
Yeah, Frika knows this Annihilate is such a big problem. It's locked in for a little bit more, and Licky Tongue can take the charge attacks quite comfortably because generally players don't throw Shadow Ball into this Licky Tongue unless it's a mistake.
Ghost type into a normal type would not be that good, but unfortunately for him, the pacing of this Night Slash is already at another one. And the Licky Tongue is in the green, about to go down into the yellow. These Licks are doing a lot to the Annihilate, however, now swapping out to the Mantine.
Yeah, Mantine doesn't really have a great matchup here, actually, but since Licky Tongue already is so low, you're very fine here. And just like the previous battle where Colin, StatStan's teammate, actually didn't use a lot of shields, StatStan is taking that advice as well. Just don't use your shield. Be a shield keeper.
Yeah, be a shield keeper. If you also see there is a potential Bubble Beam, but no need to use it when there's no Protect shields. He already got the bait earlier with the shield on the Skarmory. Not quite able to knock out. This Body Slam will connect, but there are still 2 shields left on StatStan's side. He knows that even though that Annihilate is so low, it's going to be doing so well against the backline here. Only the Vigoroth remains.
Yeah, going for the Bubble Beam just to make sure that you know, it will do less damage than it already did for now. The counter's already resisted. I guess maybe now a Body Slam won't knock out, but also this makes sure that the Annihilate can come in safely later, because Rock Slide still single resistant. We still do an okayish chunk to that Annihilate. In comes the Body Slam. This will definitely knock out the match.
Great counting by Frika as well, going ahead and throwing right before the Mantine was at any more energy. This should be able to knock out at this point, even though it's debuffed, but here comes in the counters. Look how much this is doing overall. There is so much energy on the Vigoroth, but it's got nowhere to go, forcing Stan to use the shields, however, against his resisted Body Slam.
I must say, Amanda, if you are able to get another shield from this Annihilate, never mind, in comes a Night Slash. But I believe there was still energy on that Skarmory as well, so if you would get to the Rock Slide there, I think there may have been a chance for Frika. Night Slash won't knock out yet, but you actually gets to a Body Slam. StatStan think this is a Rock Slide. Let's see. Rock Slide would barely not knock out. So, StatStan does put up the shield. How close is Skarmory to a charge attack?
Huge. I think he's at the Sky Attack.
I believe he's one off because I believe he left with 100 energy and then went for Brave Bird.
He did go through a Brave Bird. That's absolutely true. We're going to have to see. He is one.
No, he doesn't.
The counter registers first.
Oh my goodness. Let's see how that went, because I think it was 2 counters off there. But the counters registered before that one Steel Wing, and that way he didn't get to the Sky Attack.
Yeah, that was a bit confusing, I have to admit, as well, because it looked like he was just one Steel Wing away from being able to reach that Sky Attack.
Yeah.
It did look like 2 counters went through. I think he might have been able to reach the Sky Attack had the counter not been able to go through, knock him out. That's very unfortunate for Frika there, because as we saw, the Licky Tongue just didn't have enough in the tank to be able to take down the Annihilate at the end.
It was such a small window for a win condition there, and StatStan basically gave that to Frika. Or so it seemed, at least. But unfortunately, barely was not it. Now, StatStan 1-0 up. What do we expect for the next battle? You definitely don't want your Vigoroth on an Annihilate again.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you're StatStan, I mean, if we've seen him play before. He's a very consistent and calculated battler. He's not one that's actually that risky of a player. Like, if he has a tried and true method, I remember the year that he had qualified for Worlds, the second year, he ran the same team through basically the whole metas because he knew how it worked. It makes sense to me that he ran an ABB strategy, what we talked about with Annihilate being that A that is just only weak to specific Pokemon, and that he was hoping to draw out from Frika's side. It didn't actually even play out that specific way, but it still really worked out great for Statistan in that lead with the Annihilate and the Vigoroth.
Yeah, exactly. I just got through that this battle is under review, so we may or may not see a rematch. But this gives the players some time to think it through and discuss what may have happened and how would you tackle the next battle. Do you this time bring that Lickitung perhaps, right? We didn't see the did we see the Lickitung? We did see the Lickitung.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, it was an ABB strategy against Trevenant, now that I think of it. Which might basically also scare away the Trevenant.
I think so. I mean, like I said, I think that Statistan is like really calculated, and that was the safest bet for him for that first round. And Frika kind of played into his hand with that. Now, having said that, Frika really came back from a very bad lead, and I think that Statistan, though, at the end, it's always a risk, right? You're not sure. Sometimes you lose track of how much energy your opponents have. The body slams would not have been enough to knock out. I don't even think the rock slide would have been enough to knock out. I think he was really hoping that he would be able to counter down that Skarmory. That was his potential win condition. He was able to make it, but we'll also have to see how that ends up turning out.
I think that the debuff rock slide indeed may not have knocked out the Annihilate from about 20% health there. But also maybe Statistan just forgot about the Skarmory and its energy. Because if you go to 100 energy with that Skarmory and then go for the Brave Bird, you only need 1 Steel Wing for the next Sky attack. It's 50 energy for the Sky attack, it's 55 energy for the Brave Bird, which also means you could stack 2 Sky attacks. But we saw the Brave Bird earlier from Frika, and that meant that he had 1 more, right? That's because he shielded the Skarmory at the very last second with that Lickitung. He had to protect the 100 energy. That was basically what it came down to at the very end there. And
I mean, it really ended up sort of paying off for him in that sense too, because at the same point you're like, okay, like this body slam, I don't really want to shield it because I know that the next thing that's going to come in is going to basically be able to knock it out, but it was very, very quick thinking of Frika as well. Not only did he shield it, he immediately swapped out to store that energy as well. He didn't want anything coming in and negating all that energy he had built up to be before he even was able to throw an attack.
And what does that tell your opponent, right? Obviously, he already brought the Lickitung in, but sometimes an aggressive swap can also give away that your opponent is very weak to that particular Pokemon, maybe running some sort of ABA strategy. In this case, Frika was like, no, this Pokemon cannot have more energy. That will be the end of my match here. So he swapped into Lickitung immediately, and because the Skarmory was debuffed at that point, it would have been knocked out by 1 counter, but he cleared the debuff.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think that a lot of times that is one of the high strategies. It's also a reason why if you see Pokemon like a Dugong or perhaps like a Defense Deoxys, a Pokemon that end up doing some sort of damage, then they can swap out, because later on when they bring that Pokemon back in, that damage has been completely cleared. So we see it a lot with the Defense Deoxys, which we haven't seen too much in this tournament, but they get up to a Psycho Boost, they'll throw a Psycho Boost, and then they'll immediately swap to their next Pokemon just to be able to kind of get off that damage but not have to do anything to themselves.
Yeah, exactly. I think Annihilate is the one to blame for no more Deoxys, really. Deoxys actually had a pretty good role in before Annihilate because it would counter the Poliwrath. The Poliwrath, we saw a lot of the start of the stream from Why Rory now and from our co-caster Koning Lionheart.
That's right.
Now we haven't seen many. Now we see a lot of Annihilate, and Annihilate just excels because of that Shadow Ball, really, right? And you know that another thing that I really like about Annihilate, if you compare it to Medicham, Medicham used to lose more consistently to Lickitung.
Yep.
But Annihilate doesn't.
No, it's true. It makes the Lickitung safe swap even more potent, I would say. We have just gotten word that there will be no rematch for that game, so it looks like Statistan has taken that game #1, and Frika has taken some information on what he can do possibly in this next matchup to secure up a win on his side.
Yeah, interesting. So you're 1-0 up now as Statistan. How will you adapt as Frika to that? I don't think there's a place for the Galarian Stunfisk. I do think we're going to see some Skarmory and Lickitung again in these battles, because those are the most neutral Pokemon that Frika really has to tackle the team from Statistan.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. I think that Skarmory is something that, I mean, did you ever expect that you would see Skarmory again in like these Show 6 Pick 3 sort of things? I feel like from the beginning, before it kind of got the Steel Wing update, that it was just not super viable for a long time. And I think that was also mostly because of how Lantern was so prominent.
Yeah. Lantern was definitely one to blame. But also, I didn't really... how do I say this? I didn't really calculate how effective it would be. a flyer plus a what we call a mud Pokemon like Swampert, like Water Grounds or Whiscash is just such a good core. Then we had Poliwrath that resists the Steel Wing, so it did quite well into both of those, core breaking that, right? So we didn't see a lot of Skarmy, it just wasn't very effective in those first few tournaments. In fact, we didn't see any Gligar because everyone expected Skarmory, and then we saw a drop in Skarmy because it didn't perform. And now it's here again, just to have a relatively safe core, because there's a lot of polarizing matchups in the current meta. A lot of trainers are trying to counter the Whiscash, but then Whiscash pairs so well with other Pokemon that counter like a Registeel just pairs so well with it, right? And that basically takes on Pokemon like Cresselia and Lickitung.
And I think that, again, Freaka may be one of the reasons he's doing so well, because what breaks up a good Whiscash Registeel core is a Trevenant. Trevenant is on Freaka's team. I wonder if that's been sort of what he's been able to see. We're going to go ahead and see. You talked about Galarian Stunfisk. You're really not on board with it, but we're about to see how it performs here in game number 2 of the winners semifinals between Statistan and Freaka. Looks like he is staying in and will be able to outpace a little bit. I mean, the drill run will be doing a lot of damage should Freaka choose not to shield this. He did shield up a bait before. It looks like he is about to let it go through. Is he going to go let it go through? No.
Oh, barely.
Last second shield.
Wow, that would have been super effective. Would have dealt a lot of damage. This is generally a losing matchup for that Galarian Stunfisk. Oh, looks like going for that successful bait with the Rock Slide, which is a little bit lower cost energy here. But this is generally, like, the power cells are going to add up so much that at some point Drone will KO at about, I believe, 50% HP.
And it looks like he's about to let that go through. Not quite 50% HP, but still going to be doing so much damage. As you can see, that Galarian Stunfisk is now in the red, still charging up a little bit more energy, and now catching this Rock Slide. But I'm not even sure if I want to call this a catch, because it still does decent amount of damage against Manton, and Freaka's got 2 loaded.
He caught an attack, but it's not the attack he wanted to catch.
And in comes that Lickitung, one of the bulky Pokemon, just to be able to absorb all this damage. And Statistan says, well, you're going to be able to absorb a little bit more. Here's a Bubble Beam coming for you.
Yeah, and that allows Statistan later on to farm up more energy with one of his Pokemon. I think I can already see what Statistan is thinking. I want to get a lot of energy on that Annihilate.
I really like this play by Freaka too. He's counting meticulously here. He knows that Statistan is at another attack, throwing right before it's able to go through, and now another Bubble Beam, making it just a little bit weaker. Again, Bubble Beam is guaranteed to lower the attack of your opponent, so this Lickitung is now 2 stages debuffed, still licking away, still in the green, however, and still counting up, but going a little bit over this time. This is an interesting play.
An aerial ace? No Bubble Beam?
No Bubble Beam. But this time I think it's like, well, okay, maybe we'll just get it even lower at this point, but maybe we'll see an aggressive swap. No, we're seeing the swap into the Annihilate. Freaka's timer isn't up yet. He's forced to throw this double debuff
Grass Whip, yeah. It will do little damage, but now Freaka finally is able to switch out, going into the Gligar here, which has 2 shield super effective wing attacks, and going for the bait. I think this is an obvious bait, but at some point you need to keep some health on that Gligar. On the other hand, though, it's a Power Snow alone Sandwich in the back, and it would get so much farm here. Shooting up the Night Slash. Kind of, oh, man, the boost!
Oh, goodness, he did get the boost. This will be big, forcing Freaka to now have to throw here because he doesn't want to. And Assassin says, you know what? That's fine. I don't know if you saw my original Pokemon coming in, but it's going to do so well against you, Gligar, but Gligar will have to get to this dig. No, going straight for the Aerial Ace.
Yeah, just trying to get some pressure in. Remember, there's still a Rock Slide for Freaka on the Galarian Stunfisk, and not getting the shield here can be quite crucial. But at this point, can you perhaps get the fast attack down? Go for the Ice Punch immediately, and this ensures that Statistan won't get more fast attack damage on his Alone Sandwich. But can you live the Muchos plus the Licks from the Lickitung?
Yeah, this is going to be big because we have to remember it is a Power Stone Alone Sandslash, so it's going to be doing better against the Lickitung than, say, that the Shadow Claw version. Already at a Body Slam now. Will he be able to use up this last shield? Yes, Stan wants to be able to get to another move. We're going to have to see. Will he be able to Powder Snow down? Will he have to throw? This is all coming down to it.
He tried to predict the swap into the Galarian Stunfisk and then the Rock Slide, but unsuccessfully. Freaka realizing his opponent might do that and then anticipating, so just staying in with the Lickitung, then going for the Rock Slide on the Alolan Sandwich to close out this game, and that ties up the score to 1-1.
Incredible matches there, and that's what you need. I mean, at this, again, we're only half-second turns here. Statistan knowing Freaka is a good player. I know he has a Rock Slide sword. This is what I would do in the scenario, and he just over-predicted at that stage. Freaka saying, okay, that's fine. This is exactly where I want to see you, Mantine. I'll go ahead and wait until you're out of the picture.
I think you are 100% correct there. Statistan was also, I think, waiting like half a second to see if his opponent would also do that, and like his opponent would also wait a little bit just to make sure his opponent wouldn't catch. But Frika did none of that. He just stayed in. He just stayed in. And Statustan swapped, and it was for nothing.
I think a lot of times we ended up the higher you get in these types of tournaments, you learn these tricks, sort of like what you're just talking about, waiting a turn, where you wait to see if your opponent is throwing before you make an attack. Sometimes the most unpredictable thing you can do is just throw, just play normal, just to play. I mean, sometimes you just outplay your opponent in your head.
Yeah. What I like to do sometimes against very good opponents, and I hope they're not watching and hearing this now.
Yeah, taking notes.
It's just throw the attack immediately, right? I think there's like a range from like, I believe like if you compare to the Go Battle League, like in the lower elo, players tend to go for the charge attack as soon as they have it. And then like in the middle, players are like overthinking, like thinking it through very carefully. My opponent is going to catch, I need to be careful. And then later on, in the higher elo, they're like, players are like, yeah, my opponent's gonna overthink. I'm just gonna do whatever they don't expect. I'm just gonna throw immediately. They won't expect it. They think I'm gonna like farm up more energy at this. No, I'm just gonna go for the knockout. Goodbye.
If you don't want to talk about unpredictability, we have to talk about this after this decisive game number 3 that we're hopping right into. And now this time, Frika has the great lead here of the Vigoroth against the Lowland Sandslash. We're gonna have to see how Stan chooses to respond, and that's an immediately coming in with the Mantine.
Yeah, Mantine coming in every single game, and I think that's because it's a very safe Pokemon. It's probably the worst can face is Skarmory, and it's probably not even the worst because the Steel Wings are resistant on the Mantine. Going for the Body Slam, then going to the Lickitung, and I like this play from Frika a lot. Not even going for the threatening Rock Slide, just because the Mantine would then throw first and stall the clock, and now the clock isn't misaligned as much.
I mean, I like this play from Stan as well. We did see it last game. Just going ahead, bubble beaming immediately, so no matter what comes in from the Lickitung, it's not going to be doing as much damage. And even if the Lickitung ends up taking out the Mantine, it's going to be debuffed for whatever opponent comes back in. I'm looking at that Annihilate, but Annihilate doesn't want to be taking the licks, but when it's a little bit debuffed, it's fine.
Yeah, exactly. Going for a Body Slam here. And I think that's what Statstan has been relying on the whole time, right? Getting the energy on the Annihilate, because it's basically useful on anything, even on the Gligar, even though when shields are up, Gligar is a little bit of an iffy matchup here, right?
Yeah, it's absolutely true, but I think if you're Frika, you do need to win this middle game matchup because he saw now that there is an Alolan Sandslash, and he has that Gligar in the back. He doesn't want that anywhere near. We saw how those have gone down, coming out with a lot of energy, saying, you know what, even if he shields us, I'm almost at another Body Slam. Stan knows it too if he's been counting, which we know that Stan, the statistician, is going to be able to be counting these attacks.
Yeah. Fun thing, my friend Mindjoke says that Alolan Sandslash has pretty good play into Medicham and Annihilate. How do you feel about the play into Vigoroth? This Alolan Sandslash is going to get a lot of energy, right? Are you going to be able to win it potentially?
Well, I mean, I would say that Shadows do a little bit more damage. There is an Ice Punch and a half stored. There is a Drill Run stored. It's not going to be doing no damage. However, these counters are going to be doing so much here. Almost at 2 Drill Runs. I will say, maybe a Mindjoke is on to something, but I think if you're Frika, you also know what's in the back, and you're saying, okay, Vigoroth, this is exactly where you need to be.
Yeah, I'm making fun of it now, but like it's actually very realistic that Alolan Sandslash might get a farm down later and knock out Vigoroth. A shield is used here. Alolan Sandslash now has no energy. Going into the Blind Swap!
Simultaneous swap by both players here, and this is the worst thing for Annihilate because, like we said before, no Ice Punch to be found. Going to have to at least build up to that Shadow Ball to potentially bait or throw the crucial thing. Meanwhile, already at an Aerial Ice, forcing that shield from Statustan.
Yeah, but now that this Gligar is at the same pace as that Annihilate, it doesn't struggle as much. You can shoot this if you want. I mean, if it is... Let's see. Oh, he does shoot it. It makes sense because if Vigoroth's on Annihilate, it's over. And then, oh, I expected actually the immediately nicest throw, but it looks like Frika is not doing that. Can you now get to the Shadow Ball as Statustan?
You might be able to. It's going to be very close. We'll have to see. He's definitely going to be able to get to that Shadow Ball. Going to be able to knock this out at this stage, and we're going to see once again this counter damage. I can't remember if there's enough to be able to store it on that Vigoroth to throw anything at the Annihilate here. He's almost at a Rock Slide. Will it be enough at this stage?
Oh man, going for the Rock Slide. Will this resist the Charge Attack knockout? I think this will barely be enough, Amanda.
If this is enough, we're going to see that counter damage on the Alolan Sandslash again. It is Powder Snow. It is
enough.
It is a little bit enough, and we're going to see Frika go ahead and take out Statustan, bringing him to the winners finals.
Wow, what a well-played game by Frika there. Just barely winning against the Annihilate. Vigoroth taking out the Annihilate. You don't see that every day.
No, I mean, we talk about hard counters confirmed here. A lot of times we talk about the how Alolan Sand Slash it actually put in work, but the Vigoroth putting in a ton of work for Frika as well into one of its hardest counter matchups. Incredible games. Frika is back in action.
Yeah, you know, it's actually kind of ironic how we talked about Alolan Sanchez, or a mind joke saying that Alolan Sanchez is okay into fighters, but then it's Vigoroth taking out its worst counter. So I guess, a mind joke, can you tell me, does Vigoroth have play into Annihilate? I would really like to hear that from you.
The justification for, I think anytime that you have a favorite Pokemon, you're always looking for a justification of why to use it. I mean, I've seen you use some pretty interesting Pokemon that I would say don't have a place in the meta, but I think sometimes you have created space in metas for certain Pokemon. You were able to, in Lille, make it into the top 3 with a Shadow Magnezone. Can you talk about how that, I mean, what is the play up between an Annihilate and a Shadow Magnezone?
You just zap the opponents,
Okay,
and
fair.
then you win.
Are you even able to get to it?
Not against Metagem so much. Actually, you do. You barely live the counters. The thing is, like, it also had one of those, you know, chip and dip attacks, right? Yes. It has Wild Charge. So you go for the Wild Charge, you swap into another Pokemon, and Wild Charge from Shadow Magnezone is to be respected. It does so much damage, right? Just like we saw with the Brave Bird from Skarmory that Frika used.
Yeah, exactly. I think a lot of times, obviously, there's some heavy hitting charge attacks, but they come with a cost. And you have to decide, is this a cost that I want to take early on? Sometimes you'll see someone swap in a Skarmory, and then if you're the opponent, you're thinking, chances are, the first attack that they're throwing, even if they built up the energy for a Brave Bird, they're not throwing a Brave Bird. It's in the middle of the game. They're going to be debuffed for the entire rest of this matchup. I'm calling this this bait.
Yeah, and then boom, Pokemon gone.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but that's also the thing: high risk, high reward scenarios, and there's so many of those in Pokemon Go, and so many times when, as you can see, it's energy. Even if you have a bad matchup, Frika being able to hit that Rock Slide was huge. I mean, even like Status Dan being able to hit the Drill Run and the Ice Punch, forcing a shield, was also huge.
And then, like, what was Nighttime Clash on? You don't need the Ice Punch to take out the Gligar, right? He baited with the Night Slash, then went for the Shadow Ball, and Gligar was knocked out. It was just so little HP though left on that Vigoroth. I think you need like one more counter and you could have had a win or a tie.
It's true, yep. I think it's so hard to, if you looked every single time that Status Dan threw a bait move, Frika always shielded it. But it's such a risky call to make, because if he didn't shield that and it was the Shadow Ball, there would be no way for him to come back for that matchup. So I mean, I think in the end he ended up weighing his pros and cons about it. And this is what I was going to say about Status Dan. We kind of mention it almost every tournament, but I find it so interesting. A lot of times he has a die with him on screen, a 6-sided die. And if he can't decide if he wants a shield or not, you roll it, and he just leaves it to chance, because he says human error, feelings, sometimes it just gets in the way. I'm making a calculated risk, and that way I have nothing to blame but the die.
Yeah, exactly. That's very easy to blame. Now, I want to hear some more from our chat. We have some more social posts from our audience. Yeah, I'm actually excited for what you guys have. We have here a post from Tomahawk.
Oh boy, I've seen a little bit of this earlier. He's saying, did I go out of dormant early? Yes. Did my team feature Whalmer? Also yes. Were the two correlated? Open question. Team was too off balance and struggled with the Registeel Azumarill core, but Whalmer put in an absolute shift. You know what? I think PvP Steve in Australia is just grinning ear to ear seeing this as well, because he has also been preaching how good Whalmer should be. So, I mean, at least it's being able to see some play in this Show 6 Pick 3 format.
Yeah, he told me it was his most valuable Pokemon in this tournament.
Okay.
I said, keep dreaming. I don't think that's really true. But he said it was like really good into like Wishcash Skarmory cores. And, you know,
okay,
if you can make an off-meta pick work, yo, I'm a fan of it.
Exactly. I also see another off-meta pick with the Artibax on this as well. What do you think of this? I mean, we have seen a surplus of dragons again. We've seen the Guzzlord, we've seen Dragonair.
Yeah.
But I think this is the first Artibax we've seen in this tournament.
It used to be quite good at near the end of the previous season, but this Pokemon is also like weak to fighting fast attacks, right? Just like Guzzlord, and it doesn't really make it very appealing to use. I also think that even as Ice-type coverage, it takes a while to get to the Avalanche, and on the other hand, Ice also doesn't have a lot of defensive benefits, because the only thing Ice resists is ice.
Yeah, exactly. I also wonder if he was maybe playing that team because he did so well in Liverpool last week, and he's maybe taking a little bit of a time into just having some fun. We did see Tonton play a little bit earlier on. We've also seen Cashton play as well. I believe these are both French battlers.
Yep. Yep.
playing in the winners finals. This is going to be an incredible matchup. These two trainers have most likely battled against each other, scrimmed and practiced with each other, discussed teams. I mean, a lot is on the table as well, though.
I'm not gonna lie, Amanda. I really like that Zapdos here. It's like only the Dugong it really has fear. Lickitung probably outbalks a little bit, but Skarmory, Annihilate, Gligar, and maybe Whiscash a little bit. I'm not too sure if you live a Scald on the Zapdos, but I think we're gonna see a couple Zapdos battles here from Tontomateus.
I think he talked about it earlier. We'll see it again. This is what he's been running in the tournament so far. That Guzzlord also being on Crunch instead of Brutal Swing, and another kind of spicier pick with the Cresselia back on Moonblast instead of on Future Sight.
Yeah, exactly. That's a moveset that not a lot of trainers have used so far. It's usually Future Sight, but Tonton prefers for a cheaper charge attack in the Moonblast. Now we see here, again from Cashton, we see the team that Out of Pocket used over in North America and Nighttime Clash used in Liverpool, which has been very successful there. And now Nighttime Clash used something else, didn't work for him. I think he should have stuck. He should have stayed with the Dugong.
You know, I want to say about this as well. Like when we were watching Knoxville, Onion Frank normally runs the same team as Out of Pocket, but this time he kind of came up with his own concoction, and he was trying to convince everyone, saying this is actually the best team in the meta right now. He did go really far. I'm wondering why no one has picked up his team, perhaps instead. It could have been like because it was also running a Leaf Tornado Superior, kind of like Alaska Bolton did. But hey, if one regional champion can do it, I can imagine another one might be able to as well.
I mean, he's in the winners final, so it's been working well for him. Yeah, I'm really curious what Tontomateus can pair with the Zapdos. If you know Tontomateus and he has a weird pick on his team, he's gonna use it. Like, that's how it works, right? You have that interesting pick that no one else uses. You want to flex with it. Here we go. We have actually the Cresselia into the Shadow Gligar.
He says, I heard you guys talking about how I didn't use it at all last time. Okay, fine. I'll bring it into this matchup. Of course, having Moonblast instead of Future Sight, it doesn't do quite as well against the Gligar. But, I mean, it's still a pretty neutral matchup. We'll have to see. These Grass Knots will also be hitting for neutral damage, but going straight for that Moonblast. And you have to remember, Moonblast has a potential to debuff a Pokemon as well. It's not as high as a Scald debuff chance, but it is there. We'll have to see. He was so lucky with the Scald debuffs before. No debuff, but able to keep in with this bulky Cresselia.
Yeah, going for the ground type charge attack here. Is unshielded on the Cresselia, and that makes perfect sense. Tontomateus wants to keep the shields for that Zapdos in the back.
Yeah, I think so. He already now added another Grass Knot, but going one over here, another dig is going through on Cashton's side, and will Tonton decide to use any shield? I don't know if this will be quite enough to take it out. It's going to get it desperately low. Is yet another Moonblast coming through.
Wow, I thought he was going to go for the Grass Knot, but going for the full Moonblast here, just letting Cresselia go entirely, and Cashton also just fine with losing the zero shoot scenario here. Knowing that there's not really a harder Whiscash answer anymore. Now that the Cresselia is gone, he's coming in with the Whiscash to get an energy advantage, and in comes Annihilate. But it's going to get scalded here, and this can't debuff.
This can debuff. We've seen it so many times. Tonton knows it as well. He knows that Annihilate is one of the more squishy Pokemon, even though it's able to get to its attacks. Oh, speaking of attacks, getting it falling. I wonder if we'll see potential Night Slash to see if he can boost it back up, getting up to almost 100 energy, throwing his charge attack now. No shield from Cashton's side.
Wow, that's bold, because his Shadow Ball will do a lot. Putting it all on that Skarmory. Skarmory does not have a great time against the Zapdos. This Scald will put Annihilate, I think, barely not into the red. It will do a lot of damage.
Yeah, it's going to be able to hit. We have to remember, since it's not a Shadow, it's not going to be doing as much. An immediate now swap out into that Zapdos. And I think if you're Cashton, you're saying, okay, I am fine with this Whiscash here.
Yeah.
I will go ahead and shield up everything you're going to be throwing at me.
No surprise, we see the shield here. Look at those Mudshots already adding up on the Shadow Zapdos that's flying. That's only an indication of how fragile it is. Honestly, just for a research purpose, I just want to see how much this does. I don't know.
Yeah, I think it would be taken to the yellow. Man, Cashton really cashing in on the potential of Whiscash here with 2 Scald debuffs getting it completely. Will we see a shield? You know, Martin, you said you wanted to see how much a Scald would do. I think you're about to, because this is an unprotected Zapdos, and with a Whiscash with a lot of energy already at the Scald coming through here. We'll have to see if it's able to hang on.
I think this knocks out. This is gonna knock out, no?
I think this is gonna come darn close, if not.
Oh my! Barely hangs on and getting knocked out by the Skarmory swapping in. And this is not what Tonton Bateus expected, I think. Maybe a nice boost can do it here, but no, he realizes there's not enough health on the Annihilate. And Cashen takes the 1-0 victory here over Tonton Bateus.
And this is such a hard call to make, and you're in this position. Obviously, if you're in the winners finals, you're doing something right with it. I think Tonton was saying, okay, I have a shield left. I'm going to play very aggressively because whatever's in the back was not going to be able to tank a drill peck. Unfortunately for him, I mean, the Cashen was saying, oh yeah, it's a Skarmory. That Skarmory does not want to have anything to do with Zapdos. He was protecting that Whiscash at all costs.
Would you win that battle as Tonton Bateus if you stayed in with that Annihilate? I think that Tonton Bateus was predicting the Dougal in the back. That's why he wanted the Annihilate around, because Zapdos does not have a great time against Dougal.
This is like the beautiful and hard part about a Show 6 Pick 3 format, though, because you're looking at the team of your opponent, and sometimes there's obvious cores that aren't going to make sense. Like you're saying, there's no way my opponent is going to have all 3 Pokemon that are weak to X or something like that. But in the same sense, if you haven't seen the 3rd Pokemon, you can sometimes outplay yourself thinking it's the wrong Pokemon in the back.
Yeah, exactly. That can be very tough, right? Sometimes it comes down to making that decision, and this time Tonton unfortunately made that wrong call. I'm not sure if you would win that battle if there was the Dougal in the back, because the Annihilate already was so low, and Aishar still does respectable damage as a fast attack.
Yeah, the hard part was it would have been so polarizing for Tonton if it was a Dugong. However, it would have been so polarizing in his favor if he would have stayed in with the Annihilate. But yes, we'll have to see. Cashen taking game number 1. He's been, again, knocking incredible battlers either down to the losers bracket or out of the tournament. So, I mean, like, Cashen's doing fantastic. Like you said before, I believe he beat So Tactical, and we saw him play against someone else on the screen earlier on in the stream as well. He's doing well against Tonton Bateus, up 1. We're into the second matchup, coming in now with that Whiscash against the Annihilate.
Oh, this is somewhat neutral, I would say. If you have Ice Punch on the Annihilate, this is actually not great for Annihilate. But with Nice Slash, you pace just a little bit faster, and you're pretty fine here. I think this is what Cashen has been doing the whole time. Really rely on the Whiscash to carry him. It's such a safe Pokemon, and really only fears the Cresselia.
Yeah, and going ahead and getting Scald debuffs doesn't hurt your chances either. We'll have to see. He gets another one. No debuff this time. Tonton has to be feeling a little bit better about his scenario here. Going up, charging up a lot of energy. This will be able to knock out if he doesn't end up shielding this. Will he want to protect this Whiscash? He has the last second shield, shielding up the Shadow Ball.
That's huge! That's a great shield, because otherwise the Shadow Ball indeed would do so much damage. I think, Amanda, that was the first Scald we've seen on stream from Cashen that did not debuff. Is it going to happen again?
I don't know. Maybe his luck is completely run dry as the river breaks.
Wow!
Yes, indeed. Going yet once again for the bigger, heavier attack. And this time, Cashen saying, okay, Whiscash, I guess you didn't do it for me this round, but I mean, still, bringing that Annihilate to the red is pretty darn good.
Yeah, and now, again, it comes down to what Tonton Bateus is expecting in the back. If it's Dougal in the... Oh, never mind. Now he's Army. Yo, he's going to bring Zapdos in for sure. Yeah.
Bird on bird action here as we see this is going to be doing so much damage. Sky Attack already reached. It looks like Cashen is going to go for an attack, getting this shield off of Tonton Bateus as well. Meanwhile, just charging up a ton of energy. And also, we have to remember, Zapdos has such a high attack. It's going to win charge attack priority almost over everything. And Tonton knows it as well, charging up so much energy before releasing his charge attack.
Yeah, and it paces so quickly as well. This Thunderbolt will knock out the Skarmory. Not if shielded, however. But can Skarmory get to another charge attack here? I think it barely might be able to. Yes, it gets... Oh, catches the Sky Attack on the Cresselia. I honestly was expecting the Brave Bird here. And now, you're not debuffed though, so you might be able to even stay in if you would like to.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, the Psycho Cuts are not going to be doing much of this Steel-type Pokemon. The Moonblast and the Grass Knot are not either going to be doing too much. It's just a battle of bulk at this stage. However, I mean, it was a good catch because the Zapdos did not want to tank that energy. Meanwhile, now this Moonblast will be going through. We talked about it is going to be the heavier hitting, better attack here, and for the potential for debuff. We'll have to see if it will go through for Tonton's side. No debuff, tons of energy. This Brave Bird now connecting because there are no shields remaining on Tonton's side.
Yeah, I think this is going to do so much damage. Almost, I think this might knock out the Cresselia. It barely does, barely hangs on it. There's a Grass Knot, and it's caught on the... I don't think this is a catch, actually, right?
This is a catch either.
This is just a swap in, yeah.
Bad, I think, for the catch on because, I mean, this Grass Knot will be able to do some nice damage to this Shadow Pokemon, only also getting one wing attack, and there is a Drill Peck already stored. Tonton now knows his counts. He already has two. Going up a little bit extra. This is a strange. Will this Drill Peck be able to knock out?
I don't think it is, but he needs it to be. Let's see, Drill Peck coming through. Gligar barely hangs on, almost 1 HP.
Yeah, this was interesting. I feel like Tauntaun maybe could have thrown one earlier, and then would he have won that second charge attack priority?
Yeah,
he was one over. I think he just maybe lost count of how much energy that Gligar had.
Well, I think Tauntaun realized that he may have needed a little bit more, and that barely was enough. But it means that Cashton wins his group, and we will see him again tomorrow. Congratulations to Cashton.
Absolutely incredible players play this French battler, and you can tell, you can see it on his face as well. He was not quite expecting to do as well as he's done in this tournament, but he's crushing everyone. It's been really fun to see him play.
Yeah, he's been doing great and knocking out one of the best French players. You know, that's not something everyone does, right?
Yeah, you can hear the crowd roaring for him as well. He's very excited. And again, this is such a cool thing. I believe a lot of these French battlers are still in the winners semifinals, and now one has for sure gone on to the winners finals. I think next up we're going to see some more as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm very excited for more that we're going to see. But again, in this battle, he brought Shadow Zapdos, Toltebutters, all 3 games.
Yep.
Actually, sorry, all 2 games.
Yeah, but I mean, he's definitely bringing this Pokemon a lot. But I mean, like, and again, I'm not saying it's a misplay by Tauntaun. This is just a legitimate question that I have, because he was over 2 drill pecks. I feel like if he would have thrown one, he could have CAP tied on the second one at the aerial ace as well. But instead, because he threw it the exact same time the Gligar did, because it didn't knock out, the Gligar was able to throw his aerial ace.
Yeah, exactly. And that was just a very close battle. And
it's so hard to call when you're in the heat of that battle as well. You don't know how much energy your opponent maybe has. I mean, keeping track of all this has to be incredibly, incredibly difficult.
Exactly. You know what else? Where else battles can get very close?
Tell me.
The Go Battle League. That's where many of these players have done their experience, where they build up how they did this. Speaking of the Go Battle League, we actually have a video to go through with you what the Go Battle League is, how it works, and what are the incentives to do the Go Battle League. Let's take a look at this video.
Hello Pokemon trainers, we're here to talk to you about the Go Battle League today. A very, very fun aspect of player versus player in Pokemon Go. I wanted to ask you, Abby, I'll come straight to you. Why should people play in the Go Battle League? How's it useful, say, in terms of skills with the regionals?
Go Battle League is an amazing opportunity to have to transfer a lot of skills that you can learn. Some of the skills include, number 1, how to build like a team of 3, understanding Pokemon matchups, and also finding your battler identity, what's your playstyle, and how do you want to impose it in those regionals that you will participate. It's also a brilliant platform where you can learn other skills as well, including fast attack timing, when to throw your charge attacks as well. So these are some skills that will definitely help you improve and then take these skills to the regionals and potentially win them.
Yeah, absolutely. So practice makes perfect, and the Go Battle League is a perfect opportunity to do that. That's the succinct summary of that. So make sure you're battling as often as you can. Aside from the practice, what else is in it for trainers, Martijn?
There are so many rewards that you can get out of playing the Go Battle League, such as so much Stardust that you can use to build up more Pokemon, right? You want to make more Pokemon to use them in the Go Battle League. On top of that, you can also increase the rewards that you get with a premium pass. I myself get a lot of Rare Candy XL out of the Go Battle League, and I love it. Like, that's great. And then, the last thing you get from the Go Battle League is at the end of the season, depending on the rank that you get another large sum of Stardust. Players who have hit Legends even get rewarded with an exclusive post that is only for the best battlers in the world.
Yeah, it's fun to show off those poses as well. And don't forget, you can get Pikachu Libra as an additional boon as well. So from what I understand with Go Battle League, it does vary from time to time. But Amanda, you have a bit of an insight as to how it varies. You could tell us a bit more.
Yeah, you bet. So every 3 months or so, we get the change of the seasons. So currently, the Timeless Travel season is going on, but we don't know what's coming up next, and that's really what makes it so exciting. With each new season, we're going to get new moveset updates for Pokemon. So some Pokemon that maybe you're not seeing right now in Go Battle League, you're going to see more often when they get an attack update. And then also with that, you also see, how the players choose to respond to that in not only Go Battle League, but also in these Show 6 Pick 3 formats like we're seeing here.
Yes, for sure. So whenever I go into Go Battle League, I'm always pleasantly surprised to see what are the new leagues that I can take part in. It does add to the fun, a bit of extra happiness, a bit of surprise and excitement. So for all of you watching at home, I would strongly encourage you, get that practice in, get those rewards in, and see what is new in the Go Battle League.
I was about to say, well, thank you, Adelian, for that summary of Go Battle League, but that would have been a little bit entertainingly silly. But yes, you can see a little bit of a swap. We've given Martin and Amanda a very deserved break after all the fantastic casting they've done. And you are back with Count Xevious and myself, Adelian.
We are back indeed, and there were so many great games that we witnessed here. Frika beating Statistan, that was a very, very good show. And of course, we saw two French battlers going up against each other. We saw Tonton Botteuse going up against Cashton, and Cashton just barely edging Tonton out there. Those are great battles, but we have more to come. Up next will be Zizi, or Zizwilers, our reigning Barcelona Special Event champion, going up against
Wolfpack. Sorry, I had a moment. You caught me off guard there. I was just like, oh yeah, no, I remember. Yes, we're going against Wolfpack. So both of these trainers, we have seen them do brilliant things so far. Zwilus was that matchup he had earlier in the stream was so impressive, and Wolfpack seems to have not put a single foot wrong in my view. So I cannot wait to see how they toy with each other, shall we say.
Yeah. He did not make a single mistake. He knew exactly the Pokemon that he was that his opponent potentially would bring into his lineup, and he prepared for it, calling leads at very critical moments in the match as well. Again, Zizi or Zizwilus does have a great record. He is the reigning Barcelona Special Event champion. He had that very, let's say, disadvantageous matchup earlier in today against Nighttime Clasher, where the Charizard, Shadow Charizard that Nighttime Clasher had did not really have a solid answer on Zizwilus' team, but he still managed to itch that victory up.
Yeah, just by the skin of his teeth, I would say. But no, these will be two fantastic battles. There are many more to come. Our aim with this stream is to give you more of what you want. Battles, and even more exciting battles.
You are absolutely right on that one. We are still, I think this would be the winner's final, would it be?
I think so, yeah, potentially. It will be. So there's a couple of different groups. With a tournament of this kind of size, it's very imperative for the professors to plan the matches accordingly. You want to make sure you get enough of these battles going at the same time, but have a nice running circle of battles. So some groups start a bit earlier than others and therefore finish a bit earlier. And we do indeed have, as you say, Harvey, a winner's final here.
Yeah, winner's final, Zwilus against Wolfpack. We see in Zwilus' team the Talonflame and Annihilate. Talonflame is slowly and steadily creeping back into the meta, but Wolfpack, as I said earlier, is running that Altaria. Altaria is a Pokemon that you really don't want to see on Zwilus' side, because you really only have that and the Abomasnow to answer it.
Indeed.
So it will all depend on where that Altaria goes, or maybe potentially Wolfpack could do something like what he did in Lurgan. He did not bring his strongest Pokemon. We were all thinking that Wolfpack will be working a lot more with the Alolan Sandslash, but he did not.
Yeah, no, he didn't. So Zwilus, though, with his team here, relatively, we've seen this before. We know the Abomasnow does have that Icy Wind. I do think if he cannot get his Abomasnow lined up against Wolfpack's Altaria, Lickitung wouldn't be too bad here, but certainly the Charger Bugs, Shadow Gligar, they will struggle a little bit more. So I think if I was Zwilus, I'd be sticking with the Abomasnow or Lickitung at a minimum.
But the main talking point here is that Talonflame running Incinerate and double flying moves with Fly and Brave Bird. We know how much damage Brave Bird does, but this is possible only because of that Incinerate buff. That extra damage Incinerate does kind of makes it less necessary to run that move of Flame Charge, while you see Wolfpack here running very standard movesets. Both these trainers going on the Night Slash for the Annihilate, Altaria running Sky Attack Moonblast, whereas Lantern is running Spark. Another important thing to take away from this matchup is Alolan Sandslash running that Powder Snow.
Yes, and I think that will be excellent pressure against Zwilus with that Abomasnow, because Alolan Sandslash really doesn't mind Abomasnow here, being able to resist all the charge attacks and, well, the fast attacks and the charge attacks on Abomasnow's side. and is able to threaten with its own Powder Snow, for which Abomasnow takes neutral damage from.
Yeah, you are right. Neutral ice resist. The only typing ice resist is ice. So that's exactly why Powder Snow is neutral. But then again, Alolan Sandslash is a steel and ice type Pokemon. So whatever Abomasnow throws, it's not going to be important. But we are here already. We see a Talonflame leading into a Lickitung. This is a neutral matchup. But we know Zweilous' Talonflame is not running that Flame Charge to boost it up.
Yes, and so I think Zweilous will have to rely on consistent fly damage, or maybe surprise with a Brave Bird with that chip and dip strategy. This is the nice thing about Zweilous' moveset, is able to just really decide what tactic from the get-go he wants to go with, and Wolfpack has to go on the relative defensive here. Look at what he's trying to do, going for an immediate Brave Bird for chip and dip.
Goes for the immediate Brave Bird here. Wolfpack contemplating whether he's going to pull up a Protect Shield. No, he does not, and that puts that Lickitung all the way down in the red, and an immediate swap into his own Lickitung.
Yes, and this is very clever because Wolfpack doesn't have a strong answer to the Lickitung, but does soften it up a little bit before Altaria comes in with this oppressive Dragon Breath. Zweilous, though, has got a lot of energy and is now able to launch a Body Slam here to soften this Altaria up.
Body Slam comes in, it actually does quite a bit of damage onto the Altaria. In comes another Body Slam. This will be enough to put that Altaria into the yellow here. Let's see how Wolfpack wants to play this out, because at this point, none of your charge attacks are going to be enough to knock out that Lickitung. Let's see what happens here. Going for the Moonblast. Moonblast is the heavier hitting charge attack of the both.
Yes, it is, and it does have the chance of getting a debuff, though nowhere near as high a chance as Scald, but still you go for it to see what happens, and no debuff this time, and now Zweilous rushing to that Body Slam, which at this range would certainly KO the Altaria.
Body Slam comes in, and the Altaria is taken out of the sky. Let's see what happens. Will he bring the Gligar for an aggressive farm down? We know that that is the best play here, but it's going to be immediately met with the absolute nightmare for Gligar, the Abomasnow.
Yes, and so Gligar is able to get to the Aerial Ace first, which gives a small advantage, but Zweilous knows that and goes, I will shield that, remove that advantage, and now the threat with the Icy Winds coming in very quickly. Icy Wind will be shielded, but that debuff still goes through despite the shield, and this is where Wolfpack will start to struggle.
Yep, Icy Wind debuffs that Gligar, and whatever comes after is not going to be doing enough damage. Goes for another Aerial Ace here. This gets another shield from Zweilous. Now, both these trainers have no shield left.
No, they don't, but Zweilous really putting the pressure on, trying to swap in and get another combination attack. Abomasnow, though, just a little bit too high on health to be KO'd, but this is a good idea nonetheless. Try and soften this Abomasnow up more, and no, Zweilous going, absolutely not. I want to Icy Wind you down.
Yep, he is probably going for Icy Winding him down. Icy Wind comes in. Of course, Wolfpack electing not to shield. I was wrong earlier. He did have a shield left, but Gligar comes in. He knows it's not enough HP to farm down the Abomasnow and then take out the Lickitung and then take out the Talonflame. This was a truly dominant performance from Zweilous.
Yes, Zweilous looking very confident here, very much in control. Nothing is phasing him, and this is a rarity for Wolfpack because we have seen him be so dominant so far, really getting the measure of his opponent time and time again, and he has got all this way into the winner's final. But here, it all did seem to kind of somewhat fall apart, and Zweilous now suddenly very much in the driver's seat and looking to punch his way into day two. But Wolfpack really needs to dig deep here, I think.
You are right, but the point that was critical in this matchup was that Gligar and Altaria, both these Pokemon are very good against Zweilous' team. But Zweilous bought that Abomasnow at the back to completely core break Wolfpack's team.
Yes, and I think this is why Wolfpack now probably has to be a little bit more guarded against Abomasnow. I think that Annihilate might need to make an impression here, or maybe that Alolan Sandslash. He does need to be careful though, because both of those Pokemon also struggle against Talonflame, and Talonflame therefore was that A in the ABB strategy that you mentioned. So I think it's a risk with Wolfpack. He needs to get that read on the team alignment absolutely spot on, as he's done before.
And Zweilous going for that Hail Mary as well, going immediately for that Brave Bird, putting that Lickitung so deep in, taking so much HP off that Lickitung had no play whatsoever at the end game. All it could do was throw a Body Slam, and that was all it could.
Yeah, that was very much the case. I think Wolfpack would have really benefited from having his Annihilate in the back there to immediately respond and get the Annihilate in. So maybe there is an argument, Wolfpack's thinking, that I want to bring my Annihilate in there. I think it's got a reasonable matchup. It will scare off the Lickitung, it will scare off the Abomasnow. So Zwilus have two Pokemon there that were soft against Annihilate. So let's see what happens here as Lickitung faces off against Altaria as a lead. So Zwilus is still going. This is a relatively even matchup as Zwilus will be able to outpace to that Body Slam.
Zwilus will most definitely be able to outpace the Body Slam. He reaches the Body Slam, electing not to throw, throwing just before the Altaria reaches his Sky Attack. Amazing counting skills there by Zwilus. Body Slam comes in, fully charged, lands on the Altaria.
Yes, and do you think, I feel like it might set an impression with Wolfpack that how is Zwilus going to pay? He's going to really farm up to the maximum he can and throw just before the opponent's charge attack. And I think the key thing here is that it reminds Wolfpack that Zwilus will always have an eye on those counts. And so Wolfpack really farming up, going as high as possible, maybe trying to get a Moonblast bait. What do you reckon?
No, I think he wants to go for this back-to-back Sky Attack, goes for the Sky Attack here, puts that Lickitung in the red, one more Sky Attack, and that will be enough to take out the Lickitung. But what is important to know, now that the Altaria is out of the way, we will see how much of a commanding backline does Zwilus have. In comes his Annihilate. Annihilate farming up energy means Wolfpack, again, is completely core broken at the back. Which Pokemon will he bring? Is it the Sandslash that takes super effective damage? Is it the Lickitung that takes super effective damage? It has to be the Lickitung.
Yes, it's because Alolan Sandslash takes double super effective damage from Annihilate, and Zwilus thinking this is absolutely fine. Going for the Night Slash here because Shadow Ball would be resisted, looking for those boosts as well. No boost this time, but the additional chip damage is welcoming, and Lickitung really has to go for the Power Whips, but there's two shields on Zwilus' side.
There is two shields on Zwilus' side. Wolfpack looking at his friends, and he knows this is over because one boost, or as long as Zwilus shields his Annihilate, this game is done and dusted. Going for the Body Slam bait here. Let's see what Zwilus does. Will he pull up a shield? He must understand by now that how important Annihilate is. No, he does not pull up a Protect Shield.
Absolutely impact. Like, I cannot believe just how brave Zwilus has been in order to tow this Night Slash and no shield the Body Slam first. Wow, of course it survives with 1 HP, but no, the Lickitung able to get another Body Slam off. But I think Annihilate has done its job in my view.
I think Zwilus already knows what's at the back here. Annihilate still surviving. Body Slam being double resisted doesn't do enough damage to that Ghost type. In comes the Sandslash, only to be met with that Talonflame. Look how much this Incinerate does. All it does is 3 Incinerates to send this Sandslash back into the Pokeball. That was domination by Zwilus.
Talonflame reigns supreme as Zwilus takes his win and enters into day 2. Another top cut appearance in play for Zwilus there. That reputation that he already has grows ever more stronger.
Zwilus making his way into day number 2. What a commanding way to do it, right? Core broke Wolfpack 2 games in a row. Game number 1 with that Abomasnow at the back, and game number 2, it didn't matter. It could have been the Talonflame, could have been the Annihilate, but you know.
Those reads on Zwilus' side were just incredible. I cannot believe he got the team compositions banged to rights on both occasions. Absolutely phenomenal stuff. We need to be honest, I actually want to know more about how Zwilus was able to get that read, because that's incredible. How do you sometimes get that sixth sense where you can just know what your opponent's going to do?
I think it has to do with trying to understand what your opponent's strongest Pokemon are, and you see, okay, they will want to bring this Pokemon. That's why you saw Pokemon like Abomasnow. I said Altaria is already very strong into Zwilus' team. Yeah. So Zwilus kind of figured, okay, he will bring the Altaria. It's probably at the back. So I'm going to just keep my Abomasnow. So basically just core broke. We saw Wolfpack going for that ABB strategy in game number 1, going for the Lickitung, Altaria, Gligar. But going for this ABB strategy means you need to use one of your Pokemon to bait out your weaknesses, which he failed to do so. And that Brave Bird landing on the Lickitung that was it. There was no coming back from there.
Yes, I think because that is your lead Pokemon, your A quote-unquote Pokemon. You really need to keep that healthy. But the problem is, as well, with Altaria and Gligar, both of them take super effective damage from Ice-type attacks, so you really don't want to necessarily bring them in. I think if it was down to me, if I had to choose, I would bring Gligar in because at least Gligar can get an aerial ace off before it goes down.
I think that for me that would have been the most efficient and best safe swap in that scenario as well. Going into the Gligar, getting that shield advantage, but then again, you do get a shield advantage, but you can potentially get completely farmed down by the Amamusno. And even Lickitung does not appreciate those energy balls and icy winds that come in. It's just one Pokemon core broke Wolfpack's lineup.
Yes, absolutely. So let's now hear from Zweilous, who core broke so much of Wolfpack's teams. Let's hear a little bit from him, because I think Amanda has found him for an interview.
I kind of expected the chef hat still now that the restaurant has changed management, but I'm sitting here with Zweilous. Congratulations, you are now in the winners finals.
I think I actually, wasn't that the winners finals?
It was the winners finals.
Oh,
yeah, you won the
yeah.
winners finals.
Exactly. I'm in day 2. Apparently.
You're here.
Yeah, super happy about that.
Yes.
I knew that this last matchup was going to be rock, paper, scissors in either one's favor.
Yep.
And thankfully I got the reads correct. Yeah, now I'm here.
Yeah, what were your thoughts when you saw the Alolan Sand Slash?
I already knew when the shield came up on the Lickitung that there needed to be the Alolan Sand Slash in the back, because nothing else on this team was really weak to Annihilate as much. So I basically figured, okay, I have this game won, and yeah, I just trusted the Talonflame, which was definitely my most valuable Pokemon of the day.
Okay.
And yeah, no surprises there, because like the only real bad Pokemon to see would have been the Lantern, and after Abomasnow was so strong in game 1, I can't see an Altaria lead with a Lantern in the back on his side.
Point. I mean, I think, there was a lot of French players who have been doing so well. One already also making it to day 2. You prevented one from making it, and you also did another prevention earlier in the tournament. You prevented the NA battler from once again taking one of the titles from EU. How did you feel against your game against Nighttime Clasher?
I have to say, like, first of all, it's always good to face a friend. We've been, like, we actually met a year ago in Bochum, where he was actually debuting as a caster, and he barely played Go at that point in time, but we already, like, bonded over our shared love for weird electric types. His Togedemaru, my Ampharos. And now we are both regional champions, and yeah, I was very proud to basically defend Europe and reclaim the European superiority over the North Americans, because that was kind of came into question after Liverpool a bit. And yeah, now we're living in the real world again, and it's not just
exactly.
America.
Back to reality, back to Europe being on top once again. I'm hearing it from his words, not mine. But I do want to ask a couple questions about your team building. We always talk about how you are like someone who does a lot of reverse engineering, and you said you just changed your team last minute. But Martijn told me beforehand you were really considering Greninja on your team.
I was, because Greninja, what is nice about it is that it first and foremost breaks the Whiscash Skarmory core. Like, it breaks it softly, but it's still very good against it, because you are not afraid of Scalds because they won't throw that, and you are not afraid of Steel Wings because you resist that.
Right.
You resist Licks from Lickitung, and you can actually take out the Charger Bug in the one-shield scenario in certain cases, so there is some core breaker potential with the Greninja, and Martijn actually won a local tournament with it. So I thought, okay, that's a nice proof of concept. Let's give it a whirl in a practice tournament myself. And I felt as if I was playing Show 5, Pick 3, because everybody brought their Lantern to play, and yeah, I again had, like, my opponent had the Lantern on their team of 6 in this last round, and I just didn't feel comfortable with it, and yeah, I thought it would be Talonflame time instead.
Yeah, I mean, overall, you got to play the Pokemon that you're most comfortable with. Just one last question for you. You are our special event champion. You're the first European champion of the year. Do you think you have it in you to become a regional champion as well? Do you want to be our first 2-timer in one season?
Somebody has to do it, right? We had Jakobovic in Oceania. We had Dunebug in North America. No European has ever done it twice in one season. And yeah, I do think Colin is also still in it.
He is?
So there's potential for another repeat champion. Yeah, I'm just more than happy already with making another top cut, and I'll be doing my best.
Yep, well, congratulations again on the top cut. We'll see you again in day 2, and yeah, I mean, we're going to keep your eye on the fact that maybe, again, special event champion and regional champion, Zweilis. We're going to kick it back to the casters because we have a lot more good battles coming up.
Thank you, Amanda, for that amazing interview, and Zweilis with those insights into his team building. And one of the key points that I want to touch upon, what he covered, was those practice tournaments. He found a Pokemon that was going to be a potential core breaker. He didn't just run it. He went and did some practice tournaments with his friends. He knew that there was some discrepancies in how to pilot this Pokemon, so he did not, and he bought a completely new lineup and ended up being in day number 2.
Yes, and clearly that new lineup has worked well for him, shall we say. I got two phrases clashed in my own head at the same time. Apologies for that, folks. So yes, and also he, of course, reminded us that he is championing the European cause, so that we can make sure that whatever the magic that Nighttime Clasher did at Liverpool may not really be repeated. But of course, for all of you Americans who are watching, we're more than from the North America region. Please do come over, because we actually are quite nice, and we're more than happy if you actually win.
Even though Adelian did not sound too nice a while ago. But we have next match for us. We have Frika going up against Icelandic Lapras. Frika's had some amazing games so far. He did manage to barely inch out against Tatastan. That rock slide from the Vigoroth, knocking out the Annihilate and doing 2 more counters to take out the Alolan Sandslash. It takes a lot of discipline and experience to not throw the body slam there. He had to make sure he remembered how much HP that Alolan Sandslash had, and know that the body slam was not enough to knock out the Primeape, and know that a few more counters is okay. He would survive them to make sure he gets the rock slide off and then gets the Alolan Sandslash out of the way. That was a very, very good gameplay from both players.
Yes, for sure. And you can see the team that Frika has here. Trevenant, a Pokemon that you haven't seen all that much of recently. It's fallen back in terms of popularity, but making a bit more of an appearance here. I don't know, Avi, if you have any views on why Trevenant has any play here.
I think Trevenant is a very good pick. You can do a lot of damage with the Shadow Balls against the Skarmory. You can do a lot of work against a Whiscash. Whiscash, you absolutely wall it. That's a perfect matchup to have. And you also have good matchups against the Annihilate and Charjabug. 4 out of the 6 Pokemon here are weak to the Trevenant. But, of course, we see the Mandibuzz and Lickitung. These 2 Pokemon are absolute nightmares for the Trevenant. You do not want your Trevenant to match up against this Pokemon. So it will come down to who can do the dance and make that alignment work.
Yes, for sure. And I wonder if Trevenant will make an appearance. Maybe Frika wants to bring it in the lead here, I wonder. But no, going for the Stun Fist into the Mandibuzz. So with Icelandic Lapras expecting Trevenant to be in the lead. It isn't even there on Frika's side. Wow.
The Frika did not bring the Trevenant. In comes the Annihilate. Frika does not have a hard answer for the Annihilate and going for this Lickitung. Lickitung, unfortunately, is going to do super effective damage. But the counters from this Annihilate are going to add up slowly and steadily.
Yes, but Icelandic Lapras is running Ice Punch on his Annihilate, which means there is no chance for a boost. So the only way he can really do damage is through those counters and through that Ice Punch. As Frika now launches a Power Whip here, which goes no shielded by Icelandic Lapras, really softening up the Annihilate here.
The Annihilate is definitely softened up. Will Frika go for the switch advantage? I'm not sure, because at this point he can opt to Protect Shield and farm down, but no, letting that Ice Punch come through, and it barely doesn't knock out.
I was surprised. I thought it would knock out, but now Frika can get a decent amount of farm with either of these 2 Pokemon. Would be taking super effective damage from the counters, but he'd only take 1 or 2. No, opting for the Skarmory and 1 Steel Wing, it gets rid of that Annihilate.
1 Steel Wing gets rid of the Annihilate, but in comes the Mandibuzz. Mandibuzz is a very bulky Pokemon, so these Steel Wings do add up, but these moves from the Skarmory is not going to do a lot of damage to the Mandibuzz.
No, it won't. So Frika has the choice between Sky Attack or going for the debuffing Brave Bird, and does launch that Brave Bird. It does a lot of damage, actually, to Whiscash, and an immediate counter swap, but Whiscash against Galarian Sunfield is not a matchup you want to see, and they're racing to that charge move, which Scald launched first, however.
Scald coming in from Icelandic Lapras's Wishcash. This is no shielded by Frika. Does super effective damage, almost takes out the Stunfisk. And at this point, all Icelandic Lapras has to do is shield this Earthquake, and that is exactly what he does. Pulling up a Protect Shield, Earthquake does 1 damage.
Yes, and also bear in mind, there was no debuff either, so that Earthquake would have done more damage. Well, it would have done the normal amount of damage it does. Frika able to just sneak in a little rock slide before being knocked out by the Whiscash, but Whiscash choosing to farm down here. Very sensible play. No, swaps into the Skarmory, and Scald is launched immediately. Icelandic Lapras knew what Frika was going to do.
Yeah, Scald comes in, and it is immediately met with a Protect Shield from the Skarmory. Will this be an attack fall? No attack fall so far for Icelandic Lapras. 3rd time's the charm, right?
Oh, absolutely. And another Scald is now launched in here. Now Frika might have to consider shielding, and yes, indeed he does. But this is where the debuff could hit, and it could cause a lot of problems. But and there it is. The debuff is there now. I wonder if Whiscash is in Brave Bird range. Yes, it is, but no, opting for the Sky Attack.
Sky Attack comes in here. We have to remember that the Mandibus does have a little bit of energy at the back, but let's see how we play it out. Wishcash shields this, goes for another Scald. Yes, it does. Perfect gameplay here, perfect patience from Icelandic Lapras. He knows he has the wheels. He knows that this game is under his control. He just doesn't have to make any mistakes.
Yeah, absolutely, and does get another debuff as well, and instantly swaps into the Mandibuzz to get that Dark Attack or Charge Attack off onto the Skarmory and knock it out before it can even do any further damage. Dark Pulse coming in, knocking out that Skarmory, and Icelandic Lapras takes the first win in this best of 3.
Indeed, and what an amazing way to do it. You had an abominable lead, right? You had the Stunfisk against that Mandibuzz. That is not a matchup you want to be in. Going for the Annihilate safe swap, unfortunately for Frika, he did not really bring that Trevenant, nor did he bring that Annihilate, the Shadow Gligar to answer that Annihilate.
Yeah, that's absolutely right, and it just surprised me that Trevenant didn't come in, because I would have thought that Trevenant had looked so potent here against Icelandic Lapras' team, and able to deny 4 out of the 6 Pokemon. It really does confuse, well, maybe not 4, but certainly 3 with relative ease. It really does surprise me. So I wonder now, having taken that first loss, whether he will recognize that Trevenant is the way to go, and he just needs to be mindful and guard against that Mandibuzz and that Lickitung.
It's another example of how one Pokemon can core break your whole team, and that's what happened. But of course, Frika is one of those people who can do well even after losing game number 1. You look at his credentials: 2022 EUIC finalist, 2023 Liverpool Regional Top 16, and 2022 World's Top 16. He is looking for an achievement in 2024 season.
Yeah, he is, and it would be an amazing thing if you can say, yes, I won the Dortmund Regional Championships in this 2023/2024 season, especially with it being a home regional for Frika as well, as he is based in Germany as well, I believe. And so how awesome would it be to say I defended, quote unquote, the home turf? Something that I think maybe we could have done in Liverpool.
It's not up to me to say English battlers let us down.
But mind you, we have a British battler here.
I did not know he was British, but for now, let's focus on this. We have to see how Frika wants to adapt this. Will he bring that Trevenant? Will he bring that Gligar? Because that Annihilate did so much work. All of his fast attacks and charge attacks had some place to go, and there was no way out for Frika. The moment he swapped in the Lickitung, the game was over. The moment he let the Lickitung go, the game was over.
Yeah, that's true. And now we have Annihilate against Vigoroth here, and oh, this is not good for Frika.
This is not where you want to see your Vigoroth on, but in comes the Gligar safe swap, met with this Mandibuzz. We've seen how dominating this matchup is for Mandibuzz from games yonder. Here comes an Air Slash. Air Slash, of course, it has the same type attack bonus, and it does come from a Shadow Gligar, but this Mandibuzz is so bulky.
Yes, it can handle so many attacks. It's just, they just bounce off Mandibuzz. Honestly, Mandibuzz is one of the bulkiest Pokemon, the Umbreon of the skies, as they say, as Dark Pulse is launched here, bringing Shadow Gligar to half of its remaining health, but there's a lot of energy on this Gligar, and an Aerial Ace is launched in response to try and soften the Mandibuzz up a bit more, but I think Mandibuzz will not mind this still.
It definitely does not mind it, but this means that at this instance of time, Icelandic Lapras can try to protect shield his Gligar and win. Frika can try to protect shield his Gligar and win swap, and that's exactly what he does. He protects shields that Aerialist and goes for another of his own. Let's see Icelandic Lapras responding with his own protect shield.
Yes, I think this is sensible here. You want to make it a bit more difficult for Frika to try and wrestle switch advantage off you, and now going for an aerial AC, and Frika does not feel comfortable committing 2 shields to the mid game here, so lets the Gligar go down and now can choose to bring in that Vigoroth and try and counter this Mandibuzz down.
Vigoroth going for those counters, not before Mandibuzz gets to this Dark Pulse. One last move before it gets knocked out to do a lot of damage onto the Vigoroth. Vigoroth already losing more than 30% of his HP.
Yes, and I think Vigoroth really didn't want to have to deal with that, but look at the back line here as Icelandic Lapras brings out Annihilate back in, and in comes a Lickitung, and Icelandic Lapras is going to be thinking, you know what, I'm kind of okay with this, either way.
Game number 2 is kind of like a repeat of game number 1, where we see this Annihilate absolutely core-breaking Frika's front and back line.
Yeah, this is crazy, and now Lickitung now coming in to try and, because I think Icelandic Lapras recognizes Annihilate is so valuable, let me soften up my opponent's Lickitung and then bring in my own, and then I'll always hold that advantage. So this is fantastic. Icelandic Lapras recognizing when to deploy the best resource for the job.
It's one of those things that consistently evolves across the meta. You would see much earlier in the tournaments where if a Lickitung is safe swapped, you would try to immediately swap it out, but here we see the chip and dip strategy where you do a lot of damage to the Lickitung at the earliest and then swapping in your own Lickitung because you have the HP lead.
Yeah, absolutely, and that is so significant. So Body Slam's now being exchanged here, and we are trying to run down that switch timer a little bit and see if we can explore. You can see Frika desperately trying to get that Vigoroth back into the game, but not before Icelandic Lapras knows his timing, knows the switch clock is up. Frika looking to shield and preserve his Lickitung a bit more, brings in the Vigoroth here. The switch timers are not aligned, so Icelandic Lapras has to throw another Body Slam.
The Body Slam comes in here. Frika's Vigoroth has no shields left to hide behind. Switch clock is back now. Immediate swap into the Annihilate, and this Annihilate is going to be punching this Vigoroth back into the Pokeball.
Yes, but not before Rock Slide comes in just to soften the Annihilate up a bit more. But I think Annihilate, with the resistance it has to Rock-type damage, is able to comfortably tank this. And now it is just a matchup between Lickitung and Annihilate, but Power Whip does go shielded, and that will end this, I feel.
Yeah, Power Whip does get shielded by Frika. Frika knew his win condition was if Icelandic Lapras did not shield there. He was looking at Icelandic Lapras. Did you press the shield? Did you not press the shield? The Protect Shield was unfortunately up, and this Ice Punch is what it needs to send Icelandic Lapras to game number 2 after he beat Frika in such a convincing manner.
Yes, absolute dominance there. Icelandic Lapras now is going to go to day 2, all being well, and I think that will be a rare occasion, because I don't recall if Icelandic Lapras has been to day 2 before. So this might be a very, very big deal for him emotionally. It will boost his confidence. It will be overwhelmingly important for him, I think.
Icelandic Lapras, again, another commanding performance. He beat Pollock Shah, who had one of the biggest win rates in some regionals, and now beating Frika, telling Frika, you need to come through the lower bracket if you need to defend the German honor.
Yes, absolutely. Icelandic Lapras just exchanging his team sheet back. We will, of course, have more matchups coming. I think I heard from the grapevine, for example, that Arceus Aurelius is still around, and he's doing very well, and he will be facing up against Colin Six, who was the Lille regional champion earlier this season. So he's still in the running to be a 2-time regional champion in the same season.
I think Delian invented a time machine there. He was the Lille regional champion a season before and the Stuttgart regional champion.
Oh, Stuttgart, apologies, that as well. Yes, I forgot.
We see a regional champion going up against one of the top contenders who's been consistent throughout the championship circuit, and that is Arceus Aurelius. I've casted him since Lille 2 seasons ago, and he's still here, still a top battler, and still in contention to be top cut again. So many top cuts for him.
Do you know one thing that I will say, however, at that Lille regional champion in 2022, considering how good Arceus Aurelius is, it was me that knocked him out. So, it makes me, whenever he's really successful, it makes me very happy in myself for many reasons. Not only is he lovely, but also because I beat him once.
Of course, you take
what little credit I can.
We take credit wherever it's due.
Yeah.
That is exactly what we have to do here. But speaking of what we saw a Pokemon that absolutely dominate for Icelandic Lapras.
Yes.
And that Pokemon was Annihilate. Let's take a quick look at what Annihilate can bring in to your teams. And Annihilate is a fighting and ghost type Pokemon. Its fast attack is counter charge attack, can be Ice Punch or Night Slash depending on what your team needs. And following the only fast attack charge attack that I would say that cannot be TM'd out of it is that Shadow Ball.
Yes, you just need that oppressive damage that Shadow Ball offers. And then, yes, as you say, Night Slash or Ice Punch really just come down to do you want to... Having Ice Punch is very useful to deal with the Gligar that will often be put up against Annihilate or with the Altaria. But Night Slash does have that boost, and we saw how dangerous Boost Bug, aka Dune Bug, was with Knoxville with those boosts. So take inspiration from brilliant trainers like Dune Bug and many others. The Hot Tomahawk with Night Slash, just in Liverpool, he was recommending that as well. Maybe Night Slash is the way to go, but we have also seen success with Ice Punch just at this matchup.
I think sometimes it's the way to go, right? It depends on what your teams are weak to. We've seen matchups where that Ice Punch would have come in handy. We've seen matchups where that Night Slash was able to get a bait and then land the Shadow Ball. So it's all comes down to what is needed at what point and what your team needs. Does your team need a little bit extra Gligar coverage and you might want to run an Ice Punch? Does your team need more Ghost type coverage? Then you run Night Slash. Of course, running these moves have detrimental effects in a way. If you run Ice Punch, for example, the Lickitung matchup is a little bit more difficult. Lickitung can try to wiggle its way in. As we saw here, if Freaka decided to see a shield in game number 1, that he would have been able to lick down that Annihilate to get a switch back, even though that was supposed to be a very bad matchup.
Yeah, and that's just because Annihilate is a Ghost type Pokemon and therefore takes super effective damage from other Ghost types. But we can see here no Annihilate on Arceus Aurelius' side. Instead, we are just going for covering that what Annihilate would deal with that Whiscash, and then having the Hydro Pump Azumarill, which I did highlight earlier, was unusual.
Yep, Hydro, but we saw it do a lot of work, right? It went up against that Lickitung, flipped that matchup, did 2 extra more bubbles, swapped out, caught a move, threw an energy ball to take out the Lickitung, and then ended up play roughing that Annihilate at the end game. We see the Annihilate here, but what I have to say again and again is that Cresselia, Arceus Aurelius Cresselia, is completely neutral to Colin's team. Of course, Talonflame does have that Flame Charge, but those future sides are gonna hit hard.
Yeah, they absolutely will. And I also do like Arceus Aurelius' Azumarill here, because having that Hydro Pump makes Talonflame a little bit more threatened by it, whereas Colin 6 is running the more conventional, one would argue, more conventional Ice Beam and Play Rough moveset on his side, which I think therefore is going to make Azumarill struggle a bit more against Arceus Aurelius' Talonflame and the Registeel as well.
For sure, but we will most definitely see a little bit more of Registeel from Arceus Aurelius, just because Lickitung does not have a very hot answer from his side. We see the Whiscash able to take double super effective damage. We see the Azumarill taking super effective damage. Abomasnow takes neutral damage. Talonflame takes neutral damage. Cresselia takes super effective damage from the fast attack, and body slams and lick slowly and steadily adds up.
Yes, they absolutely do. So I think Colin 6 will be relying on the safety of Lickitung there just to keep himself in the game. But this could be anyone's game here. I think there is so little margins in some of those matchups. If Arceus Aurelius has an energy lead on his Abomasnow, those Icy Winds come in quick enough to outpace to the Body Slam, suddenly that matchup is flipped. Generally, Abomasnow will win a charge attack priority events against Lickitung as well. So it's already in Arceus Aurelius' favor, but then Colin 6 is aware of that.
Let's see if he employs a strategy that he employed against the previous Talonflame user, where he bought 3 Pokemon that were kind of neutral against Annihilate, and Annihilate had nowhere to go. And those 3 Pokemon were Whiscash, Azumarill, and Cresselia. They will do a ton of work. And potentially what you can do is you can try to use the Azumarill to lure the Abomasnow in and then completely incinerate it down with your Talonflame, and then Talonflame will feast.
Yeah, oh yes, Talonflame with energy is super, super potent here. I'm just wondering then, what do you bring if you are, what do you bring if you're Colin 6 to handle this? I still think the Talonflame has some play because it's just lovely against those Abomasnow and that Registeel. But there's two water types, and I think that's the challenge. You've got two things saying, yes, 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 bring me, and the other two Pokemon saying, no, 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 definitely don't bring me.
I think it depends on how much shields you want to invest on that Talonflame, and if you already are boosted. A boosted Talonflame will do quite well against a Whiscash and also against the Azumarill. Flies do a lot of work there, and then again, like if you are in a matchup like Talonflame versus Cresselia, and you commit to the two shields, you will be able to be double boosted with those flame charges, and whatever attack you throw after will immediately get you a shield.
Oh yes, absolutely. And I think as well, you make a very good point there, Kanzevius, about Whiscash. In theory, you'd think Whiscash water type will beat Talonflame, but that's not the case because so much of its attack is based on those ground type attacks, the Mud Shot, the Mud Shot and the Mud Bomb, that really its only way of threatening is with that Scald. And if you shield the Scald, then problem solved. Even if you get a debuff, Flame Charge answers that.
Yeah, but if you get debuff, most Whiscashes will not shield the move that comes after.
That's true, yeah.
So, but these two trainers have already made their decision on what they're going to play. We see an Azumarill on Colin's side into a Registeel from Arceus Aurelius on the left.
This is amazing for Arceus Aurelius because he's aware that Azumarill does not have Hydro Pump. Switching into the Talonflame is responded to with an Azumarill, so this is very good, and we know Azumarill on Arceus Aurelius has that Hydro Pump, so even more dangerous on top of the bubble damage. Colin 6 now going for what I believe is a Fly. Azumarill has no issues at all with tanking this.
Azumarill tanks it like a beast. Fly comes in, 1 Incinerate, 2 Incinerate, and going straight for that Hydro Pump. Hydro Pump will be enough to actually KO the Talonflame and also another Talonflame.
Yeah, absolutely. And so Colin 6 deciding to shield this and get a little bit more damage off, going for an additional Fly here. Maybe he's looking to get back-to-back Flies off, but he will have to do one more Incinerate first. But Arceus Aurelius no shielding this as well. He trusts the bulk of his Azumarill.
Yeah, he does definitely trust the bulk of his Azumarill, but in comes another Fly from the Talonflame. This, if Protect shielded, will lead the Azumarill to farm down, but Arceus Aurelius says, nope, I don't want this, I'm going to do something else.
Maybe he's looking to get some additional farm and brings in that Cresselia to do that, and now another Fly being launched here. Arceus Aurelius thinking now, I can tank this additional move, so I'm going to do that and farm even more with Psycho Cut.
That is exactly what he does, but in comes his Azumarill immediately and met with the Registeel by Arceus Aurelius. This is great. Colin now has play at the back with his Lickitung that can be aligned against this Cresselia of Arceus Aurelius. In comes the player of. Player of is going to be resisted, so no shield from Arceus Aurelius.
Yeah, I don't think he would shield this. Registeel has got a lot of impressive bulk. Going for the Zap Cannon here, which Colin 6 does not shield anyway. Azumarill also very bulky, but Zap Cannon does a huge amount of damage, and you can just see that bar drop.
Gets that attack fall as well. That could be pivotal because all the damage that comes in from now on is going to be reduced, and there is no reason for him to want to shield here. It's all going to come down to the end game. How these two great trainers are going to try and play out the backline matchup. Going for the Focus Blast, will this be enough? Have you ever tried to Focus Blast in Azumarill?
I have in the past, but I'm not sure. There's quite a significant undercharge here, and even so much so that I wonder if Arceus Aurelius is trying to encourage another charge attack to be launched on his Registeel to soften it up further. Maybe he wants to reduce the amount of farm he gives to his opponent.
I was surprised with the undercharge as well, as a fully loaded Focus Blast would not have been enough to take out the Azumarill there, but he goes for it only to be met with this Lickitung. Cresselia comes in, but Lickitung does have a shield disadvantage. Immediately going for the shield, making sure that Future Sight does no damage.
Nope, it does no damage at all, but Cresselia is still in a relatively commanding position because it can just shield everything, and those licks, even though they're super effective, they will still not be able to KO certainly from this range. It'll need a lot of licks. Another Future Sight now coming in. Let's see how much damage this does.
Future Sight comes in, does about 35% to the Lickitung. Lickitung still hale and hardy there, going for this Body Slam, not even in the yellow. Cresselia, however, is suffering from all those lick damages adding up one after another.
And here comes another body slam in a bit more farm from Colin 6 before he throws his next body slam in. Arceus Aurelius now really feeling the pressure here. He needs to race to another future sight before another body slam comes through, and it's going to be so close, but he's farming up a bit more. He needs to be mindful of timings. Does just get the... Oh no, he overtaps, and body slam is launched again.
Body slam will be enough to knock out the Cresselia. Oh, that is unfortunate. So much energy gone down the drain here. Registeel comes in, will have to throw the Zap Cannon, or the Focus Blast goes for the Zap Cannon. Will this be enough to knock out this bulky Lickitung? I don't think so.
No, I don't think it will, and the problem with this, it gives him a little bit of extra farm, but he can just swap out, and now it's just lock-on farm downs all over, but I think you'll get to an Ice Beam too quickly, and Ice Beam is launched, and that does KO the Registeel.
What an amazing gameplay from Colin 6. Arceus Aurelius is making a small mistake there, letting that... Number one, the mistake he made was undercharging the Focus Blast way too much and making that small energy tracking mistake, which led to his Cresselia fainting with so much energy. So much it could have done, all taken away.
Yeah, that was very, very rough there. And I think it was the right idea to undercharge, but really you need to practice undercharging a bit more if you're going to try and pull it off with the level of accuracy needed to win here, especially against Colin 6. He is a regional champion. He knows what he's doing. You cannot put a foot wrong, and that means mastering those undercharges a bit better.
Yep. Of course, we see some of the championships that Collins won. We have already talked about it. He's a 2023 real regional champion, 2024 Stuttgart regional champion, 2024 real regional top 8, and 2023 Utrecht special event top 16. Great set of credentials there.
Oh, absolutely. And Utrecht is only a few weeks away. I think 3 weeks from now is Utrecht, and I believe Colin 6 will be there because it's not far from him. So surely another accolade there. You can imagine if he's top 16 last year, how far will he go this year? Maybe one step further, maybe a few steps more. But of course, Dortmund is still present, and he's still in the running, and he's in a commanding lead. Arceus Aurelius, therefore, having reached top 8 in Gdansk just much more recently, and then Bochum, which was the same, basically a similar geographical tournament last year, was top 4, so he has a legacy here, and also has had success in Lille, I feel.
Yep, Arceus Aurelius. Two amazing trainers. We talked about this at the start of the game. They have the credentials to put both of them at the back feet and keep them at the edge of their seats, and that's exactly what they did for us. All it took was one mistake from Arceus Aurelius to make this match more difficult than it had to be, because Registeel into a Lickitung is a lead that you cannot mess up.
Yes, absolutely, and you really don't want to let that go when facing Colin 6. But it's all right. Game 2 is now starting. It's about reassessment, a new fresh set of battles. But unfortunately, Talonflame now has a strong advantage against the Registeel. So would there be an instant swap? There is.
Yep, instantly swapping into that Cresselia. It's a very neutral Pokemon into Collins' team, but this is interesting. Collins stays in there. He knows that the Cresselia has a lot of play, goes for the fly here, just chipping that Cresselia a teeny tiny little bit before he goes to his Abomasnow.
Yes, and Abomasnow is able to handle handle the grass knots that Cresselia offers, but won't be able to handle the future sights all that well, but no shield, because Colin recognizing he can withstand this relatively easily.
Yep, no shield indeed. Cresselia is still healthy here, trying to race to the future side. Colin, absolutely perfect counting there. Goes for this energy ball. The big question here is this enough to KO the Cresselia?
Yes, that's going to be tight, but I reckon it is just about enough. Cresselia is bulky, but not bulky enough. Registeel coming back in now, and this is great for Arceus Aurelius because he does not mind any of the charge attacks that Abomasnow offers. Colin 6 going for another energy ball here. Interestingly, not opting for the Icy Wind.
Energy Ball is chosen because he's probably trying to fish for that defense fall, but does not get it. Arceus Aurelius is going for the complete farm down here, but unfortunately for him, the Icy Wind comes in. This is going to reduce his attack even lower.
Yes, I'm not sure I like this now with the Icy Wind debuff. You're just taking damage here. You're going to have to throw this eventually because otherwise you will take time. This is a better idea. Undercharge a little. See if you can then get a bit of extra farm. But let's see if that's just about undercharges.
Yes, that worked, but unfortunately he is going to be met with another Icy Wind from the Abomasnow. This looks really grim for Arceus Aurelius.
Yeah, it's really tricky because just the Abomasnow goes down. Talonflame comes back in, switches into the Azumarill, and now it's almost responded to with the Lickitung. This is good though because there are 2 shields, so the power whips are not as threatening here.
Power whips will have to be shielded, but of course Colin can have the liberty of baiting here. In comes the first power whip. Will Arceus Aurelius shield this? Let's see what happens. He pulls up a protect shield, protecting against that super effective damage. Azumarill, will it go for the player off? Yes, it does.
Yes, player off coming in, maybe Colin 6, hoping Colin 6 would also shield, but no, Colin 6 recognizing that he can survive this no matter what. Goes for the player off. Arceus Aurelius not happy that he hasn't been able to peel a shield away from Colin here.
I think at this point, Arceus Aurelius needs Colin to use those shields. Colin going for another power up here. This will put the Azumarill into the red. Arceus Aurelius pulling up the shield and trying to save this Azumarill for the end game.
Yes, I think sensible though. Going up to 100 energy before throwing the play rough here. Colin 6 now does have the opportunity to shield again and completely drain this Azumarill of energy by forcing it to consume more. But now the switch timers are up. Is there scope for catches? And no, going for the body slam here. I think Colin 6 recognizing he might not reach that power whip.
I think Colin does not want to use this last protect shield. That's why he goes for the body slam, getting a little bit more damage onto the Azumarill. Arceus Aurelius knows he needs the shield here. But Colin does not give him the shield.
No, because he needs that shield. He wants to protect the Talonflame, which is the key to winning at this point. That the only real scope is to go for a catch, but wasn't able to do so here just because of those fast attack timing alignments, and there is no escape from the dominance of Colin 6 here. Registeel now back in, and there's nothing you can do here.
Colin incinerating his way into day number 2, beating Arceus Aurelius in a very convincing fashion. What a game. I think game number 1, there was a little misplay from Arceus Aurelius that cost him the game. Game number 2 was complete control from Colin 6X. What an amazing battler.
Yes, he read Arceus Aurelius like a book in Game 2, but there was a lot that Arceus Aurelius can analyze for his going into the losers bracket. He was very close, particularly in Game 1, and it's just being a little bit more mindful of the energy of his opponent to just throw that half a second earlier, throw that charge attack. That would have been the difference. So he knows how close he was, and I'm sure he can learn from it.
I think he's still just one game away from making it through the losers bracket to day number 2, but that's it. He has one more opportunity. If he takes it, he is going to be in day number 2, and then he will have to make a losers bracket run. Knowing how good of a trainer Arceus Aurelius is, I have no objection. I think he will make it.
Yes, I think so. He's done it before. He'll do it again. Bit harder a run with coming from the losers bracket, but he can do it for sure. But for Colin 6, that journey to be a 2-time regional champion in the same season is still on course, as it is for Zweilers, which means we have 2 candidates that might be able to replicate what Doonbug has done in just last week in Knoxville.
Every week, new histories are being written in the championship circuit. We have 2 trainers who can be 2-time regional champions, or actually special event plus regional champion for Zweilers, and 2-time regional champion for Colin. These are amazing players. All these things will lead up to what we call as ICs at some point, and then the World Championships.
Yes, for sure. Don't forget, folks, the European International Championship happens in London in April, just 1.5 months away, I would say. Not forgetting the special event in Utrecht in 2 or 3 weeks after this particular event. So get some practice in Utrecht and then go to EUIC. And of course, if you are watching from across the pond in the North America region, then of course NAIC in New Orleans is going to be absolutely epic, and that is in the middle of June.
Yep, talking about ICs, we have put together a video on how we would prepare for an IC. Take a look.
Hello trainers! In this discussion we are going to talk about how to prepare for an international championship, also known as an IC. There are 3 every season. We have one in Latin America, we have one in Europe, and we have one in North America. But what makes them so different from regular regional champions? Adelian, can you talk us through what is the incentive of going to an international championship?
I think the best way of putting it is a highlight of the season. All of the biggest trainers are going to be there. You're going to be competing, and it's one of the highest stake tournaments on the Pokémon Go circuit. So for me, you have to be an IC, I say. Most importantly as well, for me as well, It's going to be in London for the European Internationals. It's literally right on my doorstep. How could I not miss it? And for many of you who can easily get to such a city, it's a no-brainer. You've got to go.
So, thank you. Yes, I know you're all about London. Abi, I heard you might be going as well. How would you, as a Pokemon expert, as a PvP expert, I know you are a legend in the Go Battle League, how would you prepare for an international championship?
Well, it starts with understanding, number one, the player playstyle, what's the meta and how people are playing it. You could learn that from watching multiple regionals and also taking a look at the statistics of which Pokemon is being used most. And then you look for core breakers. So if you find a Pokemon that works well for you and you practice in the Go Battle League, then you can run it in your regionals. And then based off that Pokemon, you build your team of 6. And then from there, you can decide, all right, I want some more practice. So you go to like the local tournaments as well. And then you go to the ICs.
So this was our discussion on how to prepare for an international championship. And we hope to see you there.
Welcome back, trainers. We just had some great insight from you and the rest of our casting team about how to prepare for ICs. Those are coming up. It's going to be in April, but in the meantime, we are here in Dortmund. We have 2 German trainers up next to see who will be competing in day 2. It's going to be pretty darn good. We have Stone Collection versus Zephymastics.
Yeah, 2 battlers that have come so far. I believe this is a matchup in the loser bracket, so whoever wins this moves on to day 2. Whoever doesn't win is out.
This is the thing about the double elimination tournaments. It is a little bit nerve-wracking, and of course, if you lose early on, you have a lot more games that you have to play through, but we've seen a lot of champions so far. Dunebug, I think Maximilian P, Adrian Wildcat in Barcelona's special event, losing round 2 and making it on to day 2. It's definitely not impossible, and it's going to be possible for one of these trainers coming up now. We've seen both of them play on stream, and we've seen them both do incredibly well in this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, if you just win, there's no problem, right?
Exactly. Just keep winning.
Yeah, just... Anyway, we have 2 Dragonairs here in Dortmund between Stone Collection and Zephymastics. It's going to be very exciting. That's what Zephymastics told me earlier. He's going to be very excited for that Dragonair mirror. However, there is that Dugong, and Dugong's pretty good against Dragonair.
Yeah, I completely agree with you there. There is an ice type to kind of check that Pokemon. Also, it's going to check Zephy's Gligar as well, because Gligar does not want to be facing this. And worse for the wear, for anything else, the Icy Wind is going to debuff no matter what. So I think that Stone Collection, most likely, we're going to be seeing that. However, Zephymastic's Registeel is a nice counter to that Pokemon.
Do you think Dugong is good in the current meta?
You know, a lot of champions have been using it on their team. Magic Mason had it on his team, came in second. Nighttime Clasher had it on his team in Liverpool as well. Ooh, yes. He really won with this Pokemon. I think an Ice-type Pokemon, for sure, is definitely somehow necessary. And one of them, is Dugong. And but you can see...
Yes, Ice Shard, Icy Run generally.
I'm fairly certain that it should have that.
And then there's the Shadow Sableye as well from Stone Collection. We saw him play that earlier, and it actually played out against a Lickitung. The prime counter, one of the prime counters to Sableye actually loses to the Shadow variant of it.
Yeah, I think that we saw this often as well, but remember when Noctowl was in the meta ages ago? I mean, the foul plays, 2 foul plays from the Shadow was able to do it. I mean, it's just the Shadow damage of these types of Pokemon are going to be doing so much more. That's why there's a Shadow Dragonair as well, and that's why Shadow Gligar has been doing so well in this meta as well. Shadow Dragonair running its typical moveset of Aqua Tail and Body Slam, but it is going to be interesting since it's a mirror, which one will win Charge Attack priority, or if one is even going to bother to throw, or if we're going to just who will try to Dragon Breath completely down.
Exactly. Multiple scenarios can be played out with that. We also have some Dragonair on the table there, some plushie, right? Zephymastics hoping that will make his Dragonair a little bit better. I know he is running the XXL variant, so it's huge when it enters the stage soon. And I'm not sure if Stone Collection does have that specific Dragonair that can hit a bulk point against
That's right. If they're trained a specific way, tell us about it. I mean, it's doing a little bit more damage. I'm not trying to steal your thunder.
A bulk point basically is when your Pokemon is trained well enough in defense that a specific fast attack from a specific other Pokemon, in this case the Lickitung, will deal less damage. So if the Lick fast attack from Lickitung deals 1 less damage, the Dragonair suddenly becomes much and much stronger in that matchup. I am not sure if Stone Collection is having that kind of Dragonair, but if either trainer does, it gives you a big advantage against the opposing Lickitung.
Now, I have to ask, I mean, it's such a polarizing matchup having a Whiscash against a Registeel. However, we've seen a lot of Registeel make a lot of success in this tournament so far, and it does great against that Skarmory, against the Lickitung, against the Dugong. I mean, also pretty good against the Dragonair. Do you think, I mean, just fearing one Pokemon is enough to keep it benched on Zephy's side?
Never is, and we also saw earlier when we had that Vigoroth from Frika on an Anipe. So what? There's one counter. There's 5 other Pokemon that are not countered, right? So I think it could be likely that we may see the Dragonair, and some trainers might not even fear the Dugong with the Dragonair. If you safe switch that Dragonair and it's answered by the Dugong, you are ahead a little bit and you can still do significant damage there. So not all hope is lost for Dragonair versus the Dugong. And now, enough talking. Let's take a look at this battle where we have the Lickitung into the Registeel. A fantastic lead for Zephyr.
Fantastic lead. We're going to have to look at this backline as well. It is not what I thought, maybe a potential ABA. It is not. Lickitung is going to immediately swap out into the Dragonair. Now, fun fact about Dragonair, because it's such oppressive in this Dragon Breath damage, it can win a lot of 2-shield scenarios, getting that switch that he's looking for. Zephyr already, though, staying in, making sure he gets at least 1 shield before we see it go out. Going for that Zap Cannon, which is not going to be that effective. And he did also not get the debuff.
This is actually massive, because not getting the debuff there might mean that Stone Collection could be able to flip the switch advantage here, simply because he's ahead in energy so much. Dragon Breath add up, the Body Slam does so much damage too, so I think Stone Collection might actually not be in the worst spot here.
Yeah, Stone Collection using both shields to protect the Dragonair, like I said, hoping to gain that switch advantage that he would like so much. This Body Slam is coming through, but it is protected almost at 2 more Body Slams of his own at the Dragonair. This first one's coming through, and he's going to be able to reach that second one before should Zephyr choose the shield.
Yeah, Zephyr wants to keep switch advantage. He has to shield both of these. Oh, look at that. Barely taking it. Can he get to another one? Already got one lick through as this Aqua Tail is thrown, but letting it all go, throwing it all on the back line. Doesn't really care for having Registeel on the Lickitung. So Zephyr is losing switch advantage. Oh man, here comes his own Dragonair. It's a Dragon Party here. And oh, look at how much damage it took already.
They said, hey brother, as he comes in, just gets a ton of energy of his own, and now it's a reverse scenario, but Stone Collection has no shields here. But a little bit of advantage for him. This Dragonair is already in the yellow, throwing this Body Slam. As you can see, how bulky Lickitung is, still barely in the green, able to now throw off a Body Slam.
Oh, the catch!
Catch onto the Registeel!
This will do no damage. Well, it does some damage, but not a lot. And now you get to keep your shields for that Dragonair. That might be crucial later, because in comes the Whiscash, one of the prime answers to the Registeel, but it has very low fast attack pressure. So you can just keep the shields for the Dragonair here. Never mind, Zephyr is going to put up the shield of the Registeel instead.
Yeah, I think he's do you think he's potentially going to go for a Zap Cannon debuff, or just go straight for the Focus Blast to be able to try to take it out here? He does have a shield advantage, and Focus Blast is going to be doing some heavy damage to the Whiscash. Whiscash will be able to outpace to get to yet another Mud Bomb. Will Zephy choose to put it all on the Registeel here, though, and try to use both shields in this game right now? Already Stone Collection at 2 Mud Bombs.
Wow, it's actually a very interesting play. I think you need like a farm down on that Dragonair to win this as Zephyr, but the Whiscash is quite bulky, so might be able to get to even another Mud Bomb after this one right here.
Yeah, Zephyr is forced to use his last shield here, or else this Mud Bomb would be able to take it out. The switch timers are misaligned, but this Dragon Breath damage is going to be doing so much. The Lickitung and the Whiscash both in the yellow. Will he be able to pace to another Mud Bomb? Zephyr is counting, and he's be able to win that charge attack priority. Wonderful counting right at this Mud Bomb to be able to take it out, and it is going to be a race. We'll have to see how this Dragonair is trained, how much this lick damage is going to do.
Oh man, it's gonna get so close. I think that you don't have the bulk mode here. The Dragonair is huge, but not huge enough to take this battle. And Stone Collection is 1-0 up here.
That's a fantastic play and a really interesting strategy by Stone Collection. As you can see, we talked about it before. He had a really polarizing matchup with that Lickitung in the lead into the Registeel, immediately swapping out into Dragonair because there was no actual hard Dragonair counter on Zephyr side. Zephy's best Pokemon against the Dragonair is that Registeel.
Yeah, Stone Collection wasn't leading exactly strong into it, right, with the Lickitung and then the Dragonair. But since he already had that energy advantage and didn't get a debuff as well, that may have been crucial for later, he still had a chance to come back from that. Stone Collection is one of the best Dragonair players in the world, and he's showing it here again.
Yeah, and Zephimastix as well. I like his play there. It was really interesting. It's like, okay, I see what you're doing, and you're getting all that energy on that Dragonair to be able to release it on a Lickitung. It looks like that's exactly what it ended up being in a flip scenario. Doing everything in his power to win switch favor back to him. Kept that beautiful body slam catch.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, not quite enough to secure game number 1, which went to Stone Collection in this losers semifinals.
Yeah, and I see some questions in the chat about that specific Dragonair. How bulky does your Dragonair need to be to have that specific bulk point? Because maybe if you had the bulk point as Zephimastix, you may have reached that body slam there.
Quite possible.
I believe you need to think of something like a full bar for that defense and a quite low HP. So the Dragonair is specifically trained in defense, and in that case, you could have that bulk point against the Lickitung. It could be very useful in these kind of matchups.
I'm going to have to talk with Blanche and see how my Dragonairs are doing and how I can train up one to be at this, because I often lose that Lickitung matchup as well. It's just so polarizing because Dragonair is very difficult because it doesn't have a lot of bulk to it in general, so you don't want to be tanking any charge attacks that are really coming its way, besides perhaps maybe an electric type from like a Charge-a-Bug.
Yeah. So, for game number 2, what are we expecting here from Zephimastix to adapt to Stone Collection here? You had the lead, you kind of had to swap in, you still lost the battle. That must be tough, right?
Yeah, I think for him it's going to be pretty difficult. I was going to see Stone Collection using that Dragonair as a safe swap, but it's not as safe on Zeppy's side. Zeppy really kind of has to maintain some sort of alignment, because if there is a Dugong in there, there's 2 Pokemon that are really kind of dangerous against it. Zeppy's not going to bring both the Gligar and the Dragonair, most likely, to a matchup.
Yeah, now here we go, Amanda. Stone Collection's 1-0 up, and he's leading the Lickitung into the Whiscash from Zephimastix. This is quite a decent matchup.
This is a decent matchup. That Power Whip is going to be doing super effective damage, but Zeppy will be able to reach the Scald first, and a Scald debuff can potentially flip this matchup with the one-shield scenario. Stone Collection not shielding anything here, knowing this is more heavy hitting, but he wants to see if this attack debuff is going to go through. Will it be able to hit? It does!
Yeah, that's actually big. Trying to catch a charge attack here unsuccessfully, and Stone Collection farming up a little bit more energy, then going into his Dragonair. I am pretty sure this is not the bulk point on the Dragonair, because those licks are adding up. So maybe Stone Collection is just like, okay, I'm just gonna let this go. Never mind, going for the shield. Or maybe just trying to get this low, because he doesn't really have an answer, right? He has debuff on his own Lickitung, and he has his own Whiscash.
Exactly, and I'm very confused about, I mean, like, no, he let that Lickitung get a lot of energy before he decided to come in with the Dragonair of his own, forcing himself to be able to have that body slam, have to shield it up, because Zephimastix is already at another one here. Does he again want to go 2 shields down in this mid-game, or is he just going to go ahead and let this go? No, he wants, again, double shielding up this Dragonair, just getting a ton of energy. We'll have to see how these two want to play it out. Already at the body slam and already releasing it now onto Zephy.
Is this how they play in Germany? Always for switch advantage? Or go 2 shields down in the switch? This time it's Stone Collection going 2 shields down to flip that switch advantage. So that means now Whiscash comes back in. It can get the easy knockout on the Dragonair. And Dragonair, you gotta knock this out, because Dragonairs add up way too much otherwise.
But we have to remember, Stone Collection's Lickitung has a ton of energy. He did not throw it on it, because it was debuffed. But as you can see now, there's a simultaneous swap in. The Annihilate is coming in, and it looks like the charge attack is going to be reached. Zephy has 2 shields. Is he going to use it now on this Annihilate? This is double resist.
Oh, he shields it!
A big bait that was just shielded by Zephimastix here, and now the Power Whip going through the heavier hitting attack. Does Zephy want to use both shields here? Choosing to let that one go through, and Lickitung is really mocking with his tongue sticking out, saying, ha ha, you didn't get it.
You got baited! But in comes the Shadow Ball on his Whiscash, and this is gonna do such a large chunk of damage.
We're gonna see how much this does to an unprotected Whiscash in the green, no longer in the green, barely in the yellow, but it's still getting up a lot of energy. We have to remember that Night Slash goes very quickly, and it will win charge attack priority. 2 Mud Bombs now on Stone Collection's side being stored.
Yeah, but I think Zephimastix now reached the Night Slash. That might mean they get to the charge attack priority, and that way Annihilate wins this, and that means that the Mud Bomb on the Whiscash is lost.
Yeah, all that energy now being put down the drain, back into the river, back into the swamp, as Night Slash is able to connect, and Lickitung is very low. He's going to have a very aggressive lick down, but this is the thing about Night Slash.
Oh my goodness, that's a 1 HP and a dream on this Annihilate, because otherwise you come out with the Power Whip and knock out the Whiscash, but Annihilate taking the game and tying up the score and getting the boost. Classic.
Classic boost when you don't need it. I think if you're Zephy, you're feeling pretty confident about that last round there as well. And I want to say something. You were talking about, is this how you do it in Germany? You know, the playing for switch advantage? It's like, seems like like before they were always loving to play Swampert, right?
Right.
But now it's like maybe they're all wanting to play that Dragonair.
Yes, that is what I always said. Germans lead Swampert, but now they're not using Swampert, they're using Whiscash. They're not even leading it. Well, actually, no, Zephyr did lead it. Yeah, he did lead it. And I think that, like, Zephyr put Stone Collection in such a rough spot. He had a bad lead there, right? Because Power Whip does so much damage on Whiscash. What he did instead, he went for that Scald on the opposing Lickitung. It debuffed, there's a 50% chance to debuff the attack of that Pokemon. Then went into his own Lickitung, and then Stone Collection was like, well, I have my own Whiscash in the back. I can't swap it into Lickitung, but my own Lickitung is debuff. What do I do with this?
Exactly. It's put him in a really hard position, and I think that's what, not only that, but Stone Collection was waiting as well because he's like, he's going to try to catch. I know this, and that's exactly what happened. So even though he had all that energy, it was just didn't end up playing out to Stone Collection's favor. It was so close, however. And I would argue, again, if people are wondering, is it better to be running a Night Slash or is it better running Ice Punch? The pacing of Night Slash, able to get to that at the end to be able to knock out the Lickitung. The Ice Punch would not have been able to get there in time.
And would you close the game with a boost if you have Ice Punch? I don't think so. I'm just saying, unless you have Ice Punch, Night Slash, but I haven't seen that particular combination just yet. Shadow Ball is just way too good, right? So yeah, Night Slash is really showing like why that is a better moveset in the current meta so far, even though Ice Punch is double super effective on Gligar.
Yeah, and also would be doing nice damage against the Dragonair. However, we've seen the Night Slashes on the Dragonair still doing a decent amount of damage, and with that 3 counters and then 2 counter pacing, it's just be able to get those shields really, really quickly.
Honestly though, I've never really seen a Night Slash land on a Dragonair because they're always shielding.
That's true, that's true.
But here we go. Decisive game number 3. Stone Collection versus Zephyr. We have the Shadow Sableye into the Annihilate. Wow.
This is a great thing for Stone Collection. We'll have to see how Zephyr wants to respond with those Shadow Claws doing a lot of damage into that neutral pick of Lickitung. But again, if you look, I was going to say Stone Collection doesn't want to swap into his Dragonair. He definitely doesn't. It's nowhere to be seen on the field. Forced now to go for this neutral foul play.
Yeah, no Dragonair from Stone Collection, but swapping in the Lickitung, Zephyr taking the foul play. Probably then, going into his own Lickitung just to soak up all this neutral damage here.
Yeah, Stone Collection said, oh, we're having a party. I'll bring the chip and dip. As he now takes this Body Slam here. Body Slam on the Lickitung. Obviously not going to be doing that much damage. This is still both Pokemon in the green. These licks to go licking away. Zephy's now currently in the yellow. Another Body Slam coming through.
I really like this play from Stone Collection because not only did he just throw a foul play and dip into his own Lickitung, he also built some more energy. So that means that energy might be useful later for the Annihilate or the Dragonair, because I think that Dragonair from Zephyr that's lurking in the back might still be a huge threat. You don't really have a lot of fast attack pressure, and well, the Sableye does, but the Sableye takes even more damage from Dragon Breath.
Yes, exactly, especially because it is Shadow. But another Body Slam coming through from Zephyr side. Stone Collection not using any of it here in this mid-game. He said, I know that foul play did enough damage. I'm coming in. I have a lot of energy on my side as well and doing some nice counts. Going to be able to throw this. And Zephyr choosing to let his Lickitung go down. Will this be enough?
I think barely. Does it knock out barely? No, it barely doesn't. One more lick. Does it take it out? Yes, it does take it out. And are you now able to get to a Power Whip? I don't think so. You might be able to get to a Body Slam, which will do a small amount of chip damage as it is double resisted. But this is nice, right? Because any damage counts in these kind of battles, especially when that Sableye is going to come in to get that Shadow Claw
exactly.
down.
You know, we saw in that last matchup how close it would be, like the 1 HP and a dream. So it's like, of course, even though it doesn't seem like it's going to be doing that much, you want to be able to put everything you can onto the field. No shield being used by Stone Collection here as this Night Slash goes through. It is neutral and it does a decent amount. And the Sableye will be able to reach a foul play as this Dragonair now takes the field.
I think this is too much damage on the Sableye, Amanda. At this point, the Annihilate later might be able to counter it down. In comes the Whiscash, and it has a shield advantage, but the Dragonair also has an energy lead. So this is going to get very close. And look at the HP of the Annihilate as well. It's like at 70% still. Stone Collection is in such a rough spot.
Yeah, it's a rough stop. And also forcing now to use this shield because he wants to try to keep his Whiscash as healthy as possible. He's stuck between a rock and a hard place here because he wants to get these Mud Bombs off as quickly as possible. But I mean, the Dragon Breath is one turn. It's so oppressive. He doesn't want to let the Dragon Breaths get any more in than he has to.
And I just want to point this one more time because I love this mechanic. This Dragonair is huge. It's an XXL Dragonair. It's XXL threatening and it's building up more energy. It doesn't have a shield though. And Stone Collection, I think that this Mud Bomb from Stone Collection might knock it out.
I think this is a really good play by him because if this is able to knock out, he has a lot of energy already stored as well. Throwing right before it's able to reach that Aqua Tail. It is able to knock out, and now it's a pacing issue. He's at the Scald. Will he be able to take it out with this? Will he also get the debuff?
I don't think this is enough, but it will get very close. Annihilate does pace very quickly. Look at how low it gets. And Scorpion into the Stabilize, taking down the Annihilate. And Zephymastix wins this game against Stone Collection.
Stone Collection won this game against Zephymastix.
Oh, my bad. Stone Collection won this game against Zephymastix. Yes, this Shadow Sableye user won this battle.
Incredibly close matchups. I almost got confused in that mid-game as well, but a really nice combination play as well because he recognized, okay, that Sableye, I don't want to get a counter down on that Whiscash, and my Sableye doesn't have a lot of health yet, but these Shadow Claws are going to be doing so much damage to this low health Annihilate. A really quick thinking by Stone Collection, a tag team play by that Whiscash and Sableye to be able to make it through this losers semifinals.
Yeah, Shadow Sableye carrying the show there. I must say, like, those Dragon Breaths going on each other, it really threw me off there for a second. But yeah, the Shadow Sableye taking down that Annihilate, and that shows that Sableye is still meta.
Yeah, Sableye, again, I say it all to Sableye is my Sable guy. Favorite Pokemon in this meta, Go Stone Collection.
You know why she's saying that? One of the VGC casters,
that's not true.
It's his favorite Pokemon, and then she just wanted to run away with it.
Oh, I see. Now the tables are turning here. That must be that one friend that he was talking about that he has.
Okay.
So congratulations to Stone Collection and also to Zephymastix. Really wonderful play so far. That was the losers part of the bracket. So unfortunately for him, he is out of the tournament. But I think he did come away with some championship points.
Yeah, right. And in previous tournaments, he didn't go as far. So it's nice for Zephymastix to finally show some of his skill.
Exactly.
That, you know, it can be rough, right? If you have a bad streak in a couple regional tournaments, you might start to doubt yourself. And I think this is really nice for Zephymastix to, you know, get those points again and show who
Exactly.
he is.
Yeah, he was talking earlier. He said, you know, like, of course, it's a little more luck involved in the way we did it in the past, where it was the first place and second place were able to qualify for Worlds. He's like, this season is nice because it rewards consistency. Unfortunately for me, I just haven't been the consistent player that I've been hoping to be, but I think maybe this is a good indication that maybe he's back to his form of he's figuring out the meta. We could definitely be seeing him in upcoming tournaments doing just as well as he did today.
And he's very dedicated to qualify for Worlds, so I have no doubt that we'll see him at more regional tournaments, at more local tournaments, and very likely at the European International Championship. Now, speaking of European international players as well, our next matchup will be a very good one. We've seen Lurgan Rocket earlier on in the tournament where he got knocked out by Wolfpack, or not knocked out, he got knocked down to the loser bracket by Wolfpack. A very rough matchup, but he fought all his way to the loser semis now. He knocked out Nighttime Clasher, who you know, it was like a revenge battle from Liverpool still, where Nighttime Clasher won. And now he's up against Damon Cash, one of the French battlers who's also still remaining in the tournament.
Yeah, there are a lot of French players who are in this tournament, in this stage. As I was talking to Zwilds a little bit earlier, who did knock the Nighttime Clasher down to the losers bracket, saying, I mean, man, you're just you're stealing everyone's dreams here. You're taking out the French, and now you're taking out the Americans. He could potentially be our one of the people who could win 2 regionals or special events in one season. Colin 6 is also the other one in this bracket so far who has already won 1, potentially could be doing this as well.
Yeah, a lot of top players, a lot of top names. Now, speaking of top names, we have Stone Collection ready for an interview. Let's hear from him how he felt about this battle.
Hello, trainers. I am Count Xevious, and joining me on this stage is Stone Collection. Stone, another regional and another top cut. How are you feeling?
Hey, I'm feeling pretty good. I wouldn't consider it a top cut. I mean, it's technically day 2, but only top 12. And if I want to make top 8 for that sweet prize money and the playmat and the extra CP, I'm gonna beat Tauntaun first.
Yeah, but I think you did a lot of work. Game number 1, what was your thinking process? You see your Ligisang up against that Registeel.
I actually think it was an okay thing that I encountered. I was like, yeah, that's okay, as long as there's no Annihilate in the back, because he's running Night Slash, so I can only safe switch Dragonair if he doesn't have the Annihilate in the back because it outpaces me.
You went for the 2-shield Dragonair strategy, but you tried to do that again in game number 2, but that did not work out as well. What went wrong?
Yeah, so everything, if you play Dragonair, Shadow Dragonair, especially the one I do, it's all about this energy management and energy advantage. And when I saw that he had a Leaky and I got debuffed by the Whiscash, my plan fell apart because I didn't have any Lickitung answer. I mean, I had Whiscash in the back with shields down. That's not gonna happen. And I kind of lost with the switch and the debuff.
But you completely switched it up in game number 3. I mean, what made you not bring your Dragonair?
It was the Annihilate. I think in game 2 he realized how good the Annihilate is against me. So I used the hardest counter that I had, like Shadow Sableye. I anticipated the lead. And yeah, it worked out for me.
It still came down to the wire, I think. I was watching as well. This is not over. Maybe this is over. This is not over. How do you deal with these situations? How do you still make the correct decisions even when you're in tough situations like this?
Yeah, I was really nervous because he farmed a lot of energy in the secondary matchup with his Annihilate against my Lickitung. And although Shadow Sableye resists most of my moves and Night Slash doesn't have stab, it's a pretty mediocre move damage-wise. It still doesn't like to take those moves. Yeah, in the end it came down to the wire because I wasn't sure if the Mud Bomb would KO, but I had to hope and it worked out this time. So yeah.
But hey, it did come down to the wire, but you made it. You're in day number 2, and you are just one more win away from top cutting, as you corrected me earlier. But there's still so many more exciting games to come. Don't go anywhere, guys. Over to the casters.
Yeah, a lot of Dragonair, Annihilate, Whiscash battles there. It's a Stone Collection world, and we're just living in it.
Yeah, I mean, I would have to say so as well. And I believe before this, he was on our players to watch as well because he was at 390 points on the leaderboard. So he is doing pretty good in this tournament. I think he has to be pretty happy with how he is doing. He is in the loser side of the bracket. Just as a reminder, it is a double elimination tournament. So a lot of these matches that we've been seeing are on the winner's side. We are moving down to the loser side of the bracket. I believe it was...
Lurgan Rocket against Damon.
Yes, this is going to be the next one. And we saw Wolfpack bring Damon Cash down to before, and we saw who was it that cashed him? Wolfpack also brought down Lurgan Rocket.
Yeah, exactly.
Wolfpack brought down both of these trainers who are now right here. We're going to go ahead and see it. I see a little bit of the team. We saw some Dragonair last matchup. We're going to head and seeing some more of it in this one as well on Damon Cash's side. That Shadow Dragonair really became up in the usage here.
Yeah, I'm not sure how good it's going to be against Lurgan Rocket because he does have the Azumarill, the Abomasnow, and the Cresselia. Cresselia not particularly a counter to Dragonair, but just really relying on the bulk and the very strong charge attack future side. So that makes it tough. And then, of course, the Registeel one. I think that's a Pokemon that Lurgan Rocket really likes. He just likes taking down and walling those Lickitung, right? Really punishing those players who like to have like a Lickitung lead with an Azumarill or something in the
right. And one thing I really like about Lurgan Rocket too is we were talking about how you potentially train your Dragonair. He is one of these Pokemon trainers that really gets into the weeds about it as well. He likes to train things up very specifically because he knows if I do it a certain way, it's going to be able to pick up this matchup that people aren't going to expect. He's one of those players that I think is really fun to watch as well. Cresselia is one of his most favorite Pokemon to use in PvP, and I'm so glad it's viable, and he's been really doing so well with it in this Timeless Travels meta.
But then why is there an Abomasnow plushie and not a Cresselia plushie?
Oh, it's something we may have to ask him at some point. I tell you what, if I was competing up there, I'd have a Sableye plushie.
Oh, of course you would. Yeah, I don't think you can have one. Anyway, let's take a look at the movesets that we have here. We see from Damon Cash that Mantine with the Wing Attack, Ice Beam in the areas. I think from stats time we saw Bubble Beam. Right. Looks like Damon Cash opts for that Ice Beam coverage just to be a little bit better against like Ice-type Pokemon.
Yep, and then of course on the Lurgan Rocket side, we saw a little bit of it before, but we're seeing that Talonflame with the Fly and Flame Charge, the more standard moveset. However, it does seem that a lot of people are opting for other ones. Ice Beam Play Rough on the Azumarill, and like you said before, Grass Knot and Future Sight on the Cresselia. So there's a couple of different things that people could be choosing between. One other thing I wanted to point out, everyone seems to be using Icy Wind on their Abomasnow, which does pace a little bit slower than the Weather Ball, but it does lower the opponent's attack.
Yeah, it's for those longer neutral neutral matchups, and especially since there was a 73% usage of the Lickitung in this tournament, I'm not surprised to see Ice win, because Abomoso does pick up Lickitung using that charge stack. Now, chat, let us know, who do you think is going to win this battle? Who is your favorite to win this battle? Both players have gotten so far, have proven that they are some of the best here in Dortmund, and yeah, it's going to be a really good battle.
I'm excited to see, and we're going to kick right into it with that Whiz Cash into the Registeel. This is great for Damon Cash. It is not so good for Lurgan Rocket, as those Mud Bombs and Scalds would be doing a lot of damage. An immediate swap out into an Azumarill met by the Lickitung.
Yeah, this is actually a matchup that the Azumarill can flip. If you correctly shield the Power Whips, you can actually win the 2-shield scenario. But it looks like Lurgan has a different plan. Lurgan is a very knowledgeable player, so I'm not surprised if he knows something that I don't. Going for the play rough, and it does land. There's a little bit more damage than the Ice Beam.
Does a little bit more damage, and now the bubbles are going to be able to continue pacing. Lickitung almost had 100 energy here before throwing this Power Whip. Now the thing is, does Lurgan Rocket want to shield this? He doesn't. He knows one Power Whip is not enough, but it is super effective against this water-type Pokemon.
Yeah, that's what makes Lickitung so good in this matchup. Going for another player, I think that Lurgan Rocket just wants to get a farm down of his other Pokemon, his lead on this Lickitung. And look at how low this Lickitung is getting. I think you can get an entire 100 energy on your Registeel from this range.
Yeah, how low can you go? Lickitung, and Damon Cash wants it as low as possible, in fact, as well, because he doesn't want to give too much farm for whatever comes in. It's a great strategy. Still winning that mid-game, but not giving a lot of farm. Unfortunately for him, Registeel doesn't need a lot of farm. It wants all that lock-ons. It wants this to survive as long as possible, and this lock-on's only doing 1 damage per time.
Yeah, whatever this is also going to tickle the Registeel. Doesn't really threaten it at all, and like, this is exactly where it wants to be, but it would not want to be on the Wish Cache. Now, here's a tough thing. Do you want to throw Focus Blast into this Wish Cache if you already almost knock it out with 1 charge stack with the Cresselia, right?
Answer for your Lurgan, yep.
Yep, he does. He does throw the Focus Blast here. It is unshielded, kind of unfortunate for Lurgan, because I do think you want to get that shield here. Going into the Cresselia now, and Damon Cash was opting to go for the switch, but now going for the Skull instead, realizing, why wouldn't I debuff here?
Yeah, I like this play by Damon Cash to say, okay, if it's a 50% chance it's going to do a debuff, then I'm going to go ahead and take it, because I'm definitely going to outpace. He doesn't get the debuff, but he does swap into the Mantine here, and fortunately for him, this Cresselia has a lot of energy going now for the future, which is the heavier hitting move. There are 2 shields left on the field.
Where are you using them? Do we only have shield keepers here in Dortmund? No, he actually is using his shield, and that leaves the Mantine a lot healthier, because the future type would do a lot of damage.
Yeah, going ahead, and now Mantine is saying, I'm going to throw a charge attack of my own. Lurgan Rocket making some notes as well. The Aerial Ace will be doing a little bit more, like a nice neutral amount of damage. Cresselia is rather bulky, has a lot of energy, saying, okay, if the first one didn't go through, let's see if this one will. You're going to have to shield at some point as well. Is this where you want to use your last shield? No, it connects.
No, and I think you kind of need to keep the shield for that Wish Cache, otherwise it's very vulnerable to that Registeel. Going for the Grass here, and I love this charge stack priority from Damon Cash, because this means, although if you didn't do that, the timer was up for Lurgan Rocket, and he could switch out this Cresselia. Now the Cresselia is actually knocked out by this Ice Beam, and in comes the Registeel, but the Registeel cannot get the full lock-on down here. In fact, going for another Aerial Ace will stall the clock, and might allow Damon Cash to swap into the Wish Cache soon.
Yeah, Damon Cash did use that Scald already. He is now going to come in with that Whiz Cash. Still has a ton of energy left on it. 2 shields may not even be enough for Lurgan Rocket here, forcing to use 1 because that Mud Bomb is super effective against this Steel-type Pokemon. He does have quite a bit of energy stored up on it. Will he be able to get to 2 Focus Blasts before this next Mud Bomb goes through?
Yeah, this is very rough for Lurgan, because ideally, if you manage to knock out the Wish Cache without taking a Mud Bomb, you might actually be in a very good spot here. But the Wish Cache just paced so quickly, and Lurgan Rocket realized going for the Zap Cannon bait here, because he needs the debuff. He needs to weaken this Wish Cache to then potentially knock out the Mantine. That's his only chance, and he does get the attack drop here. Does this give Lurgan Rocket an opening?
We'll have to see. This Mud Bomb will connect. There are no Protect Shields left on the field. It should not be enough to completely knock him out, but we have to remember there's Mud Shot damage from this Whiz Cache as well. The Registeel has to get to 2 charge attacks. He's got to get through the Whiz Cache and through the Mantine, and it looks like Lurgan Rocket is getting very, very close down to the wire. This Focus Blast now connecting in enough to take out that Whiz Cache.
It's so low though. Can the Mantine wing attack down this Registeel at this point? Does it have energy? It does have energy. Can you get to a Focus Blast here? As the Registeel, it's going to get very close. No, it doesn't. And that's a 1-0 win for Damon Cash.
Damon Cash going ahead and taking a game off of our first ever regional champion, Lurgan Rocket. Both of them in the losers semifinals right now. If Damon Cash can win this next one, he's continuing on in the tournament. And I think both of these trainers are really thinking there's a lot on the line here. Of course, when you're the loser side, side of the bracket, there's a lot more pressure, and maybe you even play a little bit differently and not as relaxed as you would be if you're on the winner's side of the bracket.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, you have another chance in the winner's bracket, right? Obviously, no one likes to lose.
Of course.
But if you are on the winner's side, you at least have another chance here. In the loser semis, as we see here, Lurgan Rockets tournament is on the line because one more loss and he is out. That would mean that another French player would make it to day 2. And obviously, Damon Cash has been playing very well, so that's very possible. Now, one thing that I noticed about this matchup, it's scary. I think Wishcash, both Wishcash and Abomasnow are scary leads.
Okay.
If you lead into that Wishcash as the Registeel, which Lurgan did in this case, and you swap into another Pokemon, you likely get Scald. The opponent will throw the Scald, just like when he went into the Cresselia, right? And then you can get potentially debuffed. And the same is with that Abomasnow. If you lead Abomasnow into Wishcash from Damon Cash, and Damon Cash, for example, swaps into Dragonair or Lickitung, it might then go for an Icy Wind and debuff your Pokemon as well. So those are like...
It's true.
Yeah, those are like mind games that come with it.
But now I do have a good question for you. Because Abomasnow is a good corporator against the Dragonair and Whiscash in general, I don't know if, like, would those two Pokemon be played together if there's an Ice-type Pokemon on the other screen? Or do you think that there's a good indication that because there was that Whiscash in the front, there's not going to be that Dragonair in the back?
I'm going to tell you something, Amanda.
Please do.
And this is something that I had from my own experience. Dragonair against Abomasnow is actually not the worst in the one-shots. I believe you might be able to win that even because Dragonrats add up so much there that you get it so low and you win the charge stack priority against the Abomasnow, you might be able to win the one-shot. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if it depends on the attack or the defense of either Pokemon, but at least it gets really close. So yes, I would not be surprised if Damon Cash would also know this and then play that Dragonair lead with the Wishcash in the back, because you ensure that even if you were to lose the lead against that Abomasnow, you can at least get it really low so it doesn't threaten your Wishcash.
I like that play a lot, and a lot of times you'll notice that when we talk about ABA strategies and being a little bit more risky, a lot of times your first A is going to be one that is more sacrificial in that sense, one that you can afford to lose. But now we're not even going into this. We're going this. Lurgan Rocket says, my turn to have a good lead here as the Registeel is found a target in the Lickitung. Immediate swap into that Whiscash. And it looks like Lurgan Rocket's staying in, just getting a little bit of energy.
Yeah, I'm not sure how I feel about that play because Wishcash is quite threatening when it has so much energy up. In fact, if you get a debuff here on that attack of the Cresselia, the Grassland will do even less damage. And I am not sure with this energy lead if you can flip it as the Wishcash. But no attack drop here.
No attack drop, and this Grass Knot is going to be able to connect should Damon Cash not use his shield. Looks like he did a last second shield, but you have to remember Grass Knot super effective against this water type Pokemon. And going ahead, he's got a lot of energy now, still counting up. He's saying, okay, this first Scald debuff didn't work. Maybe this one will go through. This is actually the third time in total this Whiscash has tried to Scald debuff this Cresselia.
And Lurgan doesn't care, but this time he does get the attack drop. Going for the Grass Knot immediately, realizing otherwise he would lose that charge stack priority to the Wishcash as Cresselia is an extremely bulky Pokemon. This will not knock out yet, however, but it will do a lot of damage.
He's going to get that Whiscash pretty low, and we'll have to see how these two want to play it out. Remember that Whiscash has such an energy advantage, and we saw how much the Scald is doing over time. Lurgan Rocket choosing to just completely let this Cresselia go down. He had all this energy on the Registeel as well. I wonder what his game plan is. Getting another attack debuff down, letting one more Mudshot go through for the Whiscash.
I don't understand this play, Amanda. You need that Registeel on the Lickitung. You don't want your Azumarill here. What do you come in with? Yes, with the Azumarill, because you need to farm it. This is the only Pokemon that can farm it down. But now 2 Mud Bombs already loaded. This will put the Azumarill at like 60% health.
Lurgan was playing a team of bulk overall. Cresselia, very bulky. Azumarill, very bulky as well. But can it take through all this Wishcash? This Wishcash is putting in work, more like work cash. Another Mud Bomb going through, as you said, and like it's going to be bringing it pretty low. The Bubble Down is going to come out with a lot of energy, so there is going to be energy on both the Registeel and the Azumarill.
Yeah, exactly. Registeel already is very close to an attack here. In comes the Lickitung, and in comes the Annihilate. This is a terrible matchup for the Registeel, but it does have shields, and it already did have some energy, so if you can get a Zap Cannon debuff here, the counters will do less damage.
The counters would end up doing less damage. It's a 66% chance, not that 50%, but he does end up getting it. This ends up big, and Damon Cash says, okay, I see what you did there. Now I'm praying for a Night/Boost, as this now is going to go through. Lurgan Rocket was counting. He knows it's not out of Shadow Ball quite yet because the counter damage is going to be doing a lot. No boost. Instead, he's going to be able to make it to another move right before.
Yeah, go for the focus. This is double resistance, but I think this might be barely enough to knock out the Annihilate. Let's see. Damon does put up a shield because this would threaten a knockout on the Annihilate, but the Annihilate can now counter down this Ready Steel entirely and get so much energy on that Azurolov.
Yeah, this is going to be pretty dangerous. There's no shields left, but he has a ton of energy. He does win charge attack priority. I like this by Lurgan Rocket. Knows it as well. Just goes for another bubble to get a little more energy, getting this shield up. And now it's have to see where we're going to see a Lickitung move in. No, the timer isn't up yet. Just charging up a lot of extra energy, going for this Ice Beam.
Yeah, I like this play from Lurgan Rocket. I think you need to get to 3 Ice Beam here and then hoping that the bubbles will add up enough. But can Licky... Oh man, that does do a lot of damage.
Oh yeah, this is going to be hard overall. There are no protections left from Damon Cash's side, but he has to also remember, does he call a power whip bait? Is it a body slam? There's so many things that are still in play, and the Annihilate still has a lot of energy in the back, I believe.
The problem is, I don't think you even need the power whip at this point because there is a Night Slash stored on that. Oh man, this is a power whip. Lurgan does tend to no-shield it, but no, this time he does shield it. He does tend to usually no-shield obvious bait, but this was not a bait and he actually went for it, going for barely before the next body slam, because this would definitely put Azuro into Night Slash range. Does knock out Amanda.
This is going to be very close. If it doesn't knock out, it's going to be put in.
Oh, it doesn't
even knock out. This body slam is going to be able to connect, and Lurgan Rocket knows this as well. This is very difficult because, like you said, the Annihilate is going to win charge attack priority, and it has a Night Slash already stored.
Yep, that's a tough round for Lurgan Rocket, but extremely well played by Damon Cash, losing the lead and managing to win this matchup by 2-0.
Incredible performance by Damon Cash, who is now going on to the losers finals, and which I believe will be played tomorrow. So he's a day 2 competitor. Very good games also by Lurgan Rocket there. As we've seen, he's been doing well. He was last year's Bochum runner-up as well. So this was the tournament that was done around the same time in Germany last year. Not quite able to get as good a finish, but still going home with another person with a nice amount of championship.
Yeah, Damon Cash can barely believe it himself as well. The run he is making, not a player who has top cutted a lot so far, but looks like he is making it to day 2 this time. Incredible performance from Damon Cash here, and he can join his French friends for tomorrow, right?
Exactly, and I want to say that Damon Cash really used Whiz Cash a lot for his Pokemon as well. I think it really was a star performance for him. I'm wondering if they have some sort of combination name. Would it be like Damon Whiz Cash or Whiz Damon Cash?
It's all in the name, right? It's all in the name.
Exactly.
Maybe it increases the chance of Scald debuffs if you're that good friends with your Wish Cash.
You know, I would say that could possibly be something we could test, but we did see 3 go through on the Cresselia with no attack debuff, so maybe that is not the case. However, the friendship was clearly strong. He knew how to train that Pokemon, and Whiscash really helped him win that championship.
Yeah, and that means that one of our players to watch that we had on the graph earlier this morning is now knocked out. Stone Collection still is, will still play tomorrow, so will Statistan, but Lurgan Rocket is now knocked out.
Yeah, there's a lot of players that are really in this tournament. I mean, there was so many big names, as we call it, but I love to see people who are like competing at a lot of these tournaments getting better and better, choosing Pokemon that they think will really synergize well, and coming out like Damon Cash did. I think it was an incredible, incredible run. I believe that you can type in !bracket in the chat as well and see the challenge tournament, see how these players have been doing in the tournament, see who's beat who so far. It's been quite a ride.
And you can also see who is next in stream queue. Or you can listen to what I have to say now, because it will be Palasha versus Tragicomics, another French player. They're all over the place.
They are all over the place as well. Tragicomics, he is the brother of Arsenio, who is another player who has been very, very well known within this circuit, really getting a lot of top cuts. And you know what? Now Tragicomics says, it's my turn. I think I want a little bit of that glory as well.
Yeah, Arsenio is a player who has top cutted previously in quite some tournaments, but his brother, I don't remember if he did very well in many tournaments as well. But now this is his time to shine, because his brother is already knocked out. Now it's... Is it his little brother or big brother? I don't even know actually, but it's brother's time.
Yeah, exactly. So that's okay. I will pick up this torch from you, as well as playing against Palasha, who we've already seen on the stream a little bit earlier, and also just super well known within the community, winning last year's special event in Turin, and she is a world's player.
Yeah, I believe,
very good. And also, she's been doing incredibly well this season, I believe, getting 3rd place in Gdansk,
yep,
and also 3rd place in Stuttgart.
Yeah, we were Shadow Steelix Gaming in in Gdansk before breaking swipe, lost his 100% chance to debuff. And yeah, she's been so consistent in so many tournaments. I believe she's also quite close to qualifying. She needed 110 points at the start of this tournament. So I believe that's about a top 4 that you would need to get there. And that's still quite a long road to get, honestly.
Of course. But we're a little just over halfway through our season in Europe. There's quite a few more, and also we have to remember the European International Championship, where it's essentially like double the championship points that you can get for a lot of these. So I think trainers aren't qualified by then. There are plenty more that will be qualified in April.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you're looking for tournaments nearby you, that could be local or regional tournaments, check out Pokemon.com/play. You can find everything on the website there. I would love to see. I will be at all the European tournaments. I would love to meet you all there also.
Yeah, that would be fantastic. I was talked about earlier, but Tonton said I'll be in Utrecht, which is the next one for us, the next special event that we will be having, and that is in your home country of the Netherlands.
It's true. So I can't have him win, right?
Has to be I don't know. With the French takeover of Germany, it's quite possible that we're going to see it in the Netherlands as well.
Yeah, many nationalities come to these regional championships to pick up those points. And obviously it feels like a home turf. But how many we don't have a lot of German players left on the winner's side, I believe.
It's true.
We have Stone Collection on the loser's side.
And I believe JBG Winston is also on the loser's side of the bracket, still in the tournament as well. Frika was just knocked down to the loser's bracket a little bit earlier. So yeah, I mean, I think that there are 3 Germans that I can remember.
Yeah, exactly. I must say, there are also still Dutch players representative, right? Though Tactical couldn't make it this time, but we do have Colin, who already won 2 regional championships, and Stadstan hasn't won a regional championship yet, because he's been getting so close every single time, right?
I mean, consistently top cutting, and like we said before, once he has a team that he is really comfortable with and knows what to do, there's almost no stopping that man. He's using it in almost every single tournament, every chance that he can get to just fine-tune and continue to perfect. The team that he is using today, he also used in a challenge that he recently competed in and won in, not dropping a single round. So, I mean, this could be definitely his tournament.
So would you think that he will bring the same team to
Oh, now it's your turn to be taking some notes.
I see. You know, speaking of championship points and cups and challenges, they're actually also hosted at the venue quite often.
That's right.
If you get knocked out early, you can still try your chances there. I know our co-caster Leonard, Koning Leonard in game, also, you know, he didn't do super well in the tournament itself, but then he took his chances in the challenge and he told me he beat some top players. So, you know, Leo has been performing very well in the challenge. He's been improving in the game over time, and I love for him to, you know, show it.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. I mean, I think a lot of times the players, you get to know them over time. You get to know different play styles. This is his first tournament that he's ever competed in, and so to be able to already take a game off of someone and also take games off these challenges as well is incredible feat for him.
Yeah, it could be for you as well when you participate.
I'm just getting word here that our interview area is ready, so we're going to go ahead and ignore Martine's comment and go kick it over to them.
Welcome, trainers. What an amazing match that was. Joining me is the winner of that match, Demon Cash. Demon, you had a very good lead in game number 1. Yeah. What was your thinking process from there?
Garder l'alignement en fait, garder l'alignement jusqu'au bout parce que je savais que si je perdais l'alignement, avec son Régistyle sur mon Démenta à la fin, j'étais dans la merde. Enfin, voilà, j'étais mal. Donc il fallait que je garde l'alignement jusqu'au bout et c'est ce que j'ai essayé de faire.
Because he was really afraid when he was Registyle against his Mountain, because he knew that if he lost this matchup, he would be in trouble for the rest of the game.
You made sure that you would make no mistakes. Game 2, why did you lead the Likitang?
Donc tu as fait attention à ne pas faire d'erreur. Game 2, qu'est-ce qui t'a fait prendre ce lead-là?
Parce que, alors, pour le moment, je m'en rappelle, mais en gros, je pense, j'hésitais en fait, en Game 2, j'hésitais à remettre Barbichat, parce que je me dis, peut-être il va remettre Régistyle lead, et à mettre du coup Excellent, parce que c'était mon pick qui pouvait à peu près tout gérer, sauf Régistyle. En gros, c'est pour ça. Et donc j'étais du 50-50 et j'ai lead Excellent.
So he tried
Whiscash.
He tried to take Whiscash because he thought the opponent would take Registeel again, but he ended up taking Lickitung to try to anticipate what the opponent would do, and there it is.
Did you already know the Whiscash Cresselia matchup that you would win if you shield once?
Ça dépendait aussi du debuff. J'ai pas debuff le premier Scald, j'ai debuff le deuxième, donc je savais que si je shieldais pas, je pouvais gagner avant qu'il ait son troisième nœud herbe en gros.
It depended on the debuff of Scald, so since he didn't get the debuff on the first one, got it on the second, he knew that he could end the match before the third charge attack from the opponent.
2-0ing a player like Lurgan Rocket, you must feel very happy with this result.
Ah oui, il est très fort. Enfin, de toute façon, tout le monde est fort. En fait, moi, j'ai l'impression que j'ai un peu... j'ai joué au-dessus de mes moyens aujourd'hui. J'étais vraiment peut-être dans un état de grâce. Mais même si j'ai fait quelques erreurs sur mes games contre Wolfpack, mais c'est vrai que jouer contre tous ces joueurs incroyables et réussir à aller jusque-là, c'est incroyable pour moi. Pour moi, j'ai déjà réussi mon tournoi, en fait.
So he's very happy because all the opponents today are really strong, and he feels like he played a bit, like he was a bit blessed. He played really better than his usual game, and for him, his tournament is already a success.
Thank you so much for your time, Demon, and I wish you all the very best for tomorrow. We have one more game coming up, and that will be right after this. Over to the casters.
Yeah, great interview by Damon Cash, one of our many French players. I saw Mini Benoit in the chat. I thought he would be here as well. He's usually with Jojo Go-Go Dancer. And I also want to apologize to Zwilas, who I unfortunately forgot to name amongst the German players. He's the reverse engineer. Of course, I should.
Yeah, we can't sleep on ZZ, of course. Yeah, with our apologies as well, especially because I even interviewed him earlier, and it's he's already done for the day. It completely just slipped our mind.
And he brought the European cuisine back on the menu.
That's true.
Like,
I have a lot to thank him for this here in Germany.
Yeah, but let's take a look at our next battle here. We have Palasha on the left and Tragicomics on the right.
Speaking of French battlers,
another French battler indeed. And look at what Palasha has. We saw this earlier, a pretty standard meta team in my opinion. And then on the right we see Tragicomics with a Greedent.
A Greedent and also a Lantern, which is not super common. It's definitely fallen off the meta, but it's still there in space. I'm going to be very interested to see the movesets that the Tragicomics is running as well, because we haven't really had an opportunity to see him on stream very often. I wonder if that Greedent is going to be running a Bullet Seed or if it will be running Mudshot. We'll have to see. Also, if that Lantern is on Spark or Water Gun.
Yeah, it could also be Trailblaze on Greedent, which is quite new.
And here we see it. And it's running Tackle.
Yeah, Tackle adds for more fast attack pressure, but Greedent is mostly known for building up very quickly using Mudshot as the fast attack, because then it's only 4 Mudshots for a Body Slam, which is extremely quick.
Yeah, but Greedent, it's normal typing as well, taking advantage of it with that fast attack and going with Tackle. That's interesting. Also, the answer was Water Gun for that Lantern. And like you said before, Palasha running a pretty standard team at this moment, things that are very popular, and it seems like almost everyone has completely adopted this Night/Unannihilate. It is going to be here to stay.
Yeah, I agree. Night Slash has been so good everywhere, like especially that Lickitung matchup. And Lickitung has been everywhere, not here. And you know what I like about the Greedent? It's an answer to Lickitung.
That's right.
Because you double resist the Lick fast attack and you deal neutral damage back. Here we go. We have Palasha on the left. We have Tragicomics on the right. We have the Azumarill Mirror.
We have an Azumarill Mirror. There's a lot of things that we can take away from this as well. We know that they're both running the same moveset. We can see who will win that charge attack priority, or we can also see if someone's going to be able to try to do a fancy catch or something like that as well. Going ahead and pacing now, and Tragicomics looks like he's going to throw first. We're not even going to go ahead and see who's going to win that charge attack priority.
Yeah, I think Palasha is going to try and bait out that Greedent because her backline is not particularly strong against it. Waiting a turn to see if Tragicomics would try to catch a player, but honestly, if I look at his team, there's nothing that really wants to take that player off.
Yeah, I think if you're Tragicomics, you're very happy of where this Azumarill is placed and saying, okay, I'm willing to play out this matchup. Both of them, once again, going over energy because they want to try to get those extra bubbles through. As you can see, this time it's Paula who's being able to throw first, and another bubble goes through on Tragicomics' side. No shield going up. This player up will connect.
Yeah. I'm surprised, like the Greedent is so good into Palasha's team here, right? If you have that Trailblaze which is super effective on her Pokemon, like it can just ramp up in damage. But first, we have to play out this matchup first. And maybe now we see who wins the charge attack priority.
Yeah, we're going to see it, but no, the Tragicom is once again going a little bit ahead of it. Play Rough will be able to, I think, knock out the Azumarill, but a potential undercharge here to get another bubble or two, and we see a swap into a Sableye, and now met by the Whiscash. Sableye does have a little bit of an energy advantage here first, and now going for this foul play.
And this is a Shadow Whiscash, so the attacks will do even more. The problem for Palacia is, though, she's behind on energy, so if you go straight Scald, you actually get outpaced by the Shadow Sableye at this point. But obviously, you go for the Scald. You want to debuff this, right?
Yeah, you want to debuff this. Is going to be doing so much damage if it was unprotected. And Tragicom is almost forced to shield this because he wants to keep that Sableye as healthy as possible. Getting the attack debuff as well. Palacia has to be grinning and saying, yes, okay, this was exactly what I needed. And now throwing at the exact same time, charge attack priority, going for this Shadow Sableye. And it looks like Paul is not going to shield this up because there was that attack debuff, hoping maybe she will survive.
Oh my goodness, barely hangs on. Whiscash is smiling, but I think that hurt.
Yeah, definitely ended up hurting. We'll have to see. You can see Tragicom also going to side for that double shield because he knows he's going to be Shadow Clawed down. However, this is a double debuffed attack now from the Sableye coming in against the Lickitung.
Yeah, I think yes, this is such a, I love this play from Tragicom, realizing I can just swap out. Why would I need to stay in here and throw double debuffed charge attacks? So going into the Greedent, which has such a good matchup against this Lickitung, I believe you win this even with a shield down.
Yeah, and this is pretty incredible because as you can see, it's also on tackle, so it's doing this normal type damage, and it's really chunking away at the Lickitung as well. The pacing is a lot slower with tackle than it would be with the Mudshot. However, it doesn't really need it at this point. You can see 2 body slams have already gone, still all this energy, now throwing a body slam of his own.
Yeah, do you shield this? I don't think you can shield anything as Palacia here because there's a foul play stored on that Sableye, and Sableye is even still so healthy. You still need 2 body slams to take it out, and the body slams from the Green are coming in as well and adding up here. So this is very rough for Palacia.
Yeah, if you were a Tragicom, is there any scenario where you would want to be throwing the Trailblaze there for potential tackle, doing a little bit more, or are you just going to go straight for the body slam because it's more easy, efficient, and it's the same type attack bonus?
Man, I have no idea. I never played Green. Here comes Power Wave. I don't think this does enough, even remotely enough. And now going for the bubble down, but the Greedent is very close to a charge. Oh, almost forgot to throw the play rough, but barely hangs on here. This is shield on Palacia's side, but where do you use it?
Yeah, this is the Play Rough will be able to connect. Palacia saying, okay, that's not what I was hoping for. I was hoping to catch the other one. I have to put it all on the back of this Lickitung here. Lickitung still does have a shield, but there is that Sableye left, and it has a lot of energy, and no more debuff as it cleared the field.
Yeah, I don't think a body slam will do the job here for Palacia because it's double resisted, but the foul plays come out so quickly for Tragicom, and that will win him game number 1. What a well-played battle by Tragicom.
Incredible, and I don't know if you guys can hear it through the broadcast, but we are hearing a lot of cheers. So you talked about how many French people are coming here. So many of them are watching their friends and teammates playing on this, saying, yes, we are here to stay.
Yeah, I can definitely tell that there's many French players here, but yeah, that's great for them, right? Because like all their friends seem to be making it through in this bracket so far, and Tragicom is in a very good spot against Palacia, but do not underestimate Palacia.
Oh, never.
Like, we know she is like the queen of battling here, top cutting over and over. She's definitely not out yet. There's still a chance for Palacia as well, but she has to think of something for that Greedent because the Greedent is a problem.
Yeah, the Greedent is a really interesting pick that I was not expecting for this tournament. I believe it's the first one that we have seen, and also definitely the first one that we've been seeing running tackle. I do remember last season as well, his brother Arsenio was running the Diggersby, and also with a quick attack as a fast attack as well. So it's some of these unusual movesets that I think they've been practicing against each other most likely and saying, okay, you know what? I think this is actually going to be a good core breaker against the current meta that we're seeing.
They're pretty creative. I like the way Tragicom built his team because the tackle Greedent is so weak to annihilate, but he has these Azumarill, he has the Shadow Sableye, he has the Gligar. Even Lantern does quite well because of his bulk against annihilate, and that way the Greedent is quite safe to run because it's so difficult to bring annihilate, and that's makes it such a good core breaker to like Lickitung and Azumarill Whiscash. I think Whiscash still takes quite some effort because it takes a while to get to those Trailblazers for the Greedent, but you generally have a quite positive matchup there.
Yeah, but I do want to say one thing about the Shadow Sableye is the fact that it does not run return actually makes it a little bit worse, obviously, against Paula's team because she has a Azumarill on her own. No Azumarill is on the field, though. As we can see, the Sableye is going to be facing off against the Lickitung. Those Licks are going to be doing nice neutral damage. I wonder if we'll see him stay in because those foul plays are going to be also adding up. We saw it in that last game. Those foul plays are going to be doing a lot.
Yeah, switch advantage might be quite important here, but for Tragicomics, he's probably happy that his Azumarill is not on this Lickitung. I don't know if this is such a decent matchup if you are on even energy. If you were like slightly ahead in energy on the Shadow Sableye, it would have been very fine here, but now you're on even and you're not ahead as much. Letting the Power Whip go, probably just going for the 0 shields here.
Yeah, being able to barely survive. It looks like he's able to get another foul play off should he want to. And going ahead and getting as much energy as possible, getting a maximum amount before, and no shield from Paula Shaw.
Yeah, she hit the body slam here, so it's a charge attack priority. And if she shields, it's kind of a waste of your energy here. But now going for the body slam, this will knock out the Shadow Sableye and leaves the Greedent for such a nice farm now for whatever comes in after.
Yeah, I'm really liking this. But you can see Paula Shaw doesn't want to leave any farm. An immediate swap out from the Whiscash into the Gligar. And this, I mean, the Gligar is like slightly ahead on pacing, but the Scald, an amazing catch by Tragicomics onto the Azumarill. This Scald will be doing nothing, at least for Paula's sake. I hope maybe she can get one of these Scald debuffs. This is a Shadow Whiscash, and she does at least get the debuff.
Yeah, she's gonna need it here because, man, if we take a look at the backlines, this Whiscash has to carry the whole match on his back.
Yeah, the Whiscash says, I barely have a backbone. Come on, the Mud Bomb now going through here. The Azumarill is, as we saw before, a very tanky Pokemon, but it is Switch Lock, just like Paula is, just getting a ton of energy, and now going for a Play Rough, which is going to be the more heavy-hitting move from the Azumarill, also a little bit more energy.
Yeah, no shielding the player. It is debuff, but we'll still do quite a chunk on the Whiscash. And I think Paula doesn't expect the Gligar in the back, probably expecting that Greedent because it was so good in game number 1. But man, Greedent, Charge Bug does not have any play at all against that Gligar.
Yeah, and Mud Bomb has already reached Paula counting. Ooh. She says, you catch, I catch. I think I know how this game sort of goes. Negating a lot of the energy that this Azumarill just built up as well. This Ice Beam is going to be able to connect, take out that Lickitung, but then I think that we can see the Charge Bug coming in, getting a Volt Switch or 2 extra advantage, and you can see Tragicomics clicking on that Gligar. He's saying, okay, whatever's coming in, I'm also not letting anything get a farm.
Yeah, and this is very tough for Paula. In comes the shield on that Scald. You gotta, because you have not a lot left here. If this debuff, is there any chance for Tragicomics, or sorry, for Paula, but not even the debuff there. There is one shield up on this Charger Bug, but there's so much energy on the Gligar, and the writing is on the wall here.
Yeah, going ahead, going for the heavier hitting move here as well. But Paula Shaw says, okay, Charger Bug, you're going to do as much as you can here. We have to remember it's Charger Bug now pretty much against the world. One shield, it's shield parity. So much energy on the Gligar. Now this X-Scissor is coming through. This is definitely the attack to be throwing. Yeah. The discharge would not be doing much to this Gligar.
Well, they both are resisted, but X-Scissor is a little bit more efficient. But you're going to have to, you need like 3 more X-Scissor at this point. Going to no-shield this dig, I mean, you kind of have to make an incredible call at this point, but the dig lands, and it does so much damage. It's so rough for Paula.
Yeah, so rough indeed. 2 air laces are almost built up as well. About the same pacing as those 2 X-Scissors, forcing this final shield. She is 1 Volt Switch away from a double X-Scissor. We'll have to see how this will choose to play out. He does still have 1 shield left as well, and it is a charge attack priority. It looks like going ahead and getting his aerial ace and Tragicomics, going ahead and taking this 2-0 and making a losers finals.
Yeah, cheering a little bit towards his crowd, his French crowd, having such a convincing victory over a really well-known and good player. Tragicomics is moving on to day 2.
Yeah, congratulations to him, and congratulations to Paula for playing so well in this tournament. One thing that you mentioned in the middle of the matchup that I really wanted to bring back into attention, yes, give it up for Tragicomics, is that Greedent was nowhere to be found game 2.
Yeah.
It was so good for him in game number 1. And this is a part of the mind games, forcing Paula to think maybe, oh, I have to bring something that's going to counter the Greedent. Turns out not even anywhere on the field.
Yeah, having some fun with his crowd there. Indeed scared Paula off with that Greedent, but then didn't bring it in game 2 at all. And like, I think she was a little bit like thrown off by that, right? She brought the Charge Bug for some neutral play against that Greedent, and then it was Gligar instead. Yeah. Well, that's a nasty surprise.
And I think that was a really played into his hand as well, saying, okay, she's a great player. She recognizes how good the Greedent is. She has to be thinking that I'm going to be relying on it. Completely just benching it that game and bringing in the hardest counter to one of the more neutral plays against the Greedent. Congratulations to Judgico Mix for that wonderful, wonderful masterclass on how to play those grounds.
I'm thinking, I really like this core of Tackle Greedent with Shadow Sableye. So creative, and they seem to cover each other quite well. I can't really think this quickly of what core makes that, to be honest.
I mean, I think Azumarill, obviously those Trailblazes, over time they'll add up, but it does take a long time to get to the Trailblaze if you're running it on Tackle rather than a quicker energy efficient move like a Mudshot or a Bullet Seed.
Yeah, exactly. So Greedent really proving to be quite good here. Now, we are nearing the end of today. We are going to show you a quick video and then we will see you in a few minutes. Don't go anywhere yet.
Hello, Pokemon trainers! Welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. I'm Will Dunphy, and let's take a trip back to the first Pokemon Go World Championships in London, England in the summer of 2022. Dancing Rob from Germany and Godon Hada from South Korea took their seats at center stage for the Masters Division Grand Finals. What happened next was more exciting than anyone could have ever predicted. This was Pokemon Go's inaugural season in the Pokemon Go Championship Series, and only one of these trainers could become the first world champion. Pokemon Go's 2022 competitive season was characterized by the nearly unbreakable core of Walrein and Trevenant. This pair's synergy made them almost irreplaceable on a team of 6. But as Pokemon Go established its own unique identity within the championship circuit, so did its trainers. Unique Pokemon like Air/Mandibuzz, Ember, Shadow, Kanto, Ninetales, and Obstagoon claimed regional and international titles around the world. Dancing Rob competed earlier in the year at Pokemon Go's first ever live-streamed event, the 2022 European International Championships. Dancing Rob made a powerful run through the losers bracket in Day 2, before being defeated by the eventual runner-up, Freaka. With that, Dancing Rob had qualified for the World Championships in London. That August, the World Championships began. After a promising 2-0 start, Dancing Rob was defeated by Lurgan Rocket, Pokemon Go's first ever regional champion, in just the 3rd round. This loss sent Dancing Rob down into the losers bracket. What happened next is something that may never happen again in competitive Pokemon Go. Dancing Rob would go on to win the next 7 rounds, including a rematch against the Liverpool Regional Champion as he completely swept the losers bracket. With a combined record of 9-1 and everything on the line, Dancing Rob took the stage, head-to-head against Godon Hada for the Grand Finals. As a result of Pokemon Go's double elimination format, Dancing Rob needed to win not 1, but 2 best of 5s against his opponent to claim the championship. The Grand Finals began, and Dancing Rob's Alola Ninetales, Medicham, and Shadow Swampert secured him an early 2-0 lead. Then, Godon Hada and his Shadow Kanto Ninetales fought back.
You have the opportunity to close this tournament out right here and right now. You might as well just go for it.
Godon Hada claimed victory in games 3 and 4 and tied the series 2-2. In Game 5, the world held its breath as the matchup between the final Pokemon on the field was decided by just a half-second Dragon Breath.
Galarian Stunfisk gets to the rock slide first, and we have a bracket reset.
Dancing Rob's Galarian Stunfisk reached the rock slide, and Dancing Rob had successfully forced the Grand Finals reset. In Game 1 of the Grand Finals reset, Godon Hada's Shadow Kanto Ninetales met Dancing Rob's Alola Ninetales in the lead. Game 1 belonged to Godon Hada, but Dancing Rob struck back in Games 2 and 3. Godon Hada would even the series yet again with a Game 4 victory. Now, tied 2-2, both trainers were just 1 game away from becoming the first Pokemon Go World Champion. Years of hard work, dedication, and practice boiled down to one final matchup.
This is my moment. This is my opportunity. I'm going to seize this championship, this victory, this glory. This is it. This is my time to become the first champion. And we are queued up here for a decisive game number 5.
Dancing Rob and Godon Hada's decisive battle began, and Dragon, Steel, Fire, and Ice attacks erupted from the field. Dancing Rob positioned his Alola Ninetales to overcome Godon Hada's Shadow Kanto Ninetales, and the crowd roared as Dancing Rob finally defeated Godon Hada. History was made. Dancing Rob had just become the first ever Pokemon Go World Champion. Dancing Rob is proof that you need hard work, determination, and belief in yourself to become the best. Thank you so much for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in Pokemon Go history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
My name is Peyton Bingham, and I'm from Logan, Utah in the US.
There's only some health left on the Azumarill, and its accent is going to be able to Shadow Claw down, and he will become the 2023 Pokemon Go World Champion!
It is crazy winning Pokemon Worlds, especially here in Japan. The atmosphere, it's unlike any other tournament I've ever been to. Last season, I came top 8. This season, I finally was able to break through the grand finals, and then to finally win it today, it's just unbelievable. I'm just so overwhelmed and so just happy to be here right now. My favorite Pokemon to play with is probably Medicham. Obviously, it's one of the most used Pokemon out there, but that's for a reason. You know, it's so flexible. Basically, as long as you don't see like a Sableye, you got play. I'm still worried about Rubik's Master. He's very underrated. Deoxys defense is probably one of the things I really didn't want to see. I think that was a great call by Rubik's to bring the Deoxys. I think he has a bright future ahead of him. My advice to other trainers is to just put yourself out there, to go to these tournaments and just try. When you're here at these events, you know, you just have all these people around you who are just so supportive, so happy to be there, and it's just such an amazing experience. My family pushed me to keep on going, to keep competing, and I eventually was able to push and get the World Championships. I'm definitely going to be at Worlds next year.
Pokemon trainers, it has been quite the day. We've had about 20 battles on stream today. We've had over 100 competitors in Dortmund, and we are nearing the end of day 1. I want to ask you, my fellow lovely co-casters, what are your most memorable thoughts of this event? I'll start with you, Abi.
For me, it has to be the Dragon Tail play of Frika against TomTom Butters. We saw that 1 HP of the Dragonair going down and then mud-shotting down with a Whiscash. That was the only way he wins that game. If he had gone and thrown that Dragon Claw, that was not possible.
How about you, Adelian? What is the moment for you?
I think for me, it's not necessarily a specific battle, but it was just overall, right from the very first thing in the morning, the tournament starting, you could immediately see a huge crowd cheering on for every single individual battler. But one highlight, how much support the French community gave out to a lot of the French battlers who have done very well today.
I think one of my highlights for the tournament, and I feel bad to say it because Nighttime Clasher is a good friend of mine, but it feels good that the European at least is staying in the European clutches for this tournament so far, as well as just playing some masterful games there against him and also against Wolfpack.
Aren't you also like American?
I was just going to ask
Pick a side.
Pick a side.
Listen, guys. If Nighttime Clasher would have won, maybe I would have said the opposite thing, but it was definitely a highlight, and I think there are a lot of people tuning in as well.
Yeah, exactly. All right, well, we have some upcoming battles tomorrow as well. We have a day 2, and we have many players succeeding to day 2 where we have, let's take a look here, we have a lot of French players. We have TomTom Butters versus Stone Collection. We have Wolfpack also from France against Damon Cash from France. We have Frika from Germany against Tragicomics also from France. And then we have Arceus Aurelius versus Nessa Beast. And these are in the loser finals of their groups. So those are battles that we have outstanding still for tomorrow. And then we also have winners matchups still to go between winner, the group finalists, right? So those are battles that we will be airing tomorrow, and it will be very exciting to see. Now, for those watching from home who also want to go to other regional tournaments, this Dortmund is not the only one, obviously. We will also have more next month and after that. Let's take a look at the schedule of the upcoming tournaments. Adelian, walk us through, please.
After Dortmund, we'll be having Utrecht as the next event you can go to. This is a special event on the 2nd and 3rd of March. And then straight after Utrecht, just a month afterwards, is going to be the European International Championships in London. Those double championship points and all the accolades of being a European champion are going to be there, so do not miss out. After that, we will go to lovely Sweden for the capital there in Stockholm, and that'll be on Saturday the 11th and Sunday the 12th of May. And a relatively new announcement, Bologna, a special event in Italy in June on the 1st and 2nd. It'll be a lovely time. It'll be very warm as well at that time, so always an extra bonus. And of course, it all leads... And then, of course, there is the North American International Championships. For those of you watching from across the pond, definitely the star of the show over there. Definitely get to the North American Internationals. That's on the 7th to the 9th of June, and that's in New Orleans. But all of these tournaments lead up to Honolulu, Hawaii for the Pokemon World Championships.
Yeah, the most prestigious event that will be at the end of the season. Now, if you'd like to share with us what you found of this event here in Dortmund, go watch us on different channels on YouTube, on Twitch, and follow our channels. We are active on X, on Facebook, on YouTube, and Instagram. And again, leave those #PlayPokemon posts behind so we can air them on the broadcast. I love watching your posts and commentate over them, so please do so. And this is not the end of today on this channel, however. In a couple hours, we will also have a Go Battle Day stream featuring some top content creators, battlers, and even the world champion. I believe these players are going into teams as well.
Yeah, I believe it's going to be Axon, our world champion. We just saw a video about him right before this as well, which got me hyped up to see how he will be performing on this Go Battle Day broadcast. He'll be also working with Trainer Tips, Nick. I think these two are going to be a very good duo overall. I've been watching Trainer Tips since the beginning. I find him very engaging. I'm so excited to see how he's going to be doing on the PvP scene with the world champion on his side.
Of course, he does have the world champion on this side, but let's say the grassroots first ever world champion, Speediest Chief, is going to team up with another great battler, which is Softop. I think Speediest Chief and Softop will definitely do better.
We'll see about that. I believe that's about 3 hours from now. That's 8 p.m. Central European time. So that'll be on this channel as well. Tune in for that. And if you were to tune into there, we also have Twitch drops. If you tune into the channel, you can receive these items. We have 10 fast TMs, 10 charge TMs for those who battle a lot. I need those, so I will definitely be watching. And there are many more amongst Rare Candy XL. I'm very excited for this. How do you feel about this, Amanda?
Yeah, I'm super excited as well. I mean, I feel like a lot of us PvP battlers are saying these 25 battles are never enough during the day. Having 100 battles to go through is going to be great. And another thing that PvPers are always missing out on is that dust. And so being able to get some Stardust as well as a reward is something that's really viable for me. I can't wait to start playing. I'm going to be playing an Evolution Cup.
Yeah, exactly. I will also be doing the Go Battle Day. Again, you have 20 sets today. And if you would like to learn from the world champion, again, follow our channels. We will be live in about 2 hours on this channel, and you can watch there. So that'll be it for today. We will be back tomorrow around the same time, about 9:30 Central European time on this channel on day 2. I'm very excited. Do you guys have any predictions for tomorrow?
Bring it on.
Adelian?
Sorry, I didn't catch that.
Do you have any predictions for tomorrow?
In terms of who's going to win?
Yeah.
Ooh, that's a very, very iffy question. I'm going to struggle here because there's if I say one person, then I'm going to feel upset myself for not mentioning another person. So I'll just end up mentioning all the players one by one, and that wouldn't be fair on any of them. So no, I just want to see some fantastic battles. I think we're going to see even more technically gifted plays, undercharges, catches, and all manner of tactics. But no, I couldn't pin it down personally.
That's a good summary, Adelian. Thank you so much. All right, well, that will be it for today. Thank you so much to a production, and thank you for watching. We will see you tomorrow at 9:30 Central European time.